In a luxurious mansion, the story began with the black sheep of a high-ranking noble family. That person had once ruled this academy like a king, but after a series of offenses, including insulting Princess Pena and cheating on exams, the family decided to disown him. The young man named Ed Rothstaler bitterly realized that fate was mocking him. His life was over. A servant placed the final luggage trunk down and coldly bid him farewell. From a distance, other students began to whisper upon recognizing Ed Rothstaler. They gossiped about him being disowned by his family and expelled from the dormitory for academic cheating. Watching Ed sit listlessly on the bench surrounded by his belongings, they gloated that the despicable noble deserved his fate, while Ed secretly believed he did not deserve this plight. He clutched his head in despair, mentally screaming that the arrogant Ed Rothstaler everyone spoke of was not truly him. The truth was, he had been transmigrated into a game world directly from his modern room. More specifically, it was the award-winning game, Sylvania's Failed Swordmaster, which happened to be his absolute favorite. He thought bitterly about how other transmigrators usually became powerful protagonists, such as the genius eldest son of a great clan or an SSS rank hunter. Yet, he had woken up in the body of Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain who gets expelled from the dormitory right at the beginning. Ed angrily jumped to his feet, declaring this was utterly unfair, as he had always lived a simple and humble life previously. The nearby group of students heard him and burst into laughter, mocking his audacity and calling him garbage. Faced with the torrent of insults, Ed hunched over and quietly returned to the bench. He let out a deep sigh, a sharp, determined glint flashing in his eyes. Peering into a hand mirror, a status window materialized, revealing Ed Rothstaler's pathetic statistics, the starting point for the worst character's tragic downfall. He analyzed the numbers. Intelligence was far too low for a magic department student, and his strength was even weaker than an average NPC farmer. In his game memories, Ed Rothstaler was merely a fleeting, cowardly villain who appeared early on a character he barely remembered. He suddenly jolted, a horrifying memory of Ed Rothstaler's ultimate fate flooding his mind. He remembered seeing the character in the game's epilogue, reduced to a miserable beggar wandering the streets. He bitterly conceded that this was a logical end for a useless young master, cast out into the world without any survival skills. Standing before the magnificent academy building, he could only sigh wearily at his ironic predicament. Clenching the handle of his suitcase, he questioned why he had been forced to inhabit a character with such a wretched destiny. But then, he stood up with resolute eyes, determined to survive, and refused to accept that tragic outcome. He knew that Sylvania Academy on Akan Island was not merely a school, but an entire self-contained miniature town. To evade the scrutinizing gazes, he walked toward a desolate forest located northeast of the academy grounds. After half a grueling day, he tiredly slumped onto his pile of luggage, having finally found a quiet spot. Closing his eyes, he calmly began to process and organize the entire situation he was facing. He realized that Ed being disowned was the exact starting point of the game's storyline, and fortunately, he had not yet been expelled from the school itself. He knew clearly that simply graduating from the prestigious Sylvania Academy would guarantee him a bright future. Armed with the knowledge from 5 completed playthroughs of the game, he believed he could achieve a life more glorious than his previous existence. His single, clearest goal was now etched into his mind: graduation. However, one critical problem loomed over his determined gaze: the academy's exorbitant tuition fees. Glancing at his status window and its pathetic stats, he concluded that earning a scholarship was virtually impossible. He decided to set aside the tuition problem for now and focus on the most urgent needs for immediate survival. He opened his sole suitcase to inspect the items he had brought with him. Inside, he found only flashy clothes and useless decorative items that offered no stat boosts, but at least he had enough to wear. He realized he needed to find food and shelter for the night, and this forest would have to serve as his temporary refuge. In the desolate forest, Ed Rothstaler found a small measure of comfort upon discovering a nearby stream. He stretched, resolving to construct a shelter for himself to live in for the immediate future. Without hesitation, he channeled his magic, continuously unleashing sharp wind slashes into the dense forest. Thanks to the sorcery, tree trunks crashed down, but Ed also collapsed from sheer exhaustion immediately afterward. He gasped for breath, astonished that he was utterly drained after only a few slashes, and the gnawing hunger intensified further. The agonizing, churning hunger tormented him, driving him into a state of near panic. In his desperation, Ed suddenly recalled his grandfather's stories, who claimed that during times of famine, he used to eat tree bark found on the mountains. Throwing caution aside, he used magic to ignite a fire, determined to eat anything he could find to survive. A piece of bark sizzled over the flames, steaming profusely, and he tried to reassure himself that it looked vaguely like chicken meat. He opened his mouth, preparing to taste his reluctant, makeshift survival meal. With a sliver of hope, Ed cheerfully chewed the piece of bark, which he had dipped into the boiling water in his precious pot. Instantly, a terrible wave of nausea surged up his throat. It was now the third day since he began his life in the wilderness. After 1 day of starvation and 2 days of vomiting, the gaunt, pale-faced Ed silently called out his grandfather's name in sheer agony. He violently threw the bundle of firewood onto the ground, drawing a painful conclusion. Wood should only ever be used as building material. Ed began his work, using all his strength to drive a large support pole into the ground for the shelter's frame. However, trying to hold 4 heavy poles steady simultaneously, with only 2 hands, proved to be an overwhelming challenge. The heavy wooden beams collapsed, crashing down onto Ed in his state of utter helplessness. He gritted his teeth, roaring in frustration and struggling fiercely, refusing to give up. With an extraordinary effort, Ed used a leather rope to tightly bind the wooden beams together, finally forming a sturdy frame. After much effort, Ed collapsed, kneeling before the newly erected tent frame, his stomach rumbling with hunger, knowing the long road ahead. Having no other choice, he threw a pile of clothes onto the ground to create a makeshift bed for the night. Night fell, and the sounds of arduous labor echoed under the full moon, signaling a difficult night of work. Dawn broke with the sound of birdsong, and a new day in the battle for survival began. Ed sighed in relief, looking at his completed leaf-thatched shelter, a small but significant achievement. Suddenly, his eyes widened as an unexpected system notification window appeared before him. The skill panel revealed he was an apprentice craftsman with his crafting skill already at level 4. Stunning Ed as he realized the game's crafting system still existed. He suddenly understood that, despite being a noble, his innate talent for crafting far surpassed his magical abilities. But at that moment, the constant rumbling of his stomach reminded him that crafting skills were needed now more than ever to fill his belly. The system notification confirmed that his crafting skill had increased after he completed a crude, self-made spear. Tormented by hunger for 2 days, Ed erupted in despair, screaming that all he wanted was a decent meal. Despite his exhausted body, he stood in the stream, using his desperation as motivation to continuously spear fish. The desperate desire to eat fish became his sole motivation, as the prey swam tantalizingly before his eyes. With his last ounce of strength, Ed focused his chant, successfully conjuring a flame to prepare his first meal. 2 fish grilled fragrantly over the fire, and he told himself he only needed to survive 1 more week until the academy entrance day. As he prepared to take the first bite of fish, Ed believed that if he could just get through this week, everything would be fine. However, a sudden voice from behind startled him. Ed turned around, looking astonished, suddenly realizing he had been so focused on survival that he had forgotten one vital detail. Standing before him was a beautiful blonde girl who surprisingly called out the name Ed Rothstaler. He was stunned, realizing that the game's main characters were also here, and in a flashback, he recalled never expecting to run into her. In the flashback, Ed remembered the cold voice of a woman in a uniform, demanding that he leave the academy. That person was Princess Pena, who had questioned his very presence. Ed recalled the past sins of the original version of himself. He had tried to use his noble status to harass Ela, the protagonist's childhood friend, and paid the price immediately. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ed had plotted revenge by cheating on the entrance exam to prevent the protagonist from enrolling at Sylvania Academy. However, his actions were discovered by another person who had concealed her identity to participate in the exam. That person was none other than Pena alias Kroll, the 3rd princess of the Kroll Empire. Pena activated her Eyes of Truth, a special ability that allowed her to see through all lies and schemes. Even though Ed vehemently denied the charges after being caught red-handed, Pena's eyes exposed everything. Consequently, he was immediately expelled from the dormitory in disgrace. Back in the present, Pena angrily demanded to know what Ed was doing here, making him secretly think she was the last person he wanted to see right now. She questioned why he hadn't been expelled yet, and Ed explained that he was only kicked out of the dormitory, but remained a student. Ed intended to keep his explanation brief, to avoid trouble, but Pena immediately cut him off, yelling at him to leave, and threatening to speak with the dean to have him expelled immediately. As she listed Ed's crimes, he desperately watched the meal he had struggled to catch after 3 days of starvation burn to a crisp over the fire. Ed frustratingly realized that not only his dinner, but also his entire future was in jeopardy. He knew that given her status, Princess Pena absolutely had the power to get him truly expelled. Unexpectedly, Ed changed his demeanor, stepped forward, and questioned why a member of the royal family was traveling alone without an escorting knight as night approached. With a sharp gaze, he emphasized the abnormality of a princess, venturing alone into this desolate forest. Having hit a nerve, Pena became defensive, a blue aura flaring around her as she warned Ed that he would regret it if he dared to act foolishly. In response to Pena's warning, Ed unexpectedly dropped to one knee. With a confident smile, he placed his hand over his chest and expressed his profound gratitude to her. Suspicious, Pena immediately activated her eyes of truth to verify the words of the man before her. Her ability confirmed that Ed's words were the absolute truth, without a single lie, leaving Pena completely stunned. Ed smirked internally, because his gratitude for escaping his family was entirely genuine. He recalled the sinful past of the Rothstaler family, a powerful noble house that had abused its authority to conduct inhumane experiments. Their fate was the guillotine and imprisonment, a destiny he had fortunately escaped by being disowned. Although he was currently suffering from hunger and cold with burnt grilled fish, Ed found it infinitely better than death. He told himself that he had to genuinely convince Pena in order to survive, because if he failed and was expelled, it would be the end of his life in this world. Returning to reality, Ed analyzed the situation and recognized the anomaly of the princess being here alone. He stood up and offered a sharp deduction. She must be taking the placement test. It was Professor Glast's exam, a test requiring students to find magic orbs hidden throughout the forest. Ed knew this test was notoriously difficult, even for the most talented students. Pena immediately dismissed him, believing Ed was just trying to flatter her and still maintaining his despicable nature. Just as she was threatening to report him to the academy, Ed suddenly interrupted her with a bold declaration. He asserted that without his help, she would never make it into Class A. Ed proposed a deal. If his words proved false, she was free to have him expelled, then pointed the way toward a lake in the southeast. There, on a small island, was Marilda, the guardian spirit tree, the key for her to pass the test. Following Ed's instructions, Pena found a magic orb shining brightly. She held the gift in her hand, her eyes filled with determination, yet still harboring doubt. Pena recalled Ed's pathetic state just 3 days prior, a despicable liar. However, that image was completely contrary to the composed person she had just encountered. Standing beneath the guardian spirit tree, the princess was lost in thought over these contradictions. As time passed, the Academy's placement exam officially came to an end. Professor Glast of the Magic Department requested the students present the marbles they had found. A group of clueless students brought forth items that were completely irrelevant to the requirement. He sternly declared that all those who failed to understand the intent of the examination would be placed in Class F. The professor explained that only those who found the marble containing a low amount of mana would be admitted to Class A, and only 3 students had succeeded. The first person named was Ziggs, a male student with a serious expression. The second was Lortell, a red-haired female student with a confident smile. Professor Glast revealed that the last person had found the marble concealed by the guardian spirit Marilda, and that person was Pena, who was declared the top scorer of the examination. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler was struggling to survive, lamenting his burnt fish and exhaustion. He resigned himself to crafting a makeshift fishing rod, looking displeased with the result. Amidst his difficult life, Ed pondered deeply about the third princess, Pena Elias Kroll. He knew she had grown up in a royal environment full of deceit, honing her sharp intuition. Because of those truth-seeing eyes, Ed was forced to provide genuine information, but this was also the beginning of a more complex plan. In the original story, the proud Princess Pena later earned the nickname the Merciful Princess due to a crushing failure in the placement exam. That failure led to her being placed in Class F and experiencing deep humiliation. Ed Rothstaler realized that if Pena, who heavily influenced the first half of the story, found the golden marble and was placed in Class A, a significant portion of the original plot would completely collapse. Sitting in the forest, Ed mused. If he avoided expulsion, all his knowledge of the game would become useless, putting him in a perilous situation. However, the actual top student of the class was a girl named Lucy May Reel. Ed reassured himself that the future had not changed after all. Meanwhile, Pena, with her eyes capable of discerning the truth, had confirmed Ed's words. She had indeed found the marble, proving that Ed Rothstaler had not lied. She clutched the golden marble tightly, her heart filled with conflict. Princess Pena had originally concealed her identity during the exam because she did not want to receive any special privileges. She yearned to achieve success through her own abilities, so even though she knew the marble was the answer, Pena could not bring herself to take it. She understood that she had not found it herself, and her pride would not allow her to accept it. The title of Merciful Princess she would hold in the future was not based on stats or skills, but on righteous decisions like this, even if it meant hearing others praise Lucy. Ed recalled his plan. He had used the truth to bait the princess, challenging her that without his help, she would never enter Class A. He knew whether he lied or not was irrelevant, as the princess possessed the ability to see through all falsehoods. And although Ed had spoken the truth, believing Pena's pride would lead to her failure, she remained confident that she would prove him wrong by entering Class A on her own merit, only to later vent her frustration on a door. However, the result was that Ed Rothstaler had not lied, and she had failed to enter Class A. Simultaneously, Ed's fishing line had just been cast into the water. Powerless in the situation, the princess could only grind her teeth in fury, declaring that she would keep a close watch on Ed Rothstaler. In the desolate forest, Ed's fishing line suddenly tugged hard. Ed Rothstaler cheered happily, having caught a large fish for his meal. Despite his harsh life, he had to push himself to run every dawn. He shot out like an arrow from his forest refuge to arrive at school on time. His breath was ragged, and sweat poured down the young man's determined face. Finally, Ed arrived, successfully returning to Sylvania Academy. The sight of the prestigious school appeared before him, with petals fluttering in the wind as if in welcome. Inside the magnificent hall, the opening ceremony began with solemn speeches. However, Ed's return was only greeted by contemptuous whispers from the other students. Ignoring them all, he focused only on the stake before him, the spoils of the victor. Ed calmly enjoyed the hearty meal, disregarding the curious stares around him. Another group of female students also recognized him, gossiping about his shameful behavior during the exam but admitting he looked somewhat different. While Ed's sole focus was graduation, others were busy with social relationships. From a distance, Lortell quietly observed Ed, sensing something strange about him. She secretly hoped this new version of him would not cause her any trouble. The opening day at Sylvania Academy marked a turbulent new beginning, but on the very first day of the semester, a major incident occurred. Ed recalled the moment he was summoned to the dean's office. He had stood on the verge of expulsion, his future dim and bleak. Ed hadn't expected Pena to speak with the dean, but the dean's smile suggested things might not be as bad as he thought. Ed Rothstaler sighed in relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped disaster. He told himself to be extremely cautious, determined not to deviate from the game's original storyline. To survive, Ed had trained his survival skills, including basic combat skills, specializing in archery. Additionally, he had to complete the basic magic training required of a magic student, starting with hunting a rabbit in the forest. He realized that the bow was the perfect weapon to combine both his survival skills and his magic. Sitting in the forest with his spoils, Ed planned to enhance his crafting skills so he could infuse magic into arrows, even though he currently possessed no elemental abilities. His train of thought was abruptly cut short by an unusual sensation, causing him to look up sharply, full of vigilance. He was astonished to find a pink-haired girl calmly reading a book on a high tree branch by the stream. The girl was Yenkar Polarover, the second-year top student and a genius spiritmaster. Yenkar's fiery red eyes looked down, gleaming sharply as she recognized Ed's presence. Ed was completely bewildered when Yenkar spoke, saying he was the interesting boy mentioned by someone named Marilda. In the blink of an eye, Yenkar appeared right in front of Ed, cheerfully introducing herself as a second-year student, leaving him stunned by her speed. She smiled playfully, asking if Ed was surprised that she knew so much about him. Yenkar explained that the forest was under the protection of the high spirit, Marilda, and Marilda herself had told her a great deal about Ed. She happily added that Marilda loved to interfere in human affairs, and would certainly pay attention to an uninvited guest like him. Hearing this, Ed broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing he had killed quite a few animals, and cut down a significant number of trees in the forest. Yenkar quickly reassured him that hunting was a part of nature, and the spirit Marilda did not mind it at all. Ed scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that perhaps he shouldn't judge a spirit based on the terrifying appearance of a giant wolf. Yenkar looked at him with curious eyes and a knowing smile, signaling a new relationship was about to begin. Yenkar smiled brightly, asking Ed mischievously. She excitedly boasted that she had something to show him, holding out her glowing hands and revealing that she had just contracted with a lovely spirit. When Yenkar invited him to hold it, Ed realized the thing in her hands was a spirit. Ed thought to himself that if he wanted to get closer to Yenkar, he just needed to play along, but he had other calculations in mind. He flatly refused, confessing that he could not see spirits. Yenkar could not hide her astonishment at Ed's confession. Ed confirmed it, and made the excuse that he had to go find food in order to leave. In his mind, he told himself he had to preserve the original game plot, so that his knowledge wouldn't become useless. This meant he had to stay far away from Yenkar Polarover, a character who played too significant a role in the game. He decisively walked away, leaving Yenkar alone watching his retreating figure. Yenkar tilted her head slightly, her inscrutable gaze following him. Ed was still a little confused, thinking again that one should not judge a terrifying giant wolf merely by its appearance. After Ed disappeared, Yenkar conversed with the spirit Marilda, admitting that Ed was indeed an interesting person. She believed that Ed truly could not see Marilda, and wondered about his real identity. She also felt slightly sulky, annoyed that she had been friendly only to receive indifference from him. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, certain that this would not be the last time they met. Yenkar was confident that she had plenty of time to learn more about the mysterious man. The scene shifted to Ed, who was well aware of the significant distance between his forest shelter and the academy. Therefore, every day he had to run from dawn to make it to class on time, inadvertently turning his commute into a rigorous training exercise that boosted his stats. To secure his scholarship, Ed Rothstaler had to study diligently, using both stone tablets and wooden sticks to take notes in the library. On his way back, he stopped by the stream to wash his only uniform, hoping it would dry in time for the next school day. Returning to his makeshift dwelling, he checked his meager supplies and suspected that something was missing. But more important was the presence of a person he had sensed for a long time. Ed suddenly turned around, questioning the stalker lurking behind the bushes. "How much longer do you plan to follow me?" Caught red-handed, Yenkar Palarover panicked, while Ed snapped that her actions were too obvious. To drive her away, Ed deliberately put on a terrifying expression, growling about his own terrible reputation. Contrary to his expectation, Yenkar calmly replied that those were just other people's rumors. She smiled gently, asserting that she still didn't truly understand him and wanted to find out for herself. This reaction stunned Ed. He inwardly confirmed that this was Yenkar's true nature. In Ed's eyes, Yenkar appeared innocent on the surface, but deep inside lay an incredibly fierce conviction. However, knowing the future, Ed could not accept this approach, especially when the image of her enveloped in dark, demonic energy flashed in his mind. He recalled a terrifying truth. Yenkar Palarover was the final boss of Act 1 the story. Telling himself he had to play the villain to the end, Ed decided to resort to a low blow and asked Yenkar for a favor. Hearing the proposal, Yenkar immediately showed immense joy, her eyes shining brightly with anticipation. Ed began to elaborate on his desperate circumstances after being disowned by his family. Then he bluntly asked to borrow money, causing the smile on Yenkar's face to freeze and shatter like a stone statue. Ed continued to press her, saying that friends should help each other, and asked how much money she had, even though he knew she was a scholarship student. He knew her fatal weakness. Yenkar came from a poor peasant family, and money was the most sensitive issue. Cornered by the question of money, Yenkar could only stammer awkwardly. With a whispered apology, the young girl's inner world shattered into pieces. Ed Rothstaler coldly confirmed in his mind that the plan to eliminate Yenkar Palarover had succeeded. 3 days later, his life in the forest continued. Returning from a hunt, Ed reassured himself that despite a slight pang of guilt, this was the only way to avoid getting involved with the main characters. He told himself to be extremely careful and not deviate from the game's plot. Exhausted upon his return, he pulled back the curtain of leaves covering the entrance to his temporary tent. Utterly spent, Ed collapsed right at the entrance. He was horrified to discover a stranger inside, a character of even greater importance than Yenkar. It was Lucy Mayriel, the Academy's top student, sound asleep in his tent. Stretching with a wide yawn, Lucy woke up, causing Ed further panic as he wondered why she was there. While Ed was worrying about the broken storyline, Lucy complained that the noise was preventing her from sleeping. Just as Ed was about to retort, she cut him off, saying she didn't mean him. She lethargically pointed behind him and stated she was referring to the giant wolf there. A massive surge of blue spiritual energy erupted behind Ed as Lucy explained that it kept talking to him. From within the vortex of energy, the form of a sacred wolf gradually materialized. Lucy began relaying the spirit's words to Ed, who stood frozen amidst the blue light. The full, majestic form of Marilda, the wolf spirit, manifested directly behind Ed. The spirit's request was finally revealed. Save Yenkar in the future. Ed was confused when Lucy pointed into the empty air, asserting that he couldn't see anything. Indeed, the forest surrounding his shelter was completely empty. He thought to himself that this trouble was even worse than Yenkar. Ed couldn't understand why someone like Lucy would choose to sleep in his makeshift tent. As soon as she finished relaying the message, Lucy rolled over and went back to sleep, ignoring Ed's desperate shouts. Suddenly, Ed paused as a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that with her ability to walk on air, Lucy could go anywhere like a stray cat. Whether it was the top of a clock tower or a strange rooftop, no place could stop her from finding a spot to nap. Ed realized that his campsite, located in the secluded northern forest where no one ventured, was not far at all for Lucy, especially since the area offered a cool breeze and the gentle sound of the stream. He bitterly concluded that he had inadvertently created a perfect spot for her to skip class and take a nap. With a darkened expression, Ed blamed himself for this carelessness. The next morning, the sky remained mockingly clear. Ed was determined to do something to resolve the situation. He realized in horror that Lucy could cast multiple high-level spells while flying here half asleep, and the presence of this monster would certainly disrupt the storyline. A system notification appeared, confirming that Ed had successfully crafted a snare trap and his crafting skill had leveled up. Immediately, Lucy sat down next to the trap and innocently asked Ed for some jerky, but he flatly refused her. Completely ignoring him, she snatched the meat and ate it happily, making Ed realize this girl would return many more times. He frantically searched through all his game knowledge, desperately seeking a solution, but bitterly admitted that no guide had ever mentioned how to deal with Lucy. However, Lucy casually mentioned that on her way here, she had encountered some maids from Ophelis Hall looking for Ed. The moment the maids were mentioned, Lucy was suddenly struck with extreme terror. She froze, dropping the half-eaten piece of meat onto the ground. Awkwardly, Lucy claimed she had just remembered an urgent matter and quickly turned to leave. With that, she shot straight into the sky at rocket speed and vanished, leaving Ed alone in astonishment. Ed suddenly recalled a crucial detail about Lucy from the game's character guide that everyone usually skipped. He remembered that Lucy was constantly pursued by the dormitory maids every day and was always trying to escape them. Recognizing her fatal weakness, Ed flashed a triumphant smile, believing he had found a way to handle her. After Lucy left, Ed returned to his work, reassuring himself that her brief appearance wouldn't disrupt his plans. A new event began, the joint combat training session at the Academy's Grand Arena. Ed recalled the rules. These were duels, and for safety, students from the combat department had to use practice weapons. Meanwhile, students from the magic department were restricted to basic elemental spells, and the alchemy department was forbidden from using powerful enhancement items. Essentially, all students would face off one-on-one against randomly drawn opponents, regardless of year or major. Ed recognized the importance of this event, as it gathered all the key characters who significantly influenced the game's storyline. A host of familiar faces appeared, from Princess Pena, Lortell, Ziggs, Yenkar, and Lucy, to an ominous figure named Clevius. But above all, Ed anticipated the appearance of the game's protagonist, Taeli, the failed swordsman. He eagerly awaited Taeli's match, the character he loved. Confident in his foreknowledge of the results, Ed paid little attention to the other matches, believing the ultimate winners would be first-year students like Taeli. However, his train of thought was interrupted when Yenkar Polarover, a second-year student, suddenly appeared and cheerfully greeted him. Ed was secretly annoyed as Yenkar happily showed him the tournament bracket, mentally comparing her friendliness to that of a puppy. He turned away indifferently, but Yenkar curiously asked why he didn't want to know who his opponent was. That question stunned Ed, who suddenly remembered that he himself was a participant in this training session. He realized in panic that, according to the original storyline, the character Ed Rothstaler had been expelled long ago, so he had absolutely no clue who his opponent would be. Looking at the bracket, Ed was speechless. He was set to face none other than Princess Pena. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed throughout the arena, calling the contestants for the next match, Lucy May Real. And when the name Taeli McClure was called, Ed jumped up excitedly, focusing all his attention on the story's protagonist. On the stage, Taeli clenched his fists, promising himself he would fight with all his strength. Ed smiled, deciding that his own match no longer mattered. What he needed to do was focus on Taeli. He recalled the countless times he had played the game, witnessing Taeli's painful failures on the game over screen leading up to the happy endings. The memory of constantly hitting the restart button flooded back, confirming his deep attachment to this journey. Ed knew well that Taeli's journey had been anything but easy. Despite reminding himself to only look out for himself, Ed couldn't suppress his emotions, tearing up as he silently cheered Taeli on. His train of thought was interrupted by the announcer's voice, repeating the call for Lucy May Real, much to the confusion of the crowd. When Lucy was called to the stage, Ed broke into a cold sweat, panicking as he realized she was missing. As it happened, the Academy's top student was sound asleep beneath a spare stage platform. Ed quickly rushed over, pinching Lucy's cheek to wake her up just before the match could be forfeited. He struggled to drag the still groggy girl onto the stage, inwardly screaming that this was the pivotal event meant to inspire Taeli to take up the sword. In the midst of the chaos, Lucy drowsily asked for dried meat, forcing Ed to grit his teeth in sheer frustration. In Ed's memory, the match began with the first-year valedictorian, Lucy May Real, sluggishly making her way to the arena. Her opponent was Taeli McClure. Taeli was destined to become a great swordsman. Despite never having wielded a sword, he miraculously cleaved through Lucy's magic. The sudden neutralization of her attack left Lucy utterly astonished. Seizing the opportunity, Taeli lunged forward, closing the distance instantly. Overwhelmed, Lucy inadvertently unleashed an intermediate magic spell, instantly knocking Taylor out. However, due to the violation, Lucy was disqualified, and Taylor became the first person to defeat her, a scene Ed considered magnificent. Back in reality, Ed held his breath, watching the impending match. The announcer declared the battle had begun. Two figures stood facing each other in the vast arena. Taylor let out a roar and charged straight forward. However, Lucy needed only a single magic strike to generate a terrifying explosion. The match ended swiftly, with Taylor collapsing amidst the wreckage. In the stands, Ed and Yenkar were dumbfounded by the turn of events, which deviated entirely from the original script. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lucy merely yawned indifferently, looking bored. Taylor bitterly grasped the harsh truth. Unarmed, he stood no chance against a mage. His life had always been a series of hardships. A failed student hailing from a remote village, a mediocre individual who had never achieved anything remarkable. While everyone pitied the unrecognized failure, Taylor tightly gripped his gauntlets. He knelt trembling on the arena floor, appearing utterly exhausted and resigned to defeat. Witnessing that desperate situation, Ed Rothstaler merely smiled knowingly, recalling the original scenario. Unexpectedly, Taylor forced himself up, his entire body blazing with fierce fighting spirit, showing no intention of quitting. Ed cheered inwardly, certain that the resilient student could achieve the impossible. That was the moment the never-say-die swordsman charged, capturing the hearts of every student present. He roared his opponent's name, leaving Lucy May Reel stunned by his tenacious fighting spirit. Ed smirked, triumphantly anticipating the moment Lucy would unleash the lightning magic, just as he knew she would. But then, his eyes widened in shock, as the actual events completely diverged from the script. Contrary to his prediction, Lucy May Reel calmly summoned a torrent of green wind elemental magic. She unleashed a fierce attack, the surging magical power hurtling straight toward the charging Taylor. Taylor screamed in horror as the powerful energy completely engulfed him. The magic took the form of a roaring beast, demonstrating overwhelming destructive power. Taylor's body was mercilessly flung high into the air by the magical vortex. The impact shattered the wall in the stands, leaving Ed speechless as he watched. The student's body was deeply embedded in the ruined wall, right before Ed's horrified gaze. Taylor then crashed heavily onto the floor, and Ed realized a terrifying truth. That wasn't lightning magic. Standing in the arena, Lucy coldly ended the match using potent wind magic. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, Lucy May Reel was declared the victor. On the arena floor, Taylor lay defeated and utterly crushed. Ed was stunned, unable to process what had just transpired. Lucy May Reel walked away coldly, leaving Taylor struggling in vain to get back on his feet. The fire in Taylor's eyes had completely died out. The immense power gap was like a lightning bolt striking his very will. Ed realized the situation was rapidly deteriorating, and abandoning Taylor now would be the worst possible choice. He suddenly recalled the Blessing of the Storm, a passive spell gained through a contract with the high-level spirit Marilda. According to the original storyline, Marilda and Lucy were never supposed to meet. Ed was horrified to realize that Lucy staying at his campsite was precisely what allowed her to form the contract and gain such immense power. Just then, Princess Pena Elias Kroll unexpectedly appeared, blocking Ed's path. With a sharp gaze, Pena seemed to be questioning Ed about his actions. Ed looked at Taylor, his heart heavy with the thought that the boy should have won this match to restore his confidence. Pena's eyes flashed with a strange, revealing light. Ed gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting that Taylor's defeat was his fault, the direct result of Ed Rothstaler's presence at Sylvania Academy. Unable to hesitate, Ed loudly called Taylor's name just as the boy was walking away dejectedly. Taylor froze. Ed rushed up to him, yelling that all his efforts would surely be rewarded and that he had nothing to be ashamed of. He roared, urging Taylor to be proud of giving his all, claiming the loss was merely due to bad luck in the pairing. Ed poured all his energy into his shout, imploring Taylor not to despair over such a trivial matter, knowing that if the protagonist crumbled, his own life at the academy would become a living hell. The narrative shifted to Pena's ability, which originated when Emperor Kroll first recognized her divine blessing, the power to perceive deceit. Pena's eyes of insight were not a gift, but a weapon forged by a life within the palace, rife with schemes and malice. She had to personally train her ability to discern falsehoods just to survive within that dark abyss. Consequently, Princess Pena always placed absolute faith in her own unique power. She could pierce through false smiles and recognize the rotting darkness hidden behind the respectful gazes within the palace. Yet, when confronted by a young man who sincerely expressed the honor of fighting her, she found herself unable to look him straight in the eye. Returning to the present, Pena met Ed's challenge with a similar, resolute determination. Meanwhile, the crowd began to murmur, concluding that Ed was merely a hypocrite, feigning kindness to mock the very person he once tormented. Pena silently agreed with them, as in her memories, those rumors were entirely accurate. She recalled the image of Ed Rothstaler, a contemptible figure who had used his status to humiliate younger students. He had even attempted to interfere with the entrance exam and was caught red-handed, an arrogant and terrible individual. But then Pena questioned whether that truly defined the person Ed was now. She suddenly recalled the moment he had rushed after Taylor just minutes earlier. His desperate expression and sincere shout at that moment bore no resemblance to mockery. Pena realized Ed's concern was genuine, just as the referee declared the official start of the duel. However, another student, Pena's original opponent, spoke up, calling Ed a mere distraction. Suddenly, a silver-haired female student appeared, channeling a powerful surge of water magic and declaring she would end the match immediately. The girl focused her energy, generating a massive sphere of water, ready to unleash her initial strike. A colossal pillar of water erupted, launching Ed into the air, while the silver-haired girl internally analyzed her opponent. She was determined to use this battle to purge the distracting thoughts plaguing her mind, wondering how Ed would manage to defend against her assault. Princess Pena believed that after this intense battle, she would finally be able to discern Ed's mysterious motives. Yet, her attack struck Ed with shocking and unexpected ease. Pena was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Ed collapsed onto the arena floor after a single blow. Lying on the ground, he nonchalantly conceded defeat. Pena screamed in utter shock, unable to believe her eyes. She suddenly realized that Ed had seen the trajectory of her attack, but had intentionally chosen not to evade it. From the stands, the crowd jeered, mocking Ed for a defeat even more pathetic than Taylor's. Ed stood up, bowed, and thanked Pena for the match, further confusing her with his bizarre conduct. A realization flashed through Pena's mind as she observed him more closely. She realized that since stepping onto the arena, Ed had not once met her gaze directly. As Pena's victory was announced, she was aghast, concluding that he had never intended to engage in combat at all. Meanwhile, Ed hastily departed, his mind fixed on one goal, acting in a way that would not disrupt the main storyline, especially when dealing with a crucial character like Princess Pena, because the person even more important than her was Taylor, the true protagonist of this world. Realizing Taylor had vanished, Ed frantically scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Pena's voice rang out, calling his name from behind him. Ed turned and saw the princess panting at the end of the hall, and he felt a sudden pang of worry seeing her alone without her guards. Pena angrily grabbed Ed, brushing aside his casual attempts at explanation. She yelled at him, asserting that he never intended to fight her seriously, and only wanted to escape the arena as quickly as possible. In her outburst, Pena vented all her burdens: the massive workload, the merchant Lortell, the demanding Professor Glast, and the academy staff. She screamed in frustration, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of things she had to worry about. Directing her fury at Ed, she demanded to know who he was to dare distract her, leaving Ed stunned as he realized the true complexity of the princess's life. Ed gently placed a hand on Pena's shoulder and softly addressed her. He advised her to calm down and take a deep breath, telling her there was no need for such agitation. Following Ed's instruction, Pena attempted to inhale deeply. She then slowly exhaled, striving to regain her composure. After a moment of silence, Pena awkwardly pleaded with Ed to forget everything that had just happened. Her face flushed crimson with shame, leaving Ed only able to offer an awkward agreement. Ed hastily asked if he was free to leave, but Pena admitted that jumping to conclusions was a terrible habit of hers. She chastised herself for constantly trying to uncover others' true motives, a habit formed by palace life while Ed merely wanted to find Taylor. Deciding to stop beating around the bush, Pena's eyes flashed with a sharp light of insight. She bluntly accused Ed of intentionally allowing his family to disown him because he was aware of the dark secrets of the Rothstaler house. Pena pointed, asserting that Ed had only bullied Taylor to manufacture a justifiable reason for his own expulsion. Ed was stunned by her sharp deduction, secretly admitting that while half of it was incorrect, the dark truth about the Rothstaler family did indeed exist. He immediately denied everything, claiming ignorance and stating that it was a matter she would have to investigate herself in the distant future. Pena roared, exposing the contradiction of Ed, cheering on the very person he was supposedly trying to get expelled, asserting that he never held genuine malice toward Taylor. Ed fabricated a ridiculous excuse, claiming he was merely teasing Taylor to improve his image, but Pena brushed it aside and demanded he look her in the eye while lying, activating her eyes of clairvoyance. Even as his nose metaphorically grew like Pinocchio's, Ed stubbornly insisted on the truth of his words, which the system immediately flagged as a lie. Despite the system exposing his falsehood, Ed stubbornly maintained his claim. Pena angrily stomped her foot, yet Ed inwardly noted that she lacked concrete proof. Pena's fury reached a boiling point, making her seem to breathe fire. Ed continued to swear his innocence, his internal thoughts consumed by the struggle of being unable to deviate from the established plotline. Pena eventually cooled down, letting out a sigh as she conceded that without proof, she could not refute his claims. After a brief silence, Pena coldly granted Ed permission to leave, leaving him stunned by her sudden shift in demeanor. She gestured toward the door, noting that since he had been staring intently at it, he must be in a great rush. Ed turned to leave, offering a polite thank you just as the door began to creak open. However, he paused right at the threshold, his hand still gripping the door, realizing he had never witnessed Princess Pena behave in such a manner. Ed recalled Pena's influence within the game, remembering figures like Lortell and Professor Glast, various staff members, and the moments when she was under extreme stress. He glanced back at Pena's solitary figure and realized his presence had been the final straw. Yet he felt powerless to do more. Unexpectedly, Ed broke the silence, stating that his own burdens paled in comparison to what the princess was forced to carry, leaving Pena utterly astonished. He regarded her with empathy, remarking that she looked exhausted and suggesting she should relax instead of constantly worrying about matters of state. Ed reminded her that this was Sylvania Academy, not the harsh imperial palace, and his words resonated deeply within Pena's mind. Though she had spent her entire life seeing through the falsehoods of others, Pena was stunned for the first time to find someone who could see through her own carefully constructed facade. Beneath the twilight sky, heavy panting echoed as someone sprinted at full speed. Ed rushed off in a panic, worried that he had wasted too much time. If Taylor gave up now, everything would be over. He sprinted down the corridor, calling out for Taylor, who was found slumped on the steps beside his wooden sword. Just as Ed stopped, unsure of what to say, Taylor screamed, ordering him to stay away. Abruptly, a girl darted out, positioning herself between the two of them, causing Ed to recognize her identity with surprise. With tear-filled eyes, Ela Triss, the story's heroine, screamed, demanding that Ed Rothstaler cease bullying Taylor immediately. A young girl spread her arms defensively, angrily shouting at a blonde man that he had done enough bullying. Just then, a dark-haired young man stepped forward, coldly remarking that the other person was still attending the academy. The blonde student was stunned, thinking to himself that his opponent had fully recovered. The dark-haired young man looked straight at his opponent, recognizing the fighting spirit and indomitable will in Ed Rothstaler's eyes. He recalled that while he was sparring with the princess, his childhood friend and greatest supporter, Ela Triss, certainly hadn't hesitated to rush to his aid. The memory flooded back of Ela, comforting an exhausted Taylor, encouraging him not to give up and to keep trying. Back in the present, Taylor, with Ela standing beside him, questioned Ed about his intentions, while Ed thought to himself that as long as Ela was there, Taylor would get back up no matter how many times he fell. Ed remained silent, sweat beading on his forehead at their persistence. Against the backdrop of the sunset, Taylor admitted that Ed's swordsmanship talent was impressive, but directly asked about his true intentions. Ed recalled the countless times he had played the game as Taylor, enduring every hardship alongside the character. He turned his back, telling himself that he should be more honest with himself. Ed felt tormented, because he had once looked down on Taylor, assuming the game's protagonist would overcome all hellish suffering on his own. He admitted that, just recently, he had felt a sense of relief. Ed smiled, not because the story was back on track, but because Taylor, the person he had spent so much time with, was okay, and that was enough for him. As Ed walked away, Taylor and another blonde girl watched him with expressions of disgust, wondering why he was acting so cool. Ed paid them no mind, striding decisively toward a large door. The door burst open with a loud explosion, and Ed turned back with sharp eyes. A massive column of fire erupted from the hall, causing Ed to look up and wonder if the time had come. A brilliant blue magic circle lit up as the duel commenced. Lortell charged forward, unleashing a massive, icy vortex toward her opponent. This was the decisive battle between Lortell, the Golden Daughter, and the wall of ice began to show cracks, signaling its imminent collapse. From within, a blazing beast roared, shattering the layer of ice. And Yenkar, the elementalist, who was smiling confidently. From a distance, Ed Rothstaler noticed things were slightly different from the plan, but Taylor and Ela were also witnessing everything. Ed silently told Taylor to watch closely, as this was one of the trials he would have to overcome. Undaunted, Lortell strained herself, channeling magic from both hands. In response, a giant fire dragon summoned by Yenkar spewed forth a destructive column of flame. The final boss of the first act was none other than Yenkar Palarover. Following her victory, other students surrounded Yenkar, hailing her as the only second year to defeat a first year. She smiled happily and thanked everyone for their congratulations. Suddenly, a shout rang out demanding everyone make way for the patient, causing Yenkar's smile to instantly vanish. She stared in shock at Lortell, who was unconscious and injured, being urgently carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. Amidst the silence, a voice rang out, calling Yenkar the pride of the second-year class, leaving her speechless. Because Taylor had lost to Lucy, contrary to the original events, Yenkar became the center of attention for upholding the honor of the upperclassmen. Standing in a hidden corner, Ed quietly folded his jacket, thinking that Yenkar would now have even more friends surrounding her. He figured that was probably for the best, then turned and walked away, knowing he wouldn't see her at his camp anytime soon anyway. 2 weeks had passed since the joint training session, and Ed reminded himself that getting involved in the main character's storylines only complicated things further. Ed told himself that by staying away from the protagonists, he had been able to focus on survival and securing enough food with his fish trap. He felt his body had become more toned, corresponding to his recently increased strength stat. However, Ed knew he couldn't become complacent, as the goal was to raise all his stats to level 10. Suddenly, Yenkar Polarover appeared, blushing in confusion when she saw him. She stammered, asking if Ed had a habit of walking around half-naked, forcing him to explain that he had just finished swimming and that she was the one who had appeared abruptly. Yenkar explained that she came here because the place resembled a secret base, giving her a sense of adventure. Then she confessed her true purpose. She wanted to talk and ask him for advice. Ed couldn't help but be surprised, wondering why, out of everyone at the academy, she had sought him out. Yenkar began talking about the joint combat training session last month, an event Ed had left early. In a flashback, the image of a severely injured Lortell appeared as Yenkar confessed that she had hurt her opponent. Ed thought to himself that even though Lortell had broken the rules by using intermediate magic first, that wouldn't soothe the guilt of a kind person like Yenkar. Yenkar sadly said that the doubts about whether she had gone too far kept tormenting her, causing her to lose sleep nightly. She was unsure whether she should apologize, as her friends always stopped her, insisting that Lortell was the one who was wrong first. Ed looked straight at her and decisively advised her to do it if she believed it was the right thing to do. Yenkar was stunned by the straightforward answer, while Ed contemplated her position. A second-year student who was always loved and cherished by everyone. He imagined that whenever she blamed herself, her friends would immediately surround her to comfort and defend her. But Ed understood that, deep down, Yenkar knew that support couldn't erase her own responsibility. He believed that was why she sought him out. And just then, Yenkar admitted she knew he was different. Feeling relieved, Yenkar stretched and said that he never blindly took her side unconditionally. Ed teased her about her earlier confusion, causing Yenkar to quickly wave her hands in an embarrassed attempt to clarify. Yenkar secretly thought that Ed's demeanor didn't bother her at all, as he was completely different from the previous year. Although he always appeared cheerful, she realized Ed was deliberately keeping his distance, and even when asking to borrow money, he never seemed desperate. Seeing Ed's actions now, Yenkar felt a sense of relief. She smiled peacefully, wishing that everyone in the world was like Ed. Night fell, and the chirping of insects echoed among the bushes sparkling with fireflies. The next day, at a magnificent academy building, hasty footsteps strode across the luxurious red carpet. Ed Rothstaler walked, sweating profusely, secretly thinking that he was in deep trouble. He recalled the game world of Sylvania's failed Swordmaster, a masterpiece that very few players, especially newcomers, could reach the true ending of. For example, if a player saved a girl from goblins, they would discover the secret of the Golden Daughter. This led to bad ending #3, Taylor being assassinated after being kidnapped by a shadow figure. Or, if the player chose to accompany the Golden Daughter instead of his childhood friend Ela, they would encounter bad ending #7, Ela dying from falling off a cliff. And if the player protected the Golden Daughter from Takon, the fire spirit summoned by Yenkar, bad ending #3 would occur, Taylor being burned to death. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ed's thoughts, asking if he was listening. Ed was annoyed, telling himself he had to stay far away from this girl. Lortell blocked Ed's path, asking how long he intended to ignore her, while Ed shivered and secretly confirmed that was exactly his intention. Lortell, one of the 4 heroines and the only daughter of business magnate Elta Caheland, smiled down at Ed. She called him by his full name, Ed Rothstaler, and offered to purchase 2 hours of the newbie shredder's time. Ed continued his internal monologue, recalling that unlike the other heroines, Lortell Caheland's storyline was a hidden route. Unlike Pena, Lortell was treated as a villain from the start, and her true nature was only revealed in the latter half of the game. Just as the player understood Lortell's pain and struggles, They would be forced to choose between her and Pena. But Ed was pulled back to reality by Lortell's voice. Ed told himself he couldn't be swayed by Lortell's words, fearing he would be manipulated, and hastily turned his back to walk away. Lortell quickly followed, sweetly offering her help, prompting Ed to coldly demand that she stop speaking cliches. Undeterred, Lortell took a step forward, decisively blocking Ed's path. She continued to flatter him, expressing admiration for Ed's will to study despite his difficult circumstances. Ed looked skeptical, mentioning the unsavory rumors about Lortell, but she merely chuckled and suggested he listen to her proposal. Lortell held out 3 gold coins, her eyes sharp, and stated that she had heard Ed was very close to Yenkar recently. Ed was stunned when Lortell bluntly proposed that he help her befriend Yenkar. He secretly thought that 3 gold coins were a fortune, equivalent to a month's salary for a diligent worker. Ed leaned close to Lortell's face, wondering why a golden daughter had to use money to buy relationships. Lortell didn't answer, but gently slipped the coins into Ed's pocket and said that she knew one thing for certain. As the coins clinked into his pocket, she continued, saying that the more people on her side, the better. Ed's eyes flashed with astonishment. He realized Lortell had a premonition about future events. He understood. Lortell knew she would have to confront Princess Pena for power, and she was building alliances right now. Recognizing the opportunity, Ed smirked meaningfully. He held out his hand, decisively suggesting a handshake to confirm the agreement. Lortell reached out her hand in return, secretly thinking about those who grew up in prosperity. As their hands clasped, she continued to muse that such people were easily broken after just one moment of misfortune. She believed the most effective weapon against those driven to desperation was simply a coin. In her mind, images appeared of those willing to sell their families, their pride, and themselves just for money. Lortell concluded that manipulating a desperate person was incredibly easy, but then she left the thought unfinished with an unfortunate word. In Lortell's mind, the plan to use money to bribe Ed had failed. However, instead of getting angry, she turned away with a smile full of interest. Ed strode away, leaving Lortell waving goodbye from the academy's main gate. He gritted his teeth in endurance, secretly thinking that his life would have been much better if he had accepted the money. However, the horror of the unpredictable variables that would arise if the newbie shredder teamed up with Yenkar forced him to stay away from anything that could alter the main storyline. That night, Lortell Cahelland did not feel insulted by Ed's refusal. In the hallway, she unexpectedly ran into Yenkar. Lortell greeted her naturally, while Yenkar commented that she looked unusual with her hair down. In fact, being rejected by Ed only fueled Lortell's desire, making her determined to bring Yenkar Palarover to her side. She began her new plan by recalling the practice match, admitting that she had broken the rules by using intermediate magic. Lortell offered an apology, but secretly thought it was just a test to gauge the strength of the top second-year student. Yenkar glanced at the unhealed wounds on Lortell, recognizing the price she had paid. Lortell reassured her that the wounds would heal soon, calculating internally that she could exploit Yenkar's compassion to influence her more easily. Suddenly, Yenkar spoke up, guessing that Lortell's conversation with Ed hadn't gone well, leaving Lortell stunned. Yenkar smiled meaningfully, explaining that although she tried to respect their privacy, many of the spirits she communicated with were extremely fond of chatting. Those spirits told her nearly everything that happened near the northern forest. Lortell's eyes widened in shock as she realized Yenkar knew everything. The memory of the moment she offered Ed the gold coins to help her befriend Yenkar flashed through her mind. Yenkar took a step closer to the flustered Lortell, repeating Ed's refusal that sincerity could not be bought with money. In Yenkar's mind, the image of Ed Rothstaler reaching out his hand appeared. She concluded that Ed's actions, though also involving money, were far more touching than Lortell's. Yenkar bashfully admitted she might have been too arrogant, while Lortell silently realized she needed to completely reevaluate this person. Before leaving, Yenkar stated that she needed to try harder to prepare for her pact with the High Spirit, further confirming Lortell's belief that she had misjudged her. Yenkar paused at the door, called Lortell's name, and Lortell understood that her opponent was not as naive as she had once thought. The pink-haired girl sincerely apologized for severely injuring Lortell during their match. With a meaningful smile, Yenkar wished Lortell a speedy recovery, a gesture Lortell interpreted as coming from someone who understood the darkness of the world. The door closed, leaving Lortell alone in the silent hallway. Lortell let out a soft groan, admitting internally that Yenkar was indeed a formidable opponent. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Yenkar's recent demeanor. In her room, Yenkar looked at her nameplate, telling herself she had to try her best. Sitting alone in the darkness, she reassured herself that having everyone place such high expectations on her was ultimately a good thing. The scene shifted to a fresh morning, where freshly washed clothes hung drying on a line. A mysterious person with white hair was sniffing the air, muttering that they smelled something. A massive explosion erupted, blowing away all the clothes Ed had hung out, causing him to scream in anger. With his shirt draped over his head, Ed cautiously looked around, loudly demanding to know who was there. Standing before him was Belle Maya, the head maid of Ophila's dormitory. Ed was stunned, realizing this was the very maid who had expelled him from the dormitory. While Ed was still flustered, Belle Maya glanced at his makeshift campsite and said she knew he lived there, because Yenkar frequently mentioned it. Her gaze settled on his pile of wooden spears, and she bluntly remarked that she hadn't expected him to be living in such pathetic circumstances. Ed Rothstaler was confused by Belle Maya's comment, awkwardly wondering how this change in attitude benefited him. He secretly thought it was hard to focus on the head maid's words when his eyes kept being drawn to the basket in her hand. In Ed's mind, the Ophilas dormitory maid corps appeared as an elite force, flawlessly executing every domestic task. He believed the basket Belle carried must be filled with precious ingredients, a testament to her master-level foraging knowledge. Recalling the in-game events that might affect Belle, Ed swallowed hard and suggested she didn't need to be overly formal with him. When Ed suggested she could treat him poorly as she had before, Belle Maya flatly refused. The headmaid's golden eyes flashed sharply. Ed smiled, saying he couldn't treat someone who always worked so hard poorly, while simultaneously realizing Belle didn't have a dedicated event arc in the game. Recognizing this as an opportunity for supporting characters to connect, Ed cheerfully asked about the basket in her hand. Following their conversation, Belle Maya pointed out all the edible fruits, mushrooms, and herbs in the forest to Ed. Thanks to this new knowledge, Ed was able to supplement his diet with fish and meat, making his self-sufficient life more abundant. He placed the sacred chalice on a small pile of kindling and prepared to use magic to start a fire. With a brief command, flames erupted from the chalice, transforming it into a convenient cooking hearth. Ed proudly realized that continuously using the two basic spells, Ignition Magic and Wind Slash, had helped him raise them to level 10. He used these skills to chop wood and cook, even successfully brewing a herbal tea from the leaves Belle had shown him. Ed took a sip of hot tea from the sacred chalice, enjoying the fruits of his labor. He relaxed, watching the sunset, realizing he had finished all his daily chores before the sun had even fully set. A satisfied smile appeared on Ed's lips as he admitted he was starting to genuinely enjoy this life. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the night sky, shattering his peace. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion occurred in the distance, marking an abrupt end to Ed's moment of relaxation. Ed was thrown high into the air by a tremendous shockwave. A massive column of white smoke rose from the ground, evidence of the explosion's destructive power. Amidst the wreckage, Ed coughed violently, bewilderedly wondering what the hell had just happened. He painfully watched as his precious shelter was now nothing more than a pile of splintered wood. Smoke and dust still hung thick in the air, obscuring his vision. From within the smoke, a white-haired girl emerged, whispering that she had almost died, and Ed was astonished to realize it was Lucy. Ed approached, unable to believe the world's strongest mage was claiming she had almost been killed by someone. Seeing Lucy trembling with fear, Ed thought back to Belle Maya, whom he considered a kind person. He recalled the moment Belle Maya became terrifying just because he skipped class, and guessed she must be worried about someone. Lucy sighed in relief and explained that, startled by Belle Maya, she had unconsciously used a teleportation spell to escape. They both looked down at the deep crater created by the magic, and Lucy commented that it looked painful. Fury erupted in Ed as he thought of Belle Maya and his lost dried meat, and he gritted his teeth, demanding to know about them from Lucy. He used a branch to hit Lucy on the head, simultaneously scolding her for blowing everything up and wondering what she had endured. When Lucy cried out in pain, Ed was stunned to realize her magic shield had not been activated. Lucy was equally confused, weakly admitting that she had completely run out of mana. The girl looked up at Ed with surprise and a hint of fear at his silence. Ed flashed a sinister grin, declaring he would make her pay for destroying his shelter. Far away on the hill, the sounds of beating and crying echoed, as Ed retaliated on behalf of the benevolent Belle Maya. After venting his anger, Ed decided he needed a sturdier home, built from quality wood. He headed to the library, determined to study architectural blueprints and material preparation methods to rebuild his life. A voice echoed, announcing that it was time for the library to close. Elka Islan, another student, spotted Ed Rothstaler diligently studying among the stacks and commented on his hard work. The girl smiled, introducing herself as Elka Islan, a first-year magic student, and said that seeing someone so focused had inspired her. Ed noticed Elka's eager expression, realizing she was waiting for him to introduce himself as well. He replied curtly, stating only his name, Ed. Upon hearing the full name, Ed Rothstaler, Elka froze in shock, while Ed bitterly acknowledged that his notoriety had not faded. However, Elka quickly composed herself and stated that Ed was completely different from the rumors. She pointed out that he had finished reading incomprehensible elemental magic books in just a few days, having even completed 6 thick volumes today alone. Elka continued, mentioning that she had heard rumors Ed was just a boastful person with no real talent. With a bright smile, she concluded that the rumors were indeed unreliable. Elka explained that she also knew someone as diligent as Ed, and in her mind, the image of a hero stepping forward appeared. She told Ed that she would cheer him on, and he simply offered a quiet thank you. Elka cheerfully waved goodbye, wishing Ed a safe return, while he planned to pack up his belongings and head back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a powerful tremor interrupted Ed's thoughts, and he frantically wondered what was happening. The entire library shook violently, causing both Ed and Elka to stumble and lose their balance. Elka flinched upon hearing a loud noise overhead. A cascade of books from the high shelves rained down onto where she stood. Outside, a massive pillar of purple magical energy shot straight into the sky from the academy grounds, signaling that a major event had begun. At a temporary guard post in front of the dormitory at 11:30, aggressive blue monsters had appeared, while several students had reached safety thanks to Talim Chlor's help. 2 hours after the sudden disaster, a student in a red cloak stood watching the magical light pillar, recognizing it as something they had read about in books on spirit summoning. The forming magic circle was intended to summon Glasscon, the ultimate dark spirit. Standing among the students, Pena Prague realized this was terrible news, as only one person possessed the capability to do this. She concluded that their enemy was the top second-year student, Yenkar Polarover, who had lost control of her power. Amidst the tense silence, the elite students gathered outside the campus grounds. Talim McClure assessed that the erected barrier was only meant to buy time. He loudly declared that they needed to break inside before Glasscan was fully summoned and caused further casualties. Meanwhile, Royal Guard Captain Claire and alchemy student Elvira Aniston realized they had to solve the problem themselves since the headmaster was absent. Taylor tried to convince everyone that if they all worked together, they could certainly confront a high-tier spirit. However, Clevius Nortondale vehemently objected, trembling. He pointed out that they would have to overcome countless mid-tier spirit beasts before they could break into the building and defeat Yenkar. He added that that wasn't all. 2 other high-tier spirits, Takon of the fire element and Velospur of the dark element, had also appeared in a state of frenzy. Terrified by the prospect, Clevius screamed that this was suicide, and he refused to participate. Elvira Aniston was also skeptical, wondering if Yenkar alone truly had the power to summon multiple spirits and glasscans simultaneously. The student in the red cloak explained that most of this power likely came from Velospur, with Yenkar merely serving as a host. She further explained that dark spirits are the natural enemies of elementalists, acting like demons, constantly seeking to possess and control them. The confusing issue was how Velospur managed to possess Yenkar, who was considered a master of spirit summoning magic. Another student, wearing a fur-collared coat, interrupted, arguing that the possession wasn't as important as deciding what to do now. He presented 2 options: wait for the professors to arrive tomorrow morning, or act themselves, and the only person who could make that decision was Princess Pena. Faced with the heavy responsibility, Pena swallowed hard, sweat dripping down her stressed face. Under the gaze of the elite students, Princess Pena stood before the burden of a life-or-death decision. In a moment of stillness, she suddenly recalled the words of a certain young man. The image of Ed Rothstaler appeared in her mind, along with his comforting words that his burdens could not compare to the pressure she was enduring. If only I could be more at ease, Pena thought to herself before loudly declaring that the plan would begin in 1 hour. She ordered that only those with proven capabilities, including herself, Knight Claire, and the most outstanding students, would participate in the operation. With a determined expression and her arms crossed over her chest, Pena affirmed that she would take full responsibility for all consequences. Suddenly, a frantic student ran up to report that they had determined the number of people remaining in the lecture halls. The student brought bad news. Both the Audrey building and the magical potion storage were under siege, meaning they could not count on reinforcements. Pena desperately realized that they were truly the only force capable of acting right now. Just then, a bespectacled person with purple hair interjected, insisting that there were still people in the library, an apprentice librarian friend and a second-year student. When the person shouted the name Elka Islan, the brown-haired young man with the fur-collared coat froze in shock. He grabbed the messenger, questioning them in shock, and was confirmed that Elka was trapped. Furious, he turned away, declaring that he must immediately go rescue Elka because she was defenseless. The black-haired strategist immediately stopped him, calling him Ziggs and advising him to calm down. Pena and the girl in the red cloak also intervened, stressing that Ziggs was the strongest among them and could not leave for the sake of the entire plan's safety. Torn between reason and emotion, Ziggs ground his teeth in frustration when reminded that there was another second-year student present. Pena turned to the messenger, pressing for the identity of the remaining person, but the messenger only trembled and sobbed. Losing all patience, Ziggs grabbed and shook the person violently, roaring for them to reveal the hidden truth. In extreme fear, tears streaming down their face, the apprentice librarian stammered. Finally, the name screamed out in desperation was Ed Rothstaler, and the image of a demon appeared in everyone's minds. In a panic, the apprentice librarian tearfully confessed that she had left Elka alone with that hateful guy out of annoyance. She explained that even knowing how terrible Ed Rothstaler's reputation was, Elka didn't care about the rumors. The other students were stunned to learn that Elka was trapped alone with someone of such ill repute. Seeing Ziggs about to act recklessly, Pena frantically called his name. The princess rushed forward, spreading her arms to try and block Ziggs's path. After a moment of tense silence, a tearful Pena made a proposal. She asked if everyone could try to trust Ed Rothstaler, just as a massive pillar of magical light erupted from the direction of the library. Pena's suggestion left Claire and the other students speechless, unable to believe what they were hearing. Even the calm student in the red cloak was stunned by the princess's decision. Ziggs didn't say a word, his face shrouded in shadow, only his blazing red eyes reflecting his fury. A loud explosion rang out as Ziggs unleashed his energy, throwing Pena and the librarian aside before he charged away. He roared a threat that he would spare no one who dared touch a single hair on Elka's head as he faced the pack of spirit beasts. With terrifying speed, Ziggs sliced through and destroyed the monsters, blocking his path. He screamed in utter rage, declaring that he would chop Ed Rothstaler into pieces. The scene abruptly shifted to a wilderness, where a hand traced tracks on the ground, identifying the recent passage of prey. Hidden in the tall grass, a pair of sharp green eyes watched the target. The tracker whispered as he locked onto his prey, a massive moose-like creature. In the northern grasslands of the Empire, a savage, lawless land, a curved blade arced into the air. The moose startled, sensing the deadly danger drawing near. From above, the mysterious hunter descended like a phantom, ready to finish off the prey in a world where only vigilance ensured survival. The flashback began, revealing Ziggs as a descendant of the nomads who wandered this land. Since he was old enough to fend for himself, he had always been alone, dragging his hunted prey without knowing why he had been abandoned. Before learning to read or trade, Ziggs learned how to kill to survive, bringing his spoils into town under the fearful gaze of the villagers. Malicious whispers surrounded him that he was a savage, even a cannibal, turning his life into that of a wild beast. Amidst that alienation, a voice suddenly rang out asking his name, causing Ziggs to look up warily. Standing before him was Elka Islan, a young girl with a radiant smile, showing no fear whatsoever. After a moment of hesitation, the wild boy spoke his name for the first time, Ziggs. Elka cheerfully replied that he looked like a wolf, walking on two legs, an innocent remark that changed his entire life. In that moment, Ziggs realized how long he had been wandering the plains. He had survived on animal carcasses and slept under the stars, like a wolf cub rejected by its pack. Tears streamed down his dirt-stained face. For the first time, Ziggs felt just how lonely his life had been. But then Elka's father welcomed him into their family, and that was the day Ziggs truly understood the meaning of loneliness, when he found someone he wanted to protect. Gradually, he became accustomed to civilized life, from warm bowls of soup to watching Elka summon a plant spirit. Elka personally cut Ziggs' long hair, transforming him from a wolf cub into a real person. Returning to the present, Ziggs faced the pack of spirit beasts, determined that in order to protect Elka, he would unleash his power, charging into the enemy like a storm. With a face contorted by anger, Ziggs roared, ready to revert to a beast if necessary. In his mind, the image of Ed Rothstaler appeared as a wicked villain, whose malicious rumors had been deeply etched into his heart. Driven by rage, Ziggs sprinted wildly through the corridor, the ground cracking beneath his every step. Finally, he stopped, panting, and roared the name, Ed Rothstaler, facing a wounded and utterly bewildered Ed. Ziggs grabbed Ed Rothstaler by the collar, roaring demands to know Elka's location. Hearing the location was reading room number 3, Ziggs immediately charged away, leaving the shoved Ed behind. He slammed the door open, his heart burning as he called Elka's name. However, the sight before him was Elka, peacefully asleep on a desk. Relieved of the burden, Ziggs clenched his fist, silently thanking the heavens. He gasped in relief, his rage dissolving. replaced only by the reassurance that the most important person was safe. Once he calmed down, Ziggs began to observe the room more closely and noticed strange things. Giant bookshelves had been moved by someone, forming a solid fortress surrounding Elka. The curtains were also tightly drawn, a precaution to avoid the attention of the rampaging spirits outside. He noticed a complex magic circle on the floor, which had been activated by someone. It was a message written in magic, instructing Elka to stay safe, not to act recklessly, and to wait until everything was over. Surveying the room, Ziggs understood that someone had calculated everything to protect Elka. Suddenly, he spotted bloodstains on the coat draped over Elka, but quickly determined it was not her blood. A trail of blood stretched from where Elka lay all the way to the door, the trace of her protector. In Ziggs's mind, the image of the heavily injured Ed Rothstaler appeared someone who, despite his wounds, had used his body as a final shield. He couldn't believe that person was Ed Rothstaler, and the question of why drilled deep into his mind. Flashing back in time, Ed looked at the chaotic situation with exhaustion, silently thinking it was a waste. 3 hours earlier, a violent tremor had shaken the entire library. A figure from outside smashed through the window amidst the blizzard. It was Ed, carrying the unconscious Elka over his shoulder, secretly glad his body was strong enough to endure, even though the situation was spiraling beyond expectation. Ed Rothstaler looked at the gigantic summoning circle in the sky, muttering that the glass can subjugation campaign had definitely begun. He drew the curtains, telling himself that Taylor would handle everything, and that he needed to stay far away from where the important characters gathered. With a determined expression and streaks of blood on his cheek, Ed affirmed that he must avoid altering the future. He used a cabinet to block the door, planning to take advantage of the opportunity presented by the enraged, low-level spirits flooding the academy to reinforce his shelter. Just as he was about to settle down to eat dried meat and study overnight, Ed suddenly froze as a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the special ability of Yenkar Palarover, who possessed a high degree of spiritual understanding and resonance. However, Ed realized that the ability to see spirits was a latent power that needed to be unlocked, making it nearly impossible for him to raise his spirit stats. Nevertheless, the situation changed when Yenkar materialized countless spirits, which roared fiercely everywhere. A green energy orb lit up in Ed's hand as he realized this was a golden opportunity to grind experience. Ed smiled with determination, magical energy exploding around him as he silently thanked Yenkar. After the battle, although his spirit stats had increased, Ed looked exhausted and regretted being just one level short. Standing breathless in the hallway, Ed watched Ziggs carry Elka Islan past him and reassured himself that he had done his best, only to be suddenly questioned by Ziggs. Ed panicked, wondering if Ziggs had seen his injuries and couldn't bring himself to leave him alone. He decided to tell the truth that he was training, which only made Ziggs sigh in exasperation. Ed thought to himself that no matter how simple-minded Ziggs was, he wouldn't believe such an explanation. Contrary to his expectation, Ziggs agreed and said that he finally understood who Ed was all along. Ed was stunned by Ziggs's words, unable to grasp what was happening. Ziggs looked directly at Ed, declaring that Ed Rothstaler had granted him a great favor. With a serious expression, Ziggs promised to repay this debt the moment he had the chance. Ed suddenly realized he had forgotten the close relationship between Elka and Ziggs, as well as her crucial role in his story. Ed recalled Ziggs's role in the story, the friend who would stand by Taylor until the end, an extremely important character. Ed deduced that to get here, Ziggs must have left everyone behind in the student dormitories. He urged Ziggs to go back and fulfill his duty, as he shouldn't be here right now. Ed instructed Ziggs to go help Taylor, asserting that everything would be fine if he followed his advice. Ziggs stared blankly, asking about Taylor McClure, the one who barely passed his classes. Patting Ziggs on the shoulder, Ed reassured him. Still confused, Ziggs confessed that he had never spoken to Taylor and didn't understand why he was so highly regarded. Ed explained that Taylor was the only one who could pierce the tough hide of the high-level fire spirit Takon, using his signature elemental severance technique. Ziggs thanked him for the advice and hurried away, while an exhausted Ed said he would rest for a moment. Watching Ziggs's retreating figure, Ed sighed in relief, believing he had put the story back on its proper course. But then, a thought suddenly flashed through Ed's mind. He was stunned, recalling Ziggs' words and wondering why he still hadn't befriended Taylor. Ed recalled the original scenario. Taylor lost in a duel, but still greatly impressed Ziggs with his persistence, leading the two to become friends. He realized with horror that the final battle of the first act had begun a month early, before the final exams, where that fateful duel was supposed to take place. That meant Ziggs and Taylor were still strangers, and Taylor had not yet learned the elemental severance technique. Ed came to a terrifying conclusion. In the entire assault team, No one possessed the ability to inflict damage on Takon. He bitterly admitted that the story he knew like the back of his hand had been broken for a long time without him realizing it. At the Academy Plaza, where the assault team's temporary command post was located, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Ziggs bowed his head, apologizing for his late arrival and promising to make amends. Taylor, Pena, and the other students were covered in blood, indicating that the assault team's initial infiltration attempt had completely failed. Captain Claire, despite a severe leg injury, declared he would join the next wave of attack and advised everyone to recruit more volunteers. Pena tearfully stopped him, saying she also had a heart and couldn't bear to watch him fight in that condition. Pena reported the disastrous situation. Claire had collapsed, and even Clevius, the top student in the combat department, was injured. In despair, Pena was confused about what to do, but a cold voice cut across her, declaring they didn't have enough time to focus on Takon. Ed Rothstaler stepped out of the shadows, drawing the group's attention, and Taylor nodded in agreement with his assessment. Pena stared, dumbfounded at the newcomer, while Ed warned that the enemy's summoning circle was nearing completion. As a last resort, Ed decided they would have to split their forces into 2 teams. He decisively rolled up his sleeves, announcing that he would personally lead one team and officially intervene in the story's progression. The entire group of students, including Taylor, were astonished by Ed Rothstaler's confidence. Clevius angrily dismissed the idea, shouting to ask if Ed was joking with everyone's lives. However, the fur-collared strategist held Clevius back, calmly asking him to let Ed present the entire plan. Ed explained that the ultimate goal was to bypass the fire spirit Takon to reach Yenkar, who was being controlled by the high-level dark spirit Velospur. He emphasized that Takan's hide was too durable to be damaged, so attempting to defeat it was a waste of time. The plan was outlined. One team would act as a decoy for Takon, while the other team would launch a direct assault on the training hall to take down Yenkar. Lortell immediately objected, arguing that Takon was currently much stronger and that their previous safe retreat was purely luck. She further analyzed that if the decoy team failed, the assault team would have to face both Takon and Velospur simultaneously, a suicidal scenario. Ed coldly replied to Lortell that it could only be called a risk if there were better options, and the ultimate goal was to defeat Yenkar to neutralize Takon as well. He looked directly at the group and posed the most critical question: who would take on the role of the decoy? The air sank into heavy silence, broken only by Lortell's sarcastic remark that it was a mission for anyone who wished to die. Amidst the silence, a hand was decisively raised. Clevius volunteered for the suicide mission, but Ed immediately rejected him, demanding that he participate in the main assault team. Clevius tried to argue, confident in his speed, but Ed simply placed a hand on his shoulder and told him he had misunderstood completely. Ed Rothstaler sternly declared that they were not choosing sacrifices and did not need to mechanically divide their forces. He designated the Takon decoy team to consist of only 3 people: Clevius, Lortell, and himself, causing Clevius to cry out in panic while Lortell coldly refused. Amidst the chaos, Ed grew frustrated, realizing there was no time left to argue as Clevius continued to scream and Lortell remained skeptical. Ed turned to Pena, admitting that all of her concerns were accurate. Pena tiredly covered her face. Although she still didn't understand Ed's motives, she decided to trust him. With a resolute expression, she stated her full title, Princess Pena Elias Kroll, and issued the command in the name of the royal family. She declared that the assault team, consisting of Taylor, Ziggs, Elvira, Ela, and herself, would directly confront Yenkar. Meanwhile, the decoy team Clevius, Lortell, and Ed Rothstaler would carry out the mission of luring Takon away. Pena briefly instructed everyone that they were absolutely forbidden to die. Under her command, the assault team surged forward simultaneously, displaying ironclad resolve. Ed's team advanced into the Nail Hall corridor, where the fire spirit Takon was growling and waiting in the distance. Lortell questioned Ed about the time-wasting plan, but he simply replied that they should follow his instructions. Ed confidently declared that they would surely win, then rushed toward the monster with the rest of the team. He turned to reassure Clevius, frankly stating that he was a coward, lacking confidence. But Ed also affirmed that Clevius was the top student of the first-year combat department and would successfully complete the mission. Clevius nodded unconsciously, wondering internally why Ed could be so confident. Takan's massive foot stomped heavily onto the floor, signaling the imminent start of the battle. Clevius reminded himself that their task was merely to distract Takon so the other team could approach Yenkar. He secretly admitted that he joined this mission because he was convinced by the princess's unwavering resolve. And then, Clevius smiled with relief, knowing that at least in this suicide mission, he was not alone. With his newfound courage ignited, Clevius told himself that this time, he could be brave. He charged straight toward Takon, which let out an earth-shattering roar. But just as the battle began, Clevius immediately panicked, unsure how to lure the spirit away. He was stunned to realize that his teammates had vanished without a trace. Now, Clevius was left alone, facing the fire spirit Takon. The monster growled right behind his neck, terrifying him. Realizing he had been tricked, Clevius screamed in despair and bolted, running for his life. As he ran, he yelled curses at those who had abandoned him in danger. From a safe location, Lortell sighed in relief, seeing that the first phase of the plan had succeeded. Ed confirmed that successfully luring Clevius down the nail hall corridor was complete, and Lortell began to believe the plan was viable. Lortell questioned Ed about whether he intended to sacrifice Clevius, but Ed firmly stated that he would not die. Ed explained that Clevius was the top student, and incredibly tenacious, evidenced by his skillful evasion of Takon's attacks. Ed then revealed that the most crucial role in the plan actually belonged to Lortell. Her mission was to open a path outside the training hall for the assault team and to be the primary damage dealer against Takon. Ed admitted that one should not judge others based on rumors, as Lortell confidently deployed a series of complex magic circles. Ed looked at Lortell and asserted that, while others would hesitate, she was the best person for destructive tasks like this. Following Ed's command, Lortell focused all her magical power onto the outer wall. A terrifying explosion shook the entire building, shattering the wall into pieces. Massive stone fragments from the shattered wall crumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Lortell stood amidst the wreckage she had just created, a mysterious dark energy sphere forming before her. To the astonishment of the assault team led by Pena, Ed shouted, urging them not to hesitate. Lortell watched them with a smug smile, thinking that this was their moment to shine. She recalled performing similar destruction when she blew up the roof of the nail hall during a training session. Lortell smirked, realizing why Ed had entrusted her with such a destructive mission. She decided Ed was truly an interesting person, and now the others could finally enter. Lortell's gaze turned serious as she thought about the rest of her task. Meanwhile, Clevius was still being chased by Takon, angrily screaming that he would never forgive Ed and Lortell. Lortell reminded herself that even though the assault team was inside, she and Clevius still had to confront Takon after luring it out. She questioned Ed, asking if the plan was to lure the fire spirit to the student plaza, a place with no escape, only to be killed. With a determined and blood-splattered face, Ed declared that they couldn't escape. They had to defeat Takon. Lortell countered, reiterating that no attack worked against its tough hide, citing her own failure during the training session as proof. Ed confidently replied that he could solve that problem, then told Lortell to prepare her magical attacks while he pulled out a mysterious bag. Ed began sprinting up the stairs, internally admitting that Lortell was right. He envisioned Lortell and Clevius coordinating their attacks, but to no avail. He knew that without the elemental severance attack, none of them could pierce Takon's defenses. The memory of Takon easily shattering defensive magic with a single roar only confirmed this. Ed burst through a door, determined to find a solution. Gasping for breath, he realized what they needed right now was overwhelming firepower. And then, he found Lucy, the world's strongest mage, sound asleep on the floor. Ed hoisted the deeply sleeping Lucy onto his shoulder, astonished that she could sleep so soundly amidst a battle, and muttered to himself that no one takes a nap at night. Having destroyed her own shelter and lost her favorite sleeping spot, Lucy sought refuge on this rooftop, a place where she often used to nap. In fact, she had slept through the preceding events because Yenkar's unstable condition had made Bel Maya extremely stressed and vigilant. Consequently, Lucy had exhausted her mana fleeing from Bel and fallen into a deep sleep, a convenient way to keep this overwhelmingly powerful character out of the final boss fight. But now, roused abruptly on Ed's shoulder, Lucy groggily caught the scent of dried meat. Ed swiftly produced a handful of the dried meat. Without hesitation, he crammed the entire portion into her mouth, declaring that this was no time to be picky. Perched atop a high railing, with a still dazed Lucy in hand, Ed fixed their target, the blazing lizard. He briefly questioned if he could throw her that far, but quickly reassured himself, drawing confidence from his military training. With a mighty yell, Ed launched Lucy like a missile, simultaneously shouting a warning for everyone below to take cover. The mage soared directly toward Takon, who was still being engaged by Clevius and the fur-collar strategist. Mid-flight, Lucy burst into tears, letting out an incoherent wail about how awful Ed was. From his vantage point, Ed watched his living projectile hurtle toward its mark. The moment she made contact, a massive surge of purple arcane lightning erupted from Lucy. The magical energy expanded into a blinding blast, completely engulfing the immediate area. Clevius and the other student were violently flung away by the horrific shockwave, screaming in terror. Ed gripped the railing tightly, straining against the intense force of the blast wave. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing this as the critical, decisive moment. Takon, the high-ranking fire spirit, stumbled as its stone-like hide began to fracture under the force of Lucy's magic. Sensing the enemy's sudden vulnerability, Ed decided to leap down, determined to claim the massive experience reward. A pink aura enveloped Ed. He had come too far to miss the chance to personally deliver the finishing blow to the monster. In a distant memory, Yenkar's mother affectionately held her daughter, speaking words of love and pride. However, the praise from her friends and the expectations of her teachers became an invisible burden. The pressure grew immense as they asserted that without Yenkar, the second-year class would have been a failure. Finally, the image of young Yenkar shattered in the dark void, enveloped by surging dark energy. Her bloodied bare feet trod upon shards of broken glass, symbolizing her collapse under the weight of toxic praise. A massive explosion echoed, pulling reality back into focus. The assault team, led by Taylor, arrived at the scene, facing a horrifying sight. Yenkar, with blazing red eyes and a demonic smile, was bound in dark shackles, greeting them. Behind her, the colossal shadow of the dark spirit Velasper emerged, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the group of students. Velasper roared, spreading its devilish wings and swooping down to attack. Meanwhile, Ed was rushing forward frantically, telling himself that the final battle must end before dawn. He skidded to a sudden stop, arriving just in time. Ed arrived just as Takon was preparing to unleash a fatal blow on the panicked Elvira Aniston. A strange red-haired mage asked him about Lucy, and Ed replied that she was exhausted and unable to deliver the finishing blow. Indeed, Clevius was attacking hopelessly, while Lucy lay sprawled on the ground, admitting that Takon was too resilient. Ed immediately grabbed the red-haired girl's hand, declaring he would finish off the monster himself, despite her protest that he was also a mage. Faced with Clevius's helplessness and pathetic cries for help, Ed flatly dismissed his capabilities. He looked directly into the mage's eyes, asking her to trust him and hold Takon back, staking his life on her actions. The red-haired girl sighed, thinking to herself how easily Ed placed his trust and his life in the hands of others. She watched Ed resolutely stride toward Takon, while he asserted that risking his life was not a gamble. Ed, with a determined gaze amidst the chaotic battlefield, declared his action to be an investment. From another location, Lortell smiled meaningfully, musing that investment was precisely her specialty. Meanwhile, the red-haired mage cooperating with Ed also expressed her trust, stating that she preferred him over the princess, who only relied on her lineage. The girl unleashed a barrage of sharp ice crystals, declaring that since Ed had entrusted his life to her, she would entrust her life to him as well. Ed decisively stomped his foot on the ground, signaling the official start of their coordinated attack. Takon roared, ignoring Clevius, who was screaming and fleeing in panic behind Ed. The high-grade fire spirit let out an earth-shattering bellow, its dark power surging. Ed thought to himself that both sides had reached their limits, and he completely understood Clevius's fear. Shaking off his fear, Ed let out a battle cry, charging straight toward the colossal monster. He channeled green mana into his hands, gritting his teeth as he realized he needed to get even closer. Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened in astonishment as a colossal pillar of blazing red energy appeared in the sky. Clevius was also stunned witnessing the sight, panicking and unable to understand what was happening. Ed immediately recognized it as the technique, the right arm of Glasscan, meaning Taylor's group had begun launching their final attacks. He understood that this proved the main storyline was proceeding correctly. However, Ed also realized the timing was terrible, as such a spectacular sight would certainly distract everyone. Just as predicted, Takon lifted its head, drawn by the explosion above, and began accumulating a stream of purple energy. Just as Takon's dark energy was about to be fired, a sudden blizzard of ice crystals struck from below. The red-haired mage did not miss the opportunity. She shouted a signal to Ed, while Lortell had also taken action. Takon blinked, momentarily stunned by the surprise attack. Ed slid across the ground, the green energy in his hand ready, determined that he would not miss this chance either. With a resolute expression, Ed unleashed the magic attack he had practiced thousands of times. A sharp stream of green energy, called the Wind Slash, was fired at terrifying speed. The magical slash tore through the air, severing the head of the high-grade fire spirit Takon. The colossal monster let out a final roar before disintegrating into countless fragments of purple energy. A series of notifications appeared, confirming Takon's defeat and that Ed's spirit-related stats had skyrocketed. After unlocking the spirit contract ability, Ed's mind immediately focused on the real danger, Taylor. Elsewhere, a massive dark weapon hovered in the sky, and Taylor was facing it alone. That demonic weapon flared, painting the entire sky a deadly red. Colossal blades plunged downward, aimed directly at the academy grounds. An earth-shattering explosion occurred as Taylor used his sword to block the destructive attack. His hair turning white from the exertion of power, Taylor proved his protagonist qualities in Ed's eyes. The residual dark energy cracked and gradually vanished into the air. When the battle finally concluded, Ed and his red-haired comrade looked into the distance, with the unconscious Lucy beside them. As dawn broke, the survivors quietly rested beneath a tree. Ed pondered those who constantly spoke of staking their lives. He concluded that most of them, unlike the comrades beside him, were merely cowards. The red-haired mage looked annoyed by Ed's silence after they had just faced life and death together. She extended her hand and decided to introduce herself properly. "I am Lortell Caheland." Ed was slightly surprised, but he responded and took her hand. Immediately, 3 gold coins appeared in his palm, while Lortell mused that this time, she had won the bet. With a smug smile, Lortell declared that Ed had let down his guard and now owed her a favor. She smiled meaningfully, promising to see Ed again, making him secretly anxious as he wanted no involvement with her. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed behind Ed. A voice rang out, declaring hatred for him and asserting that he knew exactly why. It was Taylor, his hair now white after awakening his swordmaster power, making Ed secretly acknowledge how cool he looked. Ed looked up, confused about what was happening. Contrary to his words, Taylor bowed deeply, sincerely thanking Ed for saving his life. Clevius immediately protested vehemently, shouting at Taylor not to bow before a scoundrel like Ed. The entire group simultaneously glared and irritably demanded that Clevius shut up. Princess Pena offered to report Ed's merits to the student council, but he immediately refused. Ed stood up, asserting that the greatest credit belonged to Lucy and Taylor, and they were the ones who deserved the praise. Lortell interjected, teasing that Ed was embarrassed to deny his undeniable contributions. Elvira was angry that everyone was defending Ed, but she was immediately reminded to be more polite, causing Ed to reflect on his efforts to maintain distance. But now, observing them up close, Ed smiled and admitted a warm feeling spreading through his heart. He recalled the countless times he had witnessed these characters overcome trials for the world's survival. He thought of Taylor, who grew stronger with every hardship, and Ela, who became resilient because of him. He thought of Pena, who was maturing through every incident to become the destined queen. He thought of Ziggs, who was forging his own path amidst civilization. He thought of Clevius, who would find confidence, and Elvira, who would realize that life wasn't just about joy. And finally, he looked at Lortell, who was beginning to reflect on her purely profit-driven lifestyle. Ed mused. They were all protagonists with predetermined roles, and success surely awaited them at the end of the road. Knowing this well, Ed turned his back on their future prospects. He picked up a shard of debris, determined to walk his own path. Amidst the ruins, Ed realized this was a place he could never return to at this point when he played the game. He stepped inside the ruined area, which had once been the stage for the boss fight. His gaze settled on a wooden platform where Lucy had once dozed off during a joint combat training session. An indescribable urge, a feeling that something was missing, had drawn him back here. Ed suddenly understood. For the protagonists to shine brightly under the spotlight, someone had to silently retreat into the background, and that person was Yenkar, curled up inside the box. Ed's eyes flashed with astonishment as a crucial piece of the story appeared before him. He began analyzing the cause of Yenkar's loss of control, and a hypothesis gradually formed. Ed recalled Lortell mentioning that she had briefly seen Yenkar's room. The room was filled with gifts, all expressions of genuine appreciation. Yenkar's desk was so overloaded with presents that there was no space left for books or notes. The encouraging messages plastered on the walls had become massive boulders weighing down her shoulders. But Yenkar's kind nature prevented her from discarding those expectations. Therefore, she obsessively tried to meet everyone's expectations. That recklessness created a shadow in her soul, large enough for the dark spirit Velospur to take hold. Ed finally understood why the tragedy had occurred a month early. Taylor should have been the one praised, but because Lucy defeated him, all the attention shifted to Yenkar. And the reason Taylor failed completely was that Lucy had gained power from her pact with Marilda, thanks to her frequent trips to the northern forest, a chain of events Ed himself had inadvertently started. Ed mused. Lucy finding his hideout for her afternoon nap was the genesis of everything. And the person who inadvertently created that hideout was Ed, the one who should have vanished from the academy long ago. In a dark corner, Yenkar smiled weakly, admitting she hadn't expected anyone to find her and felt hurt by everyone forgetting her. She bitterly remarked that after causing such a huge commotion, no one cared about her anymore. But Ed coldly replied that it was her fault for hiding. Yenkar hugged her knees tightly, confessing that she had wanted to stay there a little longer. When Ed asked why, She smiled sadly and said she just wanted to have a good cry. Ed remained silent, his gaze heavy with empathy for her pain. He recalled the spirit wolf's plea, how it had practically begged him to prevent this tragedy from happening to Yenkar. Ed realized the wolf must have sensed that an outsider like him was the support Yenkar truly needed. He reminisced about the original scenario, where Yenkar failed, was consumed by a dark spirit, and destroyed the entire campus. That was the tragic end for a girl who had tirelessly studied magic day and night, always smiling in the face of expectations, and silently pushing herself to exhaustion. Ed looked at the huddled Yenkar, realizing that because of those relentless efforts, even her failure possessed a tragic beauty. He called her name, saying that his words probably wouldn't offer much comfort. But then, with complete sincerity, Ed looked straight at her and said, "You did very well." In the game world, the protagonists always stepped onto the stage amidst glory and applause. But backstage, in the darkness and silence, was where Ed and Yenkar faced each other. Ed understood that the protagonist's every action had inadvertently overshadowed the tragedy of the first act's final boss. Hearing those comforting words, Yenkar could no longer hold back and burst into sobs. Ed watched her silently, countless memories of replaying the first act of this story flashing through his mind. Ed's eyes widened in a moment of sudden realization. He realized that until this very day, he had never been able to see the brilliant spirit world swirling around him and Yenkar. For Ed, witnessing Yenkar release her emotions, surrounded by her own ethereal spirits, was the truly complete ending to the story's first act. His new abilities, Spirit Resonance and Level 10 Spirit Comprehension, immediately drew the attention of Elgo, the low-ranking fire spirit, and Dries, the low-ranking wind spirit. Even more impressively, Marilda, a high-ranking wind spirit in the form of a majestic white wolf, also showed a keen interest in him. 10 days had passed since Yenkar's disciplinary hearing at the academy. There, Yenkar bowed her head, admitted all guilt, and declared that she would accept any punishment handed down. However, right from the first round, her friends and professors unanimously stood up to fiercely defend her. In the second round, Princess Pena, acting on behalf of the royal family, announced that they would not prosecute Yenkar, testifying that she had been mentally manipulated by the dark spirit Velospur. When the issue of the reconstruction costs for the buildings was raised, Lortell, on behalf of the Elta company, stepped forward to cover the entire expense. In return, her family's company successfully negotiated with an academy official to receive a 50% reduction in customs duties for all supplies they provided. As a result, Yenkar was stripped of all financial aid, required to return her honorary awards, lost her right to reside in the Ophelis dormitory next semester, and received 10 days of probation along with 20 days of academic suspension. But most importantly, the disciplinary board's gavel ruled that she avoided the harshest penalty, expulsion. Yenkar's supporters, from friends to professors, erupted in joy and relief. Despite this, Yenkar remained steeped in melancholy, causing her two close friends great worry. With determined eyes, the two girls realized that it was time for them to act. They prepared a lavish tea party complete with various pastries and sparkling drinks to cheer up their friend. The two friends instructed Yenkar that they would not mention the glass can incident, would not show pity, but would steer the conversation toward trivial gossip. The red brown-haired girl confidently asked, "We can do this. Are you ready, Anise?" Anise replied with a steady gaze, "I'm ready, Clara." In an effort to lift the spirits of the melancholic Yenkar, her friends were determined to take action. Suddenly, Yenkar looked up, dreamily asking about the profound difference between liking and loving someone. Clara and Anise were stunned by the sudden question, and Yenkar quickly covered up, saying she was only asking for a friend. She began recounting the story, explaining that this friend recently had a dream. In the dream, a meticulously woven wreath appeared. The friend, in the form of Yenkar wearing a white dress, was sitting in the middle of a picturesque flower field. She looked up and offered a greeting as a familiar figure approached. It was Ed Rothstaler, appearing splendidly like a prince on a white horse, and calling her name. Yenkar affectionately placed the wreath on Ed's head, confessing that she had made it for him. After recounting the scene of the two playing happily in the dream, Yenkar misspoke, allowing Clara to shrewdly realize she was lying. As Yenkar was currently under house arrest and couldn't meet anyone, Anise cleverly seized the opportunity, curiously asking for more details about what the friend had recounted. When Yenkar confessed that the person's image kept appearing in her mind, Anise suddenly made an excuse to leave, leaving Clara speechless. Yenkar innocently waved goodbye, while Clara internally vowed to be extremely cautious to protect her friend's fragile heart. Clara panicked at the thought of rumors that Yenkar Palarover was in love spreading throughout the academy at lightning speed. Yenkar reassured Clara, suggesting that perhaps things weren't as complicated as her friend thought. Regaining her composure, Clara smiled gently, agreeing that emotions like love or hatred were inherently difficult to express. She sincerely advised Yenkar, or rather, her friend, that being honest with one's feelings was the best course of action. Clara also didn't forget to warn about the danger of gossip, making Yenkar jump as she realized she needed to be more careful. Thanking Clara for listening, Yenkar said goodbye to return to her dormitory and write her statement, leaving Clara sitting alone in contemplation. Clara waved goodbye to her friend, sinking deep into her own thoughts. In a luxurious room, Clara buried her face in the table in extreme relief, whispering to Anise that she had finally done it. At the same time, Ed Rothstaler was contemplating his financial situation. Thanks to Pena's intervention, he no longer had to worry about tuition fees for the next semester. With the gold coins he received, he happily purchased a complete box of necessary tools. While walking through the academy forest, Ed unexpectedly encountered Yenkar standing alone, fidgeting nervously. He thought to himself that he had deliberately avoided her for a while. But now that the first act was over, and Yenkar was no longer the final boss, perhaps things were different. Ed decided it was time to talk to her more, so he approached and asked about Yenkar's probation period. Startled by the sudden address, Yenkar jumped, retreated in panic, and then tripped while trying to run away. After briefly hiding behind a tree, she gathered her courage to greet Ed again, telling herself she must be honest about her feelings. However, this task seemed too overwhelming. Yenkar quickly covered her face and dashed away, shouting that she had business at the Ophelis dormitory. Ed stood dumbfounded, wondering how someone like him could make the kind Yenkar run away, quite an astonishing achievement in a way. Pushing the strange encounter aside, he decided he needed to keep busy too, reaching for a saw from his toolbox. Standing in a clearing, Ed resolved that it was time to build a log cabin for himself. The first day of the project was marked by a notch carved into a piece of wood. He chose a spacious, shaded area and began the work of leveling the ground. 2 more days passed, and the project entered its 3rd day. On the 3rd day, Ed began gathering wood, a task that proceeded surprisingly smoothly thanks to the countless times he had practiced the wind-slash technique. By the 6th day, he paused construction to take the final exams and achieved excellent results, especially in the theoretical subjects. However, Ed noticed that Yenkar was still constantly avoiding him, fleeing in panic whenever she saw him in the academy hallways. Her friends, Clara and Anise, always looked at him with angry, warning glances, as if ordering him to stay away. By the 18th day, having gathered nearly all the necessary wood, Ed wondered if anyone had ever practiced the wind slash as much as he had. Day 20 of the vacation began, and Ed was able to dedicate all his time to building his camp. When checking his traps, he was astonished to find Lucy sound asleep inside one, and decided not to use dried meat as bait anymore. By day 27, Belle Maya, the head maid of Ophelis Hall, came to visit, bringing herbs and inquiring about his relationship with Yenkar. When Ed explained that he must have upset Yenkar, Belle simply tilted her head in confusion. On day 30, an incident occurred when a pillar collapsed, bringing down the entire wall, and making Ed realize his construction was not sturdy enough. Shortly after, Ed ran into Yenkar and her friends in the shopping district, and as usual, she immediately panicked and fled. Clara and Anise immediately shot him, looks filled with anger and suspicion. By day 37, Ziggs arrived to help Ed build the house. He even praised Taylor as a good person, making Ed secretly pleased that things were moving in the right direction. While working, Ed asked if he should hammer in more nails, but Ziggs told him to leave that spot open for the future chimney. The tally marks carved into the wood were proof of the days of strenuous labor that had passed. On day 45, Ed took his first steps inside his house, where a knife had just been dropped onto the floor. He walked across the newly installed wooden floor, the result of all his hard work. Immediately afterward, Ed collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted after days of non-stop work. Although the house was still crude, with walls made of logs and many gaps, and no furniture inside, it now had a roof and sturdy walls, enough to keep insects out if the door was closed. Ed smiled contentedly, feeling proud of the fruits of his labor. A system notification appeared, confirming the completion of the log cabin construction, and simultaneously, his skill level increased. Sitting on the porch under the sunset, Ed peacefully thought that he finally had a real home. From inside the house, he suddenly noticed Yenkar secretly observing him from behind a tree trunk. Yenkar stood there, her red eyes glowing and her hands tightly clenched, radiating intense determination. Lying stretched out on the new wooden floor, Ed contentedly imagined finishing it with furniture, a fireplace, and even a small storage shed. A jarring sound rang out as Lortell, in a moment of despair, banged her head. Ed glanced at Lucy, who was sound asleep on the pile of materials, muttering that this was not a cat tower. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out, calling Ed's name. He turned around and saw Yenkar standing there, waving brightly. When Ed asked why she had come, Yenkar just offered an awkward, forced laugh. In a flashback, Yenkar recounted that when she visited the forest, she saw an astonishing sight at Ed's campsite. Belle Maya, her maid, asked how she knew about the house, and Yenkar stammered that she had just happened to pass by. Belle continued brushing Yenkar's hair, mentioning that Ed had built it himself and that she was very impressed with his craftsmanship. Belle leaned closer, whispering that she really wanted to go inside and see how sturdy it was, and Yenkar blushed in agreement. The maid cleverly justified that being curious about a log cabin in the woods was a completely normal and natural human reaction. Yenkar's eyes lit up, completely convinced by that reasoning. Back in the present, Yenkar frantically explained to Ed that she had only passed by coincidentally to visit Marilda, and that her curiosity was perfectly normal. After Yenkar finished praising the house, Ed surprisingly asked if the spirits had already told her about it. Yenkar flinched, stammering that they had mentioned it, but only vaguely. In reality, a scene flashed through her mind of the spirits reporting in extremely detailed and admiring terms about every single one of Ed's muscles. She tried to maintain a calm expression, telling herself that she didn't usually talk much with the spirits. However, the continuous nosebleed betrayed her embarrassment as she insisted she knew nothing about Ed's situation. Yenkar's eyes shone with hope when she heard Ed ask if she wanted to come inside and look. With a proud smile, Ed opened his arms and invited her to tour the log cabin he had just finished. Yenkar blushed, her eyes filled with surprise and joy at Ed's invitation. She clenched her hands, gave a radiant smile, and happily agreed. Upon entering, Yenkar gasped in surprise at the scale of the house, completely unaware that Lucy was sound asleep on the roof. Under the night sky, the flickering campfire created a cozy atmosphere. Yenkar held a cup of warm water, thoughtfully admitting that she carried an enormous debt of gratitude. She worried about how to repay everyone, from the princess, Lortell, to the friends who had offered help. Ed listened silently, his gaze intently following her every confession. He suddenly spoke up, suggesting that she didn't need to repay them if she couldn't, which stunned Yenkar with this completely new perspective. Ed understood that the burden of everyone's expectations and kindness was the underlying reason that had pushed Yenkar to her limit. Her decision to move from the luxurious Ophelis Hall to the old Dex Hall was also because she didn't want to incur any more debts. But having to live in a cramped room and face endless admiration felt no different from being imprisoned. Ed realized that the vicious cycle of her problem had not yet been broken. Therefore, he gently suggested that she could come here anytime she wanted to find a private space. He said he would leave her in peace, giving her the space she had always longed for. Yenkar was silent for a moment before the sincere offer. Then, a happy and relieved smile spread across her lips, and she confessed that it truly made her happy. Yenkar offered, hoping that if Ed ever faced difficulties, he would come to her first. Ed listened intently to her offer. With a confident smile, Yenkar promised that she would definitely help him. Ed smiled back, a new understanding and connection having formed between the two of them. Ed Rothstaler mused, sensing an impending predicament. Under the night sky, by the campfire, he and Yenkar sat in silence as the second semester drew near. Ed knew they were approaching the second act of the game, and the torrential rain outside Ophelis Hall signaled its beginning. He thought about the sage's sealed tome, an artifact containing supreme magic capable of bending the laws of nature. Ed knew this book was the focal point of the impending incident, as Lortell Cahelland secretly sought to acquire it. With a self-satisfied smile, Lortell silently appraised the priceless artifact, unaware that it would soon trigger a sweeping catastrophe across the academy. Returning to the campfire, Yenkar politely declined Ed's offer of help, deeming it unnecessary. She believed her own situation would not be an issue, at least not for herself. Ed merely smiled confidently, thinking to himself that the person truly heading for major trouble was Taylor, the story's protagonist. A new chapter began, titled The Occupation of Ophelis Hall, signaling a major conflict. The narration explained the luxurious privileges enjoyed by the students of Ophelis Hall, creating a vast disparity. As the break ended, a fierce rainstorm struck Akon Island, where the academy was located, igniting the conflict. The academy only arranged special transportation for the Ophelis Hall students, neglecting everyone else. This infuriated the students of Dex Hall, who were forced to brave the rain and face the risk of penalties. The final straw broke, and an angry crowd gathered before Ophelis Hall, ready to erupt. But none of this was accidental. It was all part of a meticulously laid plan. Lortell's hand pressed a seal onto a letter, and she remarked that the rain was worse than anticipated. Sitting in the shadows, She was revealed to be the merchant pulling the strings behind the entire incident. This merchant had previously contacted Willain, the representative of the weaker students, who harbored intentions of revenge. Given Willain's talent for inciting crowds, all that was needed was a justifiable reason for the flames of rebellion to erupt and consume the Academy's injustice. The reason for the revolt already existed: the extreme disparity in treatment between elite students and regular students who had to wade through the rain to reach the school. The primary spark was a sealed letter, containing a proposal to allow the elite students of Ophelis Hall several days off from classes. The head maid governing Ophelis Hall, along with several Academy administrators, had sided with Lortell, ready to support her proposal without hesitation. The mere fact that this proposal was brought up for discussion was enough to ignite the fury of the regular students. The plan required an event to be as massive and attention-grabbing as possible. Flames would erupt, spreading throughout Ophelis Hall, which housed countless artworks from noble families and exquisite furnishings. The greater the property damage, the more successful the plan. The ultimate goal was to destroy a significant portion of Ophelis Hall. When the students revolted, the financially struggling academy would become desperate, giving the Elte company leverage in negotiations to purchase the sage's sealed tome. Lortell Cahelland wondered when the rain would stop. She stood looking out, the sky overcast without a single ray of light. This scene reminded her of the sky she used to see through the dilapidated roofs of the slums. She began to feel guilty about her own complacency. This academy held too much light of hope and ideals, but that light only served to highlight the darkness that had seeped into her during her time living here. The countless schemes laid out on her desk were proof that she had changed to adapt and survive. The traits of a person who never revealed her true thoughts, always seeking to deceive and suspect others, were deeply ingrained in her. And so, as if driven by some force, she began searching for others like herself. Even at Sylvania, a place overflowing with bright and hopeful individuals, she still believed there might be someone who would accept the efforts of a filthy sewer rat. Clinging to that futile hope, she realized just how lonely she was. Her nature would never change. To survive, she would always be the harsh truth hidden behind the stage, a mastermind. Under the pouring rain, an enraged crowd of students gathered before Ophelis Hall, raising their fists and shouting demands for justice. Willain, the protest leader, yelled out their demands, while Ed recalled the game's original scenario, where the protagonist had to quell the rebellion orchestrated by Lortell. Inside, a panicked maid was about to raise the alarm when a mysterious hooded figure silently approached from behind, just as Ed remembered the role of the sub-bosses in this event. Ed recalled the attacker's identity: Decoy Tate, the first-floor sub-boss, who quickly subdued the poor maid. As Tot carried the struggling maid away, Ed remembered his role was to clear out the first-floor guards after being recruited by Lortell. Next, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered the building's main door. The door flew open under the impact of the immense force. The crowd of students outside was stunned to see the door suddenly swing wide open, exactly as planned to allow them to flood inside. Without hesitation, the protesting crowd screamed their slogans and began pouring into the building. Ed knew that, according to the scenario, Decoy Toddy would stand here to block the path of the protagonist's party. Willain stared at the hooded figure, realizing this was the person Lortell had recruited for their plan. The figure confirmed his mission, while Ed secretly pondered the role that should not have belonged to him. When the hood slipped down, Willain froze, realizing the guard was none other than Ed Rothstaler, someone who should have been completely uninvolved. Ed desperately wondered how fate had thrust him into the role of a sub-boss in this chaotic event. The scene abruptly shifted to a sunny day, signaling a change in the timeline. A status window appeared, listing Ed's pathetic combat skills, with his archery expertise only at the beginner level. He touched the ground, once again facing a harsh truth about himself. Ed was acutely aware that the character whose life he was living, Ed Rothstaler, inherently lacked any combat talent. He recalled his futile archery practice efforts. Even after a semester and a half, his skill remained stagnant. Deep in thought, Ed suddenly stopped short, seemingly sensing something unusual. Ed reflected that various visitors, such as Belle Maya, had stopped by his place. These visits were becoming increasingly frequent, such as Ziggs coming to train every morning. He felt that more and more people, including armored strangers, were discovering him living alone in his log cabin in the northern forest. Among those frequent visitors, 3 were particularly noteworthy. The first visitor was a genius mage, who appeared randomly. Lucy peered inside curiously, bombarding him with questions about building an extra back door and a chimney. Annoyed, Ed pushed her away from the window. He grew tired of Lucy constantly making demands, telling himself that she was truly difficult to manage. Ed then thought of the second visitor, the one he genuinely welcomed. Yenkar Palarover cheerfully brought a bowl of eggs, mentioning that Belle had suggested it. She enthusiastically shared laundry tips, suggesting stomping on clothes in boiling salt water. Since Ed had allowed it, Yenkar came every day, helping him with chores and chatting with the spirits, making him immensely grateful. Ed sincerely complimented Yenkar, saying she was the best and knew so many things. Hearing the praise, Yenkar blushed and awkwardly turned away. But then, her expression suddenly darkened as she asked about the frequency of Lucy's visits, making Ed realize he sometimes couldn't understand her. Under the moonlight, a voice echoed, remarking that he seemed busy. The third visitor approached, who was the main reason Ed was contemplating all these matters. Lortell Keheland, accompanied by the white-haired headmaid, stepped forward and said she had been waiting for him. With a smile, Lortell, known as the Golden Daughter, offered that she needed Ed's help. Ed broke out in a cold sweat, recalling that Lortell was the mastermind behind the events of Act 2 and was likely recruiting for her plot to seize Ophelis Hall. Although determined to refuse internally, Ed still had to listen to Lortell sigh, saying she didn't want to have to go this far. He suddenly realized a horrifying truth. The story was deviating because Tata had fainted, an event that was never supposed to happen in the script. In a panic, Ed grabbed Lortell, demanding in a harsh voice that she explain everything, leaving the young lady stunned. Ed recalled the sequence that should have occurred. Tata was supposed to pick a fight with Taylor in front of Lucy and the other students. In that original scenario, the instigator had yelled an insult, calling the opponent an insect even worse than Ed Rothstaler. Immediately afterward, a devastating punch answered the provocation. The instigator collapsed to the floor, defeated just enough by Taylor to ignite the subsequent events. Lortell revealed that Ziggs had been furious upon witnessing the scene, but no one knew if he was defending Taylor or defending Ed's honor. Returning to reality, Lortell gave Ed a simple task. The maid Elris would provide the key, and he only needed to open the doors of Ophelis Hall for the rebellious students. With a meaningful smile, she explained that she needed someone she could be certain wouldn't reveal anything once everything was over. Ed bitterly realized he was chosen precisely because his reputation was already so terrible, making him the perfect scapegoat for Lortell's plan. Lortell brought up Ed's expulsion from Ophelis Hall, suggesting he must harbor intentions of revenge. Ed coldly replied that he had no interest in revenge, which surprised Lortell slightly. However, he still said he was willing to listen to the offer, deciding to play it by ear. Lortell smiled triumphantly, naming a price of 20 gold coins, while Ed secretly resolved to bring the story back on track. Ed accepted the deal and shook Lortell's hand, telling himself he had to rearrange everything. Heavy rain began to fall on Ed's log cabin roof. Sitting by the fire, Ed pondered Lortell's plan, seizing Ophelis Hall to push the Academy's finances to the brink, paving the way for the next chapter of the story. In the future, this plan would succeed, allowing Lortell to establish her own company right within the Academy to confront Princess Pena and the Student Council. The conflict between the idealist Student Council and the pragmatist company would erupt, and the balance of power would tip toward whichever side secured Taylor's support. Ed Rothstaler flipped through his notebook, telling himself he had to be pragmatic and choose the side with the highest chance of victory. Just then, Yenkar Palarover unexpectedly appeared in the pouring rain, quickly wringing out her soaked uniform and lamenting that she thought the rain had stopped. Sitting by the warm campfire, Yenkar expressed sympathy for Ed's difficult life, but he merely replied that he was used to it. She suddenly remembered that the break was ending, and she had to move out of Ophelis Hall soon, as there were too many items she couldn't take to her smaller new dormitory. An idea struck her, and Yenkar happily offered to give Ed her surplus items like blankets, pillows, and lanterns. She enthusiastically listed countless other essential items, leaving Ed speechless as he listened. Yenkar smiled, explaining that throwing them away would be a waste, and Ed responded with an approving smile. Having received his agreement, she joyfully exclaimed, promising to bring everything over as soon as she moved out of Ophelis Hall. After a moment of silence, Yenkar suddenly asked Ed about Lucy, wondering if she was always so quiet. Ed looked up at Lucy's silhouette on the roof and thought to himself that her extraordinary power must surely come with a heavy price. Lucy had always been running from her fate, but rainy days like this forced her to confront her past decisions. Ed explained that Lucy only acted that way when it rained, and that he usually ignored her, causing Yenkar to exclaim delightedly, believing he was indifferent to the girl. Suddenly, Ed remembered something important and turned to ask Yenkar, confirming that she was still staying in Ophelis Hall. He envisioned the scene when the occupation began. The protective enchantments would activate, trapping all students in their rooms. With a serious expression, Ed asked Yenkar for a favor, and she immediately agreed. He began to set up a meeting, inviting her to a certain place around 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Ed specified the location as the Rose Garden in front of Ophelis Hall, which surprised Yenkar. Too shocked by the sudden invitation, Yenkar flushed, stammering as she asked again, while Ed could only think that he had no other way to explain it. He simply wanted to get Yenkar safely out of the building, to a dry place that wasn't too far away, just in case of trouble. Despite her confusion, Yenkar jumped up and hesitantly accepted Ed's proposal. Yenkar quickly said goodbye and ran off into the pouring rain, leaving Ed standing stunned and alone. Ed could only sigh as he watched her retreating figure. He mused that this rain would only cease on the first day of the semester, when the sky turned clear again, and the forest began to carry the scent of autumn. Sitting alone on his porch, Ed realized the long, drawn-out vacation was about to end. In another academy building at 9 in the evening, someone else was also contemplating the need for more training. That was Ziggs Eifelstein, pushing himself to exhaustion during a training session and blaming himself for letting his temper upset Elka. He gently placed his feet on the floor after finishing his practice. Suddenly, a strange noise made Ziggs turn and look toward the door. At the same time, a hooded figure was rushing across the campus grounds in the torrential rain. Willane's determined face was revealed beneath the hood. Inside the building, Willane stopped a maid and asked about the whereabouts of the others. The maid revealed that the head maid, who had been bribed by Lortell, had summoned everyone to the meeting room to lock them in. She then led Willane down the corridor and informed him that the item he requested was ready. She placed a metal bucket on the floor. Willane thanked her and told her to leave it there. Now Willane stood alone at the top of the grand staircase. Everything was in place. Outside, the magnificent Ophelis Hall stood imposing in the darkness. The occupation of Ophelis Hall began as the crowd of students led by Willane gathered at the entrance. They roared in anger and began to surge toward the building. The students shouted in unison, declaring that they would no longer tolerate this unfair treatment and demanding equal academic rights. Willane, acting as the representative for the underperforming students, raised his fist and yelled, demanding that the administration meet their demands. Under the heavy rain, the student mob roared and charged toward Ophelis Hall. Suddenly, the massive, heavy gate groaned and slowly swung open. The students, who had been burning with fervor, were stunned by the unbelievable sight. A shout rang out, urging everyone to rush in and seize the building, now that the door was wide open. Willane turned around, stammering his thanks to the mysterious ally Lortell had sent. He froze when he realized that person was none other than Ed Rothstaler. Before Willane could react, Ed quickly used a cloth bag to cover his mouth. Ed launched into an impassioned speech, declaring that he fully supported their ideals after having been expelled from the building himself. Moved by Ed's words, Willane's hands trembled with emotion. He silently chastised himself for judging Ed unfairly, now believing Ed to be a good person and their benefactor. Ed pushed Willane forward, praising him verbally while internally framing him as the sole scapegoat for the riot. He coldly accepted the fact that Willane had to bear all the blame, a necessary sacrifice. Ed recalled the image of a maid trying to run and report the situation, but he knew her efforts were futile. Head maid Elris, who held the highest authority and controlled the magical barriers, had been bribed by Lortell. The spells originally meant to protect the students were now activated to imprison them within their own rooms. Standing on the staircase, Ed calmly observed everything, assuring himself that it was all proceeding exactly according to plan. He thought about the true mastermind behind everything. And just then, a voice rang out, commenting that things seemed grander than anticipated. The sound of shoes tapping on the damp floor. The person asserted that everything was within their calculations. Lortell Cahellan stepped out of the shadows, smiling triumphantly and saying she knew she could trust Ed. Lortell and Ed descended the stairs. She urged him to act quickly before academy staff intervened, and Ed simply wished her luck. Suddenly, Lortell stopped, called Ed's name, and warned him that she was about to ask a strange question. Turning her back to him, she unexpectedly asked if Ed had ever taken a life. Ed fell silent, his face obscured by shadow as he considered his answer. He replied decisively with a single word, no. Lortell let out a small, relieved laugh, confessing that she hadn't either. But then she revealed, recalling a miserable past, that she had to do things nearly as terrible just to survive as a hunted child. To survive, she ruined the lives of others, coldly burned away their hope, and struck first to avoid betrayal. Her narrative conjured an image of her walking atop a mountain of gold coins, beneath which lay the countless desperate hands of her victims, a path that earned her the title, the Golden Daughter. Returning to reality, Lortell admitted to herself that she knew she deserved no one's pity. She turned to look at Ed, seemingly searching for something in him. Lortell asked directly if he could pity someone like her, but deep down, she wasn't seeking sympathy for herself, but for those who shared her fate. Amidst the sound of rain outside the window, a thought echoed that loneliness spares no one, whether good or evil. Ed mused, realizing that to escape loneliness, One must find kindred spirits in the same dark mire to achieve salvation. Lortell answered her own question with a cold no. With flashing eyes, Ed stated that Lortell must take responsibility for her own actions, and he was not the one who could grant her that salvation. Both stood silent in the desolate great hall, an invisible yet palpable distance separating them on the steps. Lortell broke the silence with a smile, apologizing for asking a question that was unlike her. Then she turned away, confidently declaring that she would begin her part, as time was running short. After Lortell left, Ed Rothstaler quietly stepped into Ophelius Hall. He tiredly slumped onto a chair, letting out a heavy sigh. Ed closed his eyes, visualizing the plan. Lortell would discuss the next phase with Elris. They would worsen the situation by overloading the defensive magic circles within the building. Afterward, the detonator would be handed over to Willen, the representative of the weaker students. Willain, after absorbing all the magical power from the countless magic circles, would become the boss of the 4th floor. Ed stretched, knowing that the key to this battle was defeating Willain as quickly as possible, and his current task was simply to wait for Taylor to charge in. He would hold them back for a while before allowing Taylor to win and proceed upstairs. Sitting alone on the grand staircase, Ed accepted that he would likely sustain some injuries, but it was a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the rose garden, the night rain enveloped the scenery. The clatter of hooves echoed as a carriage approached, making Yenkar Polarover wonder if an important figure had arrived, and if she should leave. She looked at the note Ed had left, knowing he was unaware of the carriage. He had only messaged that he had an urgent matter and would be late. Yennekar's heart pounded as she blushed, wondering if Ed was preparing something special for her. The splendid carriage was no longer important. The girl resolved not to leave the rose garden, despite having lost sleep for the past 3 days imagining their meeting. Although she felt guilty, Yenkar continuously sought news about Ed through the spirit Marilda. She knew that not only Lucy, but also Princess Pena, Belle Maya, and even Lortell had been seen leaving Ed's campsite. The fact that most of them were girls made her spirits even more anxious and uneasy. And so, the girl decided she would wait, no matter how long it took. Yenkar unconsciously reached up to touch the rose-shaped hair clip, thinking that a butterfly daisy would have been more suitable. Amidst the rainy night, Yenkar sadly looked at the hair clip, her heart heavy with thought. She decided she would quickly go upstairs to change her hair clip, and then return to wait. Deciding instantly, the young girl rushed across the campus grounds, heading straight for the Ophelis building. Meanwhile, another group of 3 had also arrived in front of the building, arguing over whether to charge in, as Elvira worried about her expensive medicinal ingredients. Elvira roared angrily, explaining to Taylor that even a minor change was enough to ruin her entire experiment. Taylor frantically begged Isla to intervene, but Isla merely laughed, believing the top student of the alchemy department could handle things herself. He knew well that once Elvira went berserk, the people inside would be the ones in trouble, as she would throw reagents without hesitation. Ignoring the warnings, Elvira grabbed her 2 friends, insisting they had to go to her room on the 4th floor immediately. She declared she would sweep away all obstacles, then delivered a devastating kick, shattering the main door. However, the chaotic scene inside stunned Elvira for a moment. Amidst the ruined hall, a solitary figure sat on the steps, blocking the path. Elvira was astonished to realize it was Ed Rothstaler. Taylor immediately shielded Isla, angrily demanding to know why Ed was there. Elvira remained silent, her sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. She quickly noticed the muddy footprints, indicating that a crowd of students had already surged inside. The furniture in the hall was overturned, and the scene was utterly chaotic. And Ed, with his back to the staircase, sat like an impenetrable gatekeeper. A smile of amusement suddenly appeared on Elvira's lips as she grasped the unexpected situation. She looked directly at Ed and asked if he intended to stop them. With cold eyes, Ed Rothstaler calmly declared that no one was permitted to pass. Elvira Aniston sneered, challenging Ed by suggesting he had no way to stop her. She continued to mock him, belittling Ed as merely a second-year student who only knew a few basic spells. Elvira confidently boasted about her team composition, a talented swordsman, a mage, and herself, a top alchemist, asserting they held the absolute advantage. Taylor McClure lost patience, placing his hand on his sword hilt and demanding Ed immediately explain what was happening upstairs. His only reply was the terrifying silence of Ed, who remained bowed in the shadows. If that was the case, Taylor decided, taking a decisive step forward. He drew his sword and charged straight at Ed, intending to use force to make the opponent speak. Ed swiftly threw an object, forming a blue magical shield to block the attack. However, Taylor easily sliced through the fragile defense with a single sword strike. Elvira watched the shield shatter into pieces. Ed stood up straight, green magical energy gathering in his hand, leading Elvira to internally analyze that it was only basic magic. and the target was definitely Taylor. But immediately afterward, her eyes widened in shock, realizing she had misjudged the situation. Ed raised his arm high, releasing all the accumulated energy. A sharp windblade was fired with the incantation of the wind slash. The spell did not fly toward Taylor, but instead cleanly severed the thick iron chain of the chandelier hanging above. Taylor looked up, following the attack's trajectory, horrified as he realized Ed's true target. His face paled in the moment he understood the deadly trap he had just walked into. The massive chandelier hanging from the ceiling was now plummeting straight toward his head. Red magic circles suddenly activated throughout the grand hall, causing someone to frantically wonder about the strange noise. Hidden in the corner, Clevius Nortondale trembled in fear, unable to comprehend what was happening outside. Amidst the chaos, Taylor anxiously called out to Ela, but she quickly reassured him that she had only stumbled in surprise. He then turned to check on Elvira, who grit her teeth and replied not to worry about her. However, an unexpected danger suddenly struck, leaving Elvira stunned. An invisible strike ripped through the air, severing a lock of her hair. Stunned, Elvira realized her hair had just been targeted. Stumbling backward, she dropped her satchel, scattering her precious alchemical vials across the floor. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Elvira muttered that a major conflict must be raging on the upper floors. She gazed up at the wreckage above, where the deafening rumbles still echoed. A bead of sweat traced a path down her cheek, but her eyes hardened with resolve. She glanced down at the vials scattered on the ground, her last remaining resources. Without hesitation, Elvira snatched up a carefully wrapped vial. She whispered the single activation word, "Ignite." Instantly, a violent inferno erupted from the vial. The resulting sea of flames engulfed the hall, clearly illuminating the silhouette of a figure standing upon the ruined upper level. Elvira realized the situation was dire, and the battle was already lost, for Ed Rothstaler had struck with terrifying speed and precision. She inwardly cursed Ziggs for failing to adequately warn her about Ed's true capabilities. Watching Ed Rothstaler stand calmly amidst the inferno, Elvira bitterly conceded that his magical prowess was not the only thing to be feared about him. Amidst the blazing hall, Elvira Aniston looked up at Ed Rothstaler, who stood calmly on the ruined upper floor, the entire battle firmly in his control. Elvira gritted her teeth bitterly, cursing herself because even as the top student in alchemy, she was now facing the fatal flaw of her discipline. That weakness was the complete reliance on magical items and reagents, as alchemists possessed virtually no true combat skills. She regretted the arrogance of a genius that had led her to scorn carrying defensive magical items, unlike the other students. A terrifying thought flashed through Elvira's mind. Ed Rothstaler had anticipated this exact weakness and planned his attack flawlessly. She realized in horror that Ed's sequence of actions, from dropping the chandelier to raising the wall of fire, were all part of a meticulously calculated strategy. The sole objective of that complex plan was the satchel containing all her reagents and items. But she quickly dismissed that speculation, her gaze hardening as she realized Ed's true objective ran even deeper. He was just Ed Rothstaler, yet the composure and raw power radiating from the orb of energy in his hand forced Elvira to be cautious. Refusing to concede, Elvira secretly retrieved her final trump card, a small magic gem hidden in her jacket pocket. She shattered the gem, releasing a winged rabbit light golem and yelling that the fight was far from over. Elvira quickly chanted, imbuing the golem with fire resistance, enhanced strength, and activating its berserk mode. Instantly, the tiny creature transformed into a raging monster, wielding a massive hammer and snarling amidst the sea of flames. Elsewhere, Ela was struggling to use magic to put out a blaze. A stream of magical energy shot from her hand, hurtling directly toward the flames. But instead of extinguishing the fire, her magic seemed to collide with something unseen, resulting in a violent energy explosion. Ela screamed in terror as she was thrown backward by the chaotic energy surge. Just as danger peaked, a dazzling streak of golden light shot through the air. Taylor McClure rushed forward, swinging his sword to intercept the attack and shouting loudly, trying to snap Ela out of her panic. Taylor worried silently. Despite Ayla's extensive knowledge of magic, her practical combat experience was still non-existent. Taylor realized the enemy was intentionally targeting Ela, keeping both of them pinned down and unable to close the distance. From a distance, Ela called out, asking if Taylor could defeat the opponent if he managed to get close. In a different part of the battle, Elvira roared a decisive command with a belligerent smile. Responding to her summons, the golem, now a colossal shadow beast, let out a terrifying roar and lunged forward. The monster soared over the sea of fire, diving straight down to attack Ed Rothstaler. Returning to his own fight, Taylor gritted his teeth in determination, telling himself this wasn't a question of possibility, but necessity. Ed spoke provocatively, showing amusement at Elvira's fighting spirit. Without hesitation, Elvira dashed swiftly through the flames. Ed shouted her name as a violent explosion hurled Elvira backward. She collapsed amidst the crackling embers, her vest visibly scorched. Cornered, Elvira knelt among her vials, smiling and whispering to them as if they were her beloved children. Just as the golem's claws were about to descend, Ed calmly conjured a rose made of green energy in his palm. He unleashed the attack, releasing a powerful stream of green energy toward Elvira. The gale slash tore through the air, narrowly missing the golem and rocketing straight toward its target. Noticing Ed's preparation, Elvira calmly kissed a vial, activating the magic sealed within. Immediately, she hurled the glowing vial toward the incoming attack. Ed confidently declared that her move was too late. The vial shattered in midair, releasing a special reagent formulated from night butterfly flower and arrowhead mushroom. Imbued with a magic release enchantment, the reagent exploded into a brilliant sphere of arcane energy. Its effect was to restrict mana release, and because of this, Ela felt her chaotic magical flow gradually stabilize in her palm. A wave of energy spread throughout the chamber. Its effect was the temporary neutralization of all magically created constructs. The shadow golem, a creature born of sorcery, began to disintegrate under the influence of the energy wave. It collapsed onto the floor, its form dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. Elvira triumphantly realized that Ed was now merely a mage stripped of his ability to use magic. She and Ela both shouted, urging Taylor to seize the moment and attack Ed Rothstaler. However, Ed suddenly turned and fled, leaving everyone utterly stunned. With a determined expression, he rushed forward and grabbed the edge of a large table. He used all his strength to flip the table, sending everything flying toward the pursuing Taylor. A large container rolled out, spilling a shimmering golden liquid onto the floor. The liquid immediately ignited from the lingering embers of the battle. An explosion erupted, creating a ferocious wall of fire. Taylor was halted before the raging inferno. Smelling oil, he worried the fire might spread throughout the Ophelis building and endanger everyone inside. Taylor tightened his grip on his sword hilt, confident that his elemental strike could extinguish any fire, whether magical or oil-based. Knowing the reagent's effect was only temporary, he decided he had to end this battle immediately. Realizing something was amiss, Elvira screamed in panic, trying to stop Taylor. She suddenly noticed that all the windows had been opened beforehand to allow the smoke to escape. Moreover, all flammable objects, such as carpets and decorations, had been cleared out beforehand. Mid-charge, Taylor was stunned to realize that even this fire trap was part of Ed Rothstaler's calculated plan. Ed Rothstaler, his back to the fire, revealed that everything was part of his carefully calculated plan. Witnessing the scene, Elvira Aniston screamed in despair, fearing for Taylor's life. Despite his injuries, Ed calmly drew his bow, aiming straight at the charging enemy. Taylor McClure did not flinch. He leaped over the sea of fire, swinging his sword directly at Ed. He was astonished that Ed could use a bow, but remained confident that he could completely block the arrow. However, a flicker of unease flashed in Taylor's eyes as he realized something was amiss. Ed released the bowstring, and a blazing arrow shot forth with terrifying speed. Taylor was stunned as the arrow whizzed past him. Ed's target was not him. The arrow flew straight toward Ela, who stood motionless in terror. Elvira realized Ela was so panicked she couldn't even cast a basic defensive spell. In a moment of desperation, Elvira screamed Ela's name. A blue energy shield suddenly enveloped the arrow, stopping it just before it hit Ela. Elvira sighed in relief, her hand clutching a magic orb that had just saved her comrade's life. She collapsed to the ground, panting after the narrow intervention. It was the Grasping Claw, a technical magic tool that allowed the user to pull any small object within sight toward themselves. When she examined the arrow, Elvira suddenly froze, her eyes reflecting surprise. She discovered the arrowhead was merely a cloth wrapping. Ed had never intended to harm them. Realizing she had fallen for the trick, Elvira quickly shouted a warning to Taylor, knowing Ed surely had another ace up his sleeve. But it was too late. The deafening clang of metal echoed as Taylor attacked. Ed Rothstaler coldly used his sword to block Taylor's attack, his gaze sharp and resolute. Amidst the chaos, Taylor heard a massive explosion from the second floor, realizing they would perish if they hesitated. The source of the noise was revealed. Clevius Nortondale had just made a terrifying escape from the clutches of the second-floor boss. Back on the first floor, Ed Rothstaler, covered in injuries, finally sighed in relief as the confrontation subsided. Suddenly, Ed unleashed an extremely powerful energy strike, sending Taylor flying backward in a resounding explosion. A thick cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the area after the fierce attack. Elvira Aniston stood frozen, aghast at the sight before her. Leaning against the shattered wall, Ed, covered in blood, looked up, seemingly astonished by the destruction himself. The grand hall was devastated, with display cases burning, prompting someone to exclaim that the situation was absurd. Taylor angrily grabbed Ed's collar, demanding a reason for this insane action. Elvira watched with folded arms, frustrated to realize the entire group had been manipulated by Ed and fought exactly according to his script. She deduced that if Ed truly wanted to stop them, he could have set an ambush instead of waiting openly. Furthermore, throughout the battle, Ed had displayed a veteran fighting style, devoid of any hesitation or inexperience. Taylor, also sensing something was wrong, looked straight at Ed and asked if he was finished. Ed brushed Taylor's hand away and pushed him back, coldly telling him to stop talking and hurry upstairs. Taylor, Elvira, and Isla's group were all stunned, unable to understand why Ed had fought so fiercely just to let them pass. Outside, the rain continued to pour down on the Ophelis building, making the atmosphere even heavier. Ed glanced away when Elvira spoke up, asking why he had held back against them. Taylor turned to ask Elvira what she meant, while Ela reacted with fury at the suggestion that Ed hadn't used his full strength. Refusing to be ignored, Elvira stepped forward to confront Ed, angrily demanding an answer for his inexplicable leniency. Amidst the tension, Taylor's eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant blue light, his expression becoming unusually resolute. Ela glared furiously, enraged by the current situation. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as a door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. A heavy, shaking sound signaled an approaching presence. Lost in thought, Yenkar recalled the moment she carefully chose the rose hairpin. After much deliberation, she had walked with naive faith, allowing herself to dream of a perfect encounter. But the cruel reality shattered her illusion. The boy she had been waiting for was being attacked by Taylor and Ela. Ed Rothstaler lay there, exhausted and covered in blood, leaving Yenkar speechless with shock and confusion. Killing intent, radiating, Yenkar stood tall, her red eyes glaring as she fiercely demanded to know what they were doing. She suddenly remembered Ed's letter, her intuition telling her he had run into unexpected trouble. Yenkar recalled the times Ed had demonstrated his capability, from daily life to the battle with Glasscan. In her mind, Ed Rothstaler was the person who always instilled confidence that he could resolve any difficulty. She also realized he was someone who knew how to reflect on himself after being attacked at a weak point. She had promised she would certainly help him when he needed it, but Ed had never sought her out. And then Yenkar realized Ed deliberately pushed her away, fighting until he bled, all to protect her from further disciplinary action after the Glasscan incident. She had been completely unaware, while he secretly arranged everything so she wouldn't be implicated. While she was preoccupied with her attire, he had been facing danger. Magical energy violently erupted as Yenkar stared directly at Taylor's group, repeating her question in a deadly tone. Meanwhile, Taylor also grasped Ed's intention, stating that his act of blocking them must have had a deeper reason. Seeing Taylor waver, Ela furiously shouted, demanding that he quickly snap out of it. She gritted her teeth, emphasizing that Yenkar was their enemy. Standing amidst the magical maelstrom, Yenkar coldly declared that she had no interest in the objectives of the assault team lying scattered at her feet. Witnessing the scene, the heavily injured Ed struggled to rise, shouting her name in desperation. Yenkar turned back, offering a gentle smile to reassure Ed that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Ela and Elvira were frozen, stiff, horrified by the immeasurable magical power on display. Suddenly, glowing white feathers began to appear amidst the chaotic energy flow. They shot straight toward the window, shattering the glass pane into countless fragments. Yenkar summoned 4 powerful intermediate spirits, forming a terrifying elemental army, and called out Ed's name. With determined, blazing red eyes, she promised to resolve everything in just 1 minute. Taylor was stunned as he analyzed the situation, realizing Yenkar had summoned an entire spirit army. Ela and Elvira desperately urged Taylor to retreat, admitting that they could not win, having already been defeated by Ed. Now, their opponent was no longer just an ordinary student. It was Yenkar Palarover, the second-year valedictorian of the magic department. As the spirits charged, Ela screamed, demanding Taylor face reality and find an escape route through the shattered window. But Taylor hesitated, knowing from Ed that this incident was far more complex than a simple occupation. Determined not to let his comrades' sacrifices be in vain, Taylor unleashed his power, his blazing sword ready for battle. Ela cried out his name in terror as she watched Taylor charge alone to confront the gigantic spirits, living up to the destiny of a protagonist. Her bloodied hand gripped Taylor's cloak, desperately trying to hold him back. "Go while you still can," Ela pleaded desperately, wanting him to escape alone. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupted from the fierce confrontation. Ela looked straight at Taylor with a resolute expression, ordering him to listen, causing him to turn back in surprise. Taylor declared that he would handle Yenkar alone, urging his comrades to proceed to the second floor according to plan. Ela questioned Taylor's sudden decision in astonishment, while he merely urged them coldly to hurry and leave. Elvira Aniston laughed bitterly, mocking that Taylor couldn't possibly do anything in his heavily injured state. To silence her protest, Taylor unexpectedly slapped Elvira on the head, making her cry out in pain. He told Elvira to take his reagents and apologized for tearing her pouch. Completely bewildered by Taylor's actions, Elvira could only grasp the vials. Ela screamed encouragement as the group began to flee from the besieging spirit army. Amidst the flow of dark energy, Yenkar Palarover raised her hand, ready to annihilate those who dared to flee. Her blazing red gaze locked onto her targets, filled with killing intent. But then, her vision suddenly caught sight of the heavily wounded Ed Rothstaler, causing her to gasp his name in shock. Yenkar immediately rushed to Ed's side, gently advising him not to strain himself and promising to take care of everything. Ed realized that the sudden physical contact might be considered rude, but the situation did not allow him to hesitate. He gently placed his hand on Yenkar's shoulder, reassuring her that he was truly fine. With a gentle smile, despite his body being covered in wounds, Ed advised her not to overreact on his behalf. His words and actions caused Yenkar's rage to dissipate, leaving only astonishment in her eyes. The anger was replaced by a face flushed red with confusion and embarrassment. Yenkar stammered upon realizing Ed's hand was resting on her shoulder, but he merely explained that the wind created by her spirits was too strong for him to stand steady. Her wind spirit bowed apologetically as Yenkar realized her foolishness and blamed herself. The magical gust faded as the spirit was dismissed. Invisible fragments fell, signaling that the extreme tension had passed. Taylor, Ela, and Elvira Aniston's team stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that Ed had neutralized Yenkar's terrifying power. With his last ounce of strength, Ed Rothstaler pushed Yenkar Palarover away, urgently imploring her to leave quickly. Ed's consciousness faded. He managed only one final thought before collapsing. Ed fell unconscious, collapsing backward into the residual energy vortex, much to Yenkar's extreme horror. Yenkar's desperate scream echoed as the scene shifted to a clock tower under a torrential night rain. During a conversation, Yenkar scolded Ed for recklessly putting himself in danger, while he promised to tell her everything next time. Yenkar angrily declared that those who had injured Ed had gone too far, and that she would not forgive them. She gently made Ed promise not to get hurt again, and he tiredly agreed, thanking her for her concern. Ed thought to himself that although the plan had slightly changed, he had fulfilled his role as the first-floor boss and could now rest. Just then, Yenkar suddenly mentioned that she had seen a very large carriage in the rose garden. Ed's eyes widened when Yenkar said that the carriage bore a golden crown emblem. Ed's memory surged. The golden crown was the symbol of the powerful Etel store. Its owner was Lortell's adoptive father, the man who murdered her biological father, a false boss whom Lortell herself was destined to overthrow. That person was Elta, the Golden King, a key figure in the later event, the battle for the Sage's sealed relic. Ed realized that Elta's appearance at this moment was a terrifying variable, completely outside his predictions and knowledge. Under the heavy rain, Elta's entourage and luxurious carriage stopped in the academy courtyard. From a high window in Ophelis Hall, a figure silently observed the entire event. That person was Lortell Cahaland, who pressed her hand against the window and told her maid, Elris, that she had just been kicked out. Lortell asked Elris about Ed, whom she described as having a wicked and cruel appearance when they first met. She remarked that she sensed a familiar scent from Elris, and it seemed she had also smelled it on Ed. In a vague flashback, an ash-blonde man wondered if anyone would pity a person who only offered emotional commentary. With glowing blue eyes, he judged that Lortell must bear responsibility for her choices, just as the other person had not hesitated to discard everything. Lortell coldly retorted, asserting that people like her, and Elris, the veteran head maid of the Ophelis dormitory, survived by listening to such harsh words. The flashback showed that Elris had dedicated her entire youth to the dormitory, starting as an apprentice maid at 15, and rising to the position of manager. To sway such an upright person, Lortell knew she needed an enormous sum of money, a ruthless investment to purchase loyalty. Returning to the present, Lortell smiled, and told Elris that she was glad to have her there. Elris, who had witnessed countless individuals sell their souls for gold, understood the temptation Lortell was setting forth. Lortell walked across the golden sea of despair, feeling less alone when facing those of her own kind, those consumed by greed. Memories of her harsh childhood flooded back, when young Lortell had to fight for survival in the slums, a place where you either stabbed others or were stabbed yourself. Elris clearly understood Lortell's cruel plan, to coordinate with Willen and grant him control over the dormitory's defensive magic formations. Either way, the Ophelis dormitory was certain to be destroyed, and Lortell was the villain orchestrating it all. With a self-satisfied smile, she played the role of a mastermind hidden behind a dark curtain. Lortell explained that she would hide in a storage room, playing the part of a frightened, obedient student completely unaware of the impending rebellion. Elris sighed internally, feeling only pity for such a miserable person. Suddenly, Elris gripped the hilt of her sword and said she had something to tell Miss Lortell. The cold blade pressed against Lortell as Elris asserted that someone like her would never find love or a family to open her heart to. Elris's gaze was sharp, the sword in her hand radiating powerful aura as she pointed it directly at Lortell, emphasizing that Lortell was not like her. Outside, rain continued to pour down on the Ophelis dormitory, signaling that if things continued this way, the curtain would soon fall on the performance. On the second floor, the assault team easily captured the cowardly Clevius, who was supposed to be the floor boss, as he attempted to flee. On the third floor, the maid Kelly, alone without her twin sister Shani's support, was quickly defeated and could only kneel, apologizing for betraying Elris' trust. Without questioning the suspicious absence of one of the twins, Taylor's team proceeded straight to the fourth floor of the Ophelis dormitory, much more easily than anticipated. The truth was, only the first floor boss had been unreasonably difficult, but the moment they stepped onto the fourth floor, a terrifying scream echoed, startling Elvira. A surge of blazing red magical energy erupted, forcing the students to flee in panic to save their lives. At the center of the chaos was Willen, the fourth floor boss, who had been possessed by the dormitory's own defensive magic formations, desperately screaming for help. These formations were originally designed to protect the students from external forces, but now, in the hands of an out-of-control Willen, they had become nothing less than a weapon of destruction. Taylor's team had to strain themselves to fend off the fierce energy attacks. The situation was extremely critical. From the outside, the entire Ophelis dormitory shook violently under the heavy rain. Inside, students began to panic. One female student anxiously wondering what was happening. Another male student screamed in fear that the building could collapse at any moment. The chaos peaked when a student cried out helplessly, unable to understand why the maid squad wasn't intervening. As the window panes began to shatter, the order to evacuate was shouted throughout the corridors. Even the most elite students of the Ophelis dormitory, who usually maintained their composure, now had to use all their strength to break through the walls and escape. A series of explosions followed one another along the building as students created escape routes, worsening the situation. Another terrifying explosion shook the entire structure. Amidst the magical storm, Taylor desperately asked Elvira about the night butterfly flower reagent, but she yelled back that it was completely useless against this type of magic formation. In this life-or-death situation, Elvira pulled out a special reagent vial, declaring it the perfect weapon for confined spaces. She threw the vial, releasing a plume of green smoke, announcing that it would suppress low-level magic in this corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Taylor grabbed the trembling Clevius, asserting that Willen's magic was primarily supportive and not overwhelmingly powerful. Without hesitation, Taylor kicked Clevius and Ela forward, forcing them to charge and defeat Willain amidst desperate screams of protest. At the end of the corridor, Willain, completely possessed by the magic, unleashed all the accumulated power in a torrent of savage energy. Taylor and Ela shot through the energy storm, dodging the destructive magical currents screaming around them. Willain's face was both tear-streaked and etched with a satisfied smile. His glasses cracked under the strain of his own power. He whispered in relief, as if he had been waiting for this moment of destruction for a long time. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion erupted, swallowing everything in blinding light. From the outside, successive explosions ripped through the Ophelis dormitory, blowing the windows outward. Under the heavy rain, Yenkar worried about Ed's injuries as they watched the scene unfold, while a mysterious carriage approached. Ed reassured her that it was not his blood, his eyes still fixed on the unfolding events. He sighed, sensing a troublesome presence that had just appeared amidst the chaos. Ed inwardly remarked that the carriage looked truly modest, a sarcastic comment given its ostentation. He knew that this magnificent appearance was nothing compared to the power of the man sitting inside. The Golden King, Elta, Lortell's adoptive father, had arrived, and this discreet appearance signaled an urgent and dangerous purpose. Ed realized in horror that Elte was a villain who shouldn't have appeared yet. His presence completely shattered the script. As an attendant opened the carriage door, Ed wondered if Elte had deliberately waited for the moment the building was destroyed to reveal himself. Ed's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe who was stepping out of the carriage. The person stepping out of the carriage was Shani, Kelly's twin sister and the third-floor boss, one of the orphans taken in by Elris. Ed recognized a serious change in the script. Elris should have been bought off by Lortell, but her appearance alongside Elta was an alarming sign. He formulated the terrifying hypothesis that Elris had betrayed Lortell to side with Elta. If that were true, the only future Ed could foresee was Lortell's complete downfall. Ed was acutely aware of Lortell's crucial role in future events, from the political struggle against Pena to supporting the protagonist. He told himself he couldn't shoulder Lortell's role as well, while Elta and his entourage strode decisively through the pouring rain. Ed turned to call Yenkar, who was standing beside him with a worried look. With a distressed expression, he explained that he had an urgent favor to ask and wasn't sure he could handle it alone, his heart heavy with the difficulty of explaining the situation. To Ed's surprise, Yenkar immediately agreed to help without needing further details. She looked him straight in the eye, resolutely asking what she needed to do. Meanwhile, a letter addressed to Elta Yahello was smoldering, beginning to reveal a shocking truth. The letter warned Elta that Lortell, his adopted daughter, was plotting betrayal to seize control of the entire company. It exposed the fact that Lortell knew Elta had murdered her parents and was secretly mobilizing other forces to overthrow him. The negotiation for the purchase of the sealed tome was actually a trap designed to lure Elta to the academy, preventing him from interfering with a prearranged incident. The writer asserted that they possessed undeniable evidence of Lortell's conspiracy. They hinted that their loyalty would belong to whoever offered the higher price, be it Lortell or Elta. The writer was revealed to be Elris, who explained that this was her final year as headmaid due to declining health. Elris admitted that her actions could either complicate or simplify matters for Lortell. Attached to the letter was a list of orphanages, implying that the amount of gold sent to these locations would determine her ultimate allegiance. Elris's letter concluded with a wish that Lortell would make a wise decision beneath the torrential rain. Immediately afterward, a sharp blade pressed against Lortell's neck, and a cold voice announced that Master Elta was about to arrive. The threat came from Elris, who expressed surprise at Lortell's shock, sarcastically remarking that she had thought Lortell was more calculating than that. Elris commented that Lortell's revenge plot made her no different from Elta in her eyes. She then sighed, bitterly admitting that perhaps she herself was just like them. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion shook the building, throwing Lortell into a sea of flames. Amidst the wreckage, Willen realized in shock that he couldn't have been the one controlling the magic arrays, and the true mastermind was Elris, whom Taylor's team had just horrifyingly discovered holding Lortell hostage. Elris swung her sword, seemingly attacking Lortell right in front of everyone. Lortell collapsed, and Taylor's group immediately rushed forward to catch her in a panic. Deep down, Lortell formulated her next plan, shifting all the blame onto Elris. Elvira and the others anxiously called Lortell's name, completely unaware of her calculations. Lortell mocked her own pathetic appearance, but her eyes shone with fierce determination. Abruptly, she sprang up and dashed away, leaving behind the frantic cries of her friends. Lortell told herself that Elta was on his way, and this was her moment. She raced down the stairs, determined to contact the executives to overthrow Elta while he was absent. Her plan was to send out the homing pigeons and then go into hiding, as everything now depended on whether she was captured or not. Her feet swiftly carried her down the opulent corridor. Then, Lortell suddenly stopped, concluding her train of thought with an implicit self-admonishment. That's all. Don't be disappointed. Ed Rostaler coldly thought that no one in this world could truly understand him. Meanwhile, Elris calmly accepted the betrayal, a concept she was all too familiar with. Lortell Yahello hurried down the corridor, her mind in turmoil. She burst into sobs, telling herself that collapsing now was completely out of character for her. After a brief pause, she regained her composure. Lortell resolved to do whatever was necessary to complete the plan. She rushed forward, determined to reach her room before Elta arrived. Lortell believed that as long as she sent that message, everything would be fine. At the same time, the main hall on the first floor revealed a scene of utter devastation. Elta and his black-cloaked entourage entered, their steps radiating authority. He looked around and ordered the students to evacuate immediately. Elta declared that the building was in danger of collapse and that they were there to seal off the area for safety reasons. Unexpectedly, the heavily injured Ed Rothstaler appeared, blocking their path and declaring that no one was allowed to pass. When Elta questioned him, Ed asserted that he was acting on his personal judgment based on the Academy's safety protocols. Ed secretly analyzed the situation, realizing that three forces were vying for control of the narrative. First was Lortell, who sought to depose Elta to avenge her parents. Next was Elta, who was trying to thwart Lortell's plot and seize the sealed tome. And finally, there was Elris, the unpredictable factor standing between the two sides, who had derailed the entire sequence of events. Ed recalled the scene of Elris holding a sword to Lortell's neck on the 5th floor and wondered whether he should intervene immediately. Ed decided against intervening, believing that, according to the script, Taylor's group would naturally encounter and deal with Elris. He had complete faith in their strength, visualizing the entire team coordinating their combat seamlessly. That confidence stemmed from Ed having personally witnessed and confirmed the abilities of every member of Taylor's group. Now, he determined that the more critical objective was to deal with whatever scheme Elte was planning. With iron resolve, Ed believed that simply stopping Elte would put everything back on its proper trajectory. In reality, Ed bowed to Elte Cahelland and his two cloaked attendants, politely inquiring about the reason for his presence. He subtly suggested that he would contact the academy staff so they could receive Elte with the appropriate dignity and respect. Elte responded briefly, his sharp gaze seemingly seeing right through everything. Staring directly at the blood-soaked Ed, Elte began to state his judgment. Exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure, Elte asserted that Ed was definitely Lortell's subordinate. 10 minutes earlier, a terrifying explosion had shaken the entire building. Ed and Yenkar stood before a shattered wall, witnessing the scene of destruction. Ed spoke up, asking the person who was still inside the ruined room amidst the chaos. From the ceiling, a man with a massive, muscular physique descended, confidently stating that a collapsing building couldn't possibly trouble him. The man complained about the destroyed wall, while Ed was secretly astonished, unable to believe that such a person was a mage. He turned to greet Yenkar, recalling that they had once been on opposing sides, causing her to apologize awkwardly. The man reassured Yenkar that everything was in the past, then glanced at her and Ed with a meaningful look. He abruptly asked them directly if they were dating, making Yenkar jump in surprise. While Yenkar frantically waved her hands in denial, Ed merely stood silent with a completely expressionless face. Yenkar worriedly asked if the rude question had bothered Ed, but he calmly replied that he was fine and that the impolite one was Ziggs. Immediately afterward, Ziggs bowed deeply and formally to apologize for his actions. He looked up, wondering why Ed had to destroy an entire wall just to find him. Ed offered no explanation, his eyes sharpening as he seriously requested Ziggs's help with a task, promising to repay him later. The scene shifted. Ed was now standing in the middle of a ruined hall, facing Elte Cahelland and his cloaked entourage. Elte coldly agreed, but his gaze was locked onto the heavily injured young man. With a resolute expression, Ed did not flinch under the invisible pressure emanating from the powerful man. Elte radiated a terrifying aura, asserting that Ed was definitely Lortell's subordinate. He leaned down, whispering into Ed's ear, mocking him by asking if he was enchanted by Lortell's beauty and advising him to choose immediate profit. Elte warned that Lortell had the nature of a cunning fox, ready to stab anyone in the back at any moment, and that he, as her guardian, understood this better than anyone. To prove his point, Elte made an enticing offer. He would pay Ed double what Lortell had promised and demanded that he step aside. Ed quietly thanked him for the offer, but his tone implied a rejection. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with magical light, and boldly declared that Lortell had promised no gold or silver, so 00 was still 0. Elte narrowed his eyes, realizing that this young man could not be bought with wealth. When words failed, Elte's entire entourage simultaneously unleashed blue magical power and drew their weapons, ready for combat. Ed's gaze was fearless, as he quickly scanned the enemies surrounding him. Elte ordered his subordinates to silently eliminate Ed, and they immediately charged forward. 2 hooded assassins lunged toward Ed, roaring that he would not escape. Just as the blade was about to strike, a surge of green energy suddenly erupted, enveloping one of the attackers. A stranger in a fur-collared coat appeared, using the green energy to shield a white-haired girl with cat ears, and asked Ed about his condition. From another location, Ed urgently shouted, asking his comrades to buy him time so he could check the situation, promising to repay them later. Taylor smiled confidently, standing with Ela amidst a sea of fire, and replied that he was the one indebted to Ed. Witnessing this, Elte coldly remarked that even though they were just students, they could not be underestimated, then ordered his subordinates to attack. Immediately, Taylor and Ela plunged into the fight, confronting the hooded attendants with a massive fireball. Meanwhile, Ed had separated, traversing the ruined corridor alone amidst the explosions. With a bloodied and determined face, he told himself he had to find Lortell to inform her of everything. Suddenly, Ed stopped short when he saw Lortell standing dazed ahead of him. He asked if she was trapped there, and seeing Lortell's confusion, he decisively suggested they both escape through the back door. Ed looked back sternly, demanding that Lortell follow him and not fall behind. While fleeing, Lortell sank into bitter thoughts. The receptionist Sharo was friendly to her, only to extract information for profit. The worker Kadan was cheerful toward her only because of the generous tips. Even the parrot Teeny was fond of her only because she fed it the finest food. Lortell bitterly realized that in her world, all kindness was bought with self-interest. Just then, Ed suddenly asked directly, shattering her train of thought. Elris betrayed you, didn't she? Lortell lowered her head, bitterly admitting it was her fault. A mistake so naive it was foolish. She compared herself to Yenkar, who grew up surrounded by love and treated the world with pure kindness. Lortell recalled the moment she saw the selfless look Yenkar gave Ed. Because she witnessed that pure affection, she deceived herself into believing she could trust someone too, and subsequently revealed all her plans to Elris. In Lortell's mind, the image of Elris standing over her with a sword felt like a judgment, making her bitterly realize that trusting no one was her true survival principle. She stopped abruptly in the dark corridor, realizing she had deceived herself. Looking at her cracked reflection, Lortell chastised herself, realizing she should have remembered that she was inherently tainted and could never become pure. She recalled the 5 people she had bribed: Elris, the twins Shani and Kelly, Willen, and Ed, the fallen noble. Now, she believed that Elris and the 2 maid sisters had defected to LT's side, and Willen would soon betray her to save his own life. Her gaze turned toward Ed, her last remaining ally, and she wondered about his fate. Lortell apologized to Ed, but then questioned why she would say such a thing to an ally. She deliberately pushed him away by saying she couldn't guarantee payment, immediately regretting her foolishness. However, Ed's decisive reply, "I didn't ask," left Lortell completely stunned. Ed suddenly grabbed her wrist, warning that if LT caught her, her life would be over. He decisively pulled her along, declaring that they had to escape first and talk later. Stunned by his resolute action, Lortell's mind echoed with the 2 words, kindness and trust. When Ed demanded an explanation, Lortell sank back into the thought that kindness always came with an ulterior motive. She told herself that if she couldn't discern that purpose, she absolutely shouldn't trust anyone. Nevertheless, while being dragged away, Lortell began to confess her father's market manipulation scheme. She explained that his plan was to purchase all the cheap armor after the monster subjugation event, to monopolize the market through insider trading. Lortell further revealed that to secure capital, her father had sent her to Sylvania to steal the sage's sealed tome. Upon hearing this, Ed responded only with a sharp gaze, asserting that he already knew everything he needed to know. A diagram appeared, illustrating how merchants could collude to trade an item among themselves to artificially inflate its value. When the price of an item continuously rose without external supply, people began to believe its value would soar even higher. That was the moment the merchants would simultaneously sell off their stockpiled goods, reaping enormous profits. However, this strategy required absolute trust, because if a few traders undercut the price early, the entire plan would collapse. This would push Elta, who had poured all his resources into cornering the market, into heavy losses and the risk of losing everything. Lortell revealed that for years, she had secretly bribed dozens of merchants to prepare for this overthrow. While running, Ed exposed her entire plan, causing chaos in the Ophilis dormitory to force the academy to sell the sealed tome cheaply, then using it as bait to lure Elta away from his main headquarters. Lortell was dumbfounded, wondering in astonishment how he could possibly know everything. Ed coldly declared that she now had only one thing left to do. He ordered her to send a message to the main headquarters to sell all the armor, and Lortell stammered, revealing the homing pigeon in her room. She explained that it was a direct communication method. She only needed to send it off and go into hiding to secure the victory. But fear overwhelmed Lortell as she believed her father had anticipated this and would capture her that very night for interrogation. Ed remained silent for a moment, processing the crucial information. Then he looked straight at her, his voice hardening, demanding that she listen carefully. Ed analyzed that Elte must have stationed guards at both bridges leading to Akan Island, blocking all her escape routes. He outlined a diversion plan, having a stable hand drive an empty carriage off the island to mislead Elte's forces. When Lortell anxiously asked about her own safety, Ed revealed a secret cabin in the northern forest and instructed her to hide there for 3 days. Ed decided he would go to her room himself to send the homing pigeon, taking on the most dangerous part of the task. His eyes shone with steely determination. Without a word of warning, Ed gripped Lortell's hand tightly, resolutely pulling her along according to his plan. The heavily injured Ed decisively assigned Lortell her task, assuring her that he would handle the guards outside. Faced with his astonishing efficiency, Lortell felt a powerful surge of belief that she could entrust everything to this man. Noticing Lortell was dazed, Ed sternly reminded her, pulling her back to the harsh reality. Lortell whispered Ed's name in her mind, truly considering for the first time placing her complete trust in another person. Unable to hold back, she looked up and asked him why he was risking his life to save her. Ed silently turned away, seemingly unwilling to face the direct question. He let out a soft groan of pain before curtly replying that there was no reason at all. Yet, just as he opened the door to leave, he added that he simply felt he ought to. The door slammed shut, leaving Lortell alone in the terrifying silence of the room. Outside, the night rain continued to pour relentlessly, washing over the large window pane. Exhausted, Lortell slid down onto the floor, the long-suppressed tension finally breaking. She gasped for breath, trying to regain her composure amidst the pounding echoes in her chest. At first, she mistook it for the sound of the fierce battle between Elris and Taylor's group far away. Then she thought it came from the skirmish on the first floor, where Princess Pena was commanding. But no, the sound was closer than that, unbelievably close. With tear-filled eyes and a flushed face, Lortell realized that the deafening sound was the frantic beating of her own heart. In the dark forest outside, the rain still lashed down. A voice rang out from the downpour, expressing surprise at seeing Ed emerge from that door. The ambusher revealed herself. It was Shani, the dishwashing maid, now brandishing a massive sword while clad in battle armor. Ed muttered that this final obstacle felt somewhat anticlimactic. Nevertheless, he raised his spirits, knowing that this hellish occupation event was finally nearing its conclusion. In his thoughts, Ed recalled the battle with headmaid Elris, who had access to the Ophelis dormitory's defensive magic circles. She possessed swordsmanship comparable to a combat department student, and could even utilize intermediate-level magic. That was headmaid Elris, a formidable opponent. However, no matter how strong she was, she could not defeat Taylor, because Taylor was the protagonist, and that was the final battle against headmaid Elris. Returning to reality, Shani's blade flashed in the rain. The sharp sword reflected the faint light emanating from the building behind her. Shani stood in a ready stance, her eyes gleaming with deadly resolve. She faced Ed, who stood there looking exhausted yet completely composed. Ed told himself that his mana was nearly depleted, only enough to cast basic spells 2 or 3 more times. Shani lunged forward, her body enveloped by a stream of dark energy. She swung her greatsword with astonishing speed. A powerful slash tore through the air, aimed directly at Ed, but he lightly evaded the lightning-fast attack. Shani was stunned to see her strike miss, while Ed had already anticipated her first attack would be a thrust aimed between his lower abdomen and thigh. He stood firm, for he already knew the pattern of her attacks. Ed thought to himself that evading the attack was not due to his reaction speed. Rather, it was because he possessed the precognitive ability, allowing him to grasp every action of his opponent. With a powerful movement, he slammed Shani onto the cold, damp ground. The maid only managed a cry of pain, completely surprised by the sudden counterattack. Ed realized that the glowing purple eyes were the privilege of the star-blessed twins. The skill-sharing ability allowed them to borrow one skill from the other, once per day, and he knew well that the hovering knives were Kelly's low-level object manipulation magic. The stream of magical energy surrounding Ed seemed to have locked onto its target. A barrage of daggers hurtled towards him, guided by the magic. With her brightly glowing purple eyes, Shani smirked triumphantly, believing she had finished off her enemy. But her smile vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment when she saw the attack was nearly harmless. Ed stood firm, his eyes reflecting a cold blue light, clutching the bleeding wound on his bicep. He knew that Shani's magical control was not as refined as Kelly's, so the damage was only a minor scratch. Seizing the opportunity, Ed lunged forward and grabbed Shani's arm while she was still stunned. He twisted her arm forcefully, and a cry of pain erupted as she was completely overwhelmed. With a decisive kick, Ed disarmed Shani of her greatsword, sending it flying away. He looked down at his defeated opponent and coldly stated the situation. Pinned to the ground, Shani screamed in despair, the entire confrontation having ended in less than a minute. Nevertheless, she yelled in indignation that she could not disappoint Elris, and demanded Ed get out of the way. Ed coldly declared that Elris was certain to fail. Pinned down, Shani furiously screamed, questioning what he knew about her mistress. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a stream of purple magical power, shouting about the suffering Elris had endured. Shani stood up, summoning a barrage of lethal energy spheres, preparing for her final attack. She launched a destructive strike, screaming about the countless orphans Elris had taken in and cared for. Faced with her confession that she herself was one of those orphans, Ed simply replied coldly that he did not know. He recalled that in the game, the story of Elris's personal circumstances was never deeply explored. A fleeting image in his mind was of Taylor with white hair fighting fiercely. That battle was between Taylor and Elris herself, the person Shani owed her life to. Shani asserted that without Elris, she would not have survived until today. Elris's eyes in the flashback shone with an unshakable resolve. Returning to reality, Ed stood firm against the aftershocks of the attack, telling himself that even though he had heard the whole story, honestly, it didn't move him at all. He delivered a decisive punch to knock Shani out, confirming that his feelings had not changed. Shani collapsed, tears welling up, unable to believe that Ed was siding with Lortell. She faded into unconsciousness amidst despair and immense pain. Another explosion shook the entire building, and fire raged fiercely. Looking at Shani's unconscious body, Ed bitterly admitted that he knew nothing about the backstories of side characters like her. He mused, concluding that this world inherently concealed countless untold stories. Ed wondered if there was any use in weighing the damage of this incident against the relief efforts Elris had previously undertaken to determine who was right or wrong. He decided that such judgment was meaningless. In his view, only those with privileged, fulfilling lives could make philosophical comments and freely decide their life choices. However, Ed's ultimate choice and goal had never changed since he transmigrated into this body. That goal was survival. Amidst the pain, a notification appeared. He had learned the pain endurance skill. Suddenly, a thrown stone shattered the window, breaking the silence. Ed spun around, startled and wary of the intruder. But upon closer inspection, he realized no one was there, and that he was in an unfamiliar room. He was in a luxuriously furnished room, but everything seemed arranged out of necessity rather than for decoration. The desk was covered in papers and books, neatly organized without a single flaw. Ed immediately recognized the style, muttering that it was very much like her. He approached the desk and discovered a pigeon cage hidden underneath. Wasting no time, Ed wrote an urgent letter, stating clearly that Elta was currently at Sylvania and would take at least 3 days to return to the main headquarters. He ordered the sale of all confiscated equipment. The homing pigeon was released, soaring into the stormy night, carrying a message that could determine Eltie's fate. Having completed his task, Ed quietly departed, heading into the dark forest. Although covered in injuries, he believed that with his past experiences, these wounds would quickly heal. Ed mused that without the help of Ziggs, Yenkar, and other favorable events, Lortell would certainly have embarked on an irreversible path to ruin. While Lortell's carriage had escaped Akan Island, Ed knew that Elte would not stand idly by. However, he trusted that the letter he sent would reach the headquarters and trigger Elte's downfall before he could act. Arriving at the rendezvous point in the forest, Ed was surprised to see a familiar figure, believing Lortell was waiting for him as planned. Lortell stepped out of the shadows, and Ed sarcastically remarked on her kindness for going to the trouble of meeting him. He suddenly realized with shock that he had been too complacent and needed to accept the harsh reality before him, because the person standing before him, the Golden Daughter Lortell, had drawn a dagger with murderous intent. Ed quickly analyzed that Lortell could control everyone who knew her secrets, from Elris and the twin sisters to Willain, and in her eyes, Ed Rothstaler was the only variable that could not be bought with money. He understood that, in this secluded location, if she eliminated him, her crime would be perfect. Lortell's nature was darkness, ready to exploit and discard anyone to achieve her goals. Ed gritted his teeth, determined to survive, but his heavily injured body had reached its limit. Lortell closed in, raising the dagger over the exhausted Ed, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The sharp blade flashed in the darkness, ready to claim the only life standing in her way. Ed closed his eyes, seemingly accepting defeat, as he no longer had the strength to resist. However, Lortell's dagger-wielding hand suddenly trembled, revealing an unexpected hesitation. Instead of plunging the knife down, she grabbed his shirt, her voice trembling as she realized the extent of his injuries. Ed was stunned when Lortell exclaimed that he was this severely wounded. In a moment that defied all expectations, Lortell helped Ed toward a wooden cabin, stating that she would assist him. Under the warm glow of the fire, she looked at him gently and suggested they both warm up first. Lortell asked Ed if everything had gone according to plan, and Ed confirmed that it was a matter of Ed recounted that he had persuaded the coachman to risk his life to draw attention, leading Lortell to suspect he had resorted to kidnapping the family. Ed ignored the question, asserting that if this plan succeeded, he would gain a position of power within the Elta company. Lortell smirked smugly, boasting that the idea of her owing him a favor was unthinkable, and wondered if he felt pressured. Faced with Ed's silence, Lortell merely remarked that his reaction was dull. Immediately afterward, she smiled sincerely and offered her thanks. Lortell promised never to forget this favor, but Ed coldly demanded the 20 gold coins she had promised. Lortell then changed the subject, saying she had something else to ask, and Ed guessed it was about Elris. She denied it, stating that what she truly cared about was his relationship with Yenkar. Ed admitted he was close to Yenkar and praised her as a good person. Lortell agreed that Yenkar was a respectable senior. Ed looked straight at her, getting straight to the point. Lortell remained silent, lowering her head to look at the cup in her hand. She looked up with an enigmatic smile, admitting that she herself was not such a good person. Simultaneously, at Ophelis Hall, a wall collapsed amid the chaos. Alte Cahelland, after receiving an urgent report, abruptly led his subordinates away, no longer concerned with the battle. In a flashback, Ziggs was struggling in combat, realizing the presence of mercenaries was making things difficult. However, the greater threat came from his own allies, forcing him to divert his attention to stop them. Yenkar, initially only worried, gradually lost control as her summoned spirits grew stronger and more violent. Ziggs realized he had to stop Yenkar before casualties occurred. Meanwhile, in the present, Lortell asked Ed if something was wrong. A messenger pigeon landed on Lortell's shoulder, and she turned to ask Ed if he was angry. In response to Ed's question, Lortell remained silent for a moment, the messenger pigeon still perched on her shoulder. Then she turned back, an enigmatic smile on her lips and her eyes glowing red, and replied that she was not angry at all. Ed recalled what happened afterward. His uniform was ruined, and Ziggs was the one who lent him clothes and updated him on the situation. According to Ziggs, Willen had stepped forward to take full responsibility for the attack on Ophelis Hall. Headmaid Elris was still being interrogated but refused to confess, while Lortell was temporarily placed under supervision. Ed mused that the lack of major confrontational moves from the LT side indicated the plan had partially succeeded, and now they just had to wait. Returning to the present, he sighed by the stream, feeling tired and sore all over after the incident, forcing him to work slowly. He checked his life skill panel, confirming that the 2 slots for advanced production techniques were still empty. Learning a new skill became the top priority, and Ed already had his choices lined up. He planned to learn spirit channeling to support elementalists, and magic crafting to manufacture items. Ed knew that spirit channeling was acquired by crafting elemental items after signing a contract, while magic crafting required successfully disassembling a magical item. While contemplating signing a contract with a low-level spirit, he unexpectedly encountered Yenkar happily waving hello. Ed asked why she wasn't in class. Yenkar explained that she wasn't feeling well and was resting, then anxiously asked if he was injured. Hearing Ed deny it, Yenkar smiled in relief. She hesitated for a moment and then asked about Lortell. Ed replied that Lortell was resting in the cabin, while an imagined image showed her sulking outside. In reality, Lortell was sitting thoughtfully in the cabin, telling herself that even though the incident was over, she still had a lot of work to do. Her priority was to reclaim Elris and prepare for the negotiation to acquire the Sage's sealed tome. Lortell felt anxious having to stay in this wooden house for 3 days waiting for news from Elta's headquarters. Nevertheless, looking outside, she secretly thought that this feeling of annoyance wasn't so bad. Lortell Cahellan secretly thought that whenever she was near Ed Rothstaler, her heart raced. Standing by the window, she blushed as she recalled his kindness and unconditional trust, a warmth she had never experienced. For Lortell, who had lived her whole life on a cold path, this feeling was more precious than gold, and she was determined not to yield him to anyone, especially not to Yenkar Palarover, whom she imagined happily laughing beside Ed. Lortell angrily thought that Yenkar, who already had everything, should give up Ed for her. If not, she would only have to resort to schemes, and that was Lortell's specialty. With a cunning smile, she realized that 3 days together was too great an advantage and perfect for making a move. Her first thought was to use her familiar method, burying the entire wooden house in a sea of gold coins. But Lortell quickly dismissed it, realizing that method wouldn't work and she was currently short on cash, so she shifted to helping him with his tuition fees in the most natural way possible. She imagined herself haughtily tilting her chin, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not helping because you're my senior." Immediately, Lortell felt so embarrassed she wanted to bang her head against the wall because of that naive thought, proving she had absolutely no dating experience. Her train of thought was interrupted when a voice asked her to move because she was standing in their spot. Lortell looked up blankly and saw Lucy standing at the door, letting out a long yawn. Lucy casually stretched out on the sunlit floor, leaving Lortell confused and wondering who this person was. Suddenly, Lucy screamed as she was mercilessly dragged away by someone. Ed appeared at the door, holding Lucy upside down, and explained to Lortell that the girl had probably come here to hide. He said he had handled it and told Lortell to make herself at home, leaving her completely speechless. Lortell curiously asked Ed if Lucy came here often. Ed replied that he only considered Lucy a natural disaster, then added that there was still one more person. Outside the log cabin at sunset, the thought lingered that the victor would be decided in 3 days. The next morning marked Lortell's second day living in the cabin. Lortell cheerfully poked her head out the window, greeting Ed with a burst of energy. However, Yenkar's immediate appearance completely overshadowed Lortell's efforts. Lortell could only let out a weary sigh upon seeing Yenkar already outside, engrossed in conversation with Ed. Her eyes flashed with annoyance, reflecting her determination not to concede easily. For a brief moment, the image of Lucy soundly asleep on the floor flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, Ed wiped the sweat from his brow, satisfied that he had finally completed his task. He had successfully crafted handmade bricks, which helped him level up his production skill. The fruit of his labor was a magnificent brick fireplace, which he had previously been unable to construct. Inside the cozy cabin, Lortell detected the scent of basil in the food, surprising Ed with her keen sense of smell. The three shared a meal. Lortell reported that the morning had been peaceful, but Ed cautioned her not to let down her guard. In her capacity as a merchant, Lortell affirmed she would repay Ed, and asked what he desired besides monetary compensation. Ed mused over construction materials before settling on what he truly wanted. He requested the remaining technical magic artifacts stored in her inventory. Lortell offered to recheck the stock, but Ed cut her off, stating that he had already memorized the entire list. Abruptly, Ed turned to Yenkar and asked her for a favor, causing the girl to choke on her meal. He explained that he wished to learn spirit magic and required her assistance in forming a contract. Yenkar was ecstatic, puffing out her chest to proclaim herself Ed's master, and promised to help him form a contract with an intermediate spirit. She summoned a small spirit named Karis to test Ed's sensitivity, but the creature panicked, crying out that it could not approach him. Ed was surprised that he could only vaguely perceive the spirit's voice, while Yenkar explained that he needed to raise his level of resonance. The spirit Karis unexpectedly revealed that it was fully aware of Ed's busy schedule, from building his house to running out of food, thanks to the weekly reports. Yenkar clasped her hands together, a surge of green energy enveloping her as she braced herself for Ed's question. With a radiant smile, Yenkar asked Ed if he had heard, but the blonde man only questioned the weekly reports she had just mentioned. Yenkar's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, unsettling expression, as she remained silent in the face of Ed's suspicion. Lortell suddenly interjected, leaning against Ed's shoulder and smilingly asking if their conversation was finished, shattering the tense atmosphere. The discussion quickly shifted to the magic artifacts, and Ed proposed that Lortell sell them at the lowest possible price, deducting the cost from the 20 gold coins she still owed him. Lortell feigned offense at Ed's bargaining, but then suggested she might even give them away for free since they were merely surplus inventory. Lortell's green eyes gleamed with shrewd calculation, indicating that her offer was far from simple. Lortell presented her condition. In exchange, Ed must visit her store once every 3 days, using the excuse that this would allow her to sell at a cheap price and catch up on conversation. Yenkar flared up, arguing that Lortell was merely making excuses and should give the items to Ed for free. But Lortell simply crossed her arms and retorted that such an action would violate her business ethics. Ignoring the squabble, Ed continued eating and secretly calculated that this arrangement would allow him to begin studying both magical engineering and spirit magic. Their exchange was interrupted by the arrival of Belle Maya, the headmaid, who appeared surprised to find Lortell in Ed's company. Lortell looked at Belle, one of her eyes flashing red as she announced that she had received a message from the senior maid. The scene shifted to a drying yard, where white sheets billowed in the wind, and a voice inquired about the subject of the impending conversation. Clara, Yenkar's friend, instructed her counterpart to maintain absolute secrecy regarding what she was about to say, stressing that it was highly classified. She leaned close to the other person's ear, whispering that the story concerned Yenkar. Clara revealed her earth-shattering secret to Belle Maya. She believed Yenkar had fallen in love with Ed Rothstaler. Belle Maya maintained a placid expression, secretly debating whether she should feign surprise at the revelation. Belle acknowledged Clara's anxiety, while Clara nervously explained that even though she didn't understand her friend's taste, she still wanted to support Yenkar. Clara worriedly mentioned that Yenkar had been frequently dropping a certain name lately. An ominous image of Lortell Cahelland, who had been absent with Ed during the opening ceremony and the entirety of the previous day, flashed through her mind. Clara frustratingly concluded that in the game of romance, Yenkar stood no chance, especially since Ed Rothstaler didn't even seem to notice her. Belle Maya offered a different perspective, suggesting that Ed was not a bad person but was simply in a difficult situation that precluded him from starting a relationship. Clara shuddered, insisting that Ed was merely a self-satisfied narcissist, intoxicated by his popularity among other girls. Meanwhile, Belle secretly compared Lortell to a cunning stray cat sitting outside a fish market. She then pictured Yenkar as an innocent kitten trembling before a tiger, causing the eavesdropping Yenkar to call her name in confusion. Finally, the image of Lucy soundly asleep on the roof appeared in Belle's mind, simply categorized as a cat. The conversation was interrupted when a blonde stranger approached Belle, sighing and apologizing that the presence of so many people was making him dizzy. Elsewhere, Lortell coldly asked the person before her what message they intended to convey. A maid bowed deeply, respectfully announcing that she carried a message from the former head maid, Elris. As night fell, a brilliant campfire roared, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Since it was late, Yenkar reluctantly returned to the dormitory, while Belle carried the deeply sleeping Lucy on her back and departed. Ed stood alone by the fire, contemplating his predicament now that his location was known to the Ophelis building officials. He opened a letter delivered by homing pigeon, which reported that the plan to overthrow Elte's power was nearly complete, and he needed to prepare for his return to the academy. Meanwhile, Lortell was also burning a piece of paper, believing her father was now preoccupied with his meaningless final battle, and had no time to concern himself with Sylvania. Ed inquired about the possibility of Elte holding any remaining trump cards, and Lortell admitted that, while the possibility existed, she was forced to put her faith in Slog. She tossed the scrap of paper into the flames, thinking that the greatest concern Elris now seemed to be resolved. Ed questioned whether Elris would reveal Lortell's role as the mastermind, but she confidently asserted that she would not, as she had paid her in advance. Lortell explained that headmaid Elris would always seek to side with the ultimate victor between herself and Elte, thereby guaranteeing her silence. Lortell revealed that the parchment scroll Elris gave to Belle Maya contained a detailed list of the orphanages she had sponsored throughout her life. Elris's health continued to decline, but the academy ignored it, pushing her to the brink where she could no longer continue her work and care for the children. Cornered, Elris staked her entire life on the occupation plan, despite always maintaining a cold, indifferent exterior. Those who served Elris somewhat understood her desperate situation and psychological state. Lortell explained that once her victory was clear, Elris tried to switch back to her side. But trust, once lost, is difficult to regain. Lortell's gaze sharpened as she looked at Elris' letter, which was a testament to submission, not a threat. By the bonfire, she mused over the harsh rules of the merchant world, where there was no room for sympathy. She decided to burn the letter, asserting that she did not want the truth about her being the mastermind behind the incident to be exposed. With a relieved smile, Lortell suggested they reconcile, as no enemy or ally is permanent. The conversation shifted to the next plan, and Ed confirmed that he would soon visit the company's local branch to sign the contract. Before leaving, Ed handed Lortell a burning torch to light her way in the dark night. Lortell took the torch, her eyes showing a fleeting moment of confusion at his action. Ed unexpectedly commented that she was taller than he thought, surprising Lortell with the sudden remark. Deep down, Lortell felt her plan was somewhat rushed, but she considered doing something drastic to overcome her opponent. She looked directly at Ed, calling him senior, with a tone full of hidden meaning. Suddenly, Lortell grabbed Ed's tie, analogizing that the nature of relationships was like push and pull, just like his crooked tie. As she adjusted his tie, she gently chided him, saying that as a Sylvania student, he should keep himself tidy. Then suddenly, she yanked the tie, pulling the stunned Ed down toward her. Under the firelight, the distance between the two was reduced to mere inches. Beneath the starry night sky, their silhouettes merged into one in a sudden kiss by the bonfire. Lortell stood on her toes, closing the final gap between them. After the moment passed, she smiled meaningfully, commenting that the raspberry flavor from dinner was delicious. Ed awkwardly asked her to keep her distance, but Lortell merely teased that he was hurting her feelings. She declared that next time she would let Ed take the initiative, as she needed more practice herself. With that, Lortell took a small flame to light her path, turned her back, and walked into the dark forest, leaving Ed alone. Her silhouette gradually disappeared behind the trees, leaving the silence of the night. Ed stood still, silently reflecting on his efforts to avoid getting involved with the main characters. He sighed, disappointed to admit that things had not gone according to his plan. The bonfire still crackled under the night sky, but Ed felt the path of the story beginning to twist and change. Despite his own wishes, a feeling of anxiety crept into Ed's heart, as if he were being pulled into the center of all the developments. His original plan was merely to observe from the sidelines, without any ambition whatsoever. He only wanted to graduate peacefully, but now realized that was a foolish challenge, and much harder than he had imagined. The summer passed amidst these complex thoughts. Soon enough, the leaves outside the window had changed color, signaling the arrival of autumn. Red leaves fluttered in the wind, revealing an entirely new scene. Suddenly, the tail of a giant firefox spirit flashed past. Under an ancient tree, Yenkar was resting with her spirits, when she heard a shocking rumor. The firefox had kissed Master Ed. Yenkar was startled, unable to believe her ears, as the wind spirit Dries urged her not to ignore this matter. The firefox spirit delightedly confirmed that it had witnessed the passionate scene firsthand, commenting that the fox-like woman certainly knew how to toy with people's hearts. Blushing fiercely, Yenkar hastily pressed for Ed's reaction, and the Firefox spirit smiled, noting that it was a direct question. The Firefox spirit recounted that whenever it looked at Ed, he seemed to maintain his distance, and it was astonished that even when kissed, Ed's expression remained unchanged. It remarked that Ed's cold reaction gave it the chills, suggesting there were only two possible explanations for this. The Firefox spirit speculated that the fallen noble was either a eunuch or simply did not regard Lortell as a woman, causing Yenkar to breathe a sigh of relief. The Firefox spirit warned Yenkar that people like Lortell become more obsessive the more they are rejected, and if she didn't act, she would lose Ed, but Yenkar awkwardly countered that Ed had reacted very coldly. While the Firefox spirit urged Yenkar to seize the opportunity to teach Ed magic, the Blue Wolf spirit advised her not to listen and just be herself. The Blue Wolf spirit surprisingly agreed, suggesting that presenting a pure and fresh image wasn't a bad idea, then asked Yenkar if she had ever imagined a fun scenario with Ed. Blushing intensely, Yenkar stammered as a romantic image flashed through her mind. Surrounded by her spirits, Yenkar dreamily uttered the prospect of feeding each other. In her imagination, a spoon was offered with a sweet invitation. The train of thought shifted to Ed, who recalled the moment he was patiently feeding Lucy. After tasting it, Lucy's eyes suddenly glowed terrifyingly bright. From inside the wooden house, her frantic scream echoed, criticizing the terrible food. Lucy clung to Ed's head, complaining that he shouldn't use others as taste testers, while Ed ignored her, deep in thought about needing to find more ingredients and spices. Ed's life skills panel appeared, showing he had reached the intermediate artisan level with various skills such as crafting, design, and cooking. Ed realized that the dexterity stat was closely linked to life skills, and he needed to upgrade his stats evenly to optimize efficiency. Looking at the Academy's clock tower, Ed realized that his biggest problem right now was time. With the start of the academic year, the time he could dedicate to survival activities had been significantly shortened. He was determined to manage his time more effectively, as he also needed to spend time checking whether the main scenario was proceeding correctly. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, Ed tried to closely monitor the story's main characters, including the protagonist and the four heroines. He observed Taylor, the combat department student, maturing well with the support of his companion Ela. Ed noted that Princess Pena and her group were safe, but he knew the confrontation between her and Lortell was imminent. He considered Lortell Cahelland the most unpredictable variable, unsure how her plans would shift following Eltie's premature exit. Feeling time was increasingly scarce, Ed quickened his stride. He decided he needed to check the faculty building as well, because the final boss of Act 2 resided there. Ed silently affirmed his suspicion. The true mastermind behind the Awfulest Hall occupation was Professor Glast. In a different scene, Assistant Professor Cleo Elpin told Glast that she trusted his keen intuition. Glast adjusted his glasses while cautioning her not to overlook anything important. Shrouded in a dark aura, he demanded she locate a theological essay, causing Cleo to frantically promise she would find it by the next morning. Returning to the present, they were back at the faculty building within Ophelis Hall. Anise reported to Cleo that they had gathered all records pertaining to the occupation. Cleo leaned back exhaustedly in her chair, thanking Anise for her diligence. She began reviewing the documents with a pensive expression. Gazing at the files belonging to Ed, Lortell, and Yenkar, Cleo felt drained, wondering how much anxiety she needed to process to reach the correct conclusion. She continued turning the pages, deep in contemplation. Although she found nothing overtly suspicious, her attention fixated on Ed Rothstaler's file. A flashback began. Lortell was apologizing to Ed for being too busy to prepare things in advance. She invited him back to the LT store the following week, promising to prepare tea and pastries as an apology. Sitting across from Lortell, Ed listened as she discussed several magical technology items, before she abruptly inquired about his attire. Lortell confidently asked Ed how she looked, explaining that she had dressed up for an important meeting. Ed, surprised, asked for clarification about the meeting. In response to his question, Lortell showed a momentary flicker of confusion and fell silent. She offered a strained smile, vaguely conceding that it could be interpreted as such. Lortell then shifted the topic to Ed's cabin, and he admitted he needed furniture but couldn't afford the luxurious items available there. Lortell explained that giving away merchandise for free was against a merchant's ethics. She smiled slyly, brought up Ed's woodworking expertise, and then unexpectedly used magic to damage a nearby chair. Lortell declared the chair was now unsellable, and that she would discard it tomorrow, implicitly gifting it to Ed. Understanding her intent, Ed calmly took a sip of tea and offered his thanks. Lortell silently observed him with a look of satisfaction. Ed looked directly at her, asking how she managed to maintain such an impassive expression constantly. He placed his hand on the table, continuing his line of thought. Ed mused that her calm exterior was, in itself, Lortell's winning strategy. A metaphorical image of a couple kissing before a bonfire flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Lortell leaned in, touched Ed's tie, and stated frankly that he did not see her as a woman. She confessed that she, however, saw him as a man, and that all her actions thus far had stemmed from her own specific intentions. Ed responded that he understood what she was implying. Maintaining his composure, he said he hadn't expected such a frank answer, and reiterated her rule of never entering a battle she wasn't certain to win. Ed looked at Lortell, hinting that she was not the only one feeling uneasy in this situation. He realized her captivating smile remained unchanged. Whether she was assured of victory or backed into a corner, the true nature of a merchant who never reveals their genuine emotions. Within the magnificent grounds of Sylvania Academy, a special lesson was about to commence. With a decisive grip on her scepter, Yenkar Palarover declared the lesson underway. She cheerfully raised the staff, asking Ed Rothstaler if he was ready, and he calmly assented. A brilliant sphere of fire gradually materialized from the tip of the staff. Yenkar smiled, suggesting Ed attempt to use his magical power to connect with the spirit within. Ed nodded resolutely, his eyes gleaming with intense focus. He clasped his hands together, channeling energy into the fire sphere, causing it to erupt violently. From the center of the light, a tiny winged creature emerged and cheerfully greeted Ed. The low-level fire spirit introduced itself as Mug, expressing immense honor at contracting with him. Mug solemnly explained that it had undergone a rigorous 4-round selection process to secure this position, leaving Ed utterly bewildered. Ed broke out in a sweat as Mug continued to list its superior achievements compared to the other spirits. Shrouded in the flame of passion, Mug promised to dedicate its full power to supporting its new master. Ed suddenly recalled the experience of raising spirits in the game, a memory filled with joy and camaraderie. He looked at Mug and mused, why is this real-life experience so formal and militarized? Ed turned to ask Yenkar about Mug's training process, and she explained that she had selected an efficient spirit she was familiar with. As Ed questioned the selection procedure, an image of long lines of low-level spirits materialized. It turned out that the selection supervisor was none other than Takon, the high-level fire spirit, appearing as a shouting construction foreman. In a separate scene, Yenkar presented a small, bat-shaped fire spirit to another student. The brown-haired student smiled with delight as he felt the warmth radiating from the small creature in his palm. He innocently asked if controlling the resonance would alter the destructive power, causing Yenkar to laugh at his choice of terminology. Ed Rothstaler was stunned by the spirit he had just contracted with. While the fire spirit Mug was burning with enthusiasm, demanding orders, Ed was only thinking about acquiring a portable stove. The status window appeared, showing that Mug was a low-grade fire spirit with basic support and attack skills, and that Ed still had one empty spirit slot remaining. Ed's magic skills were also upgraded, officially reaching the level of a proficient mage and allowing him to learn intermediate magic. Yenkar Palarover was delighted to see Ed happy, as she always felt he had endured many hardships. She enthusiastically offered to tutor Ed in everything, from spirit resonance and sensing to spirit combat, even offering to lend him accessories from her room. Realizing she had been too forward, Yenkar suddenly became embarrassed and hastily concluded her offer. Yenkar's sudden shift in attitude left Ed completely bewildered. To hide her confusion, Yenkar suddenly acted haughty, declaring herself a top student who was too busy to easily arrange time. Under the imagined pressure from her spirits, she awkwardly asked Ed if offering free tutoring was perhaps too much. When Ed remained silent, Yenkar looked hurt, seemingly believing he agreed with the sentiment. On the contrary, Ed sincerely apologized for taking her kindness for granted and offered to pay, leaving Yenkar speechless. Yenkar flared up, scolding Ed for wasting money in their difficult survival situation and calling him heartless. Ed was utterly confused by her fierce reaction. He wondered why he was being scolded when Yenkar herself had brought up the issue of cost. Cornered, Yenkar blushed, awkwardly unable to explain herself. She blamed her friend Clara's advice, claiming she was practicing saying no because she was too kind, to which Ed merely commented that she had a good friend. However, Yenkar mumbled an admission that she didn't treat anyone else this way. Hastily changing the subject, she promised to explain in more detail next time at the combat practice room. Before rushing off to class, Yenkar promised to bring accessories, find textbooks, and gave Ed numerous instructions. Ed awkwardly waved goodbye, while the spirit Mug perched on his wrist. A system notification appeared, confirming he had learned the advanced production skill, magic engineering. Returning to the cabin, Ed reflected on how he had quickly analyzed the structure of the magic engineering items from Lortell, finally allowing him to learn a decent advanced skill. He gave a command, and a flame erupted in the fireplace. Ed was satisfied with his plan, Use mug when the firewood ran out, and use the fireplace when his mana was depleted, ensuring the space always remained warm. Now, a stable living arrangement was secured, giving him a feeling of absolute peace of mind. Ed felt a burden lifted from his heart, smiling serenely. Looking out the window, he realized time had passed and decided to go check the traps he had set. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Cleo Elpin was walking through the dark forest, silently lamenting that she should have waited until tomorrow. She reasoned that there must be a shadowy force behind the occupation of the Ophelis dormitory, and Ed was an extremely suspicious individual. Cleo analyzed that, after eliminating those directly involved with the Ophelis dormitory and Taylor, only Ed remained. She came to the northern forest because she heard Ed often appeared here, but she figured there was no reason for someone to wander the woods at night, unless they actually lived there. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she discovered something. A bloodied, dead beast flew past, right in front of her. Cleo was stunned to see Ed carrying the unconscious Lucy Mayriel on his back, while dragging the carcass of the beast with his other hand. She was completely frozen, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. She recalled that the unconscious person was an individual whom even Principal Obel had to exert his full strength to handle. That person was none other than Lucy Mayriel. A drop of sweat trickled down, and Cleo shuddered, realizing her intuition about the shadowy force behind the occupation was correct. That culprit was Ed Rothstaler. From her vantage point, Cleo was horrified to realize Ed Rothstaler was carrying a person and dragging the carcass of a beast. She held her breath, confirming that the unconscious person on Ed's back was indeed Lucy Mayriel. A flash of triumph sparked in Cleo's eyes. She believed her detective intuition had been perfectly accurate. Her gaze fell upon a small wooden cabin nearby, where smoke was rising from the chimney, revealing a hidden sanctuary. The entire scene before her eyes left Cleo dumbfounded. Ed, Lucy, the cabin, and a campfire. Ed casually tossed the beast's carcass onto the ground. He then gently placed the unconscious Lucy down next to a pile of firewood. Completely unaware he was being watched, Ed muttered about his plans for the next day and decided to go to bed early. Swallowing hard, Cleo resolved to act. Believing Lucy was in danger, she began to stealthily approach, determined to rescue her. Her hand slowly reached out, trying not to make the slightest sound. The moment her hand was about to touch Lucy, a surge of magical power suddenly flashed. Cleo stared blankly at her hand, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Lucy suddenly woke up, stood, and coldly questioned the stranger standing before her. Panicked, Cleo quickly backed away, stammering that she was an assistant professor. Her eyes widened behind her glasses, filled with confusion and fear. However, Lucy simply turned back to her spot, leaving Cleo standing dumbfounded in astonishment. From the shadows, Lucy's purple eyes continued to observe silently. She peeked her head out from behind the pile of firewood, her gaze no longer threatening but instead filled with curiosity. Suddenly, Lucy floated into the air, enveloped by a powerful purple magical aura, demonstrating her terrifying authority. Cleo stood frozen in silence, completely overwhelmed by what she had just witnessed. With a flash of realization, she whispered that she had known this all along. In another office, a book and a purple recording orb were slammed onto a desk as someone urgently called out Ed Rothstaler's name. Cleo, with an eager expression, explained to her superior that Ed Rothstaler was now simply called Ed after being disowned. Professor Glast coldly declared that he did not recall the names of useless individuals, forcing Cleo to mention Lucy. Cleo enthusiastically reported that Ed had overpowered the mighty Lucy, but Glast flatly dismissed her, calling her story absurd. She explained that she had gone to the Ophelis dormitory and used thought-recording magic, admitting she had fabricated a reason to do so. When Glast asked her to prepare a report, Cleo confidently presented the recording orb, asserting that she had already written it and would be forgiven. The recording showed Ed sitting menacingly in the shadows, and Cleo emphasized that he looked exactly like a mastermind. The sight of Ed's cold, glowing eyes and his sinister appearance in the footage silenced Glast for a moment. Unimpressed, Glast asked if that was all, but Cleo continued, recounting how Ed had carried the unconscious Lucy over his shoulder. The professor remained silent, continuing to read his book while Cleo stood waiting for his reaction. Dismissed, Cleo left in disappointment after Glast slammed the door shut and demanded she submit the report. Alone in his office, Professor Glast paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. The recording continued, showing a past event where Ed confronted Taylor and his friends, only to be defeated in an instant. The scene sharpened, identifying Ed's opponents as the talented swordsman Taylor and the genius alchemist Elvira. It showed Ed's futile attempts at combat, highlighting the vast power gap between an average student and those prodigies. The light from the orb reflected in Glast's eyes, revealing his hidden interest in the footage. Holding the brightly glowing orb, Glass let out an intrigued "oh" upon seeing Ed's image inside. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the forest, a fierce explosion suddenly erupted. A violent surge of energy burst forth as the ornamental dagger was finished forging. The system announced that the crafting was complete, Ed's skill had increased, and the new item was a spirit-infused explosive dagger from Mug. Ed drew the glowing weapon, musing that it was satisfying to engrave additional features to make the dagger he always used more effective. With Mug perched on his shoulder, Ed noted with satisfaction that the spirit energy infusion had gone smoothly, its effectiveness boosted by his familiarity with the item. Mug joyfully declared that Master Ed had leveled up once again, and it would sing a song to express its delight. Just as Mug was about to launch into a shepherd's folk song, Ed grabbed it, causing the tiny spirit to frantically apologize for its shameful behavior. Mug burst into tears, wailing that the most shameful thing was that it didn't even know what it had done wrong, and begged to be taught. The fire spirit looked up with tear-filled eyes when Ed called its name. With a serious expression, Ed ordered Mug to drop the formalities. He mused that low-level spirits often raised their prestige by contracting with elementalists, and it was understandable for a spirit to be overly grateful to someone talented like Yenkar. Ed turned to question Mug, wondering why it was so excited to contract with someone like him, and asked directly if it had been promised anything. Seeing Mug hesitate, Ed urged it to tell the truth since they would be working together for a long time. Mug couldn't hold back any longer, sobbing as it confessed that its loyalty stemmed from its ambition to become great. It explained that it knew if it contracted with Ed and absorbed the refined mana surrounding Yenkar, it could grow twice as fast as other low-level spirits. Ed sighed, asking if Mug had anything else to confess. The little spirit added that it had researched the rumors and knew Ed was a person of authority, so it had tried its best to please him. Ed walked away, showing he understood the situation, while Mug on his shoulder continued to sniffle and complain about the harshness of the older spirits. He reassured Mug that everyone was just trying to survive, but the little spirit insisted on maintaining formality, and Ed agreed to let it do what made it comfortable. Afterward, Ed reflected that his combat skills were still lacking, as an axe heavily struck a log. Standing amidst the pile of split firewood, he admitted that even so, his physical strength now exceeded the average level of an adult man. Ed proudly looked at his fully stocked pantry, thinking that the days of starving and sleeping outdoors were long in the past. At his study table, he believed that with effort and diligence, memorizing and applying the theories taught in class was entirely possible, regardless of innate talent. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny the exhaustion from his rigorous schedule, causing his head to slump down from fatigue. Just as he was about to drift off, a familiar voice rang out, calling his name twice. Startled awake, Ed looked around dazedly. In front of him was Yenkar, who anxiously asked if something was wrong. Sitting by the fire, Ed apologized for his distraction, and Yenkar gently advised him to take care of his health. Shaking off his fatigue, Ed told himself he needed to focus on more important matters. He recalled the 3 letters he had received today, one from the Academy and one from the Elta Company, neither of which was surprising. But it was the 3rd letter that demanded his special attention, as it was proof that the storyline had dangerously deviated. Ed recalled that the main event of Act 2 was originally a 2-sided confrontation between the Academy and the Elta Company over the Sage's sealed tome. However, the unexpected intervention of Kreppen Rothstaler, the patriarch of the Rothstaler family, had turned the struggle into a volatile 3-way confrontation. Kreppen, a final boss who was only supposed to appear in Act 4, was seeking the book to achieve immortality and possess power far exceeding anyone else at the current time. Recognizing the threat, Ed was determined to use every means necessary to remove this overwhelmingly powerful character from the current plot progression. He feared that if Kreppen, who was already formidable in the future, obtained the book, winning the game would become impossible. The letter not only analyzed Kreppen's actions but also contained an invitation addressed to Ed himself from a mysterious sender. At the same time, in a luxurious courtyard, someone reported that they had personally delivered the letter to the Northern Forest as ordered. The recipient of the report, holding a teacup, smiled and offered thanks. It was Princess Pena, who called the messenger Claire and secretly pondered the Academy's critical financial situation reported by Principal Obel. She recalled the principal's secret plea that the Academy could not stop the Elta Company from seizing the sealed tome, a treasure intrinsically linked to their very existence. However, Princess Pena still found something strange, wondering how Kreppen Rothstaler had learned about the negotiations and insisted on participating. Claire suggested that Ed Rothstaler himself might have leaked the information, perhaps hoping to be recognized and welcomed back by the family. Pena immediately dismissed that hypothesis, finding the possibility doubtful. Just then, Lortell Cahaland approached, politely requesting permission to share tea with the princess despite her lower status. Pena could not hide her surprise at Lortell's sudden appearance. Sitting opposite her, Lortell skillfully denied hating Pena, asserting that she had come here to talk. Lortell revealed that the reason Kreppen Rothstaler got involved was likely because of her father, Elte Yahello, and not Ed. Pena was completely stunned by this shocking revelation. Lortell explained that Kreppen himself had requested her father seize the sage's sealed tome from the start, a fact she pretended to be unaware of. She asserted that the Elta company's plan remained unchanged despite her father losing his position, as they had invested too heavily in the transaction. Pena pondered, unable to understand why the Elta company and the Rothstaler family were competing when their ultimate goal seemed to be the same. Lortell took a sip of tea and then declared that she no longer intended to sell the book to the Rothstaler family, citing her unique circumstances. Pena looked directly into Lortell's eyes, questioning why she would reveal such a crucial company secret. Lortell frankly proposed an alliance based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as both wished to restrain the Rothstaler family and acquire the book. With a gentle smile, Lortell added that she feared Ed would be dragged into this matter, causing Pena to secretly doubt her sincerity. Lortell continued to defend Ed, arguing that he had already abandoned his family, and it would be unfortunate if he were misunderstood simply because of his past. Deep down, Pena was skeptical of Lortell's motives, but also conceded that Ed's usefulness in this game was undeniable. She decided she would ask Ed for help, even using her authority to command him if necessary, but hesitated when she considered his potential refusal. Lortell noticed Pena's hesitation and asked what she planned to do next. Pena's gaze sharpened as she reached her final conclusion. If Ed did not cooperate, she would have to utilize him. Following Princess Pena's declaration, Lortell Yahello bowed her head, her entire body trembling as she asked if the princess truly intended to exploit Ed. Pena merely curled her lips slightly, suppressing a contemptuous laugh at Lortell's reaction. Immediately, Lortell looked up with a sneer, wiped away her feigned tear, and challenged the princess back, asking if she truly had the power to do so. Claire, the royal guard captain, angrily slammed the table and stood up, chastising Lortell for her insolent attitude, but Pena raised a hand to stop him. Lortell turned on her heel and walked away, reiterating that they were allies, and thus she wished to offer some sincere advice. With a chilling gaze, Lortell warned Pena not to try using Ed as a tool, or she herself would be the one exploited. Claire remained furious, demanding that the princess hold Lortell accountable, but Pena calmly brushed him off, saying everything was fine. Pena sank into thought, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly complicated with Ed's unpredictable moves, Kreppen's involvement, and now an arrogant, unyielding Lortell. She watched Lortell Yahello's retreating back, wondering if she would ever see the girl show confusion or helplessness. Ironically, at that very moment, Lortell suddenly flinched and stopped, the confident expression on her face replaced by astonishment. The cause of her confusion was the unexpected appearance of Ed Rothstaler and Yenkar Palarover right in front of her. At the Elta Company branch, Yenkar innocently explained that Lortell had only prepared tea for 2 people, while also teasing her about refusing to give customers free water because it was considered merchandise. Ed politely offered his share of the tea to Yenkar, causing Lortell, who was walking away, to subtly frown in annoyance. Lortell quickly regained her professional demeanor, turning back with a warm smile and asking Ed about the magical artifact he required. Before Ed was an entire shelf filled with glittering magical items, looking completely brand new. Yenkar immediately challenged Lortell, arguing that giving away brand new merchandise for free went against the business ethics she constantly preached. Lortell cleverly pointed out small scratches and flawed magical inscriptions, explaining that they were all defective goods that could not be sold. Exposed, Yenkar angrily shouted that Lortell had done this intentionally, but Lortell merely smiled and replied that the important thing was whether or not they helped Ed. Ed felt guilty about constantly receiving free items, but Lortell cheerfully waved her hand, saying that as long as he continued to renew his contract, that small amount of money was negligible. Yenkar anxiously suggested they pay for the items outright, but Lortell dismissed her, asserting that it was a matter for her and Ed to decide, leaving Yenkar to helplessly cry out in frustration. Mid-conversation, Ed suddenly felt dizzy as a familiar sensation washed over him. He felt as if he were floating underwater, trapped in a strange sensation despite having so many things left to do. In his mind, Ed reminded himself to be wary of Kreppen Rothstaler, who had interfered with the sale of the sage's sealed tome. However, he pushed that aside and thought about the more urgent task of making a mattress for his bed. He also needed to skin the young deer he had caught and clean up the log cabin. Ed's train of thought halted when he remembered he was out of dried meat for Lucy. Amidst his hazy mind, An anxious voice called out his name. Yenkar and Lortell were trying to shake him awake, desperately attempting to rouse the fading Ed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious building within the academy, Princess Pena was deep in contemplation. She reflected on Ed's actions, from his focus on survival to his composure during the glass can incident. Pena recalled the rumors that he only focused on his studies, as well as Lortell's warning not to judge him hastily. She began to doubt her initial assessment and decided she needed to confirm everything herself. That was why she had sent a summons, requesting Ed meet her at the royal dormitory. Pena turned to ask Claire about Ed's schedule, but the royal guard captain reported that he would be unable to attend for some time. When the princess questioned why Ed dared to refuse a royal decree, Claire began to explain. Claire announced that Ed Rothstaler had collapsed from overwork, leaving Pena stunned. A status window appeared, showing that Ed was suffering from the depletion status, with a range of severe symptoms from high fever to muscle weakness. Ed let out a groan, struggling to open his eyes through the pain. He felt breathless, his body heavy, and a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. Upon waking, Ed realized Lucy was sound asleep on top of him. While deep in sleep, Lucy mumbled about the jerky being too salty. Ed woke up, his body trembling from exhaustion, and realized his friend was also sleep-talking about jerky. He suddenly realized Lucy was much lighter than her small appearance suggested. It was unbelievable that a person could weigh so little. Even so, Ed still couldn't move. Understanding that the problem lay in his own debilitated state, he realized he was in the log cabin, and this new blanket must be a product from the Elte company. Immediately upon waking, Lucy complained of hunger, leaving Ed speechless and wondering if she did anything besides eat and sleep. Lucy congratulated Ed on waking up, her hand radiating a brilliant green stream of healing magic. She explained that his mana had become completely chaotic due to months of non-stop practice of magic and spirit summoning techniques. When Ed asked if she had been doing this the entire time he slept, Lucy casually replied that it wasn't difficult but was too boring, so she had dozed off a few times. Lucy also recounted that the presence of Yenkar and Lortell had been quite bothersome, even though their presence was necessary. With a serious expression, Lucy instructed Ed never to get sick again. She clenched her fist, recalling the painful memory of her grandfather Glocht, who had died from illness, explaining her obsession. Moved by her care, Ed could only whisper a sincere thank you. Suddenly, the creak of the door opening echoed, and a voice called out, asking after Ed. Ziggs, a student from the magic department, poked his head in and explained that he had built a fire outside because he wasn't sure if he was allowed to use the fireplace. The young man froze, silent as he witnessed the confusing scene. Lucy was lying on top of Ed in the bed. Caught in the act, Lucy awkwardly scrambled off Ed in embarrassment. To escape the awkward situation, she immediately shot straight up the chimney and vanished. Ziggs was dumbfounded, beginning to question the sheer number of girls surrounding Ed. While Ed muttered about cultural differences, Ziggs concluded that it was inevitable for a strong man to attract many women. Ziggs, whose hair had grown long over time, questioned Ed about why he was there. He explained that Yenkar and Lortell had both left for their own business, adding that he had let his hair grow longer to suit the autumn season. Ziggs carefully fed Ed a spoonful of hot soup. Ed grimaced at the terrible taste of the dish. But Ziggs could only say that he had no other choice, and that the more skilled cooks were unavailable. Ziggs nervously admitted that Lortell had issued an order forbidding other girls from coming near, while her terrifying image flashed through his mind. Chewing with difficulty, Ed decided to check the story's progress, and asked about the rumors of alchemy students causing trouble with Mandragoras. Ziggs recounted that Elvira was indeed the troublemaker, but Talie and Clevius had quickly cleared out the Mandragoras, leaving Ed secretly satisfied that the scenario was still on track. Ziggs went on to mention the rumors about the monsters in the sewers, but Ed knew the truth was that he and Talie had quietly dealt with them already. Ed mused, realizing that only the biggest event, the battle for the Sage's sealed tome, had yet to occur, and then asked how long he had been unconscious. Ziggs revealed that today was the 10th day, leaving Ed completely stunned. Ziggs added that Yenkar and Lortell had both reluctantly left for important matters, while Ed snatched the bowl of soup from his hand. Ed gulped down the soup, his mind reeling as he realized he had been in a coma for 10 long days. Ed let out a sharp breath and urgently called Ziggs's name. With a panicked expression, Ed demanded that Ziggs immediately send a message to Lortell because time was running out. At the academy, the highly unpredictable event, the battle for the Sage's sealed tome, officially began. Those present at the scene included Princess Pena Kroll, seated solemnly beside her guard knight, Claire. Lortell Cahelland was also present, smiling confidently as the representative for the Elte company. And then, an unexpected figure, someone who should not have appeared according to the original storyline, began to step inside. That person was none other than the head of the Rothstaler family, identified by his glittering lapel pin. Crepin Rothstaler, the final boss of Act 4, had arrived with a smug smile, signaling a deadly variable. Inside a magnificent building, the fateful meeting began. Princess Pena, who was dining, looked up and expressed her pleasure at seeing Crepin in good health. Crepin gently stopped her, stating that although it had been a long time, he had not yet had the chance to formally apologize. He reiterated that a foolish member of the Rothstaler family had caused her trouble, and he had disowned Ed as commanded. Pena coldly dismissed him, telling him not to worry about it. Meanwhile, Pena secretly observed the man across from her, confirming he was Crepin Rothstaler, a relative of Ed. She mentally reviewed what she knew about him. A powerful duke, a noble, benevolent, and wise family head, deeply respected by his subordinates. However, Pena's special ability screamed a different truth. This man was undoubtedly a villain. Crepin shifted the conversation, turning to the third person present and recognizing the representative of the Elte company. Lortell Yahello stood up, bowed, introduced herself, and was acknowledged by Crepin as the daughter of the renowned Golden King, Elte Yahello. With a meaningful smile, Lortell declared that her family was always drawn to the scent of gold and profit. Crepin narrowed his eyes, silently conceding her point. The negotiation for the sale of the sage's sealed tome officially began, following the strict procedure where all parties would write their bids on paper. In the auction room, Lortell sat on one side, facing Pena and Crepin, all understanding that the highest bidder would acquire Sylvania Academy's treasure. Pena knew well that the Academy did not want to publicize the fact that they had to sell their treasure due to financial difficulties. Therefore, Principal Obel had arranged a discreet auction, with Pena acting as a witness and Vice Principal Rachel presiding. The bidding would be as simple as possible. The highest bidder between the two parties would gain ownership of the tome. Vice Principal Rachel, who was overseeing the process, focused intently, recalling her research on similar transactions. Other magical texts, such as the Tome of Order Magic, were valued up to 8,100 plen gold coins. Rachel glanced at Lortell, assessing her opponent, while considering the magical, academic, and luxury value of the treasure being auctioned. In Rachel's mind, a shrewd merchant like Lortell surely understood the value of all types of magical texts. A decisive hand put pen to paper, recording a new bid in the silent auction. Pena was certain that Crepin Rothstaler, with his composed demeanor, would be the one to acquire the sealed tome. Vice Principal Rachel formally announced that she had received bids from both parties. Standing next to Crepin, Pena secretly judged that the key to this unlimited auction was understanding the opponent's limits. Lortell smiled confidently, asserting that her motto was only to pursue profitable ventures. Pena calculated that Lortell would never bid higher than 8,100 gold coins, as that would make reselling the item unprofitable. As Rachel prepared to announce the results, Pena believed that if Crepin bid just slightly higher, the victory would be his. Crepin's bid was revealed to be 8,500 gold coins, perfectly matching Pena's prediction. Pena was pondering Crepin's true motives when Rachel called out the name of the next bidder, Lortell Yahello. The entire room was stunned, and Pena froze upon hearing Lortell's unbelievable bid. 9,400 gold coins. Lortell bowed, accepting the victory, leaving Pena aghast as she realized Lortell's objective had nothing to do with profit. Crepin Rothstaler angrily clicked his tongue, coldly announcing his immediate departure. Watching Crepin and his entourage leave, Pena still struggled to decipher Lortell's true goal. Suddenly, a new hypothesis flashed through the princess's mind. She recalled Lortell's previous words, that at least for this occasion, they were allies. Pena wondered in astonishment. Could Lortell's entire plan simply be to prevent the tome from falling into the villain's hands? But she quickly dismissed the thought, as Lortell was not one to act for justice, and she had no concrete evidence against Crepin. Another possibility arose. Lortell was acting under the orders of someone else, someone who knew Crepin's true nature and wanted to stop him. The image of Ed Rothstaler appeared in her mind. In a flashback, Lortell smiled, reassuring Ed that she knew the rumors of him working for the Rothstaler family were completely false. In Pena's mind, a new truth formed. Ed Rothstaler, the outcast of his family, had always been secretly fighting against that very evil force. The shock caused Princess Pena to stagger, and Claire had to rush to support her as she wondered what sin she had committed. Overwhelmed by guilt, Pena realized in horror that she herself had pushed such a person into the abyss of despair. However, the princess's misunderstanding might actually be the best thing for future developments. Meanwhile, Lortell Yahello calmly reviewed the certificate of sale, confirming she now owned the sealed tome for 9,400 gold. She calculated that reselling the tome to Crepin would result in a loss of 900 gold, proving her earlier declaration was merely an act. Lortell's sharp gaze reflected a plan far deeper than mere profit. She recalled Ed's promise. He would do anything for her if she won the tome, an offer Lortell considered a fatal mistake by someone who understood nothing about merchants. With a triumphant smile, Lortell mused that trading 900 gold for a priceless favor from Ed was an incredible bargain. Lying in bed, she reveled in the thought of the two words anything that Ed had promised. Lortell's face flushed with delight and bold calculations, an expression that might have caused Princess Pena to cough up blood if she had witnessed it. And just like that, the auction concluded with Lortell's victory. Elsewhere, Ed had woken up and was sitting by a fire with Ziggs, speculating that Lortell had trusted him because of the Rothstaler family's reputation. He felt a momentary pang of guilt for Lortell regarding what was about to happen, but his train of thought was interrupted by a joyful shout. A figure rushed toward them at terrifying speed, kicking up dust along the way. Yenkar appeared, breathless, having rushed to visit Ed as soon as she heard he had woken up. She frantically denied it when Ed apologetically said he had caused her trouble. Ziggs seized the opportunity to tease her, recounting how Yenkar had cried and panicked out of worry, embarrassing her so much that she had to cover his mouth. To hide her embarrassment, Yenkar quickly summoned a giant bear spirit and ordered it to drag Ziggs away while she tried to distract Ed. Behind her, the fire spirit Mug mischievously peeked out, secretly observing the whole scene. Mug, the fire spirit, knelt at Ed Rothstaler's feet, sobbing and pleading for punishment for abandoning his master. With a look of distress, Mug explained that it had feared its sudden appearance would interfere with Ed's magic, forcing it to seek refuge with Yenkar. Ziggs, standing beside the golden bear spirit, explained to Ed that Mug's extreme reaction was understandable, as Ed had been unconscious for 10 days. The two words, 10 days, struck Ed's mind like a hammer blow, leaving him utterly stunned. In his daze, the image of the decomposing deer carcass in his storage shed flashed through Ed's mind. Following that was the sight of his tattered, empty fishing net, a testament to wasted effort since he hadn't been able to repair it. Ed sighed in exasperation, realizing his entire food supply was ruined, and he would have to start his preparations from scratch. Immediately, his gaze sharpened, and his mind began calculating the necessity of throwing himself back into overwork. Noticing his focus, Yenkar and Ziggs stepped forward, both insisting that they would help Ed with hunting and all necessary preparations. Relieved by his friend's sincerity, Ed reassured himself that everything would be fine if he just tackled the problems one step at a time. The unexpected offer of help reminded Ed of the crude shelter he had constructed in the past. The memories flooded back, transporting him to his most desperate and impoverished days. He recalled the flimsy hut built from dry branches, his only refuge when he possessed nothing else. He reminisced about sinking into lonely sleep, constantly bitten by insects. Looking at Yenkar and Ziggs, Ed realized that although it had taken a long time, simply surviving day by day had allowed him to achieve so much. A smile of relief and confidence spread across Ed's lips, certain that everything would turn out all right. Yenkar watched him silently, thinking to herself that Ed looked utterly drained. Elsewhere, Yenkar lay upon the back of the white wolf spirit, Merilda, listening to her counsel. Merilda suggested this was the perfect opportunity for Yenkar to approach Ed while Lortell was preoccupied. Merilda stated bluntly that if Yenkar wanted to win the man she desired, she needed to learn how to act like a cunning fox. When criticized for her outfit looking like a country bumpkin's, Yenkar bowed her head in embarrassment, self-consciously admitting that she wasn't attractive. Merilda reassured Yenkar that she was perfect in a different way, leaving the girl bewildered. The High Spirit explained that the image of a capable, independent girl would greatly appeal to Ed, and advised Yenkar to stay by his side and care for him like a devoted wife. Merilda, who claimed to be a dating expert despite her lack of experience, urged Yenkar to seize this chance to advance their relationship. Yenkar blushed profusely, flustered by Merilda's audacious suggestion. When Merilda pressed her for a concrete plan, Yenkar awkwardly confessed that she had no intentions whatsoever. Yennekar's passivity enraged Merilda, and the spirit's eyes flashed fiercely in the gloom. Merilda let out a desperate howl, causing the small wind spirits to scatter in terror. The spirit roared, chastising Yenkar for missing the golden opportunity, while Ed was at his weakest, a state that would never be repeated. With a surging wave of murderous intent, Merilda stressed that this was Yennekar's sole chance to become the person Ed could truly depend on. Cornered, Yenkar quickly whispered a plan into Merilda's ear. Upon hearing it, Merilda looked satisfied, admitting that the plan was quite clever. That night, in the log cabin deep in the forest, Ed was slowly recovering. He secretly praised Yennekar's stew as vastly superior to Ziggs, and resolved that he needed to learn her recipe. Despite his determination not to show fatigue, Ed knew he needed to focus on restoring his health, but his body was still weak. A headache and a slight fever struck him the moment he lay down. A faint creaking sound made the drowsy Ed open his eyes. Standing in the doorway, Yenkar worriedly commented that Ed looked utterly exhausted. Ed asked in surprise why she hadn't returned to the dormitory, but Yenkar merely offered a shy, awkward smile. She offered a gentle, warm smile illuminated by the lamplight. Then, without waiting for Ed to speak further, Yenkar stepped inside and sat on the floor beside his bed, insisting that everything was fine. Yenkar gently advised Ed that there was no need for him to pretend he was fine. She explained that when the body is weary, the spirit is also depleted, and she understood better than anyone how much he had struggled. Yenkar recalled that in her most desperate moments, Ed's silent presence beside her had been the greatest source of comfort. With understanding eyes, she whispered that he had worked hard and done exceptionally well. When Ed attempted to object, Yenkar decisively cut him short. She urgently requested that he admit his exhaustion so he could finally allow himself to rest. Finally, Ed lowered his guard, leaned back into the bed, and admitted that she was right. He let out a long, heavy breath, shedding all his burdens. Lying on the bed, Ed allowed the true feeling of exhaustion to finally wash over him. While Yenkar had already drifted off to sleep beside him, he whispered the confession that everything had truly been difficult. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by birdsong, signaling a new day. Ed sprang up into a sitting position, a feeling of complete refreshment flooding his body. He was surprised when he noticed something right beside him. It turned out Yenkar had stayed the entire night, sleeping soundly with her head resting against his bedside. Ed couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable sight. He smiled brightly, confidently declaring that he was now fully recovered. Standing outside, Ed wiped the sweat from his brow and began contemplating his next steps. Focusing on one crucial field, he was acutely aware of the importance of magic engineering, a high-level production skill capable of boosting core attributes. However, Ed knew that self-teaching by dismantling and recreating magical items had its inherent limitations. The biggest issue was that advanced magic engineering formulas were typically rewards for main quests, which he had always diligently tried to avoid. Ed mused, realizing that the protagonist Taylor had absolutely no interest in magic techniques. He understood that even with the formula, Taylor couldn't craft anything due to lacking materials that only appear in later stages of the game. But for Ed, it was different, and his train of thought was interrupted by a voice asking what he was preoccupied with. In a forest, Lortell expressed relief that Ed had recovered after collapsing, while Ed secretly thought she was the very person who could provide him with any materials he needed. Lortell stepped forward, humorously complaining that she, too, was suffering from chronic fatigue. She lamented having to take care of her dry hair and problematic skin. Ed sat down next to her, asking why she had time to visit him, and Lortell replied that she also needed a break and had something important to discuss. Lortell revealed her plan to restructure the company after her adoptive father was overthrown, and she needed someone to help manage it, a co-leader. Ed broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the offer to become a co-leader. Lortell blushed, smiling mischievously, and told him to just imagine it. She painted a future scenario where they worked together, sharing her private assets, likening it almost to marriage. Realizing she had said too much, Lortell gave an awkward laugh, prompting Ed to call her name to interrupt. Ed stated frankly that her proposal was somewhat strange, causing Lortell to fall silent, hiding her expression beneath her hood. Lortell pulled her hood lower, whispering that Ed didn't understand, much to his confusion. She accurately guessed Ed's thoughts that he believed she was acting on the impulsive emotions of a young girl. Ed secretly admitted she was right, believing their relationship should only remain at the level of business partners. But Lortell explained that in a cruel world where betrayal is necessary for survival, the most important thing is something entirely different. With a confident smile, she asserted that the most necessary thing is someone who will never betray you. She placed a hand on Ed's shoulder, emphasizing that this person would stay by his side even if he lost everything. Ed fell silent, pondering Lortell's words about an absolutely loyal companion, whether that be family, a lover, or a soulmate. Ed reflected that for someone like Lortell, who had witnessed countless powerful figures fall, the fear that the same fate might one day befall her must constantly smolder in her heart. With sharp eyes, Lortell whispered that she wasn't asking for much. She looked up at Ed with an embarrassed expression, gently asking if he could stay by her side. Taken aback by the request, Ed could only utter her name in confusion. The tense atmosphere shattered as Lortell burst into hearty laughter, admitting her act had failed, while Ed pointed out that her voice had risen suspiciously high. Lortell playfully asked if her display of weakness had managed to stir his protective instincts, explaining that it was a tactic to destabilize the opponent. A moment of silence passed, broken only by the gentle sound of running water. The playful look vanished as Lortell sat down and admitted that not everything she had said was a lie. The two sat silently by the stream, lost in their own thoughts. With a resolute expression, Ed declared that he intended to graduate from Sylvania Academy and had no intention of leaving prematurely. Lortell's face was cast in shadow as she listened to his assertion. A mysterious smile returned to her lips as she replied that she hadn't yet decided what she would do after graduation. Lortell stood up, saying she could wait until then, but also reminded Ed that he never had a choice to begin with. She held out a piece of paper, warning that she might soon call upon the favor he had promised. With one final graceful smile, she said goodbye and turned to leave. Left alone, Ed sighed heavily, feeling that he had just incurred another emotional debt right before the impending disastrous events. From a distance, Lortell secretly glanced back, thinking to herself that she had almost failed. She recalled her original plan was simply to say, "You are mine now," and walk away. However, Lortell admitted that seeing Ed's distressed appearance had derailed her plan, because if she had simply left, she herself would have completely dropped her guard. Lortell stood outside, holding a small bag of change she had prepared to pay Ed, but felt too awkward to go back now. She decided she would go to his cabin and leave the money bag there. When Lortell arrived, the door suddenly swung open. Yenkar stepped out, yawning widely and thinking about preparing food for Ed. The two froze in shock upon unexpectedly running into each other right outside the door. A fierce confrontation erupted. Lortell questioned Yenkar's presence inside the house, while Yenkar suspiciously asked why Lortell was approaching from the riverside. As sparks flew between the two hostile gazes, a new disaster for Ed officially began. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ed was chopping firewood amidst incessant grumbling. The spirit mug flew around him, urgently demanding that his master eat and rest more regularly, worried about their contract. Ed gently comforted the teary-eyed mug, guessing that the high-ranking spirit Takon had scolded it over his situation. He sighed, looking at the letters in his hand and thinking that even though everything was settled, one difficult problem remained. These were the 3 letters he received before collapsing from exhaustion. One from Lortell warning about Elta, and one from Princess Pena reporting on Crepin's movements. The final letter came from the Academy, but the sender was a figure he had never expected. That person was Professor Glast, with a message requesting a private meeting after the conference. But because he had collapsed and been unconscious for too long, Ed missed the meeting, unable to learn its purpose. This was extremely dangerous, as Professor Glast was the final boss of Act 2, and the final chapter of this drama had already begun. Ed recalled that Glast always believed only exceptional geniuses like the great sage Sylvania could change the world. For that reason, he planned to use celestial magic to resurrect the great sage. Ironically, Sylvania Academy fell into Lortell's trap and sold the sealed tome, the core item Glast needed to complete his spell. In desperation, Professor Glast stole the sage's sealed tome, using Ela's body as a vessel to transfer Sylvania's soul, thus initiating a new era. That was the conspiracy of a fanatic. However, Glast's mistake was kidnapping Ela, because to rescue her, Taylor plunged into the battle, sweeping through every corner. Glast's plans were constantly thwarted, and he met his end within the very mage tower he had summoned. The man who dedicated his life to academic progress fell from the top of the tower after uttering his final words. Ed tried to recall what those dying words were. Regardless, the final battle of Act 2, the Glast Conquest, began with a resonance ritual intended to change the ownership of the sealed tome. Simultaneously, Professor Glast kidnapped Ela. Upon waking, she screamed in fear, demanding that he stay away from her. Glast coldly scoffed, pointing to the gigantic demon imprisoned right in front of her. Ela burst into tears, horrified by the gruesome sight. Suddenly, Ed Rostalor appeared, causing Ela to shout his name in astonishment, but he calmly stated that she was overreacting. Ela indignantly yelled that she had been kidnapped, to which Ed coldly replied that he had been too. Ed sighed wearily at their shared ironic predicament. The story flashed back 3 days, to the log cabin in the forest. Having just woken up from a 10-day coma, Ed assembled a mechanical device, and secretly regretted wasting so much training time. He realized the Glast conquest was about to begin, but his magic technique stat was still too low. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ed's mind. He suddenly remembered a way to rapidly increase his magic technique stat in a short period. The Glast conquest, the final chapter of Act 2, would take place simultaneously across 4 different areas. Ed recalled the most difficult area in the upcoming conquest. Phase 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this location was Reyna, the librarian of the Soul Library, an almost unbeatable opponent without the skills of a swordmaster. However, Ed figured that was Taylor's job. He was only interested in the books within the library. He recalled that they contained countless valuable magic technique crafting formulas, including 2 formulas for legendary grade items. Ed was aware of the danger inherent in this plan, but glancing at Yenkar, who was inside his house, he believed everything would be fine as long as he wasn't going alone. In a classroom, Professor Glast announced that Adele from Class B and Ela from Class C would be transferring in next semester, noting that this year had quite a few talented students. He reassured the class that the addition of new students would not affect their lessons. While the other students chatted, Ziggs and Elvira listened, with Elvira recalling that there was a time when Professor Glast's Class A had no students at all. Elvira raised her hand, musing that although Isla's combat skills were not strong, she was exceptionally sensitive to celestial magic. Ziggs stood up to question, hesitantly asking if it was fair to decide who entered Class A based solely on talent. As Ziggs tried to speak about the students who were putting in their best effort, Professor Glast interrupted with a sharp question. Glast directly asked Ziggs Eifelstein if he believed the professor scorned those students' diligence and ruined their futures, leaving Ziggs stunned. Professor Glast coldly declared that he disagreed, and the best way to ruin someone's future was to sow false hope based on mediocre talent and push them toward an unattainable goal. Elvira sighed, recalling that she had investigated the professors before coming to Sylvania Academy. She deduced that Glast's rigid and self-righteous obsession with talent was likely related to his daughter. Miori, Professor Glast's only daughter, was an ordinary mage, but he wholeheartedly believed in her potential. Instead of seeing it as a father's belief, Miori mistook it for recognition of her talent from a magic department professor, leading her to participate in an overwhelming monster conquest where she lost her life. Professor Glast's trembling hand touched the cold body of his daughter. Following that tragedy, the pain transformed into a mad obsession, pushing him onto a dark path. He buried himself in the study of celestial magic, a mysterious field at Sylvania Academy. But Elvira Aniston deduced that, given his tragic past, what he was truly seeking was not the magic itself. The history of the Academy and ancient magic seemed to hold the answer he craved. Elvira believed that Glast bringing Isla into Class A was closely related to this research, and she also suddenly thought of Lortell Cahelland. Professor Glast was about to say something but stopped, muttering to dismiss the matter. He ended the debate, but Elvira knew Glast was furious because the sage's sealed tome, an item crucial to his research, was about to be sold. Meanwhile, Lortell smirked inwardly, confident that the book would soon belong to her through the resonance ritual. Elsewhere, a female professor announced that the ritual to transfer ownership of the book was about to begin. In the meantime, Ed Rothstaler had also managed to devise his own plan. He planned to let Taylor fight to rescue Isla, while he would follow closely behind. Ed's goal was to collect all the items Taylor left behind, especially at the Soul Library of Magic Techniques. He was targeting 2 extremely powerful items, Glock's Eye and Delheim's Hourglass. Ed knew that Taylor couldn't craft them at this stage, so he decided to claim them for himself. After witnessing Taylor's victory, Ed would complete his overall plan and retreat. He explained that everything would begin on the day of the ritual, and he had asked Yenkar for help finding an item in the underground waterways. Ed felt a pang of guilt recalling the enthusiastic expression of Yenkar, who completely believed his lie. He was confident that the plan would be perfect when a voice suddenly called out his name. Ed was stopped by Assistant Professor Cleo, who relayed that Professor Glast wished to see him. Although he found the summons right before the resonance ritual suspicious, Ed agreed. On the way, he recalled missing their last appointment due to exhaustion, and believed this time it must be important. Upon arriving at Professor Glast's office, Ed was startled to hear a panicked scream from inside. He was astonished to see Isla there, who looked at him with an expression full of disgust and fear. Ed briefly recalled his past as Isla's bully, understanding her reaction. However, what shocked him more was the presence of Isla, who should have been kidnapped in the original storyline. A terrifying hypothesis flashed through Ed's mind as he wondered why he had been summoned as well. In his mind, he frantically flipped through Glast's desk, searching for an explanation. He scanned through all of the professor's research notes, notebooks, and magic books. Yet, Ed could not find any factor that might have altered the plot. Finally, he realized the only thing that could implicate him was a report containing his photograph. Ed deduced that the report written by Cleo had informed Glast of his role in the Ophelis Hall incident, but he still didn't understand how it related to Isla. His train of thought was cut short by footsteps and the sharp sound of a blade being drawn. Reacting instantly, Ed drew his own weapon in self-defense, while Isla screamed in terror. Just then, the office door burst open. Professor Glast stepped inside, and Ed, stunned, called out his name. Isla immediately rushed toward the professor, pleading for help and accusing Ed of holding a dagger. Professor Glast's eyes flashed with a menacing purple light as he surveyed the situation. Immediately, Professor Glast unleashed a surging torrent of purple magical power. He activated the celestial magic, a complex circle radiating a blinding light. Using the time prison spell, he rendered Ela completely immobile in midair. Right after, Glast cast another magic circle aimed directly at Ed. The dagger in Ed's hand was stripped away by the magical force, flying up into the air. Without hesitation, Ed called the spirit Mug's name, and a brilliant yellow light flashed. Ed's eyes shone with determination just before a fierce explosion erupted. He successfully lunged and dodged, narrowly escaping the blast. As he landed, Ed conceded that the professor's reaction was indeed very fast. Glast showed interest, commenting that Ed's speed was unnaturally fast and suspecting he had read all of his research. Ed cleverly denied it, claiming that Ila's sensitivity to celestial magic had helped him, then asked if Glast truly needed to stop him. Glast replied cryptically, stating that he acted for his own purposes and hoped Ed wouldn't judge him too harshly. Ed sighed inwardly, annoyed by the professor's vague explanation. He narrowed his eyes, pondering Glast's cryptic remark. Ed realized that escaping now would only complicate things further, as Glast would surely hunt him down. He envisioned the scenario of being captured with Ela and locked in the secret laboratory, pushing the plot straight to the final phase. After some consideration, Ed came to a bold decision. He would allow Glast to capture him. Glast's eyes flashed purple, seemingly sensing the change in Ed's demeanor. As Ed stood up straight, Glast asked if he had decided to fight or had devised some kind of plan. Glast reached out to cast a spell, reassuring Ed that this wouldn't be too bad for him. Immediately, the time prison spell was activated, freezing Ed within a block of pink energy. A paper detailing Ed's academic achievements suddenly appeared, signaling a flashback. From above, Glast looked down at the immobilized Ed, the name Ed Rothstaler echoing in his mind. In the past, someone had expressed astonishment that Ed could continuously improve his grades while living under harsh conditions. Assistant Professor Cleo pointed out that Glast's view of Ed had changed, but he replied that he hadn't known about the boy's achievements then. Glast continued to muse, admitting that Ed possessed an unusually sharp combat instinct. However, he judged that Ed's methods were the fighting style of the weak. Tactics based on thorough analysis and utilizing everything available were the result of diligence, not innate talent. Ed's look of absolute confidence reminded Glast of what he had lost in the past. Memories of his talented daughter, Muri, who had vowed to make her father proud, suddenly flooded back. Haunted by the painful memory, Glast sank into contemplation. Taking advantage of that moment of distraction, Ed's fire spirit Mug quietly slipped out of his cloak. It transformed into a brilliant streak of light, soaring into the sky like an emergency signal. The light shot away at breakneck speed, crossing the sky and the hills. It headed straight for a small wooden house hidden deep within the forest. Inside the house, Yenkar was carefully tasting hot soup. She smiled as she stirred the bubbling pot of soup over the fire, thinking to herself that Ed was running a little late. Elsewhere, an unnamed archmage was writing the final lines in his diary, feeling ashamed of his title after realizing the vastness of magic, and remembering his teacher, Sylvania, who had died young. In a distant memory, Archmage Glocked read a book, while little Lucy slept peacefully in his lap, musing that longing for the past was inevitable when living a long life. He admitted that the pain of loss sometimes paralyzed his reason, making him yearn to break the laws of nature just to see the great sage Sylvania again. But what was lost could not be recovered, and Glock knew that those who remained, like Lucy, had to become stronger. He gently placed his hand on her head, silently wishing she would grow up strong and steady. On his deathbed, Glock took his last breath, dedicating the final words of his book to Lucy, who had become his ultimate purpose in life. Lucy sobbed uncontrollably, clutching the chronicles of magic discovery left behind by her teacher, Glock. Returning to the present, Lucy lay on a rooftop, idly thinking about her deceased teacher, who had calmly accepted his approaching death. She recalled how she had to let him go, and wondered if the scar in her heart would ever fade. To momentarily forget her sorrow, Lucy smiled and pulled out her small comfort, a bag of dried jerky. Shaking the bag, she was surprised to find it completely empty. Lucy's purple eyes flashed as she sensed an unexpected presence nearby. Down below, while Yenkar was engrossed in cooking by the fire, Ed's elemental spirit, Mug, suddenly zipped toward the surface. Mug quickly reached Lucy and whispered an urgent message into her ear, causing a surge of dark mana to momentarily envelop her. Lucy was utterly bewildered by the message she had just received. Meanwhile, in the magnificent Trix Hall, a secret ceremony to transfer ownership of a sealed tome was taking place. Only the highest-ranking figures from the buyer, the seller, the Elte Company, and the Academy were permitted to attend. Lortell Cahelland, acting as the vice director of the Elta Company, wore a calculating smile. Across from her stood the principal of Sylvania Academy, Obel Forsyth, his expression stern and solemn. Lortell secretly compared the principal to another man she knew, noting that while their appearances were similar, their fundamental natures were vastly different. The face of Kreppen Rothstaler flashed through Lortell's mind. She recalled that following the negotiations for the sealed tome, he had approached her and demanded she hand it over. Although she had intended to comply, she still needed to demand substantial compensation to cover the lie she had told Princess Pena. Lortell confidently demanded a price of 12,000 gold, a figure she considered utterly absurd. Yet, Kreppen agreed instantly, without the slightest hesitation. He even revealed shocking intelligence. Elta had hired mercenaries who were currently en route to Sylvania. Although Kreppen's arrogant demeanor irritated Lortell, she dismissed it, recognizing that the information he provided was invaluable. Back in the present, Principal Obel Forsyth officially relinquished ownership of the book, inviting Lortell, as the Elta Company representative, to step forward. As Lortell placed her hand on the tome, she realized that profit was not the most crucial element. What she truly gained was a priceless favor from Ed, and that realization brought a triumphant smile to her face. Suddenly, a torrent of purple dark energy surged through the air. The entire hall violently shook from a magical explosion, sending everyone reeling. From the epicenter, shadow assassins with terrifying, glowing eyes began to materialize. They immediately lunged at Principal Obel, and Lortell realized in horror that their true target was the sealed tome. Amidst the pandemonium, a hand shrouded in dark magic snatched the tome. Lortell was stunned when the attacker was revealed to be none other than Professor Glast. Glast vanished with the book in a flash of magic, leaving behind a stunned silence. Stunned and disappointed, Lortell realized that her precious favor from Ed had just gone up in smoke. Meanwhile, in the secret laboratory, an angry voice echoed, calling out Ed Rothstaler's name. Inside a dark holding cell, Ela cowered in fear as she faced Ed Rothstaler. Ed, though inwardly troubled by the news that Professor Glast had stolen the sealed tome, coldly ordered Ela to remain silent. A large man appeared, warning them that their screams could awaken the colossal monster caged nearby. The man introduced himself as Coom, a magic researcher, and revealed that Professor Glast had specifically ordered that Ela not be experimented on, as she was a necessary asset. Coom remarked that Ed was calmer than he had anticipated, to which Ed replied with indifference. After Coom left to review his notes, Ed calmly sat down, realizing he could do nothing but wait. He calculated silently. Once Taylor and his group arrived to cause a disturbance, the Soul Library would be destroyed. With no one left to obstruct him, he would then be able to collect all the replica artifact blueprints as planned. Ed glanced at Ela, feeling a slight twinge of guilt for being about to benefit without having to lift a finger. Reacting to his gaze, Ela screamed hysterically, threatening to shout even louder if he approached her. She even threatened to bite off her own tongue, causing Ed to sigh and wearily assure her that he harbored no ill will toward her. Ed explained that if he had wanted to harm her, he would have seized the opportunity long ago, while internally admitting that he had a favorable impression of Ela from his time playing the game. Ela furiously called him a liar, but Ed simply told her to calm down and wait for Taylor to arrive and rescue her. Ela's eyes widened in disbelief, and she challenged Ed, demanding to know what right he had to speak Taylor's name. She was confused and utterly bewildered by Ed's inexplicable attitude. Ed unexpectedly apologized for the events during the entrance exam, reminded her that he had helped her during the glass can incident, and advised her to trust Taylor. Ela was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that Ed Rothstaler had just offered an apology. Ed let out a deep sigh, seemingly exhausted by the tense exchange. Suddenly, his elemental spirit, Mug, appeared in a halo of light, anxiously fluttering around and asking about his master's situation with a worried expression. Mug explained tearfully that it had taken a long time to find Ed, because his soul resonance was extremely faint. Ed gently stroked the spirit, praising it for a job well done, while Ela gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the presence of an elemental spirit. Ela expressed skepticism about Ed's ability to summon spirits, but he brushed her off, thinking that he finally had a familiar face to talk to. Recognizing an opportunity, Ela suggested using the spirit to send a distress message to a professor who could communicate with elementals. Ed remained silent, calculating, unwilling to disrupt the story's flow, while Mug cheerfully reassured him not to worry. The tiny spirit revealed that it had taken half a day just to reach this location, meaning Ed had been captured for 2 days, a fact that greatly surprised him. Mug recalled the sight of Yenkar unleashing her wrath, describing the power as both beautiful and terrifying. It continued its report, stating that both a female merchant, Lortell, and the female mage, Lucy, had agreed to help, forming a formidable approaching force. With a radiant expression, Mug confidently asserted that Ed would soon be rescued and that they only needed to wait patiently. Contrary to Mug's expectation, Ed's face darkened. He trembled with rage and squeezed Mug tightly, leaving Ela utterly confused. Ed quickly leaned close to Mug's ear and whispered a set of urgent instructions. Immediately after, he tossed Mug away, beginning his new plan. Ed rushed to the bars, pounding them and shouting the name of the researcher Coom, declaring that he had changed his mind and needed to leave immediately. Coom approached, warning Ed that his noise would awaken the imprisoned monster nearby. Ed insisted that if they didn't release him, Coom's group would be the ones in trouble, but the jailer merely sneered, dismissing him as a frightened student. Losing interest, Coom told Ed to calm down, then turned and walked away. Ela confusedly asked why he was acting this way, but Ed simply signaled her to be silent. A cluster of keys jingled as they were carried away in the darkness. Mug flew back, handing Ed the retrieved keys and lavishing praise on his master's brilliant plan. Ed took the keys, thinking to himself that Mug's unauthorized summoning of help had complicated everything. He quickly unlocked the cell door, astonishing Ela, who stood behind him. Ela was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Ed coldly ordered Ela to be silent and only answer with yes or no. He explained that the outside was too dangerous, then locked the door again and instructed Ela to tell the kidnappers that he had escaped alone so she wouldn't be tortured. Seeing Ila's anxiety, Ed sighed, stating that her legs were too weak for an escape and demanded she stop arguing. With a sharp gaze, he repeated his demand decisively. Ela reluctantly accepted, bowing her head in agreement. Ed told her to stay put and wait, then decisively turned on his heel and left. He rushed down the dark corridor, determined to handle everything himself. Ed gritted his teeth, telling himself he could handle Yenkar and Lortell joining the fray. But he recalled Mug's report that the witch-hatted mage girl had also agreed to help an enemy even the most experienced players couldn't defeat. In Ed's mind, the image of Lucy Mayriel appeared amidst a storm of magic. An invincible girl. He remembered Bad Ending 27 involving Lucy, an event he had never paid attention to because it required very specific activation conditions. The prerequisite for activating that catastrophic ending was for Professor Glast and Lucy Mayriel to meet when the incident began. Ed smirked with determination, silently giving himself an order. At all costs, he had to rush to prevent that fateful encounter. Meanwhile, in another building, Taylor called out for Ziggs. Ziggs, who was shirtless and lifting weights, turned and asked Taylor what was wrong. Taylor, ragged and breathless, burst into the training room and urgently pleaded for Ziggs's help. With a determined expression, he gritted his teeth and asserted that they must rescue Ela. The context was clarified. After losing track of Professor Glast, Taylor sought out Ziggs to pursue the kidnapper who had taken Ela and was hiding in the underground waterways. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler decided it was best to quietly retreat so as not to usurp the protagonist's role. Although he was familiar with the route of the final chapter of Act 2, going in reverse was still a new experience. He easily passed through the monster laboratory, since he was going the opposite direction. All the monsters, including a giant creature in a cage, were safely locked up under Coom's guard. Ed breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had to act fast to prevent the confrontation between Lucy Mayriel and Professor Glast, an event that would surely lead to a bad ending. Cautiously peering around a corner, Ed realized the biggest problem blocking his path. It was Reyna, the guardian of the Soul Library, hovering in midair like a phantom. This entity was Reyna, a banshee and the librarian of the Soul Library. Hiding behind a desk, Ed observed Reyna's path, confident that he knew her patrol patterns and even how to defeat her if forced into combat. However, Ed knew that Reyna was a crucial milestone in Taylor's journey of growth. He realized that if Taylor didn't defeat Reyna himself to grow stronger, he would face immense difficulties with future enemies. Ed envisioned the sub-bosses Taylor had to face, including the resurrected demon of the sewers and Reyna, both of whom offered massive amounts of experience points. Therefore, on his way out, Ed decided he would only grab a few necessary magical tools and quietly slip away, starting with the lightning generator. While Reyna floated past, humming a tune, Ed crouched down, searching for the next item, the unidirectional light stream device. He cast a resolute glance forward, telling himself he would return here after everything was over. Ed couldn't help but regret leaving behind countless incredible magical artifacts glowing on the bookshelves. Mug flew over, reporting that Reyna would no longer be able to see the exit, allowing Ed to breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to leave. A sudden, massive explosion rang out, and Reyna's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire Soul Library shook violently from an earth-shattering blast. Ed Rothstaler was stunned, wondering if this was an earthquake that wasn't supposed to be in the game script. A massive bookshelf collapsed nearby, startling both Ed and Mug. Ed's eyes widened, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. From within the cloud of dust, the phantom Reyna floated into view, her stark white eyes staring intensely at him. Ed angrily gritted his teeth, realizing his escape plan had been completely ruined. The scene abruptly shifted back to 30 minutes before the devastating earthquake. Inside a luxurious room, an academy official screamed in terror as he was surrounded by shadow assassins. The shadowy entities, summoned by purple magic, mercilessly slammed the man onto the floor. A massive block of magical ice nearby suddenly cracked and shattered. From within, a figure broke free of the ice, thinking that if this transaction wasn't kept secret, Sylvania's reputation would be ruined. Lortell Cahellan stood firm amidst the wreckage, declaring that she would personally take responsibility and reclaim the stolen sealed tome. Amidst the chaos, she approached Principal Abel, who was tending to an injured official, and questioned him about Professor Glast's true intentions. Principal Abel calmly turned back and asked Lortell if she knew about the 3 types of forbidden magic. He explained that these acts distorted the laws of nature and challenged the boundaries of fate: the pursuit of immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and the reversal of time. Horrified upon realizing Glast's true intentions, Lortell loudly demanded to know if Obel was aware that Glast planned to use celestial magic for a resurrection. Obel revealed his mere curiosity, recounting Glast's lifelong reverence for the great sage Sylvania and his tragic obsession with his own daughter, Miori, a girl of mediocre talent who died after being pushed too hard by her father. The principal posed a loaded question. If Glast truly mastered the magic of resurrection, who would he choose to bring back from the dead? Lortell froze, cold sweat breaking out as the horrifying pieces of the truth began to click into place in her mind. The tense dialogue was abruptly cut short when a subordinate burst in, frantically delivering urgent news to Principal Abel. The man reported that Professor Glast had been spotted fleeing into the underground waterways, with Taylor in immediate pursuit. Another official added that, according to witnesses, Glast had not only stolen the sealed tome but also kidnapped the student Ela. The final victim was none other than Ed Rothstaler, a second-year magic student, causing Lortell to spin around in shock. Just then, a fierce roar and a violent tremor struck the area, confirming Lortell's stunned realization that Ed had indeed been kidnapped. She tried to reassure herself that Principal Abel, the greatest mage, would easily rescue Ed, but a deep sense of foreboding persisted. Unable to wait any longer, Lortell snatched the binoculars from the subordinate's hand, her face set with determination. Through the binoculars, she confirmed that the source and direction of the tremor were both emanating from the entrance to the underground waterways. The scene revealed a colossal fire dragon spirit roaring and unleashing a destructive torrent of fire, and the person riding upon its back was none other than Yenkar Palarover, leaving Lortell utterly dumbfounded. With her face obscured by shadow, Lortell firmly declared to the bewildered subordinate that she would be joining the pursuit. She stepped forward decisively, without a moment of hesitation. Lortell pulled up her hood, resolving that if the principal was not going to intervene immediately, she would have to retrieve the sealed tome herself. She issued orders to her entourage, instructing them to leave only a few men for negotiations while the rest were to follow her lead. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the underground waterways, an elite third-year alchemy student named Dorothy was standing guard. Once a mediocre student, she was indebted to Professor Glast for recognizing her talent and viewed him as a savior. Driven by absolute loyalty, Dorothy was prepared to trust him, even after he stole the book and kidnapped students. She was determined to keep her promise and guard the entrance to the underground waterways for him at all costs. However, faced with the terrifying power being unleashed, Dorothy collapsed to the ground, trembling as she realized things had gone too far. Before the trembling Dorothy, the fire dragon spirit let out an earth-shattering roar. From its back, Yenkar issued a cold command, "Answer me." Her eyes blazing with deadly red light, she ground out each word. "Where is Ed?" Overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, Dorothy foamed at the mouth and collapsed. After landing in the waterway tunnel, Yenkar and her spirits struggled to navigate, muttering about the confusing directions. While Dorothy lay unconscious on the ground, Yenkar wrung her hands in frustration, unable to recall the complex sequence of left and right turns. She suddenly realized the person she had just subdued was Dorothy, the third-year alchemy valedictorian, and briefly wondered if she had gone too far. Feeling guilty, Yenkar moved to cover Dorothy with her cloak, but an inner voice seemed to scold her actions. Just then, Lortell and her entourage emerged from the shadows, interrupting Yenkar's moment of hesitation. Lortell stared intently at Yenkar, a tear rolling down her cheek as she recognized her rival. Deep down, Lortell conceded that Yenkar was one of the strongest combatants, someone willing to flatten the entire area just to save Ed. Her imagination immediately conjured a scene of Yenkar finding Ed and embracing him in blissful happiness. In Lortell's jealous fantasy, Ed blushed and returned Yennekar's affection, telling her she was the most wonderful person. The delusion escalated further as Ed proposed to Yenkar, discussing their future together. Snapping back to reality, Lortell screamed in despair, her usual cold rationality dissolving completely at the thought of Ed. Regaining her composure, she approached Yenkar and whispered a lie, that Ed had already been rescued but was severely injured and waiting for her at the campsite. Lortell told herself that she was destined to be Ed's rescuer, and thus, she had to eliminate Yenkar from the competition. However, Yenkar was not fooled. Her eyes flashed with suspicion as she asked why Lortell would share that information, causing Lortell to flinch. With the sharp intellect that only surfaced when Ed was concerned, Yenkar pointed out that she was the first to arrive, questioning how anyone could have possibly bypassed her to rescue Ed beforehand. Cornered, Lortell offered a strained laugh and admitted she might have been mistaken, while Yenkar impatiently pressed her about using her staff to rescue Ed. Lortell silently conceded that she could not refute Yennekar's accusation, and the undeniable truth was that Ed was in danger. Yenkar explained that she, too, was acting alone, as Lucy had merely yawned and wandered off when asked for assistance. Realizing they were both without aid, Lortell and Yenkar faced each other with fiery gazes, initiating a silent competition. Lortell silently decided this was no time to obstruct one another, then ordered her entourage to stand by. Without further discussion, Yenkar declared she would search the eastern sector, and Lortell agreed to take the remaining area. Once Yenkar was out of sight, Lortell watched her go with a determined expression, her mind focused solely on the goal of rescuing Ed. With a decisive thought, Lortell dashed away at maximum speed. In the other direction, Yenkar also unleashed her speed, proving equally fast. Both shared the same burning thought. Ed must be saved. And both were equally determined. They must be the one to do it first. Meanwhile, Ed and his spirit Mug suddenly faced a colossal blue phantom that had just smashed through the ceiling and descended upon them. Ed fearfully wondered if this was an earthquake, while Mug shrieked in terror at the sudden appearance. The stone floor beneath Ed cracked open, shattered by a terrifying surge of magical energy. A devastating explosion engulfed the entire room, violently throwing Ed and Mug backward. Held back by a hand, Ed gloomily thought that he would rather face a real earthquake than this. The phantom Reyna was subdued, while Lucy Mayriel stretched languidly after her intervention. Amidst the rubble, Lucy casually sat down, while the phantom Reyna lay motionless on the floor. Lucy picked her nose and nonchalantly told Ed that she had only come to save him because she was bored, ending the fight before it could even begin. On the balcony overlooking the academy at dawn, Principal Abel stood silently beside an unconscious official. The principal calmly informed another gray-haired official that, despite the danger, this was a prime opportunity for the students to mature, like flowers blooming on a withered branch. The gray-haired official anxiously questioned the necessity of the situation, given that Sylvania Academy was currently enjoying an unprecedented golden age. Proof of this was evident in Taylor and Clevius, current students who surpassed the strength of any previous generation. Countless rising stars like Elvira Aniston emerged, so numerous they were likened to a star-filled night sky. Principal Obel crushed the leaf in his hand, sensing that this was a warning sign. He concluded that the coming trials were so monumental that only a generation of such talent could hope to conquer them. Meanwhile, at Ed Rothsayler's wooden cabin in the quiet forest, a shocking event was about to unfold. A perfectly circular, pitch-black void suddenly appeared on the wall of the cabin. It was a massive tunnel created by magic, piercing straight through the mountain. Up close, the mouth of the black hole seemed to devour everything surrounding it. The destructive magical current continued to rush through the dark space. Its journey concluded by shattering the ceiling of the secret laboratory, causing a rain of debris. Amidst the rubble, the phantom Reyna lay dissolving on the floor. Ed Rothstaler sighed, covering his face, utterly exhausted by the chaos caused by his recent savior. Lucy Mayriel looked up at him with sparkling eyes, innocently asking if he had any jerky left. Disappointed by his silence, Lucy pouted and floated away, declaring she would find another place to sleep. Instantly, a hand seized her shoulder. Ed firmly held the powerful mage in place. Ed suddenly realized the situation had devolved into utter chaos. He surmised that both Yenkar and Lortell had entered the underground waterways, and he needed to stop them. He quickly calculated, trusting that Taylor could handle the sub-bosses alone, and that bypassing the now-defeated Reyna wouldn't derail the overall scenario. Ed realized the biggest immediate problem was Lucy. He feared that if she encountered Glast, the situation would spiral into a catastrophic bad ending. He decided he must keep Lucy close and demanded that she not leave, prompting her to ask the reason in surprise. Sweating profusely from the stress, Ed struggled to find a plausible excuse. He awkwardly offered the excuse that sometimes, the best thing to do is simply remain beside someone without speaking. Ed continued to plead, explaining that having Lucy nearby made him feel secure due to her immense strength, but she remained focused only on the question of jerky. Losing his patience, Ed yelled, demanding she forget the jerky and stay with him until they exited the underground waterways. Lucy suggested they could use magic to escape instantly, but Ed, his worries about Lortell and Yenkar clear, insisted he still had business to attend to here. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lucy sighed and reluctantly agreed. However, she stated that she had a request in return and raised her hand. Immediately afterward, Ed began sprinting, carrying Lucy on his back, resolving to escape via an alternate route. He was determined to retrieve the necessary items from the library, locate Yenkar and Lortell, and then leave this place. While running, Lucy once again asked about the jerky, and Ed could only sigh helplessly, replying that he had none. Suddenly, countless pairs of glowing red eyes illuminated the darkness ahead. A swarm of monstrous bats roared and lunged toward them. Ed didn't hesitate, extending his hand as a fiery magic circle appeared while he chanted the ignite spell. A sea of fire engulfed the corridor, incinerating the bats, and granting Ed experience points along with an increase in magical proficiency. Ed sighed in relief, musing on the benefits of mass monster extermination for rapid leveling. He continued charging forward through the flames, burning more bats and silently apologizing to Taylor for preemptively farming some experience. Meanwhile, in another location, a surge of magical energy spread, revealing the presence of concealment magic. That was Lortell, who was utilizing her unique magical power resonance ability for rapid movement, a talent even Professor Glass had to acknowledge. With a determined gaze, Lortell told herself that this was no time for pleasantries. Just then, a sudden realization flashed through her mind. Clenching her cloak, Lortell realized she was genuinely trying to help someone with all her heart. Her heart fluttered again, sensing she was about to grasp a relationship unbound by monetary ties. The familiar feeling from before rushed back, and Lortell heard a sound growing steadily closer. Her heartbeat pounded wildly in her chest. Driven by this intense emotion, Lortell shattered the stone wall directly ahead. Amidst the dust and smoke, she was stunned to hear Ed's familiar voice greeting her. Ed sighed in relief upon seeing her. He smiled, clutching a pile of loot, and casually announced that he had just been kidnapped. Ed handed Lortell a stack of scrolls, saying he needed help carrying them, stunning her when she realized they were all high-grade crafting formulas. Shaking her head vigorously, Lortell pushed aside the business talk and anxiously inquired about his safety. Ed admitted he had been in danger, but then he turned his back to her. He stated that everything was fine, revealing Lucy sound asleep on his back, which left Lortell utterly speechless. Lortell's expression darkened. She couldn't believe her eyes and wondered why Ed would act this way. She bitterly reflected that she had bravely taken a step forward in their relationship, unlike the timid Yenkar. Lortell recalled that night when she had been so flustered she nearly burned down the entire forest. She wondered how Ed could calmly carry another girl right in front of her while simultaneously discussing business matters so casually. Just as she was about to speak up to regain the initiative, Lortell froze. Ed suddenly leaned down, close to her face, and sincerely told her that she was the only person he could truly trust. Deep down, Lortell screamed that Ed had gone too far by daring to demand so much from her. Yet, his sincere words that she was the only one he could trust still echoed, making her heart pound erratically. All her anger vanished. Lortell blushed, stammering to ask if he needed an invoice, then internally chastised herself for being so easily swayed. Ed called her name loudly, pulling Lortell out of her hazy thoughts while Lucy was still sound asleep on his back. Just then, an elderly staff member rushed over frantically, panting as he reported that something terrible had just happened. The scene shifted to a dark, damp underground corridor, where only the sound of footsteps echoed. A group of students led by Taylor and Ziggs advanced cautiously, with Ziggs reminding everyone not to drop their guard. Clevius Nortondale, the top student of the combat department, trembled with fear, stammering to ask if they really needed to go deeper and suggesting they should leave. Elvira Aniston, the top student of the alchemy department, angrily yelled at Clevius for his cowardice, but then grumbled about why they had to save Ed Rothstaler as well. Taylor looked earnestly at Clevius, asserting that he truly wanted to save Ela and pleading for everyone's help. Ziggs placed a hand on Clevius' shoulder, firmly stating that Ela was a good person and they couldn't give up after coming this far. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, and a delicate hand was raised with elegance. A blonde girl introduced herself as the prophet Adele, smiling and saying she sensed something ahead. With a confident smile, Adele warned that their upcoming opponent would not be easy to deal with, and her prophecies were usually very accurate. Her finger pointed toward 2 dark passages at the end of the corridor. Immediately, a piercing scream rang out, along with a fierce explosion emanating from the direction she had indicated. Amidst the flames, a girl wearing glasses thrashed in panic, screaming that this wasn't the plan and she was only acting on instinct. The clumsy girl collapsed onto the ground, unconscious, while Adele muttered calculations, seemingly realizing she had guessed the wrong path. Taylor suddenly realized something. From the darkness, another elementalist, calm and powerful, stepped out with her mighty spirits, politely greeting the group while the previous attacker lay motionless at her feet. Taylor's group froze, as terrifying memories of Yenkar flooded back, memories they could not forget. The fear she had once instilled in them still lingered, for when reason is paralyzed, misunderstandings arise. Although unsure if he could win, Taylor was determined to give it his all. Yenkar wondered why they were looking at her that way, worried that she had been too rough with Assistant Professor Cleo, even though she believed the woman had simply fainted. Ela quickly held Taylor back, but he shrugged her off, insisting that he had to fight to save her. Amidst the tension, a voice rang out, demanding that everyone stop. Ed Rothstaler calmly walked down the stairs, positioning himself between the 2 opposing groups. The entire assault team called out Ed Rothstaler's name in astonishment. Carried on Ed's back, Lucy woke up, anxiously asking if he was injured. Taylor and Elvira glared at Ed, their hostility evident. Taylor thought to himself that he and Elvira understood exactly what kind of opponent Ed was. He recalled that even using only basic magic, and being an amateur archer, Ed could single-handedly hold off 3 stronger enemies. But now, Ed had formidable allies beside him, with a gigantic fire dragon spirit vaguely visible behind them. Taylor realized he had grown much stronger. But when Ed Rothstaler entered the fray, his chances of victory returned to 0. Ed gently placed a hand on the stunned Taylor's shoulder. He told Taylor to go, because Ela was waiting, and his mission was to defeat Glast. Taylor's team stood ready to execute their mission. Ed thought to himself that while Taylor dealt with the final boss, he and the others would handle the rest. Ed, standing in the shadows, was determined to handle the unexpected variable himself. Professor Glast shared the same objective. He had to take down Elta. Ed knew that Lortell had anticipated Elta's counterattack, but the seasoned magnate Elta exploited Lortell's weakness, ordering his subordinates to follow him and leaving only a few behind for the negotiation. An informant happily announced that thanks to the company employees trapped in the sewers, he had managed to obtain countless production formulas and magical engineering tools. That person believed these things were useful. But the best tool for survival in this world was something else entirely. Ed calculated that LT was the mid-boss of Act 2, and he had to be eliminated according to the original scenario. With iron resolve, Ed called Ziggs's name to assign a task. He instructed Ziggs that the path ahead was mostly clear, and to ask Ela for details after rescuing her. Ed then turned to Taylor, startling the young man. Ed knew that ultimately, Taylor was the one who had to follow the storyline, unlock his skills, and train diligently, as only he held the hope of defeating the final boss. Taylor would have to face countless challenges, including the magic towers that Glast would summon to bombard him with terrifying spells. Taylor was speechless before the heavy responsibility entrusted to him. He could only utter a single phrase of good luck, but Ed thought to himself that such empty encouragement was unnecessary. Ed watched the backs of Taylor and his group as they rushed into the tunnel, placing his trust in the protagonist's role. While Taylor's group ran through the underground waterways, Ed deduced that Glast targeted the company to find evidence of failed insider trading, then decided he would head to the main academic district first to report the situation. Yenkar suddenly held Ed back, not wanting him to proceed. She gritted her teeth, refusing to accept that Ed was about to rush into danger yet again. Yenkar screamed, trying to stop Ed, afraid that he would be injured once more. Lortell also appeared, anxiously asking if Ed truly intended to confront the Golden King Elta, especially since he had only just escaped kidnapping and imprisonment. With tearful eyes, Yenkar reiterated that Ed had just collapsed from overwork, and the company matter had nothing to do with him. She simply didn't want him to be hurt further. Ed silently admitted Yenkar was right, but he couldn't reveal the true reason. He needed to take down an unpredictable threat like Elta to ensure their safety. Fortunately, he believed Lortell would need both him and Yenkar to defeat Elta, so she would surely find some pretext for both of them to participate. Ed's gaze sharpened. He looked directly at Yenkar and agreed with her, albeit cryptically. Lortell took Yennekar's hand, agreeing that dragging Ed into this was selfish and that he truly needed to rest in a safe place. Yenkar nodded in agreement, while Ed was secretly pleased that the two girls were getting along. However, Ed couldn't accept resting in the middle of such a critical situation, so he thanked them for their concern. He firmly declared that he couldn't claim this wasn't his business, stunning both Lortell and Yenkar. Yenkar, her eyes blazing red with confusion, questioned Ed, while Lortell secretly thought that this was indeed his business now. The bearded informant urged the group to move quickly, as time was running out. While running, Ed tried to devise a plausible explanation, and the informant chimed in, agreeing that this was definitely Ed's problem. Yenkar suddenly realized the truth, deducing that since Ed had a contract with Lortell, if Lortell lost her position, he wouldn't be able to purchase the necessary magical artifacts. Ed fell silent for a moment, surprised by Yennekar's quick thinking. He confirmed that was the reason, causing Yenkar to look smug, while Lortell secretly thought that Ed's business was also her business. Having resolved the misunderstanding, Ed refocused, his expression serious as he looked ahead. The group arrived at a collapsed area, where a massive pile of rubble blocked the path, prompting the informant to exclaim that someone had gone too far. The informant recognized Assistant Professor Cleo lying unconscious on the ground, astonished that Taylor would be so ruthless even toward an upperclassman. Yenkar slid to Cleo's side, while Ed realized the culprit wasn't Taylor, but the person currently accompanying him. The informant frantically protested that he hadn't meant to, claiming it was just a chain reaction, while Lortell and Yenkar circled him, mocking his callousness. Lortell ordered everyone to keep moving outside before talking further, as they needed to reach the academic district for help, and a carriage was waiting. In the middle of the night, a shattered wooden carriage lay submerged beneath the cold water. On the water's surface, 3 black-clad henchmen corpses floated in deadly silence. Lortell Cahelland smirked, coldly stating that the enemy had arrived faster than expected, while Ed, Yenkar, and the informant stood behind her with tense expressions. From the bank, an imposing figure appeared. Elte Cahelland, the man Lortell called father. Elte looked directly at his daughter, asserting that although he couldn't find any evidence at the company, he knew what she had done. He revealed that a small threat was enough for the cowardly informant to disclose Lortell's location in the underground waterways. Facing the perilous situation, Lortell maintained her composed smile, a skill she had honed for a very long time. Elte snapped his fingers, declaring that torture would be a waste on her, and a confession was what he truly desired. Suddenly, the eyes of the dead henchman beneath the water flashed with an eerie red light. A streak of white light tore through the air, signaling a swift counterattack. Taylor, his hair now white, swung his sword, generating a surge of blue energy that blocked the charging undead. The sound of clashing metal rang out sharply as Taylor's blade intercepted the enemy's attack. Lortell quickly chanted, creating a defensive magic circle, while Taylor bravely stood guard in front of her. She angrily questioned her father as to why he dared to bring mercenaries into the academy again. More henchmen with glowing red eyes slowly emerged from the water, and Lortell warned that this time, things would be very different. From the shadows, hooded archers drew their bows, ready to fire. A formidable mercenary army, praised by Elta as the strongest on the continent, had completely surrounded the students. Elta Cahelland raised his hand to give the order, declaring that as long as Lortell survived, everyone else could be eliminated. Following the command, the archers simultaneously fired deadly blue energy arrows. From a distance, Yenkar and Lucy, who had just woken up, watched in horror as the rain of arrows poured down onto the battlefield. Amidst the magical arrow barrage, Yenkar quickly created a green energy shield to protect Ed, who was carrying Lucy on his back. A sharp arrow flew straight toward Ed at terrifying speed. Yennekar's bird-shaped magic shield firmly blocked and shattered the arrows, ensuring their safety. Ed realized it was an extremely effective defensive magic. Not only using spells, Yenkar also delivered powerful kicks to deflect the incoming arrows. She turned to warn Ed that the enemy's attack was highly tactical. Ed glanced over his shoulder, both thanking Yenkar and feeling slightly surprised by her strength. From afar, Elta Cahelland looked annoyed, finding elementalist users truly bothersome. However, he confidently declared that this time would be different, as he held up an ancient magic scroll. The scroll glowed, revealing itself to be the legendary grade artifact, the Velarus Prejudice, capable of neutralizing all mana in the area for 10 minutes. Ed's eyes widened in horror. He recognized it as an extremely expensive, single-use magic scroll. He mentally compared it to a stronger version of the Nightmoth reagent that Elvira had once used to restrict mana flow. Ed assessed the situation as extremely critical. Even though the scroll needed time to activate, they couldn't possibly break through the veteran mercenaries to stop Elta. And the worst part was that everyone in his group was a magic user. Lortell screamed in despair. She knew her father had prepared thoroughly, and if the scroll activated, it would all be over. She flew into the air, furiously questioning Elta about the consequences of daring to attack the academy. Elta merely sneered, replying that this was still better than losing his life. Ed mused, realizing that his very existence, that of a third-rate villain, had caused a butterfly effect that altered the entire storyline. He knew that Elta, a mid-game boss, would cause untold disaster for this world if left unchecked, and recalled that Elta was the one who had killed Lortell's parents in the past. Ed concluded that Elta was an undeniable villain, willing to do anything for his own glory and wealth. Ed thought to himself that while he couldn't blame Elta, whose actions were driven by survival, he still couldn't stand idly by. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, where students were fighting back against Elta's henchmen using frost magic, Ed made a firm decision. He told himself that he wouldn't lie about needing to compensate for the changes in the storyline that he himself had caused, no matter how selfish that might be. With a determined gaze, Ed asserted that this was his story, and it was time to awaken someone. He gently knelt down onto the damp ground. He then called out to Lucy, who was dozing on his back, and she began to wake up with a long yawn. Still groggy, Lucy grumbled that it was too noisy around them. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, flashing with an eerie, magical purple light. A massive surge of purple magical energy exploded from Lucy's body. The terrifying wave of power sent all of Elta's henchmen flying away. Amidst the vortex of magical power, the previously sluggish Lucy was fully awake, her eyes shining terrifyingly. In a flashback, Archmage Glockt's final book was revealed to have been written in a humble little hut. There, Glockt taught his young apprentice Lucy that innate talent was no reason to stop learning, and that she must always remain humble and use her power for others. He also warned her about the inevitable solitude that comes with overwhelming power, then gently tapped her forehead to get her attention. Lucy looked up at her master with a curious gaze as he asked her to promise 3 things. With a gentle smile, Glockt gave the first promise. She must not kill, and even by mistake, she must avoid staining her small hands with blood. Back in reality, Lucy stood there, enveloped in a terrifying magical aura. One of Elta's mercenaries, a seasoned veteran, swallowed hard in terror. The deadly purple light reflected in his trembling eyes, a testament to his combat skill and experience, screaming a warning. The sword in the mercenary's hand began to vibrate violently, as his survival instinct told him that an absolute danger was right before him. The senses of the experienced mercenaries were screaming an unprecedented level of alarm. Crushed by Lucy's magical pressure, the mercenaries could only stand still, unable to move. The leader roared angrily, ordering his subordinates to move. However, the younger mercenaries, lacking that survival instinct, could only stammer that they didn't understand what kind of magic this was. Despite the fear, one young mercenary recklessly charged toward Lucy. Lucy observed him coldly, as she didn't typically use magic in the conventional sense. She simply flicked her finger. An invisible impact force struck the charging mercenary directly. It was not an incantation, but a pure physical force generated by compressing a massive amount of magical power. A purple energy explosion swept through, demonstrating absolute, violent power. Meanwhile, the leader was struggling with a magic scroll, wondering how much longer the incantation would take to activate. Lucy's gaze shifted to him, identifying him as the ringleader. She decided she would capture him first. The leader immediately felt a terrifying pressure crushing him. Just then, a gentle hand was placed on Lucy's shoulder, stopping her. Ed Rothstaler had intervened, and the leader collapsed to the ground as the pressure vanished. Ed calmly told Lucy that it was enough. Suddenly, Ed felt a violent tremor, but it wasn't an earthquake. The night sky above the academy shook violently with massive purple lightning bolts. It was the night the 7 great stars aligned and became clearly visible in the sky. Professor Glast's high-level celestial magic, capable of distorting reality, began to manifest. The major event, known as the Descent of the Demon Realm, had officially begun. Ed Rothstaler looked up at the brightly glowing magic towers, realizing this was the final battlefield of Act 2. He thought to himself that the timing was perfect. Ed believed that by now, Taylor had defeated the underground sewer monster and acquired the necessary skill. With his full party by his side, Ed was certain that Taylor would be able to stop Glast. The fact that the event was unfolding exactly as in the original work made him believe the storyline was still on the right track. However, this type of magic was too strange. Even Yenkar and Lortell couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a voice from above explained that the towers were absorbing celestial magic. It was Lucy, floating in the air, who realized that under these conditions, something seemingly impossible could be accomplished. She came to a shocking conclusion: the resurrection of the dead. Ed recalled the ending of Act 2 in the game. According to the original scenario, Lucy was supposed to be sleeping on the roof of the Trix building and only wake up after everything was over. But if the player woke her up early, Professor Glast, when cornered, would make an offer. Instead of resurrecting the great sage Sylvania, he would offer to resurrect Lucy's master, Archmage Glocked. This led to bad ending #27, where the entire party was wiped out and Lucy vanished. Ed knew well that Lucy Mayriel was an insurmountable obstacle in Act 2 of the game. He contemplated that the unexpected variables not present in the original work could be resolved through his own efforts. But then another thought flashed through his mind. Ed suddenly realized that these very unexpected elements might be the key to reversing the predetermined bad endings. An ancient jar emits a purple aura, activating its ability to suppress all magic in the area for the next 10 minutes. Under the magical light, Yahello launched his attack, believing Ed Rothstaler and Lucy Mayriel were completely neutralized. Elte roared, ordering his henchmen to act immediately. A hooded mercenary charged forward, confident that his opponent would be unable to resist. He swung his sword, boldly declaring that Ed would be unable to use magic. However, Ed remained completely calm, softly chanting the incantation for the wind blade. The mercenary was instantly thrown high into the air by a powerful gust of wind. Ed stood there, realizing he was also an unexpected factor, but knowing he couldn't stop everything. Witnessing the impossible sight, Yahello cried out in horror, unable to understand why magic could still be used. He couldn't believe how Ed managed to conjure a spell right inside the forbidden zone. The power of a legendary artifact had its limits, and the jar began to crack under Lucy's terrifying magical pressure. Like trying to empty the ocean, Lucy's boundless mana was something the jar simply could not suppress. As the jar shattered, Lucy declared that she would clear the path herself. The young girl's eyes flared with brilliant purple light, asserting that nothing could impede her steps. With his extensive combat experience, Elte collapsed to his knees before Lucy's overwhelming power. The senses honed through countless battles screamed a terrifying truth to Elte. As Lucy hovered in the air, looking down at him with deadly eyes, Elte's instinct told him he was about to die. Suddenly, a hand blocked the surge of energy, and a voice rang out, asking Elte if he realized his predicament. Elte realized in terror that his life now completely depended on someone else's decision. Ed intervened, telling Lucy that if she didn't want to kill anyone, she should stop, which surprised her as she thought he was worried about Elte. Deep down, Lucy recalled her master's teaching, never let her hands be stained with blood. But the person Ed was truly worried about was not the man about to die, but the memory of Lucy as an innocent child sleeping peacefully beside her master. With a resolute gaze, Ed looked directly at Lucy. His concern was entirely for her. Lucy remained silent, merely raising her hand in a gesture, seemingly casting a spell. After a moment, she turned away and agreed. All right. As Lucy began to leave, Ed asked where she was going, and she simply replied that everything was over. She paused, glanced over her shoulder, and asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it, though she didn't wait for an answer. Without waiting for Ed to reply, Lucy gently floated up into the air. Ed silently watched her go, his face clearly showing worry as she departed. Lucy lowered her head, her face hidden in the shadow of her hood, concealing her emotions. Memories flooded back. The image of young Lucy standing beside the sickbed of Archmage Glocked, her dying master, who urged those remaining to become stronger. His voice echoed, desperately pleading for her to be strong. He dedicated the final lines of his cherished book to her, who had become his last purpose in life. With a satisfied smile, Glock took his last breath after calling Lucy's name. Returning to reality, determination flashed in Lucy's eyes. She firmly said, no, rejecting the path she had nearly chosen. A brilliant purple magical light erupted, and Lucy vanished into the night sky, leaving Ed alone. Elsewhere, a silver-haired woman reported that all 57 people had safely boarded the evacuation ship off the island and expressed hope for Yenkar's swift return. Meanwhile, Ed gasped for breath as he ran across the campus, deciding to postpone dealing with the captured Elte until later. Ed trusted that the Elte company would monitor Yahello, and Lortell would handle everything necessary, since she was the one connected to him. Ed panted from exhaustion, telling himself that sprinting at full speed to the highest point of the island had made his body feel heavy. He had reached Trix Hall, the place he called the starting point of this story arc. This was where Professor Glast had stolen the sage's sealed tome, and also where Taylor began his journey. Ed climbed the stairs, passing medical staff tending to the injured, and he never thought he would return here. But ultimately, his reverse journey had brought him back to the starting point. He thought that this was where Taylor began, and also where he would end his own journey. And there, Lucy was standing alone, quietly looking out at the glowing spires under the moonlight. Ed walked forward, reflecting on the legacy of Archmage Glocked, who had used his fortune to establish scholarships and construct buildings for the academy. Glocked's presence was everywhere, and Ed knew it well. Therefore, finding Lucy was not difficult. He knew for certain she would be here. He found her at the spot overlooking the entire academy. Because for Lucy, Sylvania Academy was a memento left behind by Glocked. Ed approached, breaking the silence with a greeting, and Lucy replied. He asked if she still had any jerky, but the answer was still no, disappointing Ed because their conversations always repeated this pattern. Lucy asked what he was doing here, and Ed replied that he was reminiscing. Ed nervously looked down at the deadly height, while Lucy began to say that she once had a very sad memory, but now she no longer felt distressed. Ed curiously asked why. Lucy explained that there was no specific reason. She simply concluded that it was because too much time had passed. Lucy recalled the serene image of Archmage Glocked, explaining that attempting to resurrect him after all this time was foolish, as he had been ready for his death. Ed mused that using forbidden magic to revive a legendary Archmage, who had dedicated his life to magical research, would be a great insult. He admitted that he had known from the start that attempting to revive him was a selfish act. Lucy looked up, her face hidden in the shadow of her hood, and spoke softly. Ed anxiously checked on Lucy, even though he told himself he had no right to speak after trying to stop her. He couldn't help but ask, fearing that Lucy might change her mind at any moment and cause a terrible catastrophe. Determined to confirm her intentions, Ed called out to her. He sighed, secretly guessing that she was about to ask for dried jerky again. Unexpectedly, Lucy leaned her head on Ed's shoulder and gently asked to borrow it. Ed was surprised, finally understanding why she had signaled him to sit down next to her. At the same moment, a massive surge of magical energy erupted from the top of one of the mage towers. Ed recalled the fanatical image of Professor Glast, realizing that no one could be more devoted to celestial magic than him, and that the resurrection spell would never be cast again. He reflected on loss, noting that everyone must experience it, and the important thing was learning to accept it, even as tears began to fall onto Lucy's cloak. Ed realized that Lucy, more than anyone, understood this, as she quietly wept on his shoulder. Ed's eyes shone with deep understanding and empathy. And then, in that moment of silence, they sat there for a long time, gazing at the mage towers piercing the night sky, a starry expanse that seemed further away than ever. The sight of magical light trails interwoven against the deep purple night sky was strangely beautiful. Suddenly, the ground shook as a golden guardian emerged from the magic circle, rising to protect the sacrifice. Taylor and his team gasped, exhausted in the middle of the magical battlefield. Suddenly, Ela was seized by a beam of light, causing Taylor to scream her name in horror. Professor Glast revealed himself as the mastermind, unleashing a massive source of dark energy. With eyes blazing with magic, Glast smiled maliciously as he completed his ritual. Taylor could only look up in terror as a gigantic figure rushed past. The Golden Guardian delivered a devastating punch, and the truth was revealed. Ela had been sealed within its core. A fierce energy explosion spread, leaving behind shards of magic. In the midst of the danger, Ziggs braced himself, using his body to block the golem's colossal fist. He roared, urging Taylor to seize the golden opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Taylor leaped off Ziggs' back, charging straight toward the enemy. He poured all his strength into running up the giant's arm, determined to free Ela. Simultaneously, Professor Glast's inner monologue echoed, admitting that he had been short-sighted. While Taylor screamed for Ela's release, Glast's monologue began, recalling a time in the past. He remembered the moment his eyesight deteriorated to the point where he couldn't see clearly without glasses. That was when the life of a professor began. Glast immersed himself in the quiet life of the laboratory, diligently copying a sealed tome belonging to the sage. His desk was piled high with books, the result of long days analyzing celestial magic and drafting curricula. Then, at one point, a silent change occurred. The view outside his laboratory window had changed, signaling the passage of time and an impending turning point. Professor Glast recalled a snowy day when a persistent first-year student from the elemental faculty came to see him. The lavender-haired student expressed her desire to study intermediate magic ahead of the curriculum. Then the season changed. The snow melted, and the rains began to fall outside his office window. He quietly contemplated during the dreary, rainy days. The young assistant professor, Cleo, was constantly causing trouble and then nervously apologizing profusely. Following that came the beautiful sunny days, when a gentle breeze carried flower petals past the window frame. He found peace in his work, quietly reading at his desk. A high-ranking official, who would later become Principal Obel, always made a habit of stopping by to enjoy a cup of tea, a custom that never changed. Glast once believed that if he just buried himself in that familiar routine, the painful memories hidden within a tightly locked book would vanish. But closing it only unleashed a terrifying source of energy. He coughed up blood while attempting to control the forbidden magic emanating from the hovering book, which radiated immense power. Memories of the confrontation to seize the magical artifact flooded back, recalling how he was thrown back by its very power. He had tried using celestial magic to reverse time on a small scale, but the attempt shattered. Despite being severely injured, Glast frantically tried to mend what was lost. But the sorrowful memories never faded. Instead, they crystallized into a burning gaze of hatred. Returning to the present, that chaotic energy erupted from the Golden Guardian, creating a magical tremor that engulfed the battlefield. Witnessing that unimaginable destructive power, Ziggs, Elvira, and Pena could only scream in utter terror. Celestial magic exploded, unleashing a destructive wave of energy from the Golden Guardian. Amidst the chaos, Ed Rothstaler quickly cast the multiple-time prison, freezing Yenkar, Lortell, and the other allies. His eyes glowed with intense focus, maintaining the fragile protective barrier. Meanwhile, Ela screamed, using all her strength to push Taylor away from the deadly energy stream. Stunned for a moment, Taylor gritted his teeth, his fierce determination surging. He raised his blood-soaked sword high, ready to charge into the eye of the storm. Professor Glast, despite his severe injuries, wore a satisfied smile as his plan was about to materialize. In that moment, his mind began to drift. His vision gradually blurred as his strength waned. Piercing the darkness, the image of his lost daughter, Miuri, appeared, serving as his final source of motivation. That's right. It's almost there, Glast muttered to himself, determined to achieve his goal. He reached out, grasping the energy core of the trembling reality. Suddenly, Clevius Nortondale emerged from the shadows, panting heavily but with sharp eyes. "Don't stand in my way," Glast roared, attempting to complete the reality reversal ritual. The energy core of the Guardian Giant flared, reaching its peak power. But a decisive slash cut deep into that glowing core. A terrifying explosion erupted as the giant shattered from within. The shockwave flung Professor Glast away, his face contorted in astonishment and despair. In his eyes, only the reflection of his utterly collapsed plan remained. Amidst the sea of flames, Taylor unleashed a swordmaster's ultimate skill. His empowered blade struck directly into the Guardian Giant's core, inflicting fatal cracks. In a moment of desperation, a forbidden spell was activated, attempting to reverse the flow of time. Its power spread, affecting even the students who were frozen in space. Professor Glast gritted his teeth, determined to sacrifice his remaining life for this futile endeavor. But his body could not withstand the pressure, and fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. With his last ounce of strength, Glast launched an ice spear as a desperate attack. Unexpectedly, a mysterious dark-haired mage appeared and signaled his comrades. His entire group simultaneously cast a complex incantation, neutralizing Glast's magic. Glast stared at them in shock, whispering resignedly as he realized his fate. A flash of light flickered in his eyes, reflecting total collapse. Immediately afterward, the Guardian Giant exploded in a massive fireball. The magic backfired, and Professor Glast's body began to disintegrate into dust. Taylor, utterly drained after the attack, collapsed onto the ground amidst the explosion's aftermath. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a thick curtain of smoke and dust. Through the smoke, a figure slowly stepped forward. The figure's heavy breathing echoed, breaking the post-battle silence. Lying faintly on the ground, Professor Glast looked up at the victor and conceded defeat. The mysterious mage coldly used his foot to push Glast's disintegrating body aside. Professor Glast's body tumbled down from the peak of the brightly glowing magic tower against the night sky. He plummeted straight down, a solitary dark silhouette falling from the magnificent structure that radiated chaotic energy. In his death throes, Glast's face was smeared with blood, his shattered glasses reflecting the magical light one last time. With his fading breath, he whispered a deep longing, "Miuri." As Glast fell, a complex magic circle suddenly manifested directly beneath him. It erupted in a blinding flash of light, engulfing his free-falling body. In a magical burst, he vanished from the air. He then reappeared beneath an ancient tree in the tranquil forest. The spatial teleportation magic had succeeded. However, Glast staggered, blood continuously pouring from his fatal wound. Even his magical power could no longer sustain him. Exhausted, he collapsed by the tree, knowing this was his end. Just then, Glast looked up, startled to see someone standing before him, and wondered how they could be there after curfew. That person was Ed Rothstaler, standing silently with an undisclosed purpose. 1 hour earlier, the peak of the Trix Hall Tower had exploded in a fierce storm of magical power. Meanwhile, Lortell was moving quickly, inwardly thinking that all risk factors had been properly handled. She decided to check on Ed, who had suddenly rushed to Trix Hall, before heading to her rendezvous point. Upon arrival, Lortell saw Ed waving at her, standing next to a student wearing a witch's hat. Suddenly, the student in the witch's hat tightly gripped Ed's arm. Ed turned back with a confused expression, while Lortell immediately sensed an imminent danger. Ed observed Dorothy, an elite third-year student, and assistant professor Cleo, noting that the situation in the underground waterways seemed to have been resolved. He was momentarily confused to see Dorothy sobbing uncontrollably. When Ed turned back, both women shrieked in surprise at his sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Yenkar collapsed to her knees, a phantom image of the colossal spirit Takon appearing as she desperately called Ed's name. Regaining her composure, Yenkar seriously told Ed that she needed to confirm something about the tower's celestial magic. She explained that her meetings with her spirits were actually meant to protect the northern forest, although recently the topic had revolved solely around Ed's life. A few days prior, Takon sensed a type of magic similar to that of the towers in the forest, leading Yenkar to believe only one person could be behind it. She wondered what Professor Glast had been doing in the forest, as no actual towers had appeared. Hearing this, Ed initially decided he didn't need to investigate further since this event was not in the game's original plot. But then he recalled the battle where he was nearly wiped out by Elta, and realized that if Glast also deviated from the script, the consequences would be unpredictable. Driven by this fear, Ed decided he had to go check on the professor's situation. He ventured alone into the dark forest under the cover of night. There, he found Professor Glast, leaning against a tree and dying, who was surprised and asked why Ed was out after curfew. Just then, Lortell and Yenkar arrived, utterly astonished to find Ed with Glast. Coughing up blood, Glast replied that he was gazing at the moon, then wondered if that was ridiculous. Ed affirmed it was not, but Glast mocked himself, saying he found his own situation absurd. Glast conceded that Ed was right, that his failure was inevitable, though he never expected to be thwarted by a group of students. He believed that even if he had won, Principal Abel would have intervened, perhaps only hesitating due to their friendship. After Glast admitted Ed was a more exceptional student than he had thought, Ed immediately asked why the professor had kidnapped him in the first place. Glast confessed he originally intended to recruit Ed for his talent, but the plan fell apart when Ed collapsed from exhaustion. He recalled that when he came to check on them after the kidnapping, Ed had escaped with Ela. Accepting his fate, Glast considered this solitary death too light a price for his sins. Nevertheless, he asserted that he had never felt lonely during the 17 years he spent with his daughter. In a fleeting memory of Muri, Glast confirmed to Ed that those 17 years had passed too quickly. Ed sat down and unexpectedly asked Glast about his relationship with assistant Professor Cleo. He pointed out a strange coincidence. Counting her time as his student and assistant, Glast had also known Cleo for 17 years. Ed revealed that he had just met Cleo on his way here, and she was crying. Ed recalled Cleo saying that Professor Glast was a person one couldn't help but hate. She listed his many flaws: stubborn, abrasive, self-righteous, and the only person who had ever criticized her. But, after a moment of choking back tears, Cleo tearfully admitted that, despite everything, Glast was the most brilliant scholar she had ever met, leading Ed to believe she had sensed his fate. Ed also remembered Dorothy, who had tremblingly expressed eternal gratitude for Glast, recognizing her talent. Ed mused that there was no denying Glast had gone astray by taking students hostage. He was wrong to lament dying alone in solitude, because the truth was, Cleo, who became an assistant professor at a very young age, and Dorothy, the top student in alchemy, had both once been considered talentless. Although he constantly criticized the untalented, Glast was the one who tirelessly sought out and nurtured his students' hidden potential. Ed reflected that it seemed Glast had been determined to prove that even his daughter was a person of value. The professor had been a teacher and colleague to too many people to die in solitude. Ed realized Professor Glast was severely nearsighted, and at some point, he couldn't see anything without his glasses. He couldn't even clearly see himself anymore. Professor Glast lay silent, seemingly accepting his fate. Then he spoke, revealing that he had known the state of the Soul Library before using the summoning magic. He admitted Ed had cleaned out the library well, only taking the most valuable production formulas, but called it a meaningless effort, making Ed wonder if there was something more. With an enigmatic remark, Glast produced a gleaming silver key. He placed the key in Ed's hand, saying that Ed would have to clean up the rest himself. Professor Glast declared that from now on, the Soul Library belonged to Ed. Shocked, Ed asked why, but Glast merely countered with a question, asking if Ed was complaining. Glast instructed Ed to find a secret safe guarded by Reyna, and warned him to ensure the academy staff didn't discover it. With his final breath, he whispered one last name: Lucy. Glast's words reminded Ed of the people around him, and the importance of observing them closely. A flash of realization sparked in the dying professor's eyes. He murmured his final words, saying it was a wise decision, and slowly closed his eyes. As Glast took his last breath, Ed wondered what expression Lucy must have had at that exact moment. He regretted not being able to witness it. his hand unconsciously clutching the hem of his cloak. Left only with the peaceful face of the deceased, Ed could only surmise the truth based on what had just transpired. Professor Glast had passed away, his body leaning against the tree under the moonlight, appearing to be in eternal slumber. Ed, Lortell, and Yenkar stood silently for a long time, witnessing that quiet moment together. Afterward, in the principal's office, Ed faced an interrogation, as Principal Abel listed his presence in every major incident, from the occupation of the Ophelis building to the theft of the sealed tome. The principal addressed him directly as Ed Rostaler, making Ed inwardly groan about having to repeat his story all night long. Abel questioned Ed's testimony, doubting the story that he was kidnapped, escaped on his own, and then coincidentally met Taylor's group. Ed patiently insisted that every detail was in the report, but Abel immediately focused on the crucial point: why Ed left Ela behind during his escape. In a brief memory, Ed recalled the moment Ela was unable to move and completely distrusted him. Just as he was about to explain that he had to go seek aid, Abel decisively cut him off. The principal bluntly expressed his suspicion, and Ed himself realized his story contained too many unbelievable coincidences. Abel pointed out that Ed's strangely calm demeanor, despite always acting as a detached observer, only made him more suspicious. Then, with a sudden slam of his hand on the table, Abel's tone abruptly shifted. He declared that in both incidents, Ed had been a victim due to the Academy's negligence. Ed was stunned, realizing that what the principal was reading was not his own statement. To Ed's astonishment, Abel flipped to his academic record and acknowledged the immense effort he had put in. Utterly bewildered, Ed could only stand there as the principal announced that the Academy wished to reward him for his contributions. As Ed stepped out of the office in a daze, Yenkar was waiting and called out to him joyfully. She hurriedly inquired, expressing deep concern for his safety, but he quickly reassured her that he was perfectly fine. Suddenly, the wind spirit Dries, perched on Yenkar's shoulder, whispered something into her ear. Immediately, Yenkar's demeanor changed. She feigned pain and claimed she might have been injured while saving Ed, leaving him utterly astonished and worried. Ed frantically asked where she was hurt, and she hesitantly replied that she might have sprained her back. With a serious expression, Ed stated that the recent events had made him realize something important. He recalled all the times Yenkar had been there to help him, blaming himself for taking her presence for granted, which had now led to her suffering harm. A shadow of regret enveloped Ed as he remembered the lesson from Professor Glast's final moments. It would be too late to mourn once something was truly lost. Feeling guilty for always being a burden, Ed made Yenkar break out in a cold sweat as she realized his misunderstanding was spiraling out of control. Ed bowed deeply in apology and asked Yenkar to stop getting involved with him, causing her to panic and hastily confess that she had lied and was not injured at all. After a moment of silence, Ed looked up and unexpectedly asked Yenkar if she lived in Dex Hall. He hinted that starting next semester, he might be. Yenkar's eyes lit up, brimming with hope and anticipation. Overjoyed, she loudly asked if Ed was planning to move to Dex Hall, her enthusiastic reaction leaving him momentarily taken aback. After all the turmoil, the Academy skies finally returned to a clear, peaceful blue. Standing amidst nature, Ed sighed in relief, thinking that Act 2 of the story had concluded smoothly. He recalled Principal Abel's words, that he deserved to end his miserable life and become a normal student. With the principal's permission for him to move into the dormitory, Ed returned to his wooden shack. Looking at the prepared firewood logs, Ed felt a fleeting sense of regret, having once looked forward to building a fence, growing vegetables, and improving the place. As his shadow stretched across the door, he accepted that his reclusive life in the woods was about to end. Ed muttered a farewell to his forest life and opened the door to step inside. Instantly, a terrifying crash echoed as his roof was pierced by a strange object. Stunned by the scene of devastation, Ed was astonished to realize that Lucy Mayriel was lying unconscious on the floor. Amidst the gloomy mountain scenery, a voice remarked that it looked like rain was coming. Lucy, in the form of a child, realized she was in the northern Lamelin Mountains, not Akan Island. She wondered why she was suddenly dreaming of her childhood. Nevertheless, she decided to head toward a small stone house to visit the old man. Inside, Archmage Glocht sat silently on a chair, his back to her in the warm light. Lucy looked up at him with a pensive expression. The scene abruptly changed. The room became dark and covered in cobwebs, transforming the old man's silhouette into a ghostly shadow. Glocht's dark shadow appeared menacingly. It morphed into a skeleton with blazing red eyes, screaming and demanding why Lucy hadn't resurrected him. She realized this was a nightmare. Lucy closed her eyes, silently confronting the horror in her mind. She opened her eyes, returning to her current form. A dark-haired maid greeted her good morning and urged her to prepare for school. Lucy sat on the bed, remaining silent. In a flash of memory, she was using high-level spatial magic. A massive surge of magical energy shot into the sky, and she felt an inexplicable urge to go to the northern forest immediately. Her bare feet gently landed on the tiled roof of a house. From the rooftop, she saw Ed walking toward her. An inexplicable sense of relief spread through her as she smiled. Lucy looked up at the sky and muttered that it looked like rain was coming. Seeing her, Ed concluded that his life in the forest was likely coming to an end. A thud echoed as Lucy fell to the ground. Ed looked at the unconscious girl, thinking to himself that cats were truly incomprehensible and never did what others wanted. He continued to muse on their nature. When you want to pet them, they act aloof, but when you are busy ignoring them, they suddenly seek attention. Ed concluded that this was the nature of cats, and the best strategy to control them was simply to ignore them. Then he turned his back and walked toward his log cabin. In a classroom, Professor Fluben advised the students that if they wanted a feline familiar, they should try ignoring it, and they would be surprised when it sought them out on its own. Two female students sitting nearby giggled, suggesting that this was more complicated than dating. In the monster studies class, Ed noted that Professor Fluben was highly charismatic, which made his class consistently popular and achieving high grades difficult. But now, Ed had caught up with the lectures and was confident that no one took notes as detailed as his. So he closed his notebook as the class ended. Professor Fluben unexpectedly called Ed over and invited him to his laboratory, which surprised Ed. The professor asked Ed if he had heard about the Academy's scholarship system. Ed replied that it was a tuition support system in exchange for contributing to the Academy, while a snake slithered across Professor Fluben's arm, who confirmed that this was a good opportunity for him. When Ed asked about the specific duties, Professor Fluben explained that they were administrative tasks, but mainly assisting Assistant Professor Cleo, who was overwhelmed with the work left behind by the late Professor Glast. The professor added that Anise was helping, but Cleo still needed more assistance because there was a lot of work remaining, such as final evaluations and placement exams. Professor Fluben instructed Ed not to try intimidating the new students, and Ed nodded in agreement. Ed thought about the new students, certain that the person he was looking for was among them. He envisioned a magical book capable of amplifying magical resonance power. Meanwhile, in her office, Lortell Cahaland was holding that very glowing book and pondering deeply. She wondered if selling this powerful item to Crepin was the right decision. Lortell deduced that Ed asking for such a huge favor indicated he did not want Crepin to obtain the book. Panic set in, and she reminded herself that she had bought the book for profit and that a massive sum of money was at stake. Regaining her composure, Lortell told herself she needed to be more ruthless, as her motto was never to delay business. She looked back at Ed's letter, in which he promised to do anything for her if she secured the purchase certificate. Lortell's eyes fixated on that promise, especially the words anything, and a strange emotion swelled within her. Her cheeks flushed, she smiled slyly, and decided to add one more clause to their agreement. While writing, Lortell suddenly thought of the special classes during the winter break and wondered who would replace the deceased Professor Glast. She sighed in relief, realizing she wouldn't have to worry about the campsite anymore, and figured everyone else was also busy with the end of the semester. As she thought of Yenkar, Ed, and Lucy, Lortell's pen suddenly snapped in half under unconscious pressure. Startled, she looked down at the broken pen, a bead of anxious sweat rolling down her cheek. Sitting alone in the vast office, Lortell suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of ominous foreboding. Meanwhile, at the log cabin in the forest, Lucy spoke up, reminding Ed that he was running out of firewood. Ed turned around, surprised by her unexpected comment. Lucy, casually chewing on dried meat, reiterated that Ed himself had said there wouldn't be enough firewood for the winter. She went on to ask why he hadn't been hunting lately, causing Ed to be secretly astonished by her sudden, helpful questions. Ed admitted he had neglected the camp maintenance because he was considering moving to Dex Hall, which also meant he and Lucy would see less of each other. Just as Ed was musing that this would help stabilize the game's storyline, a cheerful voice rang out, calling his name. Yenkar ran up, waving brightly, and explained that her afternoon class was cancelled, so she came here to relax. She sat down next to Ed, saying that since he wouldn't be at the camp after the winter break, she wanted to visit as often as possible. As Yenkar expressed her regret, Lucy shot a sharp glare, thinking to herself that she actually liked this place very much too. Yenkar asserted that Ed's comfort was more important and offered to help if he decided to move to Dex Hall, making Ed wonder about the tasks he needed to complete. While Yenkar excitedly planned their meeting at the cafeteria, Ed thoughtfully looked at the key, realizing it was time to open Professor Glast's secret safe. Suddenly, Yenkar held out a carefully sealed envelope in front of him. Ed was surprised to see it was an application to transfer into Dex Hall, and Yenkar explained that submitting it early would be better. Appreciating Yenkar's thoughtfulness, Ed took the application while she offered to fill it out with him. Just as Yenkar was about to speak further, she was startled by a figure rushing toward them. Lucy suddenly burst onto the scene, her panicked expression causing Ed to call out her name in astonishment. The barefoot mage girl hurried closer to them. Ed quickly restrained Lucy as she desperately flailed her arms, demanding that he stop. With eyes that were both furious and desperate, Lucy screamed, ordering Ed not to take the application form. Ed could only freeze at her strange reaction, and that was the day everything began. In a memory, a voice echoed, praising that all of Ed's efforts were finally paying off. The flashback showed Ed practicing fire magic under the supervision of Yenkar and the spirit mug, with her praising his astonishing rate of progress. Yenkar commented that his spirit resonance had surpassed most novice elementalists, and his mana synchronization ability was also progressing rapidly. As she spoke, she glanced over and saw Lucy glaring at them from behind a tree, prompting her to ask Ed if she had somehow offended Lucy. Ed mused that the maids at Ophelis Hall always took meticulous care of Lucy, yet today she had escaped the dormitory in her pajamas early in the morning. Returning to his solo practice, Ed felt his magical power increase as he flipped through a book. He decided it was time to begin learning intermediate magic, and a powerful surge of blue energy enveloped his body. However, his attempt failed, the spell fizzled out, and Ed collapsed onto the floor. Later, while with another female student, Ed silently watched Lucy struggling to cut a piece of steak with all her might, wondering what had caused her current state. While Yenkar attempted to apologize, Ed noticed that Lucy seemed particularly hostile toward her. Upon closer observation, however, Ed realized that Lucy's aggressive exterior actually concealed a deep fear. Returning to his room, Ed collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, lamenting that intermediate magic was much harder to learn than he had anticipated. He lifted the book from his face when he heard a call, responding wearily. Lucy, still in her pajamas, handed him a key and asked what he planned to do after she left. Ed replied that there was a place he needed to go. He thought about needing to check the furnace since the nights were getting cold, a worry he wouldn't have if he moved to Dex Hall. Ed tucked the key inside his shirt, thinking he couldn't go anywhere until he finished his errands. He suddenly called Lucy back, which made her look at him questioningly. Lucy simply stared silently at Ed with an inscrutable expression. With a determined look, Lucy suggested they go to that place together immediately, leaving Ed completely stunned. A rope was securely tied to a tree branch beneath the sunset sky. The rope tightened as it was lowered through a hole in the ceiling of a secret structure. While rappelling down, Ed questioned why Lucy had decided to follow him all the way here. Lucy floated beside him using magic, pointing out that they could use her spells to descend more easily. Ed landed safely, asserting that everything was fine. He explained that he needed to confirm whether he could enter and exit this place on his own. Looking at the scattered pile of magical equipment, Ed realized he would have to return many times to carry everything away. He placed his hand on a flat panel on the floor, kicking up a thick layer of dust. After blowing the dust away, Ed was astonished to discover a safe hidden beneath the floor. He wondered why that person had hidden the key until the very last moment, then inserted it into the glowing lock. Inside the safe, a brilliant golden light radiated outward, enveloping both Ed and Lucy. Ed couldn't believe that Professor Glast had hidden something like this here. Meanwhile, in a dark passage, Lucy encouraged a panting Ed as he clung to the rope, telling him he was almost at the top. While climbing down, Ed muttered that Lortell would surely send him the necessary magical engineering supplies soon. He chastised himself for not asking her for a ladder first, then decided to take a short break, realizing that without his physical training, he would have given up long ago. Lucy floated beside him, curiously asking about the item Ed had just found. It was a legendary magical artifact, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, capable of bending the flow of time to allow the user to borrow their own future magical power. Ed deduced that, theoretically, he could use high-level magic right now by borrowing power from his future self. However, the cost was that he would fall into a state of combat incapacitation for a duration corresponding to the amount of mana used. He realized that if he wanted to use the ring in combat, there was only one way. That was to use it as a last resort, a finishing blow when facing overwhelmingly powerful enemies. Aside from combat, Ed thought about forming a spirit contract, recalling Yenkar and the immense magical power that allowed her to command countless spirits. He bitterly recalled the past, when he was a novice elementalist with meager mana reserves, finding even communication with a low-level spirit incredibly difficult. Ed gripped the ring, realizing that if he could temporarily increase his mana limit, he might be able to form a contract with a high-level spirit, despite the extreme risk involved. Lucy began to doubt, thinking that if Glast had the time to create such an item, he should have been doing something else. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Ed smiled reassuringly at Lucy, saying that everything was in the past. He put the ring away and asserted that this was the library's most valuable artifact, and Professor Glast would never waste time on meaningless things. Ed recalled Glast's philosophy, that assisting someone who lacked talent was a mistake. But now, he understood that this very artifact could shatter the desperate wall of mana deficiency. Looking at the image of Professor Glast's bloody corpse, Ed finally understood. This was the reason he researched magical engineering artifacts and hid this one until the very end. Everything Professor Glast did, in the end, was only because he wanted to create a gift for his daughter. In the quiet of the night, Lucy called out to Ed, pulling him out of his thoughts. She began telling an allegorical story about a lost button, about only realizing the value of something once it is gone. Ed replied vaguely as he safely landed. Lucy continued, saying she constantly realized the importance of things she had once taken for granted. She admitted that the real reason she came along was because she had something she needed to ask him. With a determined gaze, Lucy asked directly if Ed intended to move into the Dex dormitory. Then she earnestly asked what would happen if he didn't move. Ed was stunned, as this was an incredibly strange request coming from someone like Lucy. He silently weighed the two options, the magnificent Dex dormitory and his simple campsite. Ed told himself that moving into the dormitory would certainly make his life easier, especially with the cold winter approaching. He admitted it was true, causing Lucy to subtly pull the brim of her hat down. Suddenly, Lucy looked up at the sky and whispered that it looked like rain, but then she immediately denied it, realizing something was wrong. Ed also looked up, asserting that it wasn't the rainy season, while a strange object began to glow high above. Lucy stood silently, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at the night sky. There was no certainty that what was falling from the sky was merely a dreary rain. Tiny white particles began to fall, signaling an ill omen, even though the rainy season had long passed. Amidst the strange scene, Lucy returned to the topic, breaking the silence. Ed looked away, then replied that he had been too busy to prepare enough firewood for the winter and asked for her help. Ed smiled, saying that Lucy herself had reminded him about the lack of heating wood. Hearing this, Lucy was overjoyed, rushing forward to embrace the stunned Ed. Her witch's hat fell to the ground during the sudden embrace. Ed sighed, explaining that he was already too accustomed to life at the campsite. He added that staying here after making a few improvements would actually be more beneficial. His eyes shone with determination regarding his decision. Ed leaned back, falling onto the soft layer of snow, marking the end of Act 2 and ushering in a dramatic Act 3. Lost in thought, Ed envisioned the upcoming confrontation between Princess Pena and Lortell for the Student Council presidency. He also thought of the new protagonists and antagonists who would be enrolling, including a mysterious woman with a bandaged face, and the last person still standing on the stage of the upcoming act. It was Lucy May Real, the final boss of Act 3, currently submerged in a torrent of dark magic. Ed silently confronted the knowledge of a volatile future. Despite knowing the countless obstacles ahead, he decided to temporarily set aside his worries. He trusted that, after everything, both of them would be safe and sound. Seeing Lucy's happy smile mixed with tears, a side of her he had never known, Ed became even more certain that they would be fine. Winter officially arrived. Ed spent the entire morning clearing the snow around his campsite. Although he had promised himself not to overwork, since his life as a scholarship student would begin tomorrow, he was determined to finish everything today. He needed to stockpile enough firewood and preserve food for the long winter. Thanks to the freezing weather, food storage went quickly, and Ed recalled his agreement with Principal Obel trading dormitory life for a scholarship, which completely resolved his tuition burden. Ed told himself that even with free time, he couldn't afford to be lazy all day, especially while Lucy was sound asleep in his bed. He had given up trying to kick Lucy out whenever she snuck in, knowing that her protective magic would keep her from getting cold. Nevertheless, as he exhaled a white cloud into the frigid air, Ed still felt that something was amiss. Stepping out of the cabin into the snow, he realized he wouldn't have this much free time anymore, and this was the perfect moment to address a few risks. Ed looked at a coin-shaped magical artifact glowing in his palm, determined to begin his plan. He clenched his fist, and the artifact in his hand erupted in a brilliant surge of energy. Ed's entire body was engulfed in a vortex of fire as he focused his mind and called out to the high-grade spirit, Marilda. Meanwhile, another story was unfolding on the snow-covered campus of Sylvania Academy. Laplace Bakery, famous for its sweets prepared by a former royal chef and its fragrant rooftop garden, was a destination for young noblewomen. The bakery's most luxurious afternoon tea set, which was always sold out and difficult to reserve, had been prepared. Yenkar smiled contentedly next to her cup of coffee, but shyly told her friend not to call this a lure used to trick her into coming. Clara, her red-haired friend, slammed the table and bluntly declared that Yenkar was crossing a dangerous line because she had fallen madly in love with Ed Rothstaler. Yenkar gasped and yelled, "How did you know?" While Clara irritably replied that she wasn't blind and had no intention of stopping her friend. Clara explained that she was initially devastated, but since Ed's reputation had improved, she decided to accept reality, recalling how cool Ed looked in class. Clara leaned close to Yenkar, rapidly asking if she had recently experienced a speechless, racing heart, or felt too flustered to look Ed directly in the eye. Yenkar blushed and admitted that now, her feelings were no longer confusion and tension, but comfort and warmth, causing Clara to yell, "That's it!" Clara warned that this feeling of comfort was the exact sign that Yenkar was heading straight for the worst dating outcome. Bad ending. Number 13. Just friends. In a fit of anger, Clara grabbed Yenkar and shouted that one-sided affection would lead nowhere. She needed to make Ed feel the same way about her. Clara continued her speech, asserting that if Yenkar kept trailing after Ed like a puppy, she would forever remain a follower and not a girlfriend, while Yennekar's spirits enthusiastically cheered her on. Clenching Yennekar's hands, Clara anxiously stated that the winter break had begun, and since Ed kept attracting other girls, they had to quickly find a solution before she went home. Anise silently acknowledged the shrewdness of Clara, who possessed deep knowledge of relationships gained from listening to the experiences of countless people. She mused that Clara, wanting to help Yenkar, had relentlessly praised Ed to everyone, from the head maid Belle Maya to other staff and students. Thanks to these efforts, Ed's reputation had significantly improved, leading everyone in the academy to now trust him. However, Anise held a different view. She did not entirely agree with Clara's strategy. She began thinking about Assistant Professor Cleo, a person so lacking in dignity that she was frequently scolded by the librarian for returning books late. Cleo's clumsiness and continuous mistakes led people to question the true competence of an assistant professor. Nevertheless, other professors acknowledged that Cleo possessed an undeniable innate talent in a certain field. Anise recalled that Cleo had been fortunate enough to be mentored by great scholars like Professor Glast and Professor Fluben, and precisely because of this fortune, Cleo, who was utterly incompetent at handling paperwork, was able to manage important tasks thanks to having an outstanding assistant. That assistant was Anise Halen, a second-year student in the magic department, who politely declined help with a smile. Anise's competence was so exceptional that even high-ranking academy officials acknowledged her as the best. The clearest proof of her talent was the perpetually tidy office of the absent-minded Professor Cleo. She placed a thick stack of personal files on the desk, the result of secretly gathering information from across the academy, like a true stalker. Only Yenkar and Clara knew Anise's true nature, a person who believed that social relationships were merely the act of wearing different masks. She had about 20 minutes before Professor Cleo returned, enough time to analyze all the information regarding Ed Rothstaler. Anise began reviewing the files, quickly skipping the useless public information about the Rothstaler family to focus on Ed's personal history. She skimmed Ed's upbringing, from being chosen as the successor at age 2 to his poor academic performance, concluding that he possessed no talent whatsoever. A flashback revealed Anise's difficult past, where her family went bankrupt and she had to fend for herself by working as a teaching assistant to earn a scholarship. Using Lortell as a role model, Anise was determined to do anything to survive, leveraging her unique talents despite her lack of understanding regarding money. She returned to the documents, re-examining Ed's position within the Empire's most powerful family. Anise deduced that Ed Rothstaler's childhood must have been suffocating and filled with imposed ideologies, despite growing up in wealth. She continued her analysis, suggesting that Ed lacked outstanding academic talent, had low self-esteem, and would likely prefer innocent, cheerful girls. Anise muttered a detailed series of analyses regarding Ed's psychology, preferences, and behavior, believing that observational ability was more important than combat prowess. Confident in her deductions, Anise smirked and decided it was time for her to practice a little. Just then, Assistant Professor Cleo cheerfully walked in, carrying Mont Blanc pastries from the Laplace shop, and invited everyone to share. Cleo was surprised to see Anise had already prepared tea, praising her thoughtfulness for anticipating that she would bring snacks. Suddenly, Cleo tripped, shattering the teacup and scattering its contents across the floor. Panicked, she secretly thought that Anise would surely scold her again for her clumsiness. However, Anise merely asked gently if Cleo was hurt, leaving her stunned. Anise softly said she was relieved Cleo was all right, radiating a warm aura. Completely dumbfounded by the unexpected reaction, Cleo could only utter Anise's name in confusion. In a different scene, Ed thanked Belle Maya for washing his uniform, mentioning that he needed to wear it during the winter break as well. Belle replied that one uniform made no difference to her workload, and furthermore, she owed him for taking care of the person she served. Belle recounted that she had recently noticed strands of blonde hair in Lucy's laundry, while an image of Ed and Lucy resting together flashed through her mind. She further explained that when washing Ed's clothes, she noticed Lucy's white hair and the scent of the laundry detergent they used, leading Ed to secretly admit that Lucy had been very clingy lately. Ed was astonished by Belle's keen observational skills, then wondered what she would do with her life if she hadn't become a maid. Before Belle interrupted to ask why he still spoke so formally, Ed insisted that he preferred it that way, but Belle stated she did not, and their exchange ended with Ed maintaining his stance. Ed thought to himself that Belle was now the head maid, a high-ranking employee, and since he was no longer a noble or a student of the Ophelis dormitory, it would be strange to speak casually. He ended his train of thought, recognizing her resolve in the sharp gaze fixed upon him. Ed tried to maintain his formal attitude, citing that Belle was now the head maid with many responsibilities. Belle gently dismissed this, playfully pointing out that Ed was the one who had many people to manage. She decided not to argue further, concluding that the young lady's choices were their own business. Belle then offered to continue doing Ed's laundry and announced that the Ophelis dormitory had been completely rebuilt. Ed commented on the rapid pace of reconstruction, deducing that the academy had poured significant resources into preparing for the new students. He continued by saying that, among the new students of the Ophelis dormitory, one particular person had completed the procedures and was about to move in. Ed correctly guessed the person's identity as Tanya Rothstaler, and Belle confirmed that she thought he already knew. The blonde young man secretly sighed, anticipating an exhausting winter break due to his sister's arrival. In a different setting at the snow-covered campsite, Ziggs mentioned he would be going home for the break, leading Ed to immediately guess it was because Elka was also leaving. While intensely training his physique, Ziggs admitted he wanted to spend time with Elka, then asked about Ed's plans. Ed replied that he would stay behind to research intermediate magic, causing Ziggs to anxiously remind him not to overexert himself. Ziggs realized he couldn't sense any magical power from Ed at all, and worried that his friend was pushing himself to the limit again. He kindly placed his hand on Ed's forehead to check his temperature. Seeing that Ed had a slight fever, Ziggs grew more worried, but Ed simply replied that he had his own reasons, and would be unable to use magic for a while. Ziggs accepted the explanation without further questioning, a quality Ed secretly appreciated. Afterward, Ziggs recounted that Ela had asked about Ed. She believed there was a misunderstanding and wanted to come apologize with Taylor. He stated that he refused to disclose Ed's location, and Ed replied that he didn't need any apology. Ed asserted that he held no resentment toward Ela, prompting Ziggs to comment that this was due to indifference rather than generosity. Ed immediately changed the subject, asking Ziggs for a favor before he went home and tossing him a pouch of money as payment. Ed explained that he needed help cleaning up Professor Glast's underground library because it was too messy. Ziggs caught the pouch, insisted Ed didn't need to pay him, and curiously asked what his friend planned to do there. Ed revealed he would turn the place into a workshop, astonishing Ziggs with his packed schedule. Ziggs advised Ed not to overwork himself, while Ed secretly checked off items on his winter break plan list, preparing for his assistant duties tomorrow. In another academy building, a voice rang out, welcoming the scholarship students. Yahello appeared looking utterly exhausted, explaining that Assistant Professor Cleo couldn't speak because she had been awake for 44 hours preparing for the meeting. During the meeting, a senior assistant, standing with Ed, Clevius, and another student named Onyx, began distributing the tasks. The blonde assistant announced that their mission was to prepare and supervise the placement exam for the new students. He secretly thought that Cleo now had to handle the duties Professor Glast always managed, and he already knew the outcome. The senior assistant expressed surprise at Clevius's presence, then assigned him the task of retrieving supplies for the exam at the new location. Next, he requested that Onyx assist Professor Cleo in dealing with the mountain of paperwork. Finally, he called Ed Rothstaler's name, capturing the attention of Anise, who was deep in her own calculations. Anise secretly judged Ed to be a womanizer and decided to use this opportunity to work together as a test. She was confident in her plan, having spent the entire night analyzing and crafting the ideal female persona to seduce Ed. Anise approached, asking Ed to accompany her to inspect the location, secretly resolving to remove him from Yenkar's orbit. The two arrived at the Academy's northwest mountain, a land blanketed in white snow. Anise walked cautiously on the snow, warning him about dangerous areas and slippery ice patches. After moving for a while, Anise was exhausted and panting, while Ed remained completely unperturbed. She suggested they take a short break. Anise chuckled as she thanked Ed, admitting that his strength and kindness made her realize she might have misunderstood him. Anise explained that, as Yenkar's close friend, She had been worried seeing her friend associate with someone unsuitable. She confessed that she had been too cold, excusing her actions as stemming from concern for her friend. Ed dismissed her indifferently, saying he didn't mind, and just wanted to quickly finish the tasks on his list. Anise showed sympathy, suggesting Ed must have struggled greatly having to handle the assistant duties alone. With a radiant smile, she grabbed Ed's sleeve and said that now he had her by his side. Anise tightened her grip, bringing up the topic of Ed being disowned by his family to establish a connection. She revealed that she was in a similar situation, having to fend for herself to continue her studies after her family went bankrupt. Anise described that time as lonely, like waiting alone through an endless winter. Ed thought to himself that this story explained why she always presented herself as capable and independent. He offered sincere comfort, telling her she shouldn't be too hard on herself for having made it this far on her own. Anise thanked Ed, grabbing his cloak once more. She gently said that they had a lot in common, but Ed realized she was acting completely differently from the pragmatic person he knew her to be. Suddenly, Anise cried out and stumbled. Ed quickly caught her as she fell into his arms, reminding her to be careful while she awkwardly apologized for tripping over a rock. He glanced at the flat ground, which contained absolutely no rocks, his heart filled with suspicion. Anise blushed in Ed's embrace, flustered by her sudden body heat. While he calmly used his hand to fan her, she hurriedly told Ed to wait and ran off, leaving him alone with a puzzled expression. From a distance, Anise watched Ed and wondered if his reliable exterior was merely an act. Sitting alone in the snowy woods, she admitted to herself that this mission was truly difficult. Anise analyzed her strategy. Since she didn't know Ed's preferences, she had created a persona that was both pitiful and clumsy to evoke his compassion. She recalled her plan was to create subtle physical contact and then pretend to fall into his arms. Everything seemed to have gone according to calculation. However, she admitted that perhaps she had overacted. Anise suddenly blushed, secretly thinking she truly hadn't expected Ed's body to be so muscular. Although he looked like a bookworm, he was much more solid than she had imagined. She also realized she had underestimated Ed. He wasn't just a naive noble, but was also highly capable. And then, she thought about his appearance. Anise suddenly understood why Yenkar was so infatuated with Ed. This realization made her involuntarily blush with embarrassment, but immediately afterward, Anise snapped out of it, her gaze turning sharp. She bitterly concluded that this was exactly how Ed had charmed one girl after another. With a determined look, Anise vowed to herself that she would be different and would never fall for Ed Rothstaler. Meanwhile, atop a snowy peak, Ed let out a long sigh. The magnificent scenery before him helped him temporarily forget his worries. But he knew there were problems that couldn't be solved just by running away, such as the issue concerning Tanya Rothstaler, whom he described as a genuine female villain. Ed knew his sister was a born political genius, possessing terrifying skills in deception and manipulation. Her goal was to become the first freshman student council president in the academy's history, and she would soon begin recruiting influential figures. Ed recalled Belmaya's words that Tanya would arrive at the dormitory early, deducing this was a move for her to build her faction before the official semester began. Ed told himself that even though Tanya was a major villain, he could still prepare for her arrival. Standing on the windy, snowy peak, Ed realized the difficult problem. He didn't know how Tanya would treat him. He was confused because Tanya knew the true nature of Ed Rothstaler, while he knew nothing about his former self. In his stream of consciousness, the image of the original Ed Rothstaler appeared as a petty villain, only briefly seen at the start of the game. Ed bitterly admitted that in the game, that Ed was merely an insignificant background character who eventually ended up living on the streets. Thus, he couldn't guess what Tanya, his close younger sister, truly thought of her older brother. Ed bitterly muttered the conclusion that, in Tanya's eyes, her brother was nothing more than trash. Meanwhile, aboard the carriage entering the academy, Tanya Rothstaler gazed at the school, thinking that this place gathered countless brilliant stars. She listed the illustrious names, Princess Pena, Lortell of the Elta Company, and the talented elementalist Yenkar Palarover. Tanya also thought of the genius alchemist Elvira Aniston and Clevius, the spectral swordsman of the Nortendale family. She even mentioned the warrior who possessed the skills of a swordmaster, but above all, she admired Lucy Mayriel, the greatest magical genius. As the carriage wheels clattered on the road, Tanya inwardly sighed that merely thinking of those noble individuals was enough to make her heart pound. When the carriage stopped, she resolved to integrate and dedicate herself fully to her studies at Sylvania Academy. While a maid informed her that her room was ready, Tanya stepped down and ordered her attendants to complete the enrollment procedures for her. She turned to her attendant maid, announcing that she had a place she needed to visit first. With a determined gaze, Tanya declared that her first mission in this academic land was to deal with Ed Rothstaler, the one who had disgraced the family name. A letter from her father appeared in her mind. He expressed joy at her determination and fully supported his daughter's ambition. The image of her father, Krepin Rothstaler, smiled with satisfaction, encouraging her to make acquaintances with the outstanding figures on his behalf and solidify her position at the academy. Tanya clutched the letter, recalling her promise to her father and the 2 resolutions she had set before coming to Sylvania. In Tanya's recollection, the instructions regarding Sylvania Academy's rules echoed amidst the magnificent scenery. Even the most powerful individuals must respect the professors, as this was an academic environment. In a luxurious parlor, Tanya smiled as a male attendant thanked her for her time. She began her story, calling her brother Ed a stain on the family lineage. Tanya asserted that because they grew up together, she understood Ed very well. She inwardly gloated about her ability to naturally steer the conversation to create intimacy. Sipping her tea, she continued to criticize Ed as a hypocrite, lacking dignity, and ridiculous for having once been the heir. The image of Ed appeared in her mind, an incompetent fool who always acted arrogantly like an archmage. Tanya recalled the satisfying feeling when Ed was expelled, realizing that her brother's terrible reputation now worked to her advantage. The person opposite her asked a question, and Tanya confidently assumed that such a discerning individual must have seen right through Ed immediately. Suddenly, Tanya paused mid-sentence, overwhelmed by a strange and confusing sensation. She was stunned to realize she had been monologuing throughout the conversation. A white-haired woman with a scar across her nose smiled, reminding Tanya to always show respect. She revealed that she had met Lortell and warned that she was not someone to be taken lightly. The woman's encouragement to try her best sent a shiver of fear down Tanya's spine as the recollection ended. Returning to reality, Lortell looked directly at Tanya and asked if something was wrong. The pressure from Lortell was visualized as a giant snake constricting Tanya as she was urged to continue her story. Panicked, Tanya stammered, asking if Lortell was angry with her. Lortell gave an enigmatic smile, replying that such a thought was absurd, which only heightened Tanya's terror. Lortell flashed a sinister smile, thinking to herself that the situation with Tanya was truly interesting. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler was reviewing his winter break to-do list. Most of the important objectives had already been completed. He had just finished studying intermediate magic theories, such as the burst point and the origin of wind. Ed inwardly felt fortunate that he could freely use the precious books borrowed from the late Professor Glast's library without time restrictions. He was also satisfied with his first day as a teaching assistant, although he noticed Anise seemed more exhausted than he was, before using magic to start a bonfire. Suddenly, a flash of red magical power from his hand made Ed realize something. He stepped inside the shack, intending to study more theory, as his magical power was too depleted for practical application. Inside, he saw a figure curled up under a blanket on the bed, and thought to himself that he was already too accustomed to her sudden appearances. Ed pulled back the blanket, revealing the sleeping Lucy Mayriel, and woke her up to ask her to light the fire. He easily lifted the sleeping Lucy into his arms, inwardly surprised that she was worryingly light. Ed pointed toward the pile of firewood, signaling Lucy, and the flames immediately erupted fiercely. Just awake, Lucy quickly grabbed Ed's cloak, insisting on staying outside with him. After Ed agreed, she immediately rubbed her face against his shoulder and kept sniffing him. As they sat by the fire, Lucy suddenly stared at Ed and said she smelled perfume. Ed suddenly recalled the moment Anise hugged him and realized her floral scent had likely lingered on his clothes. Lucy anxiously asked if he had a fever, surprising Ed that she could perceive his condition. With a serious expression, Lucy instructed Ed not to get sick, as illness could lead to death. She extended her glowing green hand toward him, offering to untangle the chaotic magic within his body. However, Ed gently reached out and silently stopped Lucy's action. Ed explained to Lucy that his magical power wasn't chaotic but completely depleted following her reckless actions. He quietly looked at her, muttering that by the end of this winter, her power might increase significantly. Unexpectedly, Ed asked Lucy for a favor, prompting her to curiously ask what strange request it was. The young man hesitantly suggested that Lucy should pat his head. Amidst the falling snow, Lucy rested her head on Ed's lap beside the fire, while he read a book and fulfilled her request. Lucy closed her eyes, her face flushed with contentment, as Ed gently stroked her head. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, interrupting the peaceful moment and causing Ed to look up. Lortell had arrived, and Ed casually greeted her, assuming she was there for the task he had requested earlier. Lortell awkwardly denied it, stating she had come because she needed to speak with him about a few matters in person. Her eyes immediately fixed on Lucy, who was resting on Ed's lap, stirring a mix of curiosity and suspicion within her. In a flashback, Tanya Rothstahler thanked a mysterious woman for listening to her plan. Flashing a confident smile, Tanya promised a lavish reward if the woman assisted her in punishing a certain individual. She presented an enticing lure: priceless artifacts from the Rothstahler family vault, intended for the Islan family, who were renowned archaeologists. The mere prospect of this treasure caused Elka Islan, in a visualized fantasy, to cry out in sheer delight. Returning to the present, Tanya's train of thought was interrupted by the appearance of a man with messy hair and an overwhelming aura. The man strode past, chillingly confirming her identity as Tanya Rothstahler. Tanya glanced over, her eyes reflecting surprise and caution toward the newcomer. She sensed his trained physique and surging magical power, secretly resolving that she must recruit this powerful person to her side. Clevius Nortendahl turned back, flashing a wicked smile as he asked pointedly, "Are you Ed's sister?" The second-year student's question stunned Tanya, but he merely smirked knowingly. In an imagined moment, he happily turned to tell Elka that this was Ed's sister. He kindly placed a magical engineering device into Tanya's hand. He explained that it would help her practice mana synchronization, even though Tanya was still bewildered. He even asked Tanya for the study plan she was about to throw away. Then he chattered incessantly, shoving all sorts of items he deemed useful into her hands. After completing his task, he sighed in relief, while the imagined Elka also smiled contentedly. Back in reality, Tanya trembled, clutching the box full of items, and struggled to ask if he understood their agreement. He just chuckled, claiming he understood the common conflicts between siblings and that Ed's personality was easily misunderstood. Suddenly, he introduced himself as Ziggs, a friend of Ed's, leaving Tanya utterly speechless. Ziggs continued to talk about his close relationship with Ed and praised Tanya's strong personality. He patted her shoulder warmly, while Tanya could only grit her teeth, silently musing on the sheer luck of the naive. Ziggs and Elka turned and left, not forgetting to loudly shout their good wishes. The accidental shoulder pat caused Tanya to fall flat on the ground, scattering everything onto the floor in utter confusion. The scene shifted to the academy office area, where Assistant Professor Cleo worked. Through the mirror on the desk, a figure appeared, along with words of self-encouragement after a long day. The reflection showed a haggard Cleo Elpin, utterly exhausted from work. She tiredly thought that once the placement exams were over, she would finally be able to rest. Standing nearby, Anise reviewed documents, and Cleo praised the stamina of her young assistant after 2 days of non-stop overtime. In the office, Cleo Elpin flipped through the reports, silently complaining that the new student assistants were useless, forcing her to redo everything herself. However, when she reached Ed Rothstahler's file, her hand paused, for he was an exception. Cleo recalled that Ed's paperwork was not only flawless, but he also possessed astonishing practical problem-solving skills, a rarity even among high-ranking nobles. Sitting opposite her, Anise also admitted internally that she was very surprised, realizing Ed was not as spoiled as she had assumed. Cleo suddenly leaned over, startling Anise, and then playfully asked about her impressions after accompanying Ed, suggesting that the two of them had a lot in common. With a sharp gaze, Cleo whispered a secret. She had been secretly monitoring Ed for some time during the Aphelis Hall incident, as part of her investigation. She recounted discovering the campsite Ed had set up himself, a place more comfortable and extensive than her own office. Cleo couldn't hide her admiration when recalling Ed's dramatic improvement in scores, reaching the point where he even earned recognition from the late Professor Glast. She was even more astonished to learn that Ed had contracted with a spirit, an achievement requiring extraordinary effort. Cleo concluded that she finally understood why Ed possessed such practical skills. He was completely different from nobles raised in luxury. Cleo smiled meaningfully, repeating the question about the similarities between Anise and Ed, further confusing the young assistant. Anise lowered her head, silently conceding that Ed was clearly not a bad person. Lost in thought, she realized she couldn't blindly trust others' words. After interacting with him herself, she found Ed to be reliable and diligent. Not only that, but he was also handsome, not arrogant at all, and had earned the recognition of Professor Cleo herself. Anise's thoughts grew increasingly fanciful. Ed was also thoughtful, considerate, had a great physique, and a pleasant scent that indicated he took good care of himself. "Anise? Are you spacing out?" Cleo's voice pulled Anise back to reality, leaving her stammering, caught daydreaming. To hide her embarrassment, Anise abruptly jumped up from her chair. She rushed to the window, declaring that the room was too hot, an unexpected action that sent papers flying everywhere, causing Cleo to cry out in alarm. Clenching the window frame, Anise heard Cleo's worried voice asking if she was all right, assuming she had overworked herself. Standing by the window, Anise realized she was in deep trouble. Confusion and panic were clearly visible on her flushed face. A terrifying realization suddenly flashed through Anissa's mind, as she covered her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Cleo was still engrossed in her analysis, wondering how Ed could have contracted with a spirit on his own. She deduced that Yenkar must have assisted through spirit synchronization, and therefore, Ed's spirit must be a trustworthy entity. But for Anise, that meant the spirit would report everything it saw back to Yenkar. She swallowed hard, trembling at the prospect of her every move being monitored. Completely oblivious, Cleo cheerfully called out to Anise, suggesting they go for sweets to take a break. When she turned around, Cleo only saw an empty room with papers scattered everywhere. Anise had vanished. The story shifted to Yenkar, whose family motto of harmony and compassion always made her shine. Although beloved by many, she still harbored her own private sorrows. Alone in the night, Yenkar wept silently upon learning of the relationship between Anise and Ed. A flashback showed Tanya Rothstaler eagerly rushing over to introduce herself to Yenkar. She panted, expressing her desire to introduce herself and converse. A separate recollection revealed Lortell whispering, manipulating Tanya into believing that Yenkar was the person she needed to recruit to her side. Tanya, perhaps hoping to impress, summoned a massive fire spirit and hesitantly sought Yenkar's approval. Tanya was only momentarily stunned before Lortell calmly reassured her not to worry. Yenkar responded with a terrifying display of power, enveloped in her own flames, while Lortell placidly remarked on her kindness. Lortell concluded that this very kindness meant Yenkar would listen to and trust anyone, thereby revealing her fatal weakness. At a secluded cabin under the moonlight, Lortell reported to Ed that most crafting materials had been gathered, with only the legendary grade items remaining elusive. She explained that they were extremely difficult to locate during the winter, assuring him she held no blame. By the campfire, Ed thanked Lortell for her assistance, but she merely replied that the task conveniently aligned with her other business. Ed offered Lortell a cup of hot water, gently suggesting she should rest instead of making such a long journey. Lortell smiled contentedly, stating that she came here precisely to seek a moment of peace. Gazing at the crescent moon, Ed mused on how swiftly time flew by when he was constantly occupied. He observed the frozen river, realizing that the stillness of winter was not perceived the same way by everyone. For Ed, winter was a hectic period dedicated to preparing for the new semester, marked by a long checklist of necessary tasks. Yet, he also knew that for some, the winter season brought a profound sense of isolation. Lortell suddenly looked up, a hint of confusion on her face as she prepared to ask Ed a question. She was astonished to see Lucy Mayriel sound asleep, resting her head on Ed's lap while he read, and immediately demanded an explanation. Ed casually replied that it was simply because it was winter, an answer that left Lortell utterly bewildered. For a brief moment, Lortell questioned whether she was overreacting. Ed sighed, admitting that he wouldn't have traveled here if his only purpose was gathering materials. Lortell offered a knowing smile, a surge of blue energy radiating from her hand as she urged him to drop the pretense. Ed was stunned, realizing that she had successfully obtained the item. Lortell confirmed it, summoning a brightly glowing tome from her palm. The magical tome slowly shifted form, becoming a carefully sealed envelope. Lortell held the envelope, smiling triumphantly, as she asked Ed if he found this interesting. She reiterated his promise that he would do anything for her if she retrieved the sage's sealed tome, as his own painful memories flashed through his mind. Lortell leaned in toward Ed, asserting that a merchant would never accept a loss after such significant expenditure, prompting him to wonder what she truly desired from him. However, she reassured him that she would not demand anything overly strenuous or difficult for him to achieve. Instead, Lortell simply requested that Ed stand on her side, a proposition that caught him completely off guard. In that instant, Ed realized the narrative had advanced to Act 3, and the direct confrontation between Princess Pena and Lortell was imminent. Princess Pena Elias Kroll, famously known as the Merciful Princess, was Lortell's sworn arch-rival. Ed recalled that in the original plot, Pena would become the student council president, subsequently leading Act 4 by exposing the dark secrets of the Rothstaler family. Back in the present, Lortell whispered that this semester would bring an event, forcing everyone in the academy to choose a faction. She turned to leave, emphasizing that all she truly desired was Ed's backing. Ed knew that the person who would ultimately decide the victor between Pena and Lortell was the story's protagonist, Taylor. He bluntly stated that he was not that person and that his support held little actual value. Lortell smiled, conceding that while Ed's reputation had improved, he was still just a student, and his support would not be the decisive factor. Ed frowned, finding it peculiar that Lortell would so openly downplay the significance of her own request. Lortell countered, asking what difference that made. She explained that the point wasn't whether his assistance was useful, but that it simply held a special meaning for her. Upon hearing this, Ed decisively agreed to Lortell's request. Immediately, she dropped the letter into the flames, incinerating the evidence of their pact. Ed watched her in silence. As Lortell displayed a calculating smile, Ed suddenly understood why she was called the girl with 1,000 faces. But then, under the moonlight, Lortell offered a radiant and genuine smile, exclaiming that she was truly happy. Ed was utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such an expression from her. Soon after, a new day dawned at the cabin during the winter break. Ed Rothstaler stretched under the morning sun. Although he had planned to sleep in, his ingrained habit of rising early pulled him from the bed. He asked Lucy Mayriel, who was sitting nearby, to help him start a fire. By the flickering campfire, Ed pondered his conversation with Lortell the previous night, finding that something about it still troubled him. In a flashback to that night, Lortell sat opposite Ed and the sleeping Lucy, asking about his sister, who seemed to harbor deep resentment toward him. Lortell revealed that finding Tanya somewhat endearing, she had introduced her to a few people, including Taylor and Lucy. She was certain that the following morning, Tanya would arrive to confront her brother. As predicted, Tanya Rothstaler, the sister of the body Ed currently inhabited, was striding purposefully toward the cabin. Ed internally noted that he had absolutely no knowledge of their relationship, as the original Ed Rothstaler's past remained a complete mystery to him. As Tanya approached with her 2 attendants, Ed could only sit silently by the fire, feeling helpless due to his lack of background information. Tanya hesitantly offered a greeting, noting that it had been a long time since they last met. She continued, explaining that because of the long separation, she had brought a gift. Ed observed that Tanya appeared anxious and fearful, but at least she showed no outright hostility. A sudden realization struck Ed as he observed his sister's reaction. He suddenly leaped to his feet in profound relief, concluding that the original Ed Rothstaler had at least been decent to his family, causing Tanya to flinch. But the name Ed Rothstaler instantly triggered a horrifying memory in Tanya's mind. In the flashback, a plate of food was violently shattered, followed by an angry voice shouting for daring to serve such wretched cuisine to the Rothstaler family heir. Kreppen Rothstaler looked at the young Tanya and praised her ability to conceal her contempt. He continued to praise his daughter's quick wit, then ordered a terrified maid to lift her head. Kreppen cruelly pressed the maid's head down into the wreckage on the floor, eliciting a cry of pain. The memory concluded with the image of young Tanya's trembling hand as she attempted to continue her meal amidst the brutal spectacle. In the horrifying memory, little Tanya screamed in despair, begging her father to stop. Silence enveloped the dining table as Kreppen Rothstaler sat there, ignoring the maid lying motionless on the floor after his fit of rage. He coldly asked Tanya if she felt pity for those who were merely tools. With a cruel smile, Kreppen reminded his daughter that she still had much to learn, engraving a ruthless lesson into her young mind. Returning to the present, Ed smiled gently, handing Tanya a thank you gift. He opened the box, revealing an exquisite hair clip, promising to wear it on the opening day ceremony and thanking her for her concern. Seeing Tanya still hesitating, Ed turned and told his sister to sit down by the fire to warm up. Tanya briefly noticed Lucy starting the fire, and Ed reassured her not to mind her. The group sat around the fire, and Ed started a conversation, asking about the people Tanya had met at the academy. He casually guessed that perhaps Ziggs or Yenkar had told her stories about him. The moment Yenkar's name was uttered, Tanya and her 2 attendants flinched in terror. Ed didn't notice, smiling as he praised Yenkar's kindness, causing a panicked Tanya to nod repeatedly and hastily agree. The memory of a terrifying encounter flooded back, Yenkar summoning a colossal fire dragon spirit, easily tossing Tanya's attendants aside. Trembling, Tanya tried to fabricate a different story, but Ed realized something was wrong and asked if Yenkar had truly summoned a high-level spirit. Ed sighed, listening to his sister's messy explanation, knowing internally that the Tanya he knew from the game was not this timid. Meanwhile, Tanya agonizingly thought that everyone must have a bad impression of the old Ed, just as he called her name. Ed tried to reassure his sister, explaining that he was striving to live a better life, and that being ostracized was punishment for his past mistakes. He handed Tanya a cup of warm water, sincerely apologizing for being a terrible brother when they were back at the manor. Ed smiled encouragingly, saying he would cheer her on in the upcoming student council president election. However, deep down, he knew a harsh truth. Tanya would never win the election. Ed mused that, even though he knew Tanya was just a side character, he still felt attached to the first relative he had met. Nevertheless, looking at Tanya's stunned expression, he wasn't sure where their relationship was headed. After leaving, Tanya gasped, telling herself she had almost let down her guard. She staggered against the wall, reminding herself that she knew Ed's true nature. Yet, she couldn't forget the moment Yenkar erupted in anger, ready to incinerate her to protect Ed. Tanya realized that Yenkar genuinely trusted and was sincerely loyal to him. This was strange, as Sylvania Academy was inherently a place that gathered the most outstanding talents. Foremost among them was the legendary genius mage, Lucy May Real. Tanya believed that amidst such a crowd of elites, Ed's wicked nature would eventually be exposed. Deep in thought, she suddenly realized someone was approaching her room. It was Lucy May Real, and she noticed Tanya standing by the room next door. Lucy inwardly judged Tanya as clumsy, surmised that it was because of people like her that Ed went unnoticed, and then directly asked if she was Ed's sister. Tanya thought Ed was just lucky, while Lucy tiptoed closer. Lucy patted Tanya lightly on the shoulder, condescendingly offering help if she needed anything. Tanya stood frozen, watching Lucy's retreating back in confusion. She suddenly remembered one thing, that in this prestigious Ophelis Hall, only the most outstanding students received a golden nameplate. Her gaze landed on the golden plate of the adjacent room, engraved with the name Lucy May Real. Tanya was utterly stunned, realizing in shock that the girl she had just met was the legendary genius mage. It seemed Tanya would need a long time to adapt to the unpredictable life at this academy. At the academy's rose garden, Anise Halen earnestly asked someone for a favor. She eagerly requested that headmaid Belle Maya help her find an elite, tall, and handsome male student to date. Belle looked surprised, asking Anise if she didn't think Anise was the type to pursue romance and if she had any experience at all. Realizing her impropriety, Anise quickly explained that she only thought Belle was too busy and focused on self-care to have time for romantic matters. Anise commented that Belle's dedication was very similar to Ed Rothsayler's, causing Belle to flinch upon hearing the name. Belle was aghast, sweat breaking out as she realized the implication in Anice's words. Anise blushed, admitting that she couldn't fool Belle and that she was indeed thinking about Ed. Belle was stunned when Anise recounted that she had taken the time to investigate Ed due to the bad rumors, only to discover he was responsible and likable. Anise slammed a stack of student profiles onto the table, frankly admitting that she found Ed attractive, but considered it good news because it proved Yenkar had found a worthy person. She likened this affection to a malignant tumor discovered early. As long as she dealt with her feelings herself, everything would be fine. Anise spread the profiles of other male students across the table, planning to find a replacement for Ed, and spread dating rumors throughout the academy to extinguish her feelings. Belle was astonished, wondering if Yenkar had realized Anise's feelings. Belle stood up, sternly telling Anise that this plan was a great insult and utterly reckless. Belle exposed Anice's true intention. She wanted to find someone to date just to show Yenkar that she was interested in someone else. Anise lowered her head, beginning to recount that she had run into Yenkar yesterday on campus. In an awkward moment, Anise and Yenkar had passed each other without greeting, and Anise noticed her friend looked very sad. Anise burst into tears, expressing her guilt toward Yenkar, especially since she had to supervise Ed during the exam next week. Belle calmly looked at Anise, suggesting that the issue might not be as serious as she thought. Belle even said that this situation might turn out for the better, causing Anise to look up in confusion. Belle reiterated that Yenkar was kind and sincere, and that her two friends, Anise and Clara, had always been there to protect her from harm. Belle Maya explained to Anise that Yenkar's problem was her excessive perfectionism, and sometimes, that attitude wasn't always beneficial. Placing a hand on the sobbing Anise's shoulder, Belle expressed gratitude for being trusted with the confession, though she was surprised to see Anise in such a state. Anise suddenly realized the truth when Belle stated that imperfection is what creates charm and awakens others' protective instincts. In a flashback, a couple discussed how, instead of seducing a man, one should make him feel the need to protect her. That is the true protective instinct. Comforted by Belle, Anise's mind gradually cleared. She no longer felt guilty and began thinking about Yenkar. Amidst her tears, a sudden smile bloomed on Anise's lips. She knew exactly where Yenkar would go whenever she was confused and exhausted the secluded log cabin in the snowy forest. Sure enough, Yenkar was there, and she spoke up, asking Ed Rothsayler, who had just emerged from the shadows, how long he had been there. Ed paid her no mind, his thoughts preoccupied with calculating the materials needed to build a storage shed and expand his living quarters before time ran out. Yenkar simply sat down quietly by the fire, enveloped in the silence of the winter night. Ed finally noticed her quiet presence and glanced over subtly. Without a word, he silently poured a hot drink into a wooden mug. Ed stood up, draped a blanket over the shivering Yenkar's shoulders, and remarked that it was snowing again, seemingly every day. He sat down next to her, handed her the mug, and gently offered that she could confide anything in him. Yenkar lowered her head, sadly refusing, saying she couldn't tell him. Then don't, Ed replied, and Yenkar looked up slightly when she heard his words. Suddenly, Ed pulled Yenkar closer, wrapping a protective arm around her shoulder. Ed thought to himself that he sometimes forgot Yenkar's life was also difficult. Right now, she looked exactly like a small, cornered and trembling animal. He looked at her with compassionate eyes, telling himself it was hard to ignore her in that state. The two sat close together under the blanket, warming themselves by the campfire amidst the cold and endless winter. Spring was slowly approaching. Tanya reminisced about the past, when the Rothstaler manor was peaceful until the day her eldest sister, Arwen, the family heir, suddenly passed away. Everything changed completely when the next heir, Ed Rothstaler, a person entirely different from Arwen, took charge. According to Tanya, Ed acted as if the entire world belonged to him, just because of a small amount of inherited power. In her eyes, at the time, her brother was nothing more than pathetic trash. A memory of a confrontation surfaced, where Ed smashed an item in Tanya's hand and challenged her, asking if she dared to kill him. As she reached for the dagger on the floor, he sneered that his death would be good for her following Arwen's passing. He grabbed her hand, pressed the blade against his chest, and provoked her, saying that if he died, she would become the heir. With a crazed look in his eyes, he screamed, urging her to stab him immediately. Unable to bear it any longer, Tanya dropped the dagger, collapsed to her knees, and burst into maniacal laughter. She recalled the horrifying life at the manor, the moment his laughter abruptly ceased. He looked at her again with that familiar, cold gaze, the one that had haunted her for half her life. She was completely helpless, unable to do anything to save her family and everyone in the manor. But then an opportunity arose when Ed Rothstaler was officially disowned by the family. Now, Tanya was determined to prove herself, viewing the upcoming student council election as the perfect chance to initiate her plan. The first step in her plan was the placement exam. On the day of the new student placement exam, Anise Halen sharply demanded that the person walking behind her keep their distance. Ed Rothstaler was bewildered when Anise stated that she hated everything about him, from his scent to his very presence. A female teaching assistant announced that she had finished explaining the rules and urged the group of students, including Anise, to begin the climb in preparation. Unlike last year's exam, this year's placement test was held on the snow-covered Mount Wright. Ed mused that since Professor Glast was gone, Assistant Professor Cleo was in charge of the exam, and consequently, quite a few things had changed. The main change was that instead of searching for hidden mana-infused marbles, students would have to collect much easier to find magic stones. Not only were the stones not hidden, but the stones themselves did not grant the students any points. Anyone could aim for Class A, provided they could place a magic stone upon the substitute altar. However, Ed knew that Cleo was very much like her mentor, and she was determined not to make things easy for the students. This year's placement exam was called the Hell Survival Game on Mount Wright, where only students capable of fighting countless monsters and wild beasts could join Class A. According to the original storyline, ultimately, no one was able to join Class A this year. Ed let out a long breath in the cold air, telling himself that was at least how things were supposed to happen. He started moving forward, knowing that the incident where no students entered Class A needed to occur exactly as before, as it would lead to a crucial event later on. That was why he didn't object to the ridiculous difficulty Cleo set for the exam, though he chuckled internally that he would write a report later. At least, he could rest assured knowing that, despite the exam's difficulty, there would be no casualties among the new students. This was because they would be fighting phantom monsters created by the installed common-grade projection discs, which were only capable of summoning illusions of low-level monsters and wild beasts. Ed knew that the rare-grade purple projection discs were particularly important, as, to his knowledge, they were the main reason no one could join Class A. He watched Anise struggling because she insisted on carrying those important items herself. Onyx noticed she was falling behind and offered to help, causing Anise to awkwardly thank him and admit that they were indeed very heavy. Just then, another blonde senior assistant stepped forward, decisively demanding that Anise hand the bag over to him. Anise remained silent, confused by the sudden action. The blonde assistant yanked the bag, causing Anise to cry out as she lost her balance. She stumbled and slipped on the rocky mountain path. Immediately, a hand reached out and grabbed her coat, holding her steady. Ed quickly caught Anise as she stumbled backward. Anise realized her mistake in horror. The crucial purple manifestation discs fell out of her pouch and rolled down the rocky slope. Another male student rushed forward, snatching one of the falling discs. He managed to secure it just before it hit the rocks. The dark-haired student angrily scolded Anise to be more careful, worried that the discs might shatter. Ed sighed in relief while holding Anise, thinking that the storyline had almost been ruined right at the start again. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the disc held by the dark-haired student. The disc shattered into pieces right in his hand. All three stared dumbfounded as the fragments fell to the ground. The dark-haired student desperately asked what they should do now. Ed coldly released Anise, letting her fall to the ground. Ed recalled last year's joint combat training, a pivotal event where Taylor, a weak student, first wielded a sword. In that match, Taylor defeated Lucy to everyone's astonishment, a result that deviated from the original script and accelerated Yenkar's rage. This year's joint training session was another major event. Talented first-year students would have the chance to challenge the renowned main characters. Once it began, the match quickly devolved into a chaotic battle for survival. But all the challengers were single-handedly struck down by Taylor's blazing sword strikes. After a year of remarkable growth, Taylor once again commanded everyone's admiration. Ed recalled that, as the curtain fell, the Saintess Clarice noticed Taylor from within the crowd. He knew the most crucial thing was for Taylor to form a bond with the Saintess, one of the 4 heroines whose power was essential for the later battle against Lucy. Due to its importance, this fateful event had to proceed exactly according to the game's predetermined script, and for that to happen, the elite first-year students needed to perform as planned. Ed mused that the root cause of this stemmed from the placement exam, where not a single freshman made it into Class A, all thanks to Assistant Professor Cleo's excessive ambition. She had insisted on using the special purple manifestation discs during the exam, which led to the malfunction. Returning to the present, a group of students stood looking at the shattered disc, lamenting that its circuit had been twisted and would require repair. While the group stood around the technological wreckage, Anise bowed her head in despair, and Ed calmly observed the situation. Anise mumbled an apology, blaming herself for not being more careful. However, she quickly regained her composure, asserting that they had to do something, or too many people would easily enter Class A. Ed stroked his chin thoughtfully, confidently declaring that they could absolutely salvage the situation, piquing the others' curiosity. Then he abruptly grabbed the collar of the fur-collared student, his expression turning serious. With a threatening gaze, Ed declared that the responsibility for fixing this mess now rested entirely on Clevius, filling the student with extreme dread. The scene shifted to the snow-covered entrance of Mount Wright, the starting point of the exam, and Tanya's narration began. Tanya mused that for her, the moment she realized she had arrived at Sylvania was when she was greeted by the noblest people as her classmates. She noted that even the princess and the prime minister's son wore the same uniform, a symbol of equality, but there was always one exception. That exception was the spiritual leader of millions of Telos followers. The Saintess Clarice appeared. Her presence immediately caused everyone to bow respectfully, but she gently requested that they not show such excessive deference. As the students listened breathlessly, she explained that adhering to rigid etiquette would only hinder their lives at the academy. Filled with admiration, Tanya offered a formal greeting, stating it was an honor to meet the Saintess Clarice. Tanya confidently introduced herself as the heir of the Rothstaler family. Clarice replied, saying she had previously baptized the current family head, Crepin, and Tanya expressed that this was a great honor. With a meaningful smile, Tanya expressed her wish to also be baptized by the Saintess herself when she came of age. Clarice smiled gently, replying that she looked forward to that day as well. Inwardly, Tanya calculated that greeting the Saintess publicly would benefit the upcoming student council election, but that was not the main event of the day. Suddenly, a signal flare shot high into the sky, capturing the attention of all the students. The flare burst into a brilliant cluster of fireworks, signaling the official start of the placement exam. Students from the combat, magic, and alchemy faculties simultaneously set off from different locations, but all shared a single goal. Burning with determination, Tanya led a group charging forward, their goal nothing less than being placed in Class A. The rewards for Class A were incredibly enticing: tuition exemption, the right to reside in the Ophelis dormitory, free use of all facilities, and supreme honor. A smug, red-haired student held up the magic stone he had just found, certain that simply bringing it to the altar would secure him a spot in Class A. Suddenly, a purple-haired student zipped past him at breakneck speed, scoffing that he should run faster instead of just bragging. The two plunged into a chase through the forest, both heading toward the towering spire in the distance, which all freshmen were aiming for. Tanya gripped the magic stone in her hand, muttering that there was too much competition. She reasoned that the test couldn't be that simple. There must be some mechanism to filter the candidates, so she decided to move slowly and cautiously to conserve her strength. Suddenly, a short brown-haired female student screamed in terror. The girl fell face-first onto the snow, her shoes flying off, right in front of Tanya. Seeing this, Tanya anxiously asked if the girl was hurt and offered to call an instructor for help. Contrary to expectations, the girl looked up with a mischievous expression and denied that she had fallen. The girl happily jumped up, explaining that she just wanted to try walking barefoot in the snow, leaving Tanya utterly bewildered by the bizarre action. The brown-haired girl smiled innocently, explaining that walking barefoot in the snow was one of the things she had always wanted to try. Tanya narrowed her eyes, feeling annoyed by the stranger's gaze and attitude. Thinking the girl must have hit her head somewhere, Tanya turned and introduced herself as the youngest daughter of the Rothstaler family. Hearing the prestigious name, the strange girl showed admiration and said she had heard of the illustrious reputation of the Rothstaler family. Tanya coldly cut her off, asserting that the reputation was untrue, which surprised the other girl. With a gloomy expression, Tanya bitterly stated that even the most noble families would produce useless trash after many generations. In her mind, the image of Ed appeared. She admitted that, even though her brother seemed to have changed, she still didn't know his true self. This was because the terror that the old Ed had instilled in her heart had yet to fade. The strange girl tried to comfort Tanya, but Tanya brushed her off, saying that troublesome formalities were unnecessary at Sylvania. The girl felt a little deflated by Tanya's coldness, but then she quickly regained her smile and cheerfully agreed. The girl introduced herself as Kylie Eckner, from the Duchy of Turin, and apologized in advance for not being familiar with the social etiquette here. Tanya agreed to call her Kylie, and they both realized they needed to hurry up since they were in the middle of the exam. Kylie innocently declared that she didn't care about scores because getting into Class A would make her too conspicuous, an attitude that greatly irritated Tanya. Suddenly, Kylie grabbed Tanya's hand. She offered to help Tanya pass the exam so they could become closer, then pulled a stunned Tanya away, running. Kylie hugged Tanya from behind, explaining that she had never had a friend her age, causing Tanya to yell a warning not to be so familiar. Faced with Kylie's innocent question, Tanya sighed, decided not to explain further, and simply urged them both to hurry. 30 minutes later, elsewhere, the red-haired student was panting but extremely smug about taking the lead and nearing the summit. Just as he regretted using all his strength, a giant, glowing red shadow monster loomed behind him, whispering an invitation to death. The red phantom roared a deathly sound, unleashing a devastating punch that knocked the red-haired student unconscious. However, the actual attacker was another student wearing a fur-collared coat, who gasped in shock at his own actions. He clenched his fist, telling himself that while the act was cowardly and unadmirable, it still had to be done. Just as that person had said, the task turned out to be surprisingly easy. In a desperate vision, he grabbed Ed Rothstaler and screamed the question of why it had to be him. Ed coldly replied that the consequences would not stop with him alone. Immediately afterward, a terrifying magical explosion shook the entire forest. Amidst the chaos, an ash-purple-haired senior student, radiating lightning, took command, ordering Clevius and Anise to block the path of the freshmen. She blamed herself for letting the incident happen, and resolved to use all her strength to resolve it. She assigned Onyx, the most skilled in flight magic, the responsibility of ensuring everyone's safety. Next, she requested Assistant Professor Cleo to return and complete the report on the exam changes, a task that would require staying up all night. After finishing the assignments, the commander turned to ask Ed about his role, while Cleo stood nearby, unable to hold back her tears. Ed decisively turned back and declared that he would stay here. He firmly asserted that someone needed to guard the altar. Cleo spoke up anxiously, as she could not sense any magical power from Ed at the moment. Ed simply closed his eyes calmly, confidently replying that he had a plan. From a distance, he observed the giant monster ravaging the forest and muttered that everything was still under control. In his thoughts, Ed looked at the broken scrying disc, admitting that it would be difficult to repair it while his magical power had not yet recovered. However, he had planned to utilize the high-grade mana stones used for this exam. Standing before the substitute altar, Ed placed the stone upon it and began the energy absorption process, determined to recharge his magical power, even if it took some time. Amidst the energy vortex, Ed Rothstaler smiled as he heard the faint voice of the spirit mug after a long separation. He was confident that Anise and Clevius would buy him enough time, while he himself had plenty of mana stones in his large pouch. Standing within the flow of jade-colored magical power, Ed declared his bold objective: to prevent everyone from passing this exam. He exhaled, his hair whipping in the energy vortex as he focused his mind. With a determined gaze, Ed announced he was ready and welcomed the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tanya Rothstaler and Kylie Eckner lay exhausted on the ground, Tanya panting as she tried to urge herself to flee. Tanya snapped that she was in a terrible mood, while Kylie behind her tried to signal her to calm down, though she also admitted she was quite tired. A giant shadow entity with glowing red eyes appeared, causing both of them to scream in terror, while Tanya resolved to end the battle quickly. From a distance, the male student with the fur-collared coat witnessed a massive explosion erupt. He realized the explosion occurred at the north gate, but the magic wasn't Anis's. Just as Tanya was dragging Kylie away, the fur-collared student yelled loudly, urging them both to quickly run away from the danger. At another checkpoint, Anise, the top teaching assistant, faced a freshman, even though her combat skills were only slightly above average. Although he was not an easy opponent, Anise decided to let him pass. That student, Joseph Whitefelts, was revealed to be a talent on a completely different level. Unlike his sister, who had to strive relentlessly, Joseph was a prodigy, the youngest researcher in the Magic Association. As a strong candidate for the top student position, Joseph told Anise that she didn't need to be sad about her combat skills. Anise fiercely denied it, asserting that her annoyance wasn't about that, and demanded that he move on. Joseph accepted and ran up the snow-covered path, leaving Anise alone with her thoughts. Anise clenched her fists, her heart filled with anguish as she recalled how perfectly everything had been planned. She was consumed by regret, blaming herself for destroying the magical item, failing to devise an alternative plan, and then having to rely on that person to resolve the situation. In Anise's recollection, Joseph appeared calm, showing no sign of irritation, and constructively guided the conversation. Anise bowed her head, bitterly admitting defeat to a freshman, and failing to complete the mission of blocking the northern entrance to the altar. But more than the feeling of defeat or resentment, she was angry at herself for constantly recalling the trustworthy face of the person who had stepped up to resolve everything. Ed Rothstaler calmly spoke, welcoming his first visitor. At a snow-covered altar, Ed faced Joseph, declaring that even though Joseph knew the rule was to place the magic stone on the altar, he would not allow his opponent to do so. Joseph looked at Ed, secretly thinking that the method of this examination was somewhat strange. He asked Ed who he would face next if he won, but Ed coldly replied that it was not his concern. Joseph smirked, assuming there must be a contingency plan, and admitted he was only stalling to assess the surrounding situation. His gaze fell upon the manifestation plate on the ground, noticing its unusual color and telling himself to be extremely vigilant. Joseph analyzed Ed, observing that his opponent looked like a magic faculty student, but didn't possess much mana, and furthermore, showed signs of having already used a magic stone. From this, Joseph concluded that Ed had an extremely low mana reserve, forcing him to use a magic stone immediately against the first challenger, and he contemptuously launched a fireball, expressing disappointment in the academy. With an overly confident expression, Joseph clenched his fiery fist, casually thinking about which sandwich he would eat after the match concluded. He unleashed the intermediate magic, Particle Burst, a vicious attack. Joseph was certain that unless one saw the hand movement and dodged preemptively, no one could evade this strike. However, Ed easily slipped past the explosion, startling Joseph into realizing that his opponent possessed real combat experience. Ed began gathering fire magic in his hand, and Joseph immediately predicted it would be either incineration or scorching. Observing Ed's hand pointing toward the ground, Joseph was certain it was the incineration technique. Ed released the magic, creating a massive pillar of fire that erupted from the ground. Joseph was completely caught off guard, engulfed by the flames and astonishment. Reflected in Joseph's eyes was the blazing sea of fire. He was stunned to realize the scale of the flames was far greater than expected, proving that Ed had trained his basic magic to a level nearly reaching intermediate magic. A colossal sea of fire created by Ed Rothstaler roared forward. However, the fierce flames struck a hexagonal magic shield and were brought to a halt. Standing behind the shield, Joseph Whitefeldt sneered, believing his defensive magic was impenetrable against a low-level spell. He confidently assumed that Ed lacked practical combat experience and would soon run out of mana, becoming an easy target for his counterattack. Suddenly, Ed called Joseph by name, causing him to flinch in surprise. Piercing through the sea of fire, Ed explained that a magic shield could block spells, but it could not stop a physical punch. Enveloped in flames, Ed charged forward at terrifying speed, delivering a punch straight to Joseph. As the devastating punch landed on Joseph's face, Ed coldly asked whether a mage should only prepare to face other mages. With blazing eyes, Ed emphasized the immaturity of his opponent's combat mindset. Joseph was sent flying backward, tumbling onto the ground after the sudden attack. Struggling to his feet with a bruised cheek, Joseph was stunned, wondering how Ed could pass through his own flames. Determined not to be complacent again, Joseph concentrated his mana, preparing to cast intermediate ice magic. In response, Ed once again used the incineration fire magic, confusing Joseph with the seemingly pointless action. Joseph guessed that Ed intended to use steam to obscure his vision, but he was confident he could also use other elements and began chanting a fire spell. He unleashed the basic magic, Scorching, sending a fireball flying to counter the attack. The two streams of fire magic collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Ed stepped out from the center of the explosion completely unharmed, causing Joseph to scream in horror as he realized his opponent possessed fire resistance. Immediately, Ed drew a dagger and attacked. Joseph hastily erected a physical shield to block the strike. Joseph broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wondering where Ed had pulled the dagger from, but still clung to the belief that his casting speed was faster. Joseph's eyes widened in horror as another terrible realization flashed through his mind. Ed threw the dagger toward Joseph, and it lodged directly into the magical shield protecting him. The dagger flashed with a brilliant red light as the spirit mug activated the spirit formula. Burst. A terrifying explosion hurled Joseph into the air, leaving him completely disoriented. The ground cracked and smoked, evidence of the devastating power of the recent attack. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ed's figure emerged, standing tall and unscathed. Injured and dazed, Joseph struggled to get up, reassuring himself that Ed's basic magic chanting speed could not possibly be faster than his own. But then a harsh truth dawned in his mind. It wasn't magic, but a spirit formula. Joseph was aghast, realizing Ed had used the spirit's blessing of recovery to pass through the sea of fire, and had deliberately concealed Mug's bat form within the flames to deceive him. He desperately looked at the technological magic items he hadn't even had time to use, realizing he had been completely overwhelmed by Ed's diverse arsenal. Ed coldly approached, making Joseph fearfully wonder who the person standing before him truly was. Completely defeated, Joseph tremblingly dropped the magic stone onto the ground, admitting his failure. The red magic stone lay on the white snow, marking the end of the match. However, in a final, desperate effort, Joseph unexpectedly launched a sneak attack. He poured all his remaining mana into creating a sharp ice spear, an intermediate magic spell. Ed merely watched silently, his gaze unwavering before the surprise attack. In a frenzy, Joseph roared and lunged forward, swinging a punch toward Ed. Ed easily blocked the weak punch and delivered a devastating counterattack to Joseph's face. For a mage like Joseph, who had spent his entire life only studying magic, a simple punch should not have had any effect. A gentle stream of green energy spread throughout the area, signaling that the match had officially concluded. Enveloped in the green energy, Joseph was utterly stunned, unable to believe what was happening. It was the Protection of Wind skill, a defensive spell that automatically activates upon detecting a surprise attack. The defensive energy did not dissipate but transformed into a counterattack, unleashing a destructive blast of wind. The force of the explosion was so immense that Ed himself was thrown backward. As the smoke cleared, Joseph slumped amidst the wreckage, utterly defeated. He struggled to rise, covered in injuries, his breathing ragged, and his eyes vacant. Exhausted, Joseph collapsed to the ground, his magic gems shattering as he bitterly admitted defeat. Ed approached, calmly praising his opponent's effort, acknowledging that Joseph's final move was an excellent decision. Amidst the desolate scene, Ed politely asked the name of the talented mage he had just faced. He stood there, majestic like a victor, looking down at Joseph, lying motionless on the ground. With his last ounce of strength, Joseph looked up and uttered the name of the one who had defeated him. Ed responded by formally introducing his full name, Ed Rothstaler. Immediately afterward, a senior assistant instructor ordered Onyx to take Joseph away, and Onyx used flight magic to carry the injured student out of the arena. The scene shifted to a carriage rolling through a snow-white landscape, where a voice echoed, asking Ziggs why he joined the magic faculty. Inside the carriage, Elvira questioned Ziggs, feeling guilty that she thought he had given up many opportunities just for her sake. Ziggs smiled, casually stating that he didn't value the title of top student, and wasn't sure he could have topped the combat faculty anyway. He explained that this was due to the presence of the second-year students, especially the head of the combat faculty. A fleeting image crossed Ziggs' mind, showing Clevius Nortondale, the top student of the combat faculty, struggling to fend off a fierce attack. Returning to reality, Ziggs squinted slightly, wondering about the strange premonition he just had. Clarice nervously asked if her holy magic was too strong, but Ed Rothstaler coldly told her and Tanya to continue the exam. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Clevius Nortondale collapsed from exhaustion, and his teammate desperately wondered how anyone could withstand such a terrifying attack. The timeline rewound to 20 minutes before the exam ended, amidst a silent space broken only by ragged breathing. Tanya Rothstaler was astonished to recognize the person standing before her and Kylie Eckner. Amidst the battlefield littered with fallen students, Ed Rothstaler declared himself the final test. He, who was once the object of fear and the embodiment of hatred, now coldly demanded that everyone give up. At the same moment, two dreams that had shaped her identity surfaced in the mind of the saintess, Clarice. The first dream was the teaching of Archbishop Verdeo, that nobility stemmed from unshakable faith. He instilled in young Clarice the belief that she must become a pure, blank slate. But the second dream was a silent resistance, that it was better to die in the mud than to live an empty life. Her eyes opened slightly, holding a hidden determination. That dream was ignited by a bard who sang of the beauty of the world outside her window. The person's songs painted vivid pictures of distant lands, from lush green wetlands to scorching red deserts. Every note plucked from the lute affirmed that the pure white of dogma was only a tiny part of the colorful world. That person was Adele, the keeper of the sacred flame. After leaving the religious order, Adele became a romantic, bringing songs of the world to Clarice's window night after night. Clarice's true dream was the outside world that her only friend had whispered to her beneath the stars. Because, perhaps, true nobility lay in an ordinary life, where people could attend classes, make friends, and love. In Clarice's memory, Adele once asked if a hug from the person one loved was more precious than countless prayers from believers. After leaving the church, Adele joined Sylvania Academy and began her journey to explore the world, living the life she had always longed for. Since Adele left, Clarice dreamed every night of the places her only friend had described. In her dreams, she experienced a vibrant, colorful journey, completely contrary to the monotonous, pure white life of a saintess. To make that dream a reality, she followed Archbishop Verdio's instructions, carefully concealing her true identity. Under a completely new persona, Clarice was confident that no one would recognize her, though Verdio remained worried. Now, under the name Kylie Eckner, she enjoyed the satisfaction of sitting quietly on a stone bench without anyone paying attention to her. At Sylvania, no one bowed in reverence. There were only friends chatting and playing together in the simple school life. However, one person saw through the facade. Ed Rothstaler, with his steady gaze, recognized her true identity. Give up. That is the saintess. Tanya was stunned to realize that the final opponent was her own brother, Ed, causing those around her to gasp at the appearance of another Rothstaler family member. Ed coldly demanded they turn back, but also warned that if they stubbornly insisted on advancing, he would show no mercy, unleashing a massive surge of spirit energy that flung all the students away. Joseph screamed in pain as he was swept away in the emerald energy storm. This power far exceeded the level of a student, surpassing even that of graduates. While veteran spiritmasters could only control a few intermediate spirits, Ed summoned a high-level spirit, a gigantic wolf made of pure energy that roared across the battlefield. Faced with such overwhelming power, Kylie, terrified, advised Tanya to rationally give up. The painful memory of confronting a high-level fire dragon spirit in the past rushed back, haunting her. Despite everything, Ed gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into maintaining this terrifying power. In Tanya's mind, a symbolic image of her painful past appeared, urging her not to give up if she wanted to change anything. With iron resolve, Tanya declared to Kylie that she would not abandon this fight. She asserted that noble status always came with unavoidable burdens and responsibilities. Nevertheless, Tanya couldn't help but feel skeptical, recalling the incompetent Ed Rothstaler of 2 years prior, wondering how he could possibly possess a high-level spirit. Facing the giant spirit wolf, she asserted confidently that it must just be a bluff. Confident that defeating the summoner would be enough, Tanya aimed straight for the main target. However, the spirit wolf suddenly roared, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that flung both Tanya and Kylie away. Tanya gritted her teeth, struggling to hold her ground against the unbelievable power, wondering how this could be happening. From a distance, Ed Rothstaler's eyes observed coldly, gleaming with overwhelming power. Ed stood firm in the eye of the magical storm, the majestic wolf appearing behind him, confirming the existence of a true high-ranking spirit. Forced onto the defensive, Tanya and Kylie had to hastily flee through the forest, dodging destructive attacks. Falling to the ground, Kylie looked up and was stunned to realize that their opponent was Tanya's older brother, causing her illusions about the nobility to begin to shatter. She had once dreamed of elegant gentlemen, with generous smiles and graceful demeanors, but now, she was certain that Ed was the embodiment of the Rothstaler scoundrel she had heard rumors about. Even Tanya, in the past, had realized that the most prestigious families could still produce trash. The deep hatred Tanya harbored for her scoundrel brother surged strongly once more. Seeing Tanya fighting, Kylie called out to her, urging her to attack Ed according to their plan. Kylie smiled confidently, asserting that she would act as a decoy because her special physique would not allow her to die easily. Tanya turned back, anxiously asking if Kylie was seriously injured, and reminded her that she had previously claimed not to care about the exam. Kylie charged forward, yelling that Ed was the villain and that Tanya was her first friend. With a tearful smile, she affirmed that Tanya was the first friend she had made at Sylvania. Kylie's sincere words stunned Tanya, as she would normally dismiss such ridiculous statements. Tanya suddenly recalled that on the way to the altar, a senior combat faculty student had approached them threateningly. However, That person had been flung away by a strange burst of light, making Tanya wonder if Kylie possessed some special power. What astonished Tanya even more was that Kylie, whom she had always considered timid, was now leading the charge. Kylie screamed internally that she wasn't brave, she was just risking her life by charging forward. The girl ran straight toward the giant spirit wolf, blocking their path without hesitation. The colossal spirit sighed, appearing completely indifferent to the tiny enemy. Suddenly, the wolf's eyes flashed with extreme astonishment as an unexpected attack struck. It was Tanya, who had unleashed a brilliant yellow stream of holy magic aimed directly at the spirit. The blessing of holy magic activated, causing the spirit to roar in pain against the divine power. Enraged, the spirit wolf released a chaotic surge of energy, flinging Tanya far away. Tanya screamed as she was sent flying and slammed hard onto the ground. Ed Rothstaler stood there, looking down coldly, and asking contemptuously if that was all they could manage. Kylie's eyes burned with determination. She thought internally that he was mistaken if he believed she would give up. Tanya struggled to her feet, her hands beginning to gather a stream of green magical energy. She cast the basic magic technique, energy discharge, firing a stream of power forward. Tanya's magical stream collided violently, creating a fierce explosion on the battlefield. Ed Rothstaler was thrown backward amidst the smoke and dust from the magical explosion. Tanya panted, wondering if her opponent had vanished. Suddenly, a glowing magical disc, a scrying disc, appeared in the middle of the smoke. At the same moment, Kylie Eckner screamed in astonishment as she was pinned firmly to the ground by teal energy arrows. A barrage of light arrows pierced the ground around her, locking down all her movements. Kylie was stunned, realizing she had been completely neutralized, unable to believe what was happening. Ed Rothstaler emerged from the smoke, wielding a magic bow, and coldly declared it was just a warning, stunning Kylie because someone who couldn't use a sword was using a bow. Tanya was also utterly astonished, realizing that the arrows were created entirely from magic. Behind Ed, the growling presence of a giant spirit wolf materialized, forcing Tanya to question if this was truly the Ed Rothstaler she knew. Collapsed on the ground, Tanya panted in despair, feeling everything was replaying just like in the past. Choked back tears streamed out. She realized bitterly that nothing had changed since she was a child. Memories flooded back the image of a small Tanya kneeling helplessly among indifferent adults, and she realized no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't accomplish anything. Just as she was sinking into despair, a voice rang out, acknowledging that she had put in a great deal of effort. Ed placed a red orb in front of Tanya, explaining that he couldn't go easy on her just because they were family. He looked straight at her, saying that if he did, she would only be angrier, leaving Tanya taken aback. Ed went on to praise Tanya's courage for facing him until the end, even if it was just in an illusion, and admitted that his perception of her had been wrong. The pin on his pocket glowed, and Ed declared that he now saw Tanya in a different light. With a slight smile, Ed affirmed that she possessed such an aspect, and something within her had definitely changed. Upon hearing Ed's praise, Tanya Rothstaler burst into uncontrollable sobs, unable to speak. Ed continued to acknowledge her efforts, moving Tanya even further to tears. Ed was bewildered by his sister's intense reaction, wondering if failing the placement exam was truly that devastating. Suddenly, Kylie Eckner rushed forward to shield Tanya, shouting for Ed to keep his distance. The brown-haired girl warned that there would be severe consequences if he made any rash moves, determined to protect Tanya to the end. From a distance, a female instructor announced that the exam was over and instructed everyone to gather to handle the aftermath. Realizing the ordeal was finished, Kylie Eckner was startled by how strange her own voice sounded. She panicked as a lock of her hair began turning white, realizing her transformation magic was slowly dissolving. Kylie recalled the moment she was knocked back during the battle, when the magical bracelet maintaining her appearance had been flung away. Archbishop Verdio's warning echoed in her mind, reminding her of the importance of always keeping that item safe. While the female instructor was praising Ed, Kylie sank into despair. Thinking about her identity being on the verge of exposure, she realized with horror that both her true identity and her peaceful school life were in danger of shattering. Just then, Ed's fire spirit appeared, illuminating the lost magical bracelet lying in his palm. Ed approached and returned the bracelet to Kylie, instructing her to be more careful while intentionally avoiding a specific title. Kylie was stunned as she received the item, unable to understand why he had helped her. The female instructor anxiously inquired about the numerous wounds covering Ed's body, but he merely replied coolly that he was fine. As the sun set, the placement exam officially concluded, and Ed had successfully guided everything back onto the scenario's intended track. However, there was one exception, a minor change that created an insignificant crack in the flow of destiny. That change caused a pair of ruby-like eyes, hidden behind the world stained red, to begin focusing their attention on Ed. Kylie realized Ed had deliberately used honorifics when addressing her, and her gaze was fixed intently on his retreating back. The blonde instructor approached Ed, telling him to rest because he looked exhausted, and to leave the rest of the matters to them. She turned and ordered Onyx to go assist Clevius, and the student wearing the goggles immediately complied. While carrying an injured teammate, Ed looked up at the massive structure and thought he saw a figure, but quickly dismissed it, believing he was mistaken. Exhausted, Ed collapsed onto the ground, and a mysterious voice resonated, contemplating the eternal beauty of the sky. The voice continued to philosophize about the transience of art compared to the absolute beauty of the sunset, but Ed merely brushed it off as nonsense. A majestic white wolf spirit manifested in the sky, introducing herself as the high-grade wind spirit Marilda, and criticizing humans for not appreciating their fleeting lives. Marilda shrank down and sat on Ed, continuing her lecture about finding meaning in small things, making Ed secretly think she was indeed as talkative as Janica had claimed. The wind spirit pointed out that Ed's own caution made him blind to his personal safety, and he could only ask back irritably, "So what?" Marilda advised Ed to find someone to date, someone kind, cheerful, and strong enough for him to rely on, as the image of a radiant pink-haired girl appeared. Marilda asked Mug if she was wrong, and Ed's fire spirit immediately and enthusiastically agreed with her, revealing that Marilda and Janica were just close friends. Mug praised Marilda's advice as the spirit world's gospel, but Marilda chided him, asking why he couldn't pretend to agree with his master. Ed realized the relationship between Mug and Marilda was not master and servant, yet he still sensed the terrifying nature of high-grade spirits, while Mug frantically begged to die to atone for his mistake. Marilda suddenly asked Ed if he knew why Janica was sad, recalling the image of the girl sitting quietly by a fire, then playfully asked if he was worried. Ed admitted that it was obvious, but Marilda refused to reveal the secret that Janica herself did not wish to share. The wind spirit comforted Ed not to worry too much, explaining that enduring the winter was a necessary process for Janica to mature. Marilda concluded that the world is not a fairy tale, and sometimes one simply needs to persevere until spring arrives. Ed sat up as Marilda suggested leaving, explaining that maintaining her small form, though the most efficient, still consumed a considerable amount of his mana. Ed curiously asked about her other forms, and Marilda teased him, asking if he wanted a more beautiful girl, but doubted he could handle it. Ed recalled Marilda's gigantic combat form and wondered why her mana consumption efficiency then and now wasn't significantly different. Marilda lightly tapped Ed's head with her tail, calling him an idiot, and suggesting his failure to notice the difference was due to the supporting mana stones. Marilda challenged Ed, asking if he truly thought he had managed all the mana consumption by himself. The high-grade spirit revealed a shocking truth. A spirit like her would never form a contract with only one person. Ed was completely silent, his mind blank as he stared at the massive structure before him. He struggled to stand, wondering whose mana it was if not his own, knowing he couldn't sustain the summoning of a high-grade spirit for so long. The answer suddenly flashed in his mind. It was someone else who had also contracted with Marilda. Just then, a voice rang out, suggesting this was not a suitable place to nap, and Lucy Mayriel appeared. Ed stood up to face the white-haired girl and asked why she was there. Lucy casually replied that she disliked an empty tent and had gone for a walk. Ed listened in silence, his face still streaked with blood. He knew, sadly, that the end point of this walk, the replacement altar, was the final stage of Act 3. In the original storyline, the suspicious St. Clarice began to realize the corruption of the Holy See, prompting the apostles of Telos to travel to Arkan Island to condemn her. Unaware of the truth behind the events, the Academy's key figures from Princess Pena's Royal Guard and Lortell's mercenary alliance to the Church Knights all followed the Archbishop's orders. Even the protagonist's party and Principal Abel Forcius were drawn into this complex melee. Ultimately, everyone's blades were pointed at a single girl attempting to defend Arkan Island. That girl, following her master's final wish, stood alone atop the altar. Regardless of being called a traitor or an infidel, she looked down upon everyone with unwavering eyes. That was the moment Lucy Mayriel awakened her true power. Single-handedly, she defeated all the main characters on Arkan Island and wiped out more than half of the subjugation force. But eventually, her physical strength was depleted, and she was defeated by Taylor, who had mastered the supreme swordsmanship. Ed recalled the tragic outcome of the original timeline. Only after Lucy Mayriel collapsed in a pool of blood did the world belatedly discover the truth behind her actions. The belated realization that she was not the villain was more painful than any misunderstanding. He mused that perhaps due to her nature, Lucy had chosen to bear the entire burden in silence until the very end. Ed clenched his fist, resolute that he would never sacrifice her for the predetermined scenario. He was not cold-blooded enough to repeat such a tragedy. In Ed's mind, the image of the dying Archmage Glocked appeared, entrusting Lucy to one day use her power to protect the Academy. Only Lucy knew what a terrible burden that promise to her master, her only family, truly was. He knew she needed to overcome these chaotic emotions to prepare for the fierce battles of Act 3. However, Ed decided he wouldn't just stand by. He stated that he had just realized something. As a completely exhausted Lucy fell asleep on his shoulder, Ed finally admitted to himself that he felt lonely. With quiet determination, he made a promise to himself. From now on, he would always tell her before he left, so she would never feel abandoned again. Elsewhere, in a sun-drenched garden, a cheerful voice rang out, announcing that she had returned earlier than expected. Clara, the daughter of a prestigious Viscount family, brightly offered a gift box to the maid. The maid thanked her, while Clara stretched, enjoying the peaceful feeling of being home. She eagerly spoke of her plan to host a tea party with her close friends, Anise and Janica, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. With unconcealed excitement, Clara rushed off, her heart full of stories she wanted to tell her friends. Her voice still echoed, praising the wonderful flavor of the blueberry cake she had brought, while the maid's hand crushed the cake inside the box. A look of utter horror appeared on the maid's face. Her thoughts rang out decisively. This blueberry cake tastes like sand. At a tea party, Clara felt suffocated by the tense silence, wondering if her two friends were fighting. She sweated nervously, realizing this silence was completely different from Yenkar and Anice's usual playful banter, and she didn't know how to break it. Anise tried awkwardly to start a conversation, while Yenkar sat opposite her, silent and wearing a mysterious black eye patch. Unable to bear it any longer, Clara suddenly called Anice's name, startling her friend. Yenkar finally spoke, her red eyes staring directly at Anise as she fiercely questioned whether Ed had hugged her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a simple wooden windbreak wall had just been completed. Ed Rothstaler realized that crafting low-level items like this no longer helped him increase his stats, and he needed to find another method to continue his development. He sighed, telling himself that thorough preparation was necessary to withstand the strong winds that were coming. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, expressing relief that young Master Ed was still well. Belle Maya appeared, carrying a drowsy Lucy May reel, and announced the Academy's new policy. During the blizzard, students were only allowed to leave the dormitory when absolutely necessary. The headmaid explained that Lucy, being the highest flight risk, would be monitored by a rotating surveillance team all week, causing the white-haired girl to frantically reach out for help. Ed silently listened to the plan, while Belle pondered deeply. Despite Ed's familiarity, Belle insisted on maintaining a formal attitude, and declared she would continue to use honorifics. Belle looked around Ed's makeshift campsite, skeptically asking if he truly intended to survive the week-long blizzard under these conditions. She frankly expressed concern that the flimsy windbreak wall would not be enough to protect him. Ed explained that the wall was only meant to shield his supplies, and the roof of his hut had already been securely tied down to the ground with ropes. He also mentioned that he had stored all his hunting gear and traps inside the hut. Ed's true plan was to spend the entire week of the blizzard focused on studying magical techniques at the Soul Library. He confidently reassured Belle that he had another place to stay, which somewhat eased her mind, though she remained slightly hesitant. Ed noticed Belle's worried expression and guessed this was the first time she had to handle a blizzard as the manager. Holding the sleeping Lucy Myriel, Belle Maya confessed to Ed that she had another worry concerning him. She tried to dismiss it, thinking she was interfering too much, but her words only made Ed more anxious. With a sincere expression, Belle Maya began to offer her blessing. She wished young Master Ed good fortune, as an allegorical image of a young man under pressure appeared in the flame. The scene shifts to a tea party, where Yenkar Palarover glared at someone, angrily questioning them about being hugged by Ed. Clara gasped Anice's name in astonishment, realizing she was the target of Yenkar's fury. Confronted abruptly, Anise Halen froze, sweating profusely in terror. Clara quickly tried to mediate, assuming it was a misunderstanding, but Anise unexpectedly admitted to flirting with Ed, causing Clara to scream in shock. In her mind, Anise clenched her fists, silently apologizing to Janica and confessing that she hadn't trusted Ed in the first place. She told herself that Ed looked like a playboy, so she was merely trying to investigate him. Yenkar asked again in shock, unable to believe her ears, and Anise quickly reassured Janica, asserting that Ed was not her type. Anise continued to list Ed's flaws, from his thuggish appearance and arrogance to his grumpy and selfish personality, to prove her lack of interest. Hearing the insults, Yenkar burst into tears, defending Ed and chastising Anise for being unfair since she didn't truly understand him. The atmosphere between Yenkar and Anise became extremely tense, leaving Clara sitting between them in utter awkwardness. Realizing her mistake, Anise bowed her head and apologized to Janica for acting unilaterally without discussing it first. Yenkar slammed her hand onto the table, tears streaming down her face, demanding to know why Anise had done things she never asked for, and how worried it had made her. Yenkar's thoughts flooded out. She was hurt by the feeling of betrayal from her best friend, but then tormented herself, wondering what right she had when she was nothing to Ed. Anise gently placed a hand on her friend's shoulder, firmly comforting her. "Don't worry, Janica. You are very special to him." She asserted that from what she had observed, Yenkar was definitely more than just a friend to Ed, causing Yenkar to ask again in stunned disbelief. Yenkar's eyes sparkling, filled with hope, as she wondered if she truly was special in his eyes. Crying, Yenkar explained that she couldn't be mad at Anise, knowing her friend had investigated Ed purely out of concern for her well-being. Relieved that Anise wasn't actually interested in Ed, Yenkar embraced her friend and thanked her profusely, while Clara secretly sighed, glad the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Clara had an idea while watching her two friends. Embraced by Yenkar, Anise blushed shyly as her close friend called her name so affectionately. Clara cheerfully stepped in to mediate, stating that it was all just a misunderstanding and Yenkar no longer needed to avoid the northern forest. Unexpectedly, Yenkar quickly apologized and bolted away, leaving Anise and Clara bewildered as they watched her go. Once they were alone, Clara turned to Anise and mentioned she had something she wanted to discuss. Anise, her eyes obscured, abruptly asked Clara to introduce her to a man, but was met with a flat refusal from her friend. Refusing to give up, Anise dramatically grabbed Clara, proposing that they should break all conventions and date each other instead. The two girls struggled humorously as Anise pleaded with Clara not to look at her with that expression, while Clara remained innocently confused. Anise, clearly panicked, confessed that she had lied to Yenkar and had hoped that being out of sight would make her feelings fade. Anise's hope shattered when she was petrified by shock following a sudden announcement concerning the scholarship students. A blonde female instructor announced that the scholarship students, including a delighted Clevius and Onyx, would continue their work as teaching assistants. The instructor turned to praise Ed, confirming he had performed exceptionally well, and would receive an additional scholarship upon continuing the work. Anise was dumbfounded upon hearing that since everyone had worked together throughout the break, it would be more convenient and comfortable to keep the group together. In the northern forest, Ed met Yenkar again, noting that she seemed back to her usual self, and reminded her about finalizing her spirit contract. Ed brought up the memory of Yenkar visiting his camp, causing her great shock as intimate images of their time together flashed through her mind. Yenkar blushed, awkwardly denying the memory, and claiming she had forgotten about it long ago. Ed smiled warmly, thinking to himself that he felt relaxed around Yenkar, as she was the only friend he had in his year. Ed's expression turned serious as he questioned Yenkar about contracting with the high spirit Marilda prematurely, and she admitted to using a tactical maneuver. A legendary magic engineering artifact, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, was revealed. Ed recalled having told Yenkar about the ring and his future plans. Ed reminded her that she would be unable to use magic for a while, but she asserted that her power would return by the start of the semester. Yenkar smiled radiantly, congratulated Ed, and explained that contracting with one's first high spirit is considered a spirit master's second birthday. She asked about Ed's plans for the upcoming blizzard, and he returned the compliment regarding her diligence, while vaguely hinting at an event scheduled after the storm passes. Yenkar cheerfully brought up the upcoming student council election, suggesting Ed would garner attention, but he insisted he would maintain a neutral stance. Yenkar was stunned, failing to understand why she would receive attention, as in the original timeline, she was humble and generally unnoticed. She changed the subject, asking if Ed's sister was also running for election, and he confirmed Tanya's ambition. With an embarrassed expression, Yenkar probed into the relationship between the siblings, causing Ed a slight moment of confusion. Ed admitted that despite being disowned by the family, he and Tanya were still blood relatives who would inevitably cross paths for the rest of their lives. The memory of their estrangement pained him. He affirmed that he cared deeply and wanted to maintain a good relationship with his sister, causing Yenkar to stammeringly realize it was merely a family conflict. Suddenly, Yenkar grabbed Ed's hand, calling his name urgently. Her face flushed and eyes teary. She asked about Tanya's preferences, hoping to find a gift that could help the siblings reconcile. Ed narrowed his eyes suspiciously, questioning Yenkar about what she had done to Tanya, causing her to frantically deny everything. He simply stared at her in silence, his scrutinizing gaze unwavering. Ed thought to himself that Yenkar was a terrible liar, and, as expected, her guilt caused her to break down and confess everything after just 3 seconds. He smiled gently, assuring himself that the matter was nothing serious. Meanwhile, an announcement was broadcast across the academy, warning of a blizzard set to hit by morning and the subsequent imposition of a curfew. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure held a golden brooch, unable to stop thinking about the scene they had witnessed just days before. The memory of the original Ed Rothstaler, a terrifying third-year student, and his colossal spirit wolf returned, bringing a feeling that transcended mere horror. The only feeling left in Kylie was discomfort, as she recalled her own moment of panic. She recalled Ed Rothstaler, his face covered in injuries, returning the brooch and attempting to speak formally, an action that confused her immensely. Back in her room, Clarice reverted to her true white-haired form, clutching her head in panic and wondering if Ed knew her secret, after all the effort she had put into maintaining a normal life. She remembered Archbishop Verdios, warning, if her identity was exposed, her school life would end, betraying the sacrifices made by everyone in the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Kylie overheard Joseph being mocked by another student for his failure in the exam. Their conversation shifted to Ed Rothstaler, rumored to be an eccentric third-year student living in a hut in the northern forest, which astonished Kylie. In her room, Clarice tightly gripped the brooch, realizing the approaching blizzard would trap her inside and cause her to lose the chance to confront Ed. Without hesitation, she rushed out and flung open the balcony door, confronting the howling blizzard. Standing in the freezing winter air, Clarice trembled, admitting her fear of Ed, the darkness, and the biting cold. The image of Adele playing the lute flashed back, reminding her of the freedom and beauty of the outside world she desperately longed for. A loud noise rang out as something shattered the window, a sign that some truths can only be known through personal experience. With fierce determination, Clarice leaped from the balcony, plunging herself into the blinding blizzard. Elsewhere in the storm, Ed's hand tightly gripped a golden magical artifact, causing it to emit a brilliant light. He unleashed a stream of golden energy, forming a protective shield amidst the snowy white night. Kylie, back in her disguise, looked ahead with a resolute gaze, telling herself she could not lose her freedom, and had to go meet that man to confirm everything. She began running at full speed across the deserted school grounds, defying the wind and snow. The small figure of Saintess Clarice gradually disappeared into the storm, alone and desperate. In another dark space, a black-haired young man with glowing red eyes snapped open, monologuing that darkness was the only thing he had ever known. He coughed up blood, recalling his most vivid memory, the older brother who had always stood by him when the rest of the family shunned him. That memory was the horrifying moment when he used his sword to pierce his own brother's heart. In a bloody delirium, Clevius Nortondale recalled the last words he spoke to his brother, which felt like a venomous curse. Returning to reality, Assistant Professor Cleo Elpin turned back to ask Clevius the reason for his hesitation, suspecting that another laboratory was trying to recruit him. Clevius quickly denied it in confusion. He stammered an explanation about the assistant position, confessing that he felt he had only been a burden the last time. While painful memories flooded back, Cleo maintained her composure, asking if she had misunderstood his dissatisfaction, while Clevius admitted the compensation was excellent but still hesitated. Cornered, Clevius awkwardly conceded that he could take on the job. Immediately, Cleo flashed a radiant smile and decisively told him to proceed with the work. Clevius was stunned, completely overwhelmed by her psychological maneuvering. Reluctantly accepting, he looked out the window where heavy snow was falling. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler was elsewhere, reflecting on how he had trained his frail body to its absolute limit. He entered his secret library, pulling a cord to illuminate the space with magic. Ed recalled giving Ziggs money for a quick magical cleanup, but was surprised that he had also meticulously organized the books. He ran his hand over the neatly categorized books, thinking that Ziggs must have been extremely careful, despite the location being a secret. Ed guessed that Ziggs had received help from Elka, and that the two considered the task a form of training, leaving him feeling indebted to them. Deciding to start his work, Ed concluded that prioritizing and focusing was more important than learning hundreds of formulas. His goal was to craft at least one of two legendary magical engineering artifacts, Glock's Eye or Delheim's Hourglass. Ed carried a stack of books and materials, planning to mass-produce low-grade items to hone his skills before attempting the rarer artifacts. He had thoroughly reviewed the components and now only needed the tools to begin. However, when he searched through his inventory bag, he couldn't find them. Ed jumped up, realizing in shock that he had left all his tools back at the cabin. Struggling to his feet from the snowy ground, Ed Rothstaler decided he had to go back. He strode alone through the desolate forest, telling himself it was time for his body to move. Meanwhile, Kylie Eckner was also trudging through the snow, contemplating the monotony of a world consisting only of white. She yearned for the romance of vibrant, multicolored life, but could not find it amidst the endless blizzard. Recalling the map, she followed the frozen river, believing it would lead her to the cabin. The girl's eyes shone with excitement, feeling as though she was embarking on a true adventure. Her holy light blessing power was capable of reflecting double the damage back onto anyone who intended to harm her. Protected by this power, she ran fearlessly straight toward the cabin, safe from all wild beasts or bandits. However, the image of Ed holding a menacing magical weapon flashed in her mind, as she knew her blessing would be nullified if he was also a member of the Telos Church. Peeking through the window, she recalled the core rule: do no harm to fellow believers. With determined eyes, Kylie told herself it was time to confirm whether Ed knew her true identity. Inside, Ed was struggling with a large cauldron filled with red liquid, frustrated that he couldn't open the lid. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Kylie stood stunned in the doorway as the cauldron tipped over, splashing its contents everywhere. Her gaze fell upon an iron gauntlet lying in a pool of dark red liquid, like blood, on the floor. A feeling of utter shock and confusion overwhelmed her. Cold sweat broke out as she tried to rationalize the horrific sight before her. Then she screamed when she saw a severed, bloody monster head lying exposed. Her terrified eyes scanned the room, stopping at a blood-stained saw on the table. The overturned bucket spilled its bright red liquid everywhere, and she realized a terrible truth. Blood was everywhere. Submerged in terror, Kylie wondered if she was in hell. Suddenly, she flinched upon hearing approaching footsteps. Her eyes were fixed on the pool of blood on the floor, paralyzed by fear. The cabin door was abruptly thrown open. A tall, hooded figure stood imposing amidst the blizzard, their eyes glowing menacingly. The figure stepped inside and tossed something bloody onto the floor. Overwhelmed by fright, Kylie quickly curled up and hid under the table as the figure approached. The heavy footsteps of the stranger stopped right in front of her hiding spot. He placed a blood-stained bear trap on the floor, causing Kylie to silently burst into tears. He then casually picked up the blood-covered tools from the table. A cold light reflected off the large blade he was holding. Unable to suppress it any longer, an involuntary sob escaped Kylie's throat. She trembled violently, knowing she had been discovered. The figure slowly turned toward her. He bent down, his voice, cold as ice, echoing from beneath the hood. "Who are you?" His eyes narrowed as he recognized the person hiding. Ed pulled his hood down and asked in surprise, "Kylie Eckner? What are you doing here, and why are you shaking?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kylie screamed in desperation, unleashing a blinding torrent of holy light. Ed was thrown backward by the sudden burst of power, his body enveloped in intense light. The energy explosion sent the cabin's contents flying, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a figure slowly rose after the explosion. Lying on the ground, Ed Rothstaler was covered in blood, causing Clarice to stammer in panic that she hadn't meant to do it. The young woman continued to mutter unconsciously, unable to believe what she had just caused. Seeing Ed's motionless body, Clarice realized in horror that she had murdered someone. With bloodied hands, she clasped them together and prayed through her tears, confessing her grave sin to the god Telos. Clarice sobbed uncontrollably, believing she was defiled, and must endure the punishment of hell to atone for her crime. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her collar tightly, interrupting her desperate confession. With purple eyes blazing with fury, Ed roared, demanding to know if she was mocking him. Clarice let out a piercing scream, her soul seemingly leaving her body at the realization that Ed was still alive. Ed angrily threw the girl down onto the cold ground. He gritted his teeth, his bloodied and wounded face clearly showing his pain and indignation. Meanwhile, at the Offless Hall, which was engulfed in a snowstorm, a maid urgently reported the incident to the head maid. When asked to alert everyone, Belle Maya coldly refused, demanding efficient action that would not disrupt the hall's operations. Belle Maya, the head maid of Ophelis Hall, was fully aware that Kylie Eckner's true identity was that of the Saintess. Another maid secretly admired Belle's composure, as she maintained her cool demeanor despite knowing the Saintess was missing in the blizzard. Trusting that the blessings of divine magic would protect Clarice, Belle decided to take secret action herself. Donning her winter cloak, Belle ordered her subordinates to look after the students, specifically emphasizing Lucy. Just then, another maid rushed in, reporting breathlessly that someone had seen Kylie heading towards the northern forest. Belle Maya froze when she heard the name of the northern forest. In her mind, the image of Ed Rothstaler appeared the man who had strange relationships with the women around him, and she knew that was his territory. A familiar scenario played out in Belle Maya's mind. A man and a woman trapped in a snowstorm, forced to rely on each other. Her imagination conjured a scene of Ed Rothstaler embracing a white-haired Clarice in the warm firelight, leaving her stunned by the vision. Snapping out of her daze, Belle Maya blushed in embarrassment, chastising herself for having such frivolous thoughts during a crisis. Without hesitation, she plunged herself into the blinding white snow. Gasping for breath, she hurried away, telling herself she had to find them as quickly as possible. She was well aware of the rumors circulating about a suspicious man in the northern forest, one who often walked around with bloody animal carcasses slung over his shoulder. Those rumors had spread among all the students, but Belle knew the truth behind those stories, and she conjured a small fireball to light her way through the dark night. Heading toward the faint light of the distant log cabin, she quickened her pace. The footprints in the snow indicated that she had arrived at the correct location. Belle recalled that despite Ed's distant exterior, he was actually a considerate and trustworthy person who always fulfilled his duties, even with many women surrounding him. However, the thought of those complicated relationships gave her a headache, especially since she believed Ed still didn't know Kylie's true identity. As a snow-covered foot crossed the threshold, a voice from inside rang out, confirming that he already knew who had arrived. Belle was stunned by the sight before her, the injured Ed sitting on the floor, while Kylie held a chair up defensively. Ed calmly greeted her. With a bewildered expression, Maya stammered Ed's name and demanded an explanation for the bizarre situation. After hearing the story, she thanked Ed but remained worried that they needed to bring Kylie back before the blizzard worsened. Ed agreed, acknowledging that the head maid of Ophelis Hall being absent for too long was also not ideal. He secretly pondered the real reason the Saintess had traveled all the way here. In Ed's memory, Clarice's attempts to help him always felt awkward, and he knew her identity should have remained secret for much longer. He realized she was starting to suspect him, a development that was not part of the plan. He decided to defuse the situation by apologizing for his rude behavior. Ed calmly asked the Saintess to put the chair down, leaving both Clarice and Maya stunned. Maya shrieked in astonishment at the title, Saintess, while Clarice, equally panicked, nearly dropped the chair. Ed admitted he knew her identity, explaining that as a follower of Telos, he could recognize her when her disguise weakened. Still flustered, Clarice awkwardly lowered the chair at his prompting. In his thoughts, Ed reaffirmed that his plan remained unchanged. He was determined not to get involved with any of the main characters. However, he realized that if the situation continued, the Saintess Clarice might do something unpredictable. Therefore, Ed decided that revealing he knew her identity was the best way to alleviate her anxiety. He told Clarice that he understood she must be exhausted from hiding her identity and living such a constrained life. Clarice was confused and slightly moved by his understanding words. However, Ed suddenly turned the tables, asking her what she thought of the free life he was living in this forest. Clarice's eyes reflected deep contemplation as she tried to find an answer to his question. She suddenly realized that this man's life was not freedom, but a struggle for survival. Clarice mused on the two sides of the issue. If Adele was the one who romanticized the beauty of freedom, then Ed was the embodiment of the grim, dark side of that very freedom. Ed apologized for his abrupt words, explaining that he just thought someone should tell her the truth. Afterward, he coldly demanded that both of them leave immediately. As they stepped out into the snow together, Clarice apologetically thanked Maya for going to such trouble to come all this way. Maya replied that it was her duty, while internally contrasting the warmth they were heading toward with the harsh cabin they had just left. She glanced back at the cabin, which still reeked of blood and the harsh reality Ed was forced to confront. Belle could not believe that the man who had once blocked the path of the freshman had to live such a life, while Clarice's ideals of freedom shattered into pieces. Walking across the white snow, Clarice silently affirmed that her decision to seek freedom was the right one. After all, this journey had allowed her to meet someone worthy of respect. Maya quietly observed Kylie, sensing the profound change in her following the encounter. A flicker of worry crossed Belle's mind. She wondered if the saint had developed feelings for Ed. Unable to guess her companion's thoughts, Belle could only continue walking in confusion. The harsh winter finally passed, giving way to the blossoming green shoots of spring. At the Laplace Bakery, Ed Rothstaler and Lortell Helland began a business meeting. Ed expressed concern about the inventory check, while Lortell calmly asked if he was comfortable with her plan. A chef with a subservient expression rushed over to greet them, inviting them to make themselves at home. Lortell casually commented on the joy of having a monopoly, prompting Ed to remark that she was the only one who found it joyful. She took a sip of tea, refuted Ed's words, and insisted that she was not someone who enjoyed harassing others. Lortell began to explain that the Laplace Bakery had greedily ordered a large quantity of unnecessary ingredients right before the snowstorm. Ed immediately realized it was a fraudulent order, created to manipulate the market by canceling it just before the delivery date. Lortell coldly declared that while food was precious, those who lacked business ethics were not worthy of tolerance. The rival chef knelt down, begging Lortell to ease the restrictions she had imposed on his business. Completely ignoring his pleas, Lortell smiled brightly, as if she had just remembered something important. She turned to Ed and invited him to accompany her to the afternoon class, causing him to silently marvel at her ruthlessness. On the way, Lortell explained that due to the snowstorm, funding from the main base had been cut off, forcing them to rely on their own resources. Ed was surprised to learn that even Lortell faced difficulties sometimes, but she merely laughed and confidently asked if he didn't know who she was. Lortell boldly stated that her expertise lay in managing money, and handling issues like this was essential for running a trading company. Lortell Cahelland was surprised by Ed Rothstaler's answer. Ed casually explained that he needed to stop by the library to borrow a textbook, reasoning that a little jog would be good for his health. Lortell was incredulous, wondering why he didn't just buy a copy since it wasn't that expensive. However, she quickly realized that for an average student, all the textbooks here were quite costly. That thought startled Lortell, and she nervously clutched her purse. She awkwardly asked how much the book cost, but Ed, seemingly understanding the situation, politely declined her generosity. Lortell sighed in relief, changed the subject to the upcoming student council election, and asked if Ed intended to run. As they walked, she mentioned that she had to prioritize the trading company, but offered her support if Ed decided to run. Ed turned her down, stating that he didn't want the position and wasn't sure he could win anyway. Lortell looked disappointed, but then her eyes sharpened as she inquired about his sister. Ed was surprised when she mentioned Tanya, and Lortell slyly explained that Tanya would never bow down to Princess Pena. Lortell asserted that even as a Rothstaler daughter, the power gap was too vast for Tanya to overcome. Ed pondered this, silently admitting Lortell was right. Given the current circumstances, Princess Pena becoming president was the most logical outcome. Memories of the original timeline flooded back, and Ed recalled Tanya Rothstaler, the less malicious villain, having to desperately scramble for every single vote. But in the end, she couldn't close the gap, and had to accept defeat against an overwhelmingly superior opponent. Returning to reality, Lortell probed, asking directly if Ed supported the princess. She was momentarily stunned, then openly delighted when Ed replied that he supported Tanya more. Lortell breathed a sigh of relief, confessing she was glad because she had worried he was like everyone else. Admiring Princess Pena, she leaned close to Ed, whispering suggestively that he knew perfectly well she liked him. With flushed cheeks, Lortell admitted she had almost been overcome by jealousy. Confused by Ed's cold demeanor, Lortell wondered if she had done something wrong. Ed bluntly replied that he had no intention of dating anyone until graduation. Hearing that, Lortell immediately pressed him. What about after graduation then? Ed remained silent, but Lortell smiled contentedly, taking his silence as a promise. With a sly grin, Lortell declared that this was valuable information, as graduation day was not far off. She confidently challenged him, asking if he could continue to reject her until then. Ed mused that graduating safely was not an easy goal in the slightest. He recalled the story's final boss, the colossal dragon that the protagonist had to defeat. For the world to achieve peace and for him to graduate, Ed needed Taylor to follow the predetermined path. Clarice and Princess Pena had to support the protagonist so he could destroy the sacred lance dragon. In other words, Taylor needed to mature and make friends exactly as the scenario dictated. Ed reassured himself that everything was still on track since the placement exam had gone smoothly. He was certain that Pena would become the student council president. The scenario would return to normal, and he could rest easy. However, contrary to Ed's expectations, Princess Pena was immersed in sorrow in her private room. The scenario had begun to collapse as she restlessly gripped the bedsheets. With a fierce gaze, Pena told herself that she no longer wanted to run for the student council. In another dark corner, Taylor was also writhing in despair, screaming, "Why does it have to be me?" He cursed his miserable life and questioned the cruel fate that had chosen him. In front of Taylor lay a duel request form that he had sent to someone. A calm, dark-haired student asked for his reason, and Taylor replied that he wanted to learn from that person. Dissatisfied with Taylor's superficial excuse, Ziggs tapped the table and demanded an honest answer. Taylor frankly admitted that he wanted a duel to prove his own worth. Ziggs scoffed, reminding him that Taylor was already the first-year top student, but Taylor countered that the title meant little. Taylor revealed his ambition, listing a series of targets: Janica, third-year top student Drake, and even Ed, declaring that he would challenge them all in sequence. He explained that everything required order, and he had already laid out a plan. Taylor revealed he had sent a challenge to Clebius, the second-year combat faculty top student, but Clebius seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. He presented his route. After Clebius would be Alvira, the alchemy faculty top student, and finally Ziggs, whom he had come to notify. Ziggs wondered why he was included, as he wasn't the top student, then deduced that since Clebius wouldn't fight, he was effectively the second-year top student in name. He smirked, calling Taylor self-centered, and confirmed the audacious plan. Defeat him, then Janica, and finally Ed. Taylor admitted it wouldn't be easy to defeat Ziggs, but Ziggs cut him off, warning that the first lesson at Sylvania was that he wasn't always right. Ziggs placed a coin on his shoulder, epaulet, stating that wasn't what he meant. He declared sharply that Taylor wouldn't be able to touch him, let alone Janica or Ed, since he couldn't even defeat Clebius. Ziggs coldly ordered Taylor to learn to face reality before dreaming of defeating him. After the confrontation, as Ziggs walked through the campus, a familiar voice called him Jix. A silver-haired student approached Ed, waved hello, and thanked him for his help in the library. The silver-haired student informed him that Wade, the first-year top student, was sending duel requests to all high achievers, and seemed to want to fight Ed as well. Ed pondered, recalling that in the original scenario, Wade Collarmore's challenge streak lasted from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. In the original timeline, Wade was known as a genius swordsman, the son of the Northern Border Commander, who had easily claimed the first-year top student position. Unsatisfied, Wade challenged his seniors and effortlessly defeated them all in turn. Even Jix was among Wade's defeated opponents, although it was an unfair match, as Jix had been exhausted beforehand. Wade's seemingly endless rampage was finally halted by Taylor, who had made remarkable progress over the past year. Taylor invited Ed to see Wade at the Freshman Welcoming Festival, but Ed declined, citing other plans and the fact that he already knew what Wade looked like. Ed thanked Taylor for the information and told him to take care. As he walked away, Ed mused that although he once didn't care, the energetic atmosphere of the academy was now invigorating him. The fresh air of the new semester made Ed's steps lighter. Watching Ed's retreating figure, Taylor wondered if he should tell him something. He realized that Princess Pena had seemed downcast lately. Taylor noticed that whenever someone mentioned Ed, such as Joseph, declaring he would challenge him, the princess would listen, with unusual intensity. Taylor observed Pena from afar during class, her mind seemingly focused only on the name Ed. He could clearly see that she was acutely aware of that name, and it seemed to trigger some memory within her. Taylor decided to investigate Pena's reaction further, before informing Ed. The scene shifted. The weather had grown warm. A green butterfly fluttered through the air. In the northern forest, the butterfly gently landed on Lucy Mayriel's nose, signaling the true arrival of spring. Lounging on a rooftop and enjoying the air, Lucy heard a voice praising her rate of progress. It turned out to be Yenkar, who was instructing Ed and commenting that his connection was much better, strong enough now to contract with an intermediate spirit. Ed internally dubbed this Yenkar's teacher, Janica Mode, a demeanor she considered dignified but which he found endearing. He happily played along, praising his excellent teacher, causing Yenkar to smugly clear her throat. Yenkar explained that to contract with an intermediate spirit, the user must find a spirit whose mana flow is compatible with their own, rather than relying solely on power. Ed admitted he hadn't considered elemental compatibility when contracting with Marilda, and Yenkar explained that this was because he was naturally suited to the fire and wind elements, suggesting he should seek a spirit of a different element. Ed silently agreed, realizing that while finding a spirit of the same element was convenient, it would make it difficult for him to handle diverse situations. He told himself that although he didn't need to master every element like Yenkar, trying a new field was the best course of action, even if he knew it would be difficult. Yenkar asserted that this was why people considered meeting an intermediate spirit an act of destiny, reminding Ed of the romantic image of a spiritmaster wandering in nature to seek a connection. Yenkar began the lesson, instructing Ed to focus mana into his eyes for the first step, connection. Immediately, Ed's eyes flared with magical blue light. A magnificent sight unfolded before him. Countless intermediate spirits that Yenkar had gathered were waiting. Ed was overwhelmed by the spectacle, sweat breaking out as Yenkar asked if he was distracted. Yenkar smiled proudly, boasting that she had spoken to all of them, leaving Ed only able to exclaim that she was truly incredible. At Yenkar's command, a swarm of intermediate spirits rushed toward Ed, leaving him stunned as he was told to choose one. A water spirit named Pello confidently flew up, proclaiming himself the #1 water spirit and showing off his wings. Ed looked unimpressed, while Mug on his shoulder silently judged his master's picky attitude. Seeing Ed's strange expression, Yenkar suddenly grew anxious, asking if she had brought too many spirits. Ed quickly waved his hand to reassure her, but internally he was screaming about his romanticized, destined encounter having vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, at the Academy's Freshman Welcoming Festival, students were gathered and chatting. Principal Obel and Vice Principal Rachel expressed concern that the most outstanding students, such as Janica, Yenkar, and Lucy Mayriel, were absent. However, their anxiety quickly faded. The appearance of one of Sylvania's most noble figures, Princess Pena, drew everyone's attention. Although the Academy championed equality, no one, not even the nobles, dared to approach the princess for conversation. Yet, one person alone broke that atmosphere, placing his chess piece down and declaring, "Checkmate." The person who had just checkmated the princess was introduced as Wade Collarmore, the first-year valedictorian and heir to one of the three great sword families. Wade picked up a pawn, explaining that Pena's hesitation immediately following her peace sacrifice was what sealed her defeat. He noted that Pena must have gained valuable insight, though he simultaneously expressed his distaste for applying real-world military strategy to the game of chess. Pena silently conceded the point. She had always been confident in her ability to judge character, but now she was beginning to realize the extent of her error. The princess recalled advice she had received, that learning to accept that she wasn't always right was a necessary step. Pena's train of thought drifted toward Ed Rothstaler. Initially, having him expelled had been nothing more than a trivial annoyance. Yet, Ed had saved Yenkar, constructed a shelter in the forest entirely on his own, and consistently acted in ways that defied her predictions. As time passed, the image of Ed in her mind swelled, transforming into a presence that could no longer be dismissed. Now, even the newest students spoke highly of him. Ed's reputation had spread far and wide across the academy grounds. Pena realized with bitterness that as Ed's influence expanded, the gravity of her initial mistake only deepened. She chastised herself, knowing she could not continue acting like a child. Running away from the problem would achieve nothing. With a resolute gaze, Pena reaffirmed her purpose at the academy, to learn, regardless of her royal standing. Smiling at Wade, Pena thanked him for the invaluable lesson and confidently challenged him to another match. While resetting the chessboard, she vowed never again to flee from her errors, recognizing such an act as utter folly. She planned to resolve all outstanding matters within 4 days, after which she would seek out Ed's cabin in the northern forest. Pena imagined the scene, she and Ed sitting by the fire, finally able to converse freely and as equals. A sense of fresh relief washed over the Princess Phoenix, as though spring had finally arrived in her heart. But that tranquility was short-lived. By the morning of the 3rd day, a sudden piece of news arrived, leaving Pena utterly frozen. Her hopes and carefully laid plans shattered, much like chess pieces being mercilessly swept from the board. A letter was sent to her esteemed father, detailing her days at the academy, instead of the usual correspondence from the Rothstaler mansion. The writer affirmed that she would not forget the honor she must uphold as a member of the Rothstaler family, despite the unfamiliarity of life away from home. Tanya Rothstaler admitted she was having difficulty adjusting to the busy schedule, noting that one classmate had even fallen asleep right beside her. She reaffirmed her goal of becoming the youngest student council president, though she was worried upon hearing that Princess Pena would also be running. Tanya also recounted her meeting with Lortell Kiheland, who exuded the aura of a perfect merchant, and expressed her apprehension about having to represent the family in the upcoming negotiations. Afterward, she hesitantly brought up a difficult subject, her older brother, Ed Rothstaler. Tanya wrote that, despite his expulsion, her brother seemed to have become diligent and hard-working, acting like a completely different person. She confessed that her childhood memories were unclear, and that she might be misunderstanding the situation entirely. Tanya described a strange dream where she returned to the hill behind the mansion, where lilacs and daffodils bloomed every spring. In the dream, she recalled walking along the path, holding hands with 2 people. One of them was certainly her older sister, Arwen. She wondered if the other steady hand belonged to her father. However, the image of a younger Ed Rothstaler appeared, leading Tanya to speculate that perhaps he hadn't changed at all, but was simply reverting to his true self before Arwen's death. Concluding the letter filled with complex thoughts, Tanya signed off as his beloved daughter. Krepin Rothstaler read his daughter's words, his hand resting on a dagger enchanted with deadly poison magic. Seated in his imposing armchair, Krepin announced that he had sent a reply to Tanya. He judged that the student council election and the negotiations with Lortell were too much for Tanya to handle. Therefore, Krepin decided to send his daughter a reliable vassal, handing a sword to the cloaked figure kneeling before him. Krepin explained that although sending vassals to Sylvania was against custom, the academy had permitted it for business reasons, and then ordered them to depart. As the 2 vassals left, the large door closed, leaving Krepin alone in the dark room. Krepin slowly removed his white glove, revealing a hand that was glowing red, deformed, and veined like a demon's. Krepin Rothstaler stared at his monstrous hand, muttering that he still couldn't get used to it. His cursed hand grasped a magic orb, casting the highest level magic, causality determination, which allowed him to foresee the outcome of a predetermined action. He lamented that this spell consumed too much mana, and that it was a pity he couldn't use it often. In the vision that appeared, the 2 hooded vassals stood on a cliff under pouring rain, preparing to execute a crucial mission to confirm an inevitable outcome. That outcome was a tragic scene. Ed Rothstaler, holding the dying Taylor, who had been run through by a magical blade. In the cold rain, Taylor coughed up a final mouthful of blood. Nearby, a horrified Elka Islan fled the carnage. Ed, covered in injuries, lost his balance and fell backward off the cliff. His bloody hand desperately reached upward as Tanya called his name from above. Tanya collapsed at the edge of the precipice, helplessly watching her brother fall, her cries lost in vain. She could only watch as her brother's figure disappeared from view. In a symbolic image, Tanya sank deep beneath the water, her eyes wide open, blazing with the red color of ultimate hatred. Returning to reality, Kreppen looked at the image of Tanya's enraged face reflected in the orb, admitting that the feeling was not pleasant. Nevertheless, with a cold expression, he concluded that this was a necessary sacrifice. The narrative shifted to 3 days before Ed's destined death, at a small house under the brilliant dawn light. In a classroom, the results of a popularity survey for the student council president candidates showed an unbelievable disparity. One candidate's support rate was nearly absolute, while the opponent held only an insignificant fraction. This was because Princess Pena, with her illustrious reputation, was known and admired throughout the entire Kroll Empire. Tanya Rothstaler sat at her desk, looking dejectedly at the results on the board, realizing that if Princess Pena truly ran, her chance of winning was 0. She sighed, bitterly accepting that her own delusions were far removed from reality, and perhaps it was best to give up. In a fantasy, Ziggs greeted Tanya warmly and asked if she was heading to the elemental studies class. He kindly inquired if she was facing any difficulties and suggested they should have tea with Elka sometime. A group of female students nearby whispered in admiration, astonished that Tanya was acquainted with Ziggs, who was considered the strongest student at the academy. Immediately afterward, Lortell Cahelland appeared and cheerfully discussed a negotiation for the sale of magic tomes with Tanya, further stunning those around them. Even Sylvania's genius, Lucy Mayriel, paused to greet Tanya, leaving the other students speechless. The group of admiring female students was completely impressed, realizing that Tanya's social circle was on a completely different level than theirs. They praised Tanya's humility and dignity profusely, finding her amazing for having so many connections yet never boasting. The Dream Tanya even turned to encourage Kylie and Terry, saying that if they continued to work hard every day, they would both become excellent students. Inspired, the two promised to strive to become as talented and noble as Tanya before leaving. As the classroom door closed, Tanya fell into contemplation. She felt strangely that her standing at the academy had risen illogically over the past few days. However, a sense of unease washed over her when she realized she hadn't done anything herself. The image of her brother Ed, injured yet fighting resiliently, flashed through her mind, and she suddenly understood everything. Tanya slid down the wall, feeling terrible. She had once considered Ed worthless, but now she felt that she was the truly useless one. She buried her face in her hands in despair, unable to understand why things had turned out this way. Her eyes widened, filled with extreme chaos and confusion. Suddenly, her room door gently opened. 2 familiar men, Kadek and Knox, stood in the doorway, smiling and saying they were glad to see she was well. They stepped inside, explaining that her father had sent them and that they were relieved to be able to assist her with her academy life. Kadek laid out the plan, stating that he would gather information on the market price of magic tomes and the financial status of the trading company to ensure her negotiations went smoothly. Knox offered to help Tanya in the student council election, specifically by gathering information on Princess Pena, who was rumored to be running. Tanya interrupted Knox, stating that it was unnecessary, as she had just received new information this morning. The person opposite her revealed a shocking piece of news. Princess Pena would not be participating in the election, leaving Tanya stunned. The scene shifts, and Yenkar is telling Ed that the royal secretary had announced the news, but she remained skeptical about whether the decision might change. Ed was deep in thought, his mind focused on Kreppen Rothstaler, the final boss of the 4th act in the original storyline. Ed recalled that Kreppen was known to everyone as the benevolent patriarch of the Rothstaler family, possessing flawless administrative abilities. However, only Princess Pena, who wielded power both within the royal family and the academy, recognized his dark nature. Normally, she would have become the most reliable ally, leading the charge against Kreppen when he targeted Sylvania Academy. Yenkar turned to Ed, confusedly asking why the princess wasn't running, and she began to sense that something was amiss. She worried that Ed was about to do something reckless again, and she couldn't tolerate him getting hurt on his own without her knowledge. Yenkar asserted that Ed had suffered enough, and regardless of his plan, she would help him. Ed calmly replied, confessing that he honestly thought it would be better if Princess Pena became the student council president. Yenkar was surprised, pointing out that the princess had treated Ed poorly and that Tanya was his sister, but she also wondered about the reason behind Pena's decision. Ed warned Yenkar that many people were watching, and just then, Ziggs appeared, teasing them about their intimate behavior in broad daylight. After greeting them, Ziggs apologized for the interruption and stated that he knew why Princess Pena was not running for election. Yenkar blushed and objected to Ziggs' choice of words, while he began to explain, using an analogy for the princess' current state. Ziggs compared her to an alpha wolf who had lost its pack. He explained that due to one wrong choice, the entire pack had perished, leaving the alpha wolf emotionally numb. It showed no reaction whatsoever, even when an arrow was aimed directly at it. The scene shifted to the resolute amber eyes of Taili, who was implied to be that threat. Ziggs concluded that Princess Pena's eyes now resembled those of someone who had lost all confidence and will. With that, he turned and left, casually mentioning that it would rain tomorrow, a warning Ed knew he couldn't dismiss, as Ziggs' instincts were sharp. Ziggs' words plunged Ed into contemplation of the worst-case scenario. Pena had completely given up on confronting the Rothstaler family. Faced with this massive variable, Ed wondered what he should do next. But then, a flash of determination sparked in his eyes. A new idea had formed. Yenkar, completely unaware, excitedly suggested that the approaching rain was the perfect opportunity for them to go to the northern cliffs to train water spirits together. Ed silently calculated, arranging his new plan after the elemental studies class concluded. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. Ed smiled and thanked Yenkar, agreeing that for now, they should just do what they could. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lucy Mayriel stirred awake. Lying on a wooden rooftop, she lazily looked up at the sky and sensed the approaching rain. Her purple eyes suddenly widened as a thought abruptly struck her. Lucy jumped up, powerfully splitting a log with magic. With a determined expression, she pointed forward, ready for action. The scene shifted to a campfire burning in a quiet forest. From behind a tree trunk, Ed cautiously observed the area ahead. He stepped into the clearing, where Lucy was sleeping soundly on a log, and silently realized that spring had finally arrived. Inside the cabin, Ed looked out, thinking that the rain would make travel more difficult. Raindrops began to fall, lightly dusting the sleeping Lucy, and they seemed to carry a sense of melancholy. The fire still flickered weakly, struggling against the increasingly heavy rain. The torrential rain extinguished the campfire, leaving only a thin wisp of smoke in the gloom. Amidst the desolate landscape, Ed Rothstaler, clad in a hooded cloak, stepped out to the edge of the cliff, gazing upon the northern coastline for the first time. He silently noted the remoteness and isolation of the location, while the spirit mug curiously poked its head out from his cloak. Ed determined this was the perfect spot for training, but Mug quickly spoke up, praising its master's decision to contract with the water spirit Lisha. While Mug was still rambling about combining spirits with mana arrows, Ed decisively ordered it to be silent. Suddenly, he drew his bow, a blue mana arrow aimed directly at two approaching cloaked figures, and offered a greeting. The two strangers pulled down their hoods, revealing themselves as two loyal vassals of Crepin, the silver-haired Kadek and a dark-haired man brandishing a dagger laced with dark magic. Ed narrowed his eyes, inwardly thinking that the appearance of Crepin's close subordinates here was not a good sign. He sarcastically returned their greeting, wondering why he was still called young master despite being abandoned by the family. The dark-haired vassal got straight to the point, declaring that they had come here under Crepin's orders with a single objective: to assassinate Ed. Just as the threat ended, he added one word, however, which momentarily surprised Ed. Suddenly, both vassals knelt down, declaring that they regretted harboring hatred toward him. The dark-haired vassal placed the poisoned dagger on the ground, confessing that this was the weapon they intended to use to finish him off. He explained that after investigating, they realized Ed had rediscovered his true self and was no longer the tyrant of the past. Both men bowed their heads low to the ground, urgently pleading for Ed to return to his position as heir, to restore honor to the Rothstaler family. Ed stood silently, watching the two men perform their earnest act under the heavy rain. Finally, he coldly broke the silence with a harsh statement: "Enough with the nonsense." The act concluded, and the two vassals looked up, a sinister smile on their lips, as they realized their young master had truly matured. Without warning, Kadek lunged forward, transforming into a green blur of sword aura, the title Eagle Knight, echoing with his attack. Facing the deadly surge of energy, Ed remained still, his gaze calm and sharp, as if he had foreseen everything. Nox's eyes flared with furious light, signaling an imminent explosive attack. He roared, his entire body engulfed in raging flames as he swung his blazing fist forward. The brown bear knight Nox, wielder of the flaming mace, unleashed a fierce assault, forcing Ed to struggle and fall back. With a determined expression, Ed drew his bow, channeling blue magical energy to prepare his counterattack. Meanwhile, Kadek moved at blinding speed, creating after-images as he swung his pair of magic-enhanced daggers. Both vassals stood facing Ed, and Kadek asked if the young master still remembered a person named Meliana. A painful memory surfaced, the young girl Meliana lying on the floor, one eye ruined by the cruel pastime of the past Ed. Hearing his daughter's name, Nox roared in agony and fury, charging forward with his blazing fist. A massive fire explosion erupted, engulfing the space where Ed stood. Nox coldly acknowledged the past, but his gaze revealed his unwavering intent for vengeance. Amidst the sea of fire, Ed knelt, protected by a blue energy sphere, and declared that vengeance was meaningless. He continued, asserting that he, too, knew that the only thing awaiting at the end of the path of revenge was emptiness. Nox frantically swung the flaming mace down, yelling that Ed had no right to utter those words, and Ed calmly admitted it. From afar, Kadek observed, acknowledging Ed's growth but still believing he couldn't possibly block Nox's magical mace. Ed leaned back, narrowly dodging the scythe of death, but Kadek knew that even a slight graze would be enough to finish him. The bow in his hand made Ed's movements clumsy and careless as he struggled against the coordinated attacks. Kadek realized Ed had failed to carefully observe his surroundings, a fatal mistake. As expected, Ed lost his footing on the muddy ground, revealing a fatal opening. Seizing the opportunity, Nox lunged with his blazing fist, roaring that Ed had nowhere left to run. Facing the final attack, Ed simply offered a confident smile and calmly replied, "I know." A dagger suddenly flew in, plunging into Nox's back with a sickening sound. The muscular knight let out one final scream of agony, fresh blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed. Kadek froze, screaming his comrade's name in horror and struggling to understand what had just occurred. He wondered if it was telekinesis or some kind of spirit spell that had claimed Nox's life. Kadek realized in shock Ed's entire plan. He had only used basic shield magic to lure them both in close. All the while, Ed had secretly prepared another attack right before their eyes. With a subtle smile, Ed softly called his spirit's name, Mug. On command, the tiny fire spirit detonated, creating a massive fireball that blasted Kadek away. Amidst the sea of fire, Kadek roared in fury as he witnessed Nox fall. Suddenly, two razor-sharp ice spears pierced through the curtain of fire, hurtling straight toward him. Kadek couldn't react in time, struck by the two ice spears in his hip, causing him to stagger. He gritted his teeth in astonishment, unable to believe Ed could launch an accurate attack from the center of an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Ed emerged, breathing heavily but completely unharmed, thanks to the restoration blessing that granted him fire immunity. Kadek tightened his grip on his daggers, astonished by Ed's progress but still scoffing that he should have aimed for vital points. Confident in the finishing blow, Kadek roared that there would be no next time, simultaneously accumulating a savage surge of green energy. He unleashed his full power, creating a deadly energy vortex that rushed toward Ed. The destructive attack swept away everything in its path amidst the pouring rain. After the attack dissipated, Ed was seen coughing up blood. He had used Nox's body as a shield to protect his vital points. Kadek scorned Ed's actions, but still raised his weapon, declaring that this was truly the end. Suddenly, a massive blue spectral tiger appeared right behind Kadek, its roar drowning out the sound of the rain. Kadek was stunned, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He wondered if Ed had truly managed to summon another spirit. From a whirlpool beneath his feet, the mid-rank water spirit Licia materialized and lunged forward. Licia enveloped Kadek, submerging him in a sphere of water that made him scream in suffocation. Meanwhile, Nox, who seemed defeated, was using his hand to pull the magical dagger out of his back. Kadek struggled desperately, his mouth wide open but unable to draw breath. With an extraordinary effort, Nox gripped the dagger's hilt, determined to remove the weapon from his body. Ed was utterly astonished to see Nox standing tall over him, his eyes blazing red, and holding the dagger he had just pulled out. Despite being severely wounded, the Brown Bear Knight's battle experience allowed him to maintain consciousness. Nox's recovery was a development that even Ed Rothstaler could not have foreseen. The moment the dagger was completely pulled out of Nox's back was a truly unexpected event. While restrained by Licia, Kadek suddenly sensed an even more terrifying threat approaching. Marilda appeared in the form of a giant spectral wolf, unleashing a tempest called the Protection of the Wind. The massive surge of wind energy struck Kadek directly, mercilessly throwing him far away. Kadek's body was blown far away by the irresistible force. Ed, covered in injuries, silently observed the rapidly changing situation. Nox, still clutching the blood-soaked dagger, stepped toward Ed, who was looking up. The muscular man stood tall, eerily silent before Ed and the spirit Laisha. Finally, Nox collapsed forward, falling onto Ed. Kadek lay motionless in the rain. His eyes rolled back, utterly defeated. Nox's eyes rolled back as he breathed his last breath under the pouring rain. Ed Rothstaler gasped for air, covered in blood, and utterly exhausted after the life-or-death battle. Kneeling on the ground, Nox looked up at Ed and begged for a quick death as a final mercy. Ed's eyes widened as he recognized his opponent's desperate plea. Grasping Nox's hand, Ed summoned a vibrant purple magic dagger and coldly replied that this was what he should be asking for. Ed bitterly admitted that his father was determined to eliminate him, and even if he won this fight, he would still die, so he might as well end things here. Hearing Ed's despair, Nox calmly stated that his death would not be meaningless, as it would at least free Nox from the shackles of hatred. With a cruel expression, Ed declared this a small gift for Nox's loyalty to the Rothstaler family. He decisively plunged the magic dagger into Nox's chest. Nox let out a final scream of agony as the blade pierced through his body. The pain from the wound and the extreme exertion caused Ed to cough up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, Yenkar Palarova appeared from the edge of the forest, calling out worriedly to Ed and saying her class had ended earlier than expected. Her eyes immediately flashed with horrified red as she witnessed the bloody scene before her. The weight of Nox's collapsing body pushed Ed off balance, causing him to fall backward and tumble over the edge of the cliff. Ed only managed to cough up blood in shock as his body plummeted straight down into the abyss. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Yenkar screamed and rushed toward the cliff edge in a panic. Ed fell into the endless darkness, his desperate hand reaching up into the air. Yenkar reached out, trying desperately to grab Ed's falling hand. She collapsed at the edge of the cliff, screaming his name in despair as she powerlessly watched him vanish. Yenkar stood frozen, with only the sound of the falling rain and the image of Ed dissolving into the deep darkness remaining. Nox staggered back to his feet in the rain, covered in blood and muttering curses. He was horrified to realize that a witness had seen everything, while his body was rapidly reaching its limit. Nox's eyes widened, reflecting an unbelievable sight unfolding before him. A gigantic purple summoning array suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned and wondering what it was. Even a battle-hardened brown bear knight had never witnessed anything like it. This was an entity on a level higher than even a high-rank spirit. This array was the result of a genius elementalist, the right hand of Glaskin, who had poured her entire life force into it. In her extreme rage and sorrow, she had summoned a terrifying power. It was the sun that burns the earth, an entity whose tail was larger than the capital city itself. It was the one who scorched the Alphonse mountain range during the mythological era. The highest-rank fire spirit, Teorphus. Merely summoning one of its hands would be enough to burn the entire northern forest to ashes. Nox didn't need to understand the meaning of the gigantic magic array in the sky, because when he saw what was approaching, he knew it meant absolute death. Yenkar stood in the eye of the energy storm, her eyes glowing red with hatred as she demanded if he understood what he had just done. Nox could only utter choking sounds, suffocated by an invisible pressure. He screamed in utter agony as the red dark energy began ripping his body apart. Suddenly, a powerful stream of green energy rushed in, enveloping him. A gigantic wolf spirit made of wind energy roared a single command: "Run." Nox was completely confused by this sudden intervention, while the command echoed, "Hurry and run. You must survive." Marilda ordered Nox to report everything he had witnessed before a powerful gust of wind flung him away. From somewhere, the summoner wondered what Marilda was doing. In her fury, Yenkar roared, demanding the wolf spirit get out of her way. Marilda gently glided past, easily evading Yenkar's rampage. The wind spirit advised Yenkar to calm down and reconsider, as she couldn't even remember who it was. Marilda revealed a shocking truth. Yenkar was not the one who had summoned it. Below the cliff, the sea churned violently under the heavy rain. An injured hand belonging to Ed Rothstaler emerged from the cold water. In a flashback, Lortell had once asked Ed about the progress of his magic technique after he acquired some items. Ed recalled that his entire rest period had been spent training magic techniques all day long. Back in reality, he secretly affirmed that it had been a great success, because he had managed to craft a legendary grade magic item, the Hourglass of Delheim, which was now shattered after a single use. Ed staggered and dragged his battered body onto the shore, coughing violently. He told himself that he only managed to reverse time by a few seconds, enough to negate the injuries from the fall and neutralize the toxins. But his body temperature was dropping rapidly. He had summoned Marilda because the situation on the cliff was unstable, but now he was too exhausted to know if the plan had succeeded. Ed staggered forward, regretting having to use the Hourglass of Delheim, a treasure that shouldn't exist until Act 3, so prematurely. But then, a flash of determination sparked in his eyes as he asserted, I survived. He shuddered, thinking of Kreppen Rothstaler's troublesome causality determination magic. Ed knew that even if he defeated Kadek and Nox to survive, Kreppen would still use his vast magical power to repeat that magic, until he found a new future where Ed had to die. Therefore, he needed to die once. Ed calculated that even if he didn't understand why Kreppen wanted to kill him, if Kreppen confirmed a future where Ed was dead, he would temporarily lose interest. He knew sending vassals to Arkan Island was complicated. The only logical reason was to support Tanya in the election or negotiate for the sealed tome. This meant that if he lived as a dead man until the negotiations and election concluded, he could survive. The problem was that his body couldn't move normally, and he suddenly realized something. His fire spirit, Mug, appeared from above, diving down through the rain. Ed struggled to sit up, admitting his body ached as if he were dying, but he felt relieved to have been found. Just as he was about to thank Mug, he was suddenly embraced by someone. Yenkar Palarover, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged Ed tightly. They both tumbled onto the damp ground. Yenkar trembled, lying atop Ed in the pouring rain. Ed apologetically murmured his regrets for always making Yenkar, worry. He gently placed a hand on her back to comfort her. Afterward, inside a dry cave, Yenkar explained that Ed needed to hide until the election was over. Outside the cave, the rain continued relentlessly. Yenkar said she would bring daily necessities and supplies. She smiled, telling Ed not to worry too much, and he thanked her. But he winced slightly because his wounds still throbbed from when she had hugged him. Yenkar quickly let go, flustered, and apologized for being too relieved when she embraced him. She turned away in embarrassment, curled up, and asked Ed to forget what she had just said. Ed silently looked outside, his eyes reflecting the firelight, and merely commented that it was still raining. Inside the damp cave, Ed and Yenkar sat quietly by the fire, even though there was still much work to be done outside. At the same time, at a simple wooden shack, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. Under the eaves, Lucy Mayriel sat huddled, not out of boredom, but practicing patience. She felt a sense of peace, easily visualizing the daily life of the shack's owner. In her mind, the image of Ed returning after patrolling the forest and checking the reinforced wooden stakes appeared vividly. She saw him carefully gathering the soaking wet clothes from the line and putting the metal tools away in a dry place. Although Ed's life was full of turmoil, he always returned here, brushing off the raindrops and smiling as he greeted her. She imagined him sitting at the table, lighting a lamp to read books on magical engineering, while she drifted off to sleep by the fireplace. It was a peaceful sleep, enveloped by the sound of the rain, the crackling fire, and the rustling pages of Ed's book. But then, the stillness was broken when Lucy suddenly opened her eyes, sensing a strange surge of mana and the faint scent of blood. The disturbance of her peace caused a flicker of annoyance. A memory flashed through her mind. The image of Ed thanking her for protecting the house. Lucy yawned, floating in the air within a purple magical aura. Her gaze suddenly froze as she spotted an uninvited guest. A muscular man with white hair, covered in injuries, was kneeling in her magical puddle, identifying himself as Nox, a Rothstaler vassal, and begging for help. With a panicked expression, Nox claimed he had stumbled and that his comrade had been attacked by wild beasts. However, a cold voice rang out, promising him life, and Nox's face was instantly filled with terror. Purple magic enveloped the surrounding forest. With glowing, menacing eyes and a smile, Lucy laid down a condition. If he was honest, he would live, then pressed him for his true objective. On the ground, a dagger emitted a purple light. It was the deadly poison seal. A patrolman recognized the glowing dagger as an extremely rare high-grade seal, silently lamenting his misfortune. Standing atop the cliff, he deduced that the seal had been used, the victim was dead, and had fallen into the abyss, making them very difficult to find. The patrolman summarized Yenkar's account. She had come to help Ed, but found that he had been stabbed. With a sorrowful expression, Yenkar confirmed the story was true. The patrolman asked further questions, and Yenkar asserted that the culprits were vassals of the Rothstaler family, named Kadek and Nox. Hearing the name Rothstaler, the patrolman was stunned, intending to report the incident to the senior dean the next morning. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted a figure looming in the rain. The figure wearing a witch's hat startled the patrolman, who stammered, asking which student it was. Immediately, the figure vanished in the blink of an eye, and then Lucy Mayriel appeared right in front of them, filling Yenkar and the patrolman with extreme dread. Yenkar quickly tried to calm Lucy, promising to explain everything later and informing her that she had captured the assassins. She pointed to the unconscious Kadek and Nox, confirming they were the Rothstaler vassals. Lucy's hand trembled as she reached down, touching her staff on the ground. As she gripped the staff, Violent torrents of purple magical lightning began to erupt. Yenkar screamed Lucy's name in desperation, as she was engulfed by a vortex of dark energy. A massive purple magical explosion erupted, blowing away everything nearby. The patrolman was thrown back, shouting in shock that they had to pursue Lucy immediately. Yenkar, with a determined expression, urged her companions to act quickly before the situation spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Kadek and Nox were writhing in agony as they were brutally tortured by Lucy's magic. Looking down from above, Lucy coldly interrogated the two vassals about their loyalty to the Rothstaler family. Amidst the pouring rain, Lucy Mayriel, enveloped in an aura of dark magic, snarled the name Rothstaler. At her feet, Nox, his face smeared with blood, struggled to clarify that they were not intruders but were present to assist Tanya Rothstaler with the Academy's official permission. A fleeting image showed Tanya Rothstaler wearing a cold, indifferent expression. Hearing that name, Lucy's fury erupted violently, and she clenched her fist, which was blazing with magical energy. A terrifying explosion of dark magic rocked the very ground. Lucy hovered in midair, encased by a storm of deadly purple energy. Her eyes blazing with killing intent, she roared, demanding to know Tanya's whereabouts. From a distance, Yenkar screamed Lucy's name in terror. A group of robed academy mages stood aghast, wondering what calamity was unfolding. One of them raised a magical artifact, a cube emitting a brilliant blue light. Blue magical circles spread across the space, attempting to suppress Lucy's overwhelming power. The leading female mage questioned Lucy's actions. Lucy responded only with an icy glare, completely disregarding them. She effortlessly crushed the magical artifact with her bare hand, causing it to shatter into fragments. The robed female mage could only stare in horror at the destruction of the relic. Hovering above them within the chaotic energy vortex, Lucy issued a chilling command. "Bring her to me." Her eyes flashed with cruelty as she explicitly named Tanya as her target. Meanwhile, in another location, a massive explosion rocked an academy building. Amidst the smoke and dust, one figure stood tall, while the other knelt, conceding it was a good fight. Tanya Rothstaler, the victor, snorted contemptuously, deeming her opponent arrogant merely for having defeated second-year seniors. Amidst the wreckage, Wade Collarmore praised Elvira but humbly admitted he couldn't yet claim to have defeated second-year students. Wade glanced toward the figure, still standing. Ziggs Eifelstein, the greatest remaining obstacle. Leaning against a pillar, Ziggs merely exhaled softly, completely unfazed by the scrutiny. From his vantage point, Ziggs silently assessed Wade, acknowledging that despite defeating the alchemy valedictorian Elvira, Wade was still the overall first-year valedictorian, a fact he found perplexing. Ziggs recognized his opponent as Wade Collarmore, heir to a prestigious swordsman lineage, and for the first time, he entertained the thought that Wade might actually defeat him. His thoughts were abruptly severed by a concussive sound. Both Wade and Ziggs spun around sharply, while other students panicked, questioning if this was yet another attack. Instantly, a colossal purple magical explosion submerged the entire area in an eerie light. Amidst the chaos, the sound of someone's footsteps echoed. Ziggs rushed off, intending to find the headmaid for a situation report, but then he abruptly froze. He realized that given this level of magic, it was already too late. The scene before him was a nightmare. Countless staff and maids frozen in place, helpless within shimmering bands of purple energy. High-level time magic, the temporal prison, had been activated, confining everyone within an eternal moment. High above, Lucy Mayriel hovered within a colossal magical vortex, wielding a spell that others would spend a lifetime attempting to master. In a bone-chilling voice, Lucy commanded, "Bring Tanya Rothstaler to me." Ziggs recognized the terrifying source of power with horror, stammering Lucy Mayriel's name. A maid who had fortunately escaped waved desperately, urging everyone to evacuate immediately. When Ziggs and Wade arrived, another maid collapsed to her knees, reporting in panic that even the head maid had fallen victim. The maid continued with an even more horrifying truth. If Lucy's words were accurate, then third-year student Ed Rothstalor was dead. The shocking news momentarily stunned Ziggs, but he then decisively stepped forward, charging toward the eye of the storm. Wade Collarmore was aghast when the maid revealed the assassin was a Rothstaler vassal, immediately leading him to suspect Tanya Rothstaler's involvement. He turned to the maid, his expression filled with confusion and disbelief. Amidst the turmoil, Ziggs Eifelstein coldly ordered everyone to proceed without him. Wade angrily yelled at Ziggs, demanding to know why he was seeking revenge instead of evacuating. Ziggs glanced back, offered an apology, and asserted that he would leave later, when the opportunity arose. Immediately afterward, the door leading into a room slammed shut with finality. Without hesitation, Ziggs used his power to shatter the sturdy wooden door. His eyes flashed with resolve, as if he had confirmed a suspicion. Ziggs stepped into the ruined room, recalling that Tanya had not been seen since the initial explosion, and this door had been locked from the inside. He quickly pinpointed the only possible hiding spot in the room. Inside the large chest, Tanya was trembling with fear, sobbing and wondering why things had devolved into this state. Ziggs looked at the girl with a complex expression, thinking that all the evidence was stacked against Tanya, yet he still couldn't comprehend it. He recalled that thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation and life at the academy had vastly improved. Thus, even if she harbored ill will toward her brother, orchestrating an assassination seemed utterly illogical. Ziggs remained silent for a moment, weighing the contradictions in his mind. Then he spoke in a serious tone, demanding that Tanya answer him truthfully. His eyes blazing with intensity, Ziggs growled the direct question. "Did you order Ed's assassination?" Tanya burst into desperate sobs, utterly terrified, and swore she was innocent. Ziggs looked at the cowering girl, realizing he couldn't be certain of the truth. But if things continued this way, Tanya would surely die by Lucy's hand. Thinking of Ed's death, Ziggs felt an encompassing void, yet too many confusing events were unfolding. He clenched his fist, deciding that while non-intervention might be the logical choice, he could not simply stand by and watch. Ziggs sternly ordered Tanya to stay put, promising to hear the details later. He looked at the trembling girl and judged that, if Tanya stepped out into the plaza, death would be unavoidable. In Ziggs' mind, the image of Lucy's hair ribbon floated amidst a stream of blue magical power, symbolizing the prospect of her having to shed blood. Shrouded in an aura of determination, Ziggs declared that he would stop Lucy, believing this was not what Ed desired. Wade Collarmore suddenly spoke up, coldly questioning Ziggs about his apparent unawareness of the dangerous situation. Suddenly, a warrior clad in full red armor appeared, declaring that they would use force to take Tanya away. A blazing magical arrow was fired from a bow of light, soaring toward the plaza. The arrow aimed directly at Lucy, who was hovering in midair within her own vortex of magic. A terrifying explosion engulfed the plaza in a sea of fire. The destructive power of the attack was tremendous. Under the heavy downpour, the white-haired cat warrior lay motionless on the ground, her body completely petrified. Clevius Nortondale screamed in horror upon witnessing a fellow student being petrified right before his eyes. The face of the petrified warrior looked strangely serene, as if she were smiling. In his shock, Clevius recalled Dorothy, the third-year top student of the alchemy faculty. He panicked intensely, mistakenly believing the victim was Dorothy, and couldn't believe even a top student had been defeated. Clevius's desperate gaze turned toward the sky, where Lucy still hovered like an enraged deity. Lucy, concealed beneath the brim of her witch's hat, radiated a terrifying, unshakable purple magical aura. Overwhelmed by terror at that power, Clevius let out a cry and turned to flee for his life. He ran while screaming in despair, cursing the fate that had thrust him into this chaotic situation. In his panic, Clevius slipped and fell, sprawling into a puddle of rainwater. He scrambled back up and continued his desperate flight from the plaza amidst the torrential rain. Clevius fell backward into the cold rainwater puddle. Lying motionless in the rain, he thought fearfully of the terrifying power he had just witnessed and cursed his own helplessness. A voice suddenly rang out, scolding Clevius for being an idiot for just lying there. Looking up, he saw Elvira Aniston standing over him. She explained that she had just used up all her reagents and was heading to the laboratory. Elvira assessed that currently, only the top students had the capability to stop the monster, Lucy Mayriel. She calculated that they needed to hold out for at least 30 minutes before the academy staff arrived. Seeing that Clevius had lost all will to fight, Elvira told him to run to the faculty building as soon as possible and call for help. With that, Elvira turned away, looking up at Lucy's massive magical power in the sky with a determined expression. Clevius stared blankly at her retreating back. He lowered his head, letting the heavy raindrops fall upon him. Clenching his fists, Clevius tormented himself, calling himself foolish and pathetic. He gritted his teeth, hating himself for his utter uselessness. The rain continued relentlessly, washing over the desolate plaza. In a hidden cave, Yenkar anxiously reported the situation to the recuperating Ed Rothstaler, stating that the academy staff and Marilda were on their way. She explained that Lucy had discovered everything before she could explain, and she didn't know what would happen next, prompting Ed to ask about Lucy. Yenkar said she thought Lucy had gone to the Ophelis dormitory to find Tanya, causing Ed to clench his bandaged hand tightly. Despite the pain throughout his body, Ed struggled to get up. After a moment of silence, he replied decisively. Ed stood up straight, his gaze resolute despite his injuries, declaring that he would have to go himself. Outside, the rain still poured heavily onto the wooden roof, signaling a long night ahead. In a distant memory, Archmage Glocked gently cared for his young, feverish student Lucy, reminding her that staying out in the rain would make her sick like this. He advised the girl to remember this feeling. Lucy was confused, and Glock explained that a time would come when her body would no longer be easily hurt or fall ill. He predicted that she would meet weak people, those who struggled their entire lives just to accomplish things she could do effortlessly. The memory of Lucy's terrifying magical power suddenly flashed like a multicolored explosion. Returning to the present, Ziggs asked Lucy in astonishment if she intended to ignore taking Tanya away. Lucy coldly replied that it didn't matter. Shrouded in dark magic, she declared it wouldn't be long before she found Tanya herself. Glock's words echoed again, that Lucy would become a mage so powerful that no one could compare to her. Images of future enemies faded before her purple vortex of magical power. Lucy began to move forward, her feet parting the rainwater in the dark night. Glock continued to warn that life could become dull due to innate talent, and everything might seem meaningless. Even the feeling of pain, he said, would eventually become a distant memory. Standing alone in the rain, Lucy whispered that her teacher was a lying old man. Ziggs stomped his foot onto a blazing magic circle, determined to block Lucy's path. A fierce explosion erupted from the ground, aimed directly at her position. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a devastated area after the attack. Lucy stood there completely unharmed, thinking to herself that it was not a bad plan. She suddenly noticed the presence of a panting Elvira Aniston nearby. Finding the unfamiliar magic with its abnormal casting speed strange, Lucy raised her hand. Purple magical power gathered, and she ordered Elvira to step aside. Thrown back by a surge of pure purple energy, Elvira Aniston coughed up blood. Lying amidst the rubble, she realized this terrifying power was not magic, but raw, pure mana. Facing her, Lucy Mayriel hovered, enveloped in a magical aura, and Elvira understood that the core problem was that colossal amount of mana. With a defiant smile on her bloodied face, Elvira explained that unlike mages, alchemists had their own methods for dealing with mana. A flicker of curiosity crossed Lucy's eyes at her declaration. Elvira stated that alchemists could transform mana into magical engineering artifacts, or even specialized reagents. She held up a vial of red quartz reagent, a catalyst capable of absorbing and controlling vast amounts of mana. Elvira declared that she would use Lucy's own mana as fuel to activate all her magical engineering artifacts. A mana circuit connected, linking Lucy's power to the complex array of devices Elvira had set up. Her plan was to activate them all simultaneously at maximum output, neutralizing all the mana in the area. Elvira accepted the painful truth that all the intellectual creations she had spent her life crafting would be destroyed. All of this was merely to buy time for the students and maids who had not yet fully evacuated. With a defiant shout, Elvira activated the final magic circle, daring Lucy to break it. Immediately, the devices surrounding Lucy overloaded, emitting fierce red light and violent electrical sparks. One of the machines signaled an overload, as the mana volume exceeded its tolerance limit. Lucy's eyes widened in astonishment at the audacity of the plan. A terrifying chain of explosions engulfed everything, submerging Lucy in a sea of fire. Watching the result, Elvira gasped, telling herself that calculating the overload of artifacts was theoretically possible, but no one did it because it was academically worthless. But when the smoke cleared, Lucy still stood there without a scratch, and Elvira bitterly realized the true reason, simply because no one else possessed such an absurdly colossal amount of mana. Clinging desperately to Lucy's leg, Elvira warned that she would regret continuing down this path. Elvira pointed out that with that immense mana, Lucy could flatten the entire Ophelis Hall, but her refusal to do so proved she understood Ed would never want that. Lucy responded only with silence, her face hidden beneath the brim of her hat, revealing no emotion in the heavy rain. Decisively walking away, she left the exhausted Elvira lying on the cold ground amidst the shattered alchemical artifacts. A complex and brilliantly purple magic circle formed in Lucy's palm. She asserted that everything would be decided after she met Tanya, but right behind her, a colossal, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes was gradually manifesting. Suddenly, the shadow monster swung its claw to attack, but a figure managed to rush out and intercept the blow. Elvira recognized the newcomer in horror, as the person roared a frantic challenge. Clevius Nortondale stood shielding Elvira, raising his massive sword and shouting that he would not let the enemy pass. Amidst the ruined campus, Clevius formed the final line of defense for Elvira, while Lucy stood observing silently from a distance. The shadow monster condensed a blinding purple energy sphere right above its fingertip. Clevius braced himself, receiving the destructive magical torrent aimed directly at his sword. The force of the attack was overwhelming, sending Clevius flying backward and shattering the ground completely. The sophomore top student of the combat faculty, Clevius, lay motionless on the ground, his face covered in injuries. Lucy watched it all coldly, calculating that it took exactly 1 second to defeat a top student. Elsewhere, a mysterious warrior in red armor declared that he would achieve his goal at any cost, even if it required force. The red-armored figure charged, shouting demands to hand over Tanya, his target being Taylor standing before him. With an unbelievable move, Taylor used the sole of his shoe to stop the opponent's incoming sword tip. He gently deflected the sword aside and delivered a precise chop to the enemy's arm. To finish the fight, Taylor launched an overhead kick, shattering both the sword and the red-armored figure's will to fight. Wade Collarmore was stunned by his opponent's power. In his mind, Ziggs Eifelstein analyzed Wade's swordsmanship, initially doubting if it belonged to the Islan family, but finding it too distinct. He determined this was the swordsmanship of a wild beast from the northern plains, tamed within the Islan territory. Although he acknowledged the practical combat experience in every one of Wade's sword strokes, Ziggs remained calm. However, he saw through a fatal flaw. The two rushed at each other, sword light flashing through the air. Ziggs quickly realized Wade's swordsmanship was incomplete, with a center of gravity that was too high, exposing a weakness. Believing victory was certain, Wade charged forward with a smug smile, but Ziggs was waiting, preparing for the decisive counterattack. He suddenly unleashed the Windblade skill, concentrating wind magic into his hand. The azure Windblade violently clashed with Wade's sword. Ziggs's attack was completely overwhelming, sending Wade flying backward. Wade was knocked away, crashing hard onto the ground in a cloud of dust. Lying amidst the wreckage, Wade heard Ziggs's question about whether he wished to continue. Struggling to his feet, Wade affirmed that he would continue fighting. With a crazed smile on his bruised face, he confessed that he yearned to fight opponents as strong as Ziggs. Wade charged again, screaming for a more satisfying battle. Ziggs looked at his opponent with disgust, coldly remarking that Wade's actions were unsightly. He blocked the attack and exposed Wade's true nature, not a lover of combat, but merely one who craved victory. Ziggs challenged him, suggesting Wade was only enthusiastic when he saw a chance to win, leaving Wade stunned. Ziggs continued to pressure Wade, exposing that if he truly wanted to confront the strong, he should have aimed for Lucy May Reel, the top student of the magic faculty. Called a coward, Wade screamed wildly in a fit of rage. He lunged forward to attack, but Ziggs easily blocked the move with utter disdain. Wade's face paled, filled with horror as he realized the insurmountable gap in power. Ziggs unleashed a powerful attack, radiating a stream of blazing red energy. After a heavy breath, Ziggs had completely subdued Wade. Defeated, Wade tremblingly asked in despair what he should do against an unbeatable opponent. Ziggs coldly replied, stating that confronting him so foolishly was precisely Wade's limit. Having said that, Ziggs turned and walked away, leaving Wade stunned in defeat. The scene abruptly shifted to a desolate ruin, where Lucy May Reel stood alone beneath the pouring rain. She looked confused as a voice echoed, explaining that pride is the root of all failure and warning against those who are blindly courageous. The lesson continued, advising not to respect those who risk their lives merely to show off. As the image of a shadowy warrior rushing through the rain appeared, the voice called Clevius by name, urging him to embrace fear, as his blood-soaked hand trembled while gripping the sword hilt. Clevius sobbed in pain, and the mysterious voice asserted that fear itself was his weapon. The warning rang out, stating that there would come a day when his feet could not lift from the blood-stained ground. Elvira watched in horror the moment a person's feet refused to retreat, even though escape was still possible. The voice affirmed that, even if his body trembled, the hand holding the sword would become strangely steady, and despite the losses, he would still advance. Addressed as son, Clevius roared, his entire body erupting in a stream of dark red energy. With pitch-black eyes glowing red and a savage smile, Clevius seemed to have found a new strength born from his own fear. Amidst the pouring rain and the crimson energy, Elvira cried out in horror, unable to believe Clevius's transformation. Just then, Lucy May Reel appeared with a confident smile, raising her staff to summon a gigantic fireball. The intermediate fire magic, Pillar of Fire, was deployed as a blazing whip. Lucy unleashed 100 pillars of fire simultaneously, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Within the sea of flames, she reminded herself that she still remembered her promise not to kill anyone. With resolute eyes, Lucy asserted that the reason she dared to use such destructive power was because she was confident that with only that much magic, she could never kill the monster rising from the flames. However, Lucy's confidence shattered when Clevius charged forward at blinding speed, causing her to gasp in astonishment at his increased swiftness. Just as Clevius's sudden attack was about to connect, a magical shield, the protection of wind, abruptly materialized and repelled him. Blocked by the gust of wind, Clevius roared in fury, his face contorted by rage. The wind barrier successfully protected Lucy, throwing Clevius far back. Clevius landed heavily amidst the remnants of fire and wind, yet remained completely unfazed. New wounds spontaneously appeared on his body, causing blood to gush out relentlessly. Although he had lost enough blood to collapse, Clevius stood firm, and paradoxically, the mana enveloping his body and sword grew even stronger. He lunged forward like a crimson-black phantom, easily overwhelming Lucy's purple defensive magic. Lucy could only widen her eyes in horror, unable to believe the absurd power manifesting before her. That power originated from a cursed sword, the taboo of the Nortendale family. Now, Clevius was nothing more than a demonic specter, an embodiment of destruction, looming before Lucy. He let out a savage roar, unleashing a terrifying vortex of dark energy. In response, Lucy concentrated a purple magical sphere in her palm, preparing for the decisive counterattack. Amidst the heavy rain, Lucy's purple magic circle enveloped the furiously charging Clevius. She clenched her fist, compressing a colossal amount of magical power to finish off her opponent. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the battlefield in destructive purple light. Yet, Lucy's eyes widened, revealing extreme astonishment at the unbelievable sight. Clevius let out a savage roar from the epicenter, his entire body now shrouded in a violent crimson-black aura. He swung his arm, firing a stream of pure dark energy toward Lucy. The attack easily pierced her magical shield. Lucy was thrown backward by the irresistible force. The two opposing energy sources collided, creating a fierce shockwave. Clevius collapsed, his body ragged and drenched in blood. This was the blood sword technique, a forbidden art that converts blood into a new source of mana. In the past, the young Clevius had been abandoned by his own family, called a sword demon, a monster. Only his older brother insisted that he was not a monster. His brother smiled gently, affectionately calling him by name, Clevius. Back in reality, Clevius's hand was submerged in a pool of blood, the fuel for his cursed power. His face was icy, devoid of any emotion. His eyes glowed with a deadly red light, fully accepting his true self. He was the monster who had mastered the forbidden art, the sword demon, Clevius Nortendale. Clevius gritted his teeth as he recalled that even his brother eventually had to admit the truth. Facing Lucy, who was accumulating a massive energy sphere, he realized that she was the true monster. Lucy Mayriel unleashed the high-grade lightning magic, divine punishment. Meanwhile, Ziggs and Tanya were rushing through a ruined corridor, and he reassured her that they were almost at safety. Ziggs pointed ahead, but then froze in shock. Lortell Yahello stood blocking the end of the corridor, coldly announcing that the only exit was the door behind her. Ziggs couldn't believe his eyes when he recognized Lortell, who wore an inscrutable smile. Lortell sarcastically remarked that Tanya was lucky to have Ziggs accompanying her through the blocked paths, and should thank him. Ziggs called Lortell's name, trying to gauge her intentions. Lortell asked Ziggs if he had heard any news about Ed, but he replied that he wasn't sure. Lortell challenged Ziggs, asking what he intended to do if Tanya were here alone, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Ziggs was stunned, unable to answer the loaded question. With eyes flashing with cruelty, Lortell declared that she would tear Tanya limb from limb. Ziggs warned that it was a reckless act, but Lortell casually replied that she would start with Tanya's fingernails. Tanya screamed in panic that it wasn't her, while Ziggs tried to calm her down. Lortell challenged Ziggs, asking if he intended to let her go simply because he couldn't defeat her. Ziggs felt his body instinctively freeze under the invisible pressure. He realized a truth known by everyone at Sylvania. Becoming Lortell, Yahello's enemy, was a foolish choice. The moment Lortell revealed her hostility, no one could predict what awaited them beyond that door. Frozen in place, Ziggs desperately wondered what he should do in this situation. But he still hadn't grasped the more crucial question. Why were they still safe? Tanya sobbed uncontrollably in the rain, and Ziggs still couldn't understand how he could waste such precious time dwelling on his thoughts. Amidst the thunderous downpour, Elvira fearfully wondered how much longer Clevius could withstand this high-level magic. She whispered his name in utter panic, as Clevius's glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. In a distant memory, Clevius' brother had once urged him not to blame himself, insisting the fault lay with those who sought to test his power. His gentle brother told Clevius to lift his head, asserting that the power was not a curse. He pointed to the ancestor's portrait, explaining that it was the strength they used to protect their clan, and Clevius, too, could become a hero. Snapping back to reality, Clevius gritted his teeth, recognizing the bitter truth. He roared that his brother had been wrong, as the furious blood energy condensed into a crimson blade in his hand. Another memory resurfaced, recalling how people referred to the Nortendale clan as the dwelling of a sword demon. The memory of a younger Clevius slaughtering everyone in a fit of madness. Whispers echoed that no matter how hard he tried to maintain his humanity, once he lost his reason, only a sea of blood would remain in his wake. For a monster that drowns everything in fresh blood, antiquated concepts like morality hold no meaning. Now, Clevius charged forward, fully embracing his monstrous nature. He used the blood sword technique to brutally tear through Lucy's pillar of lightning. Both were thrown back by the devastating aftershock of the energy explosion. Without hesitation, Clevius lunged, overwhelming Lucy with sheer brute force. Lucy's defensive magic shattered under the unbearable pressure. Lucy's violet eyes flashed with utter shock. She was stunned, realizing the terrifying power she was truly up against. From afar, Elvira watched, frozen in place, as Clevius underwent a complete and horrifying transformation. Once again, crimson blood energy and azure lightning collided, shaking the entire battlefield. In his frenzy, Clevius questioned whether this power could ever truly turn him into a hero. Memories flooded back, showing the face of young Clevius with blazing red eyes and streaks of blood staining his cheek. In the past, Clevius' dying brother coughed up blood, yet his expression was strangely serene. Young Clevius stood paralyzed as his brother, impaled by his own hand, whispered that he felt relieved. His brother looked at him one last time, saying he could forgive him, because the one who ended his life was Clevius himself. Clevius' blood-soaked hand clenched as his brother's dying words still echoed in his mind. With his final breath, his brother advised Clevius not to torment himself too much, concluding that the true hero had died that day. Young Clevius burst into sobs, realizing he had become the monster who killed the hero of his life. Back in reality, Clevius, utterly exhausted, cursed under the torrential rain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain, knowing he couldn't continue much longer. In a final, desperate attempt to cling to his humanity, Clevius screamed internally that he didn't want to be a hero. He just wished not to become a monster. His strength completely depleted, Clevius' body slumped backward. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor right before Lucy Mayriel, his weapon clattering from his grasp. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Clevius continued to weep. His mind flashed with images of the other students being safely evacuated by a maid, and he felt satisfied, believing his mission was complete. Lucy stood frozen, staring down at Clevius' motionless body in the pouring rain. The blood sword technique was a paradoxical ability. The more the user bled and the more severely they were injured, the greater the mana surrounding their body and blade became. The closer he came to death, the more terrifying Clevius' power grew, yet it was still insufficient against the omnipotent Lucy. However, that very moment created the impossible. A small streak of blood seeped from Lucy's collar, proof that she had narrowly escaped death. For the first time in her life, Lucy, who had always stood at the pinnacle of power, experienced the chilling sensation of utter fear when facing death. The newfound fear of death forged a ruthless resolve within Lucy. She unleashed a destructive magical strike, aimed directly at Clevius, who was utterly spent and incapable of resistance. But just before the energy orb could be launched, a stream of brilliant azure light shot forward and intercepted it. Lucy was dumbfounded, unable to believe the sudden intervention that occurred right before her eyes. On the ground, Clevius whispered softly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Emerging from the rain, a hooded figure silently appeared, the one who had just halted the world's strongest mage. Ed Rothstaler pulled down his hood, his sharp gaze confirming his return with a cryptic declaration. In a different corridor, the confrontation between Lortell and Ziggs was also reaching its climax. Ziggs desperately searched for an escape route, sweat pouring down as he was cornered. He knew time was up. A life-or-death decision had to be made instantly. Just as Ziggs resolved to face Lortell, an impossible event occurred. The space surrounding Lortell suddenly fractured like a shattered mirror. Ziggs stood paralyzed by the surreal sight, utterly failing to comprehend what was unfolding. Lortell couldn't hide her astonishment either. Her confidence evaporated in the face of the unexpected phenomenon. She lost her footing, pulled into the fractured void as if sinking into deep water. Lortell's body floated amidst the glittering fragments of reality. She fell directly into the arms of Yenkar, who had also appeared unexpectedly, leaving both girls bewildered. Lortell was still dazed, while Yenkar seemed to have just awakened from a long slumber. Yenkar quickly stood up, pointed toward the end of the corridor, and exclaimed that she had found her target. Now, the dynamic had completely shifted. Yenkar and Lortell stood united, facing Ziggs, who was desperately trying to protect Tanya. Lortell looked at Yenkar, also known as Janica, and wondered if her composure following the news about Ed was a sign of complete madness. Her eyes widened as another possibility flashed through her mind, making her wonder if she was fundamentally misjudging the situation. Yenkar turned to the confused Lortell and asked if she was misunderstanding the current state of affairs. As Yenkar spoke, the majestic wolf spirit Marilda, manifested behind her in the pouring rain. The torrential rain poured down, signaling a dramatic shift in the situation. Elsewhere, Ed Rothstaler appeared in his black cloak, and from Clevius's side came the confirmation that Ed had arrived just in time and was still alive. Ed looked down at the slumped Clevius and asked if he was all right. Clevius struggled to push himself up, admitting he had been thoroughly beaten and knew the recent fight was futile, realizing he could never measure up to her. He collapsed onto the soaked ground, filled with regret for not having run away. Lying in a puddle of rainwater, Clevius bitterly wondered if he was the only fool. He recalled the sight of other students, knowing they were outmatched, still charging hopelessly to attack Lucy. The image of Elvira screaming his name and rushing forward appeared. He thought she had sacrificed everything without being asked. Clevius reflected on his own choice, believing that even though giving up would have been easier, he could still become a hero even in destruction. The painful memory of his dying brother's serene smile flooded back, causing Clevius to curse aloud. Back in reality, with Elvira supporting him, Clevius wondered why she hadn't just let him run away. Drowning in despair, Clevius felt that everything had once again gone wrong and become meaningless. Suddenly, a hand gripped his chin, forcefully lifting his head. Ed, having removed his hood, looked directly at Clevius and Elvira and offered his thanks to both of them. Ed told the stunned Clevius that his efforts were not meaningless, but truly worthwhile. Elvira, still supporting Clevius, looked up at the newcomer with an expression of utter disbelief. Clevius sank into despair, declaring himself a miserable failure, while Elvira frantically called his name. Elvira tried to shake Clevius back to his senses, shouting for him to calm down. From the shadows, Ed Rothstaler quietly observed, admitting that he was genuinely shocked. He thought to himself that although he knew the key figures in the academy well, he never imagined anyone, including himself, would be capable of achieving this feat. Ed looked back at the battlefield, admiring Clevius for holding out alone for 10 minutes until he arrived. He realized that this failed swordsman had dared to confront the awakened one alone. Lucy Mayriel stood motionless in the rain, her face obscured by her hat, silent and wordless. Ed turned to Lucy and began to apologize, explaining that he was forced to fake his death due to a life-threatening situation. He concluded his explanation by expressing regret that he couldn't prepare or warn her beforehand. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lucy dropped her witch's hat onto the soaking wet ground. Without a word, she rushed forward and embraced Ed, holding him tightly. With tears welling up, Lucy sobbed that she truly thought he was dead. As she continued to cry, Ed gently reassured her that he was still here. He held her close, offering a gentle smile to comfort her and affirm his presence. From the shadows of the academy buildings, Lortell and Yenkar witnessed the entire emotional reunion. Elsewhere, Ziggs stood shielding the frightened Tanya, recalling his confidence that he would never feel fear again after returning to civilization. Suddenly, the spectral head of the high-rank wolf spirit Marilda appeared from the darkness right in front of him. Yenkar, while Lortell pinned Tanya to the ground, declared that she had finally found Tanya, admitting the situation was difficult. Ziggs realized in horror that both Yenkar and Lortell were in a state of psychological instability due to the news of Ed's death. With a chilling smile and glowing red eyes, Yenkar cut him off, announcing that she had something important to say about Ed. Ziggs swung his sword, releasing a burst of green energy to create distance from his pursuers. He urged the panicked Tanya Rothstaler to think clearly. Ziggs pointed out an escape route to Tanya, instructing her to run west toward the residential buildings and find shelter to call for help. With tearful eyes, Tanya anxiously asked what about him. Ziggs asserted that he would hold them back with all his strength, even knowing it might be impossible. Tanya, stunned, asked why he would risk his life, and Ziggs shouted that it was because she was Ed's sister, urging her to run quickly. Tanya immediately turned and fled through a gap in the ruined wall. Once Tanya was safe, Ziggs let out a breath, steadying his mind. He took a defensive stance, declaring himself ready to face Yenkar and Lortell. Ziggs attempted to reason with them, calling Yenkar by the familiar name Janica and saying that he completely understood her feelings. He confessed that he also had someone dear to him, while Lortell silently watched. Ziggs recalled the extreme pain of imagining losing that person, his face contorting with rage. He yelled, asserting that he understood the flame of fury within Yenkar, because she had loved Ed more than anyone. Yenkar was completely stunned, her glowing red eyes widening at Ziggs's unexpected empathy. Ziggs continued to roar that the passionate love she held for Ed would forever remain a part of her heart. Suddenly, he screamed in extreme pain as he was unexpectedly engulfed by a fierce flame. An explosion erupted, blasting Ziggs away and shaking the entire area. Thin smoke rose from the damp ground beneath the torrential rain. Ziggs lay motionless on the ground, his body charred and smoking heavily. A cold thought echoed, confirming that he was not yet dead. In a frenzy, Yenkar repeatedly slammed her staff down onto Ziggs's charred body, screaming that Ed was not dead and begging for everything to stop. Amidst the night, a lonely crescent moon shone through the incessant raindrops. Suddenly, Ed appeared and embraced the trembling Lucy, comforting her in his safe arms. The spring rain fell, washing away the withered petals on the ground. All things change, and the seasons take on a new appearance. Emotions are the same, much like the memory of Archmage Glocked, gently caring for little Lucy when she was sick. He smiled kindly. For once emotions are resolved. Even the strongest relationships can turn a new page. Lucy once believed that the affection she held for her master Glocked was the same as what she felt for Ed. But now, she realized that while the two feelings were similar, they held a profound difference. On the silent school grounds, Belle, Maya, and another maid quietly watched the scene of Ed embracing Lucy. Ed gently released Lucy, causing her to look up at him in a daze. Still stunned, Lucy gasped, raising her hand as if to keep her distance. When Ed spoke her name, a torrent of pink-purple magical energy violently erupted from Lucy's body. It was just an ordinary call of her name, yet her heart felt as if it were ablaze. Amidst her trembling, with tears welling up, Lucy finally realized the true nature of this emotion. In her mind, she recalled the serene scent of grass and herbs. It was the scent from the pile of hay near the shack where she used to lie down and relax. A scent she didn't dislike at all. She mused that the maids didn't like that smell, just as smokers always reeked of smoke. A girl who spends her youth running through a peach garden will always carry the sweet scent of peaches. And what she wanted to say was that her witch hat was now lying alone in a puddle of rainwater. A distinct scent, the smell of grass and herbs, emanated from Ed Rothstaler, a scent that, once smelled, was impossible to ignore. Surrounded by a gentle blue aura, Ed looked exhausted, stating that they didn't have much time before the academy personnel arrived. He calculated inwardly, realizing he had to explain the situation, while simultaneously reviewing the status of the others in his mind. Once the rain had stopped, Ed turned to Lucy Mayriel, urging her to come meet the others, but she only stared back blankly. Ed spoke in a serious tone, saying she would definitely have to face the disciplinary committee and apologize to Clevius and Elvira. Lucy retorted that Elvira had attacked her first, as images of their fierce battle flashed through her mind. She went on to explain that Clevius had injured himself, not by her hand, as the memory of his blood-soaked body rushed back. But Ed still firmly demanded that she apologize, leaving Lucy stunned, her eyes teary as she felt misunderstood. Her purple eyes widened in extreme dismay. Ed sighed exasperatedly, saying that if she refused, he would take responsibility himself. That sigh was like a stab to Lucy's heart, causing her to crumble. She panicked, thinking she was being disliked, and worst of all, that Ed was disappointed in her. Immediately, Lucy hurriedly agreed to apologize, which satisfied Ed, who considered it a wise decision. The scent of grass once again spread intensely, as Ed noted that Lucy was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Lucy felt her entire body tremble, her heart pounding wildly at that familiar scent. She recalled, wondering why things had turned out this way, remembering the early days at the campsite when Ed took care of her. Over a year had passed, and they had shared peaceful moments together, where she slept soundly with her head resting on his lap. Memories of intimacy, of the invisible fusion between the two of them, flooded back, and Lucy suddenly realized that those months spent together had created this scent of grass and herbs. However, while Lucy was immersed in her emotions, Ed was worried about Yenkar and determined to quickly bring everything to an end. Just as Ed was about to leave, Lucy Mayriel suddenly clutched his cloak. With a flushed and teary face, she earnestly asked if he truly had to leave right now. Ed was simply flustered by her emotional reaction. The night sky enveloped the central entrance of the Ophelis building. There, Yenkar was irritably apologizing to a battered Ziggs. Nearby, the exhausted Clevius rested his head on the shoulder of a weary Elvira. Ed had just arrived, secretly relieved to see that everyone was present. However, he suddenly stopped short with a look of surprise. He caught sight of Lortell, whose ears were completely flushed red, and quickly asked what she was doing. Lortell cleared her throat, quickly regaining her usual composure. She smiled brightly, saying she was relieved Ed was safe, which prompted him to apologize for causing her worry. Lortell immediately refuted this, asserting that she hadn't worried at all, because she had logically deduced that he couldn't die so easily. She turned to the bewildered Ziggs, emphasizing that it was crucial for a merchant to always remain calm and rational. Ziggs hesitantly agreed, even though he knew clearly in his heart that Lortell was far from calm. Lortell recalled her tense confrontation with the suspicious Tanya, assuring herself that although harsh words were exchanged, no actual harm was done. Turning back to Ed, she clutched her collar and asserted firmly that she had never believed he would die. Yet immediately afterward, She moved closer to him, gently confessing that seeing him safe made her feel relieved, and perhaps she had worried just a little. She looked straight into Ed's eyes, reminding him that he had troubled her. And nothing in this world comes for free. Suddenly, Lortell grabbed Ed's shirt, pressing him to know how he intended to pay the price for her worry, leaving him completely stunned. She stood on her tiptoes, maintaining the intensely close distance between them. Lortell's eyes widened in astonishment at the awkward situation. Suddenly, Lucy Mayriel lunged forward, forcefully pushing Lortell away from Ed Rothstaler. Ed called Lucy's name in stunned disbelief, while the mage's face flushed bright red as she shielded him with outstretched arms. The unexpected shove caused Lortell to stagger. Lucy also lost her balance due to her abrupt action, falling backward awkwardly. The atmosphere became painfully silent, and the entire group simply stared at one another. Lortell looked at Lucy with a horrified expression, unable to believe what had just transpired. Ed gently placed a hand on Lucy's shoulder, kindly asking if something was wrong. He explained that Lortell was just worried, but Lucy reacted violently to his touch, her face growing even redder. Ed realized that Lucy's actions were far from her usual detached demeanor. His intuition told him something was profoundly different. Yenkar Palarover suddenly moved close to Lucy, shouting that she was standing too near. Lucy shrieked in panic and shoved Yenkar away. An invisible current of tension erupted between the three girls: Lortell, Lucy, and Yenkar. Ed and Clevius Nortondale could only watch, completely bewildered by the unfolding drama. Lortell, Lucy, and Yenkar glared at each other simultaneously, each wearing a complicated expression. Just then, Taylor McClure appeared with a radiant smile, shattering the heavy atmosphere. He greeted them cheerfully, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Taylor pointed toward the injured Ela and Elvira Aniston, reminding them that they were running out of time. Ed nodded in agreement, confirming that Academy personnel would arrive soon. He informed the group that he would conceal the fact that he was alive, and briefly explained his reasons. After apologizing to Clevius and Elvira, Lucy decided she would help search for Tanya, who had fled. Ziggs showed a hint of regret, while Ed Rothstaler grabbed him during a tense moment. The group agreed upon a cover story before dispelling the petrification status on everyone else. Kadek, tightly bound and covered in injuries, slowly closed his eyes in unconsciousness. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, revealing astonishment and fury as his consciousness returned. Therefore, Ed had to vanish from the academy before anyone discovered he was still alive. Night fell, and the full moon shone brightly across the desolate campus. Clevius suddenly woke up, his entire body jolting in panic. He stared down at his body in shock, realizing all his wounds had been miraculously healed by magic. He looked around blankly, unable to comprehend what was happening to him. Elvira hovered above him, scolding Clevius as a fool for overdoing things. Clevius clutched his head, frantically wondering if he was dead, but then accepted the scolding for fighting until exhaustion. He turned and questioned how he could possibly lie about having stopped a monster like Lucy. Elvira flashed a sly smile, revealing her sharp teeth, and stated that for an alchemist, discovering new things was always exciting. In a flashback, Lucy leaned down to treat Clevius, while Lortell cheerfully wrote a guarantee, promising to provide secret operational funds for Ed. Clevius realized the day had been filled with unpredictable events, including the words spoken by Ed Rothstaler. Elvira suddenly pushed Clevius down, causing his head to land on her lap, making him shout in surprise. He lay on the ground, covering his eyes in silence, while Elvira stood watching. Clevius bitterly admitted defeat, muttering that the one who truly stopped Lucy must have been Ed Rothstaler, and that he ultimately still couldn't win against him. However, Elvira smiled, calling Clevius's name, as if she had made a new discovery. Clevius desperately mumbled that life was terrible, guessing he would be scolded again for complaining. Yet, Elvira gently placed her hand on his, unexpectedly agreeing, much to Clevius's astonishment. With an empathetic smile, she confirmed that life was indeed quite awful. In a moment of stillness, they sat leaning against each other, gazing up at the star-filled night sky. Elsewhere, in the dark forest, hurried footsteps echoed. Tanya Rothstaler collapsed face down on the muddy ground, exhausted and panicked. She struggled to stand, urging her weary legs to keep moving. Tanya told herself she couldn't be caught, believing she was being pursued, even though no one was actually there. She was determined to uncover the truth, to clear her name of the accusation of murdering Ed, a crime no one thought she had committed. With frantic eyes, Tanya insisted that she absolutely could not be captured. She continued to rush through the darkness, fleeing from enemies that existed only in her mind. Meanwhile, at the academy, an official reported that the investigation into Ed Rothstaler's death was nearing its conclusion. The magical reconstruction showed a scene that matched the testimony of the witness, Janica, though it was imperfect. The visualization confirmed that the vassals had stabbed Ed, and his fall from the cliff had been verified. The alleged perpetrators, the Rothstaler vassals, had been arrested and were being held in the academy basement. The dark-haired investigator listened to the report and concluded that Ed's death was essentially confirmed. Principal Obel Forsyth sternly declared that the academy must conclude this incident by any means necessary. He remarked that the death of one student had caused unexpectedly massive repercussions, from Lucy's rampage to the full-scale campus evacuation. Gazing at Ed's file, the principal mused that the student must have been a person of great influence. The report concluded with the information that Clevius Nortondale had successfully contained Lucy, and she had been found in the Rose Garden. Principal Obel admired Clevius's extraordinary ability and decided the academy would prepare a letter of commendation for him. Regarding Lucy, he proposed opening a disciplinary hearing to conclude the matter. Vice Principal Rachel presided over the hearing, listening intently to all parties with a thoughtful expression. Clevius and Elvira stepped forward to testify, presenting the petition from the students injured during Lucy's rampage. The damage report listed numerous destroyed structures: the third-floor exterior wall, the opposite corridor, the main gate, the stone floor of the Rose Garden, and a gazebo. Although not insignificant, this level of destruction was still considered minimal compared to the previous occupation of the Ophelis dormitory. Vice Principal Rachel leaned forward, tiredly thinking that the matter could have been concluded with a light penalty, if not for one intractable problem. That problem was Lucy's attitude, as she showed absolutely no sign of remorse. They could not act too harshly, as Sylvania Academy's reputation as a top educational institution was built upon having nurtured such a rare magical genius. And because the Academy was still using Lucy's image for promotion, expelling her was out of the question. Rachel's frustration peaked when Lucy yawned brazenly, causing her to secretly curse that the top student possessed no decorum whatsoever. A disciplinary document was drafted, revoking her scholarship, imposing a 10-day suspension, banning facility use for 70 days, lowering her grades by 2 ranks, and revoking her residency status at the Ophelis dormitory. Lucy calmly accepted, as these penalties were essentially meaningless to her. Her tuition was already paid, and her rank was virtually unshakable. Just as the decision was about to be finalized, a clear voice rang out, demanding they stop. Belmaya, the head maid of the Ophelis dormitory, stood up, introduced herself as a witness, and requested a review of Lucy's punishment. She argued that this punishment would not genuinely make Lucy repent, causing the young girl to panic and hastily try to sign the original disciplinary document. Bell shrewdly pointed out that removing Lucy from the Ophelis dormitory was not a punishment, but a reward. Grabbing the terrified Lucy, Bell proposed an alternative: a period of house arrest to restrict her from leaving the dormitory. Backed by the entire Ophelis dormitory maid corps, who appeared in a blaze of determination, Bell declared they would supervise Lucy 24/7, despite her desperate screams. Vice Principal Rachel, with a solemn expression, delivered the final verdict, announcing that, based on the headmaid's recommendation, Lucy would receive 30 days of house arrest, and, fortunately, the incident would not be recorded in her disciplinary file. Lucy Mayriel wailed in despair, pleading and insisting that she was truly remorseful, begging for any other punishment. Amidst her panic, Lucy froze when she heard her name called. Belmaya gripped Lucy tightly from behind, her golden eyes blazing menacingly as she declared she would use all her abilities to ensure Lucy could not step outside. Under the vice principal's gaze, Belle carried the limp Lucy past 2 rows of bowing maids, officially commencing her period of house arrest. In a warm cave, Yenkar Palarover cooked while telling Ed Rothstaler that Lucy's punishment seemed quite light, likely because Elvira and Clevius had spoken favorably on her behalf, as Ed had requested. Yenkar proudly presented her most confident dish, beef stew, a meal she often cooked back home. Ed silently appreciated Yenkar's thoughtfulness, reflecting on her pure kindness as she always handled everything herself, from laundry and studying to cooking. However, Ed's mind quickly turned serious as he thought about the upcoming Student Council President election and the 3 factors that worried him most. First was Princess Pena, who seemed to have completely lost the will to run for the Student Council President position. Second was Tanya Rothstaler, who should have become the princess's antagonistic rival but was currently missing. And finally, the 2 Rothstaler family vassals, Kadek and Knox, were being detained right there at the academy. Ed recalled his plan. He had deliberately staged a scene so that news of his death would reach Krepin Rothstaler. The purpose of faking his death was for Krepin to completely stop concerning himself with Ed's existence. But because the plan had been disrupted, Kadek and Knox were arrested on charges of murdering him, making Ed realize he had to find a way to free them so Krepin would truly believe he was dead. Returning to reality, Ed and Yenkar sat eating in the cave, and he told himself that only once everything was resolved could this suffocating, secluded life finally end. Ed sighed, feeling burdened by the countless tasks that needed to be done. Yenkar spoke up, admitting that she was just a country girl who couldn't understand the complex life of a noble young master like Ed. With a sincere expression, she explained that she couldn't offer him empty comfort, as words of encouragement without true understanding would only be meaningless and insincere. Ed told Yenkar that she didn't need to think so deeply to comfort him, but also selfishly admitted that he still wished she wouldn't worry anymore. Yenkar smiled gently, simply expressing her hope that he would no longer have to endure difficult times. Faced with her sincerity, Ed was completely taken aback and too flustered to speak. A silence enveloped them both, and Ed secretly thought that this sudden quiet had become familiar whenever they were alone together. Feeling the atmosphere grow slightly strange, Ed broke the silence with a thank you, saying that Yenkar was the only person who worried about him so much, then immediately felt embarrassed by his own words. Yenkar quickly changed the subject, reminding him that the most important task now was finding Tanya, which led Ed to ponder a place his sister might have gone. Ed recalled his initial surprise upon realizing that the real-life Tanya was different from his memory of her in the game Sylvania's Failed Swordsman. He also remembered the in-game Tanya as a strong, fearless, and proud girl, a resilience he had witnessed firsthand. With a confident smile, Ed affirmed his belief that Tanya would be fine and was planning her future somewhere. Ironically, the scene shifted to Tanya, who was curled up in the corner of a room, sobbing desperately, completely contradicting Ed's belief. Elsewhere, Tanya was trying to explain to Princess Pena, urgently insisting that she had never ordered her brother's assassination. Pena reflected silently, recalling that she had heard the news of Ed Rothsayler's death even before Tanya came to her. She recalled putting aside all her work to arrange a frank conversation with Ed to resolve their complicated relationship. But then, the image of a bloodied Ed collapsing flooded her mind. He had died just one day before that fateful meeting. Tormented by regret, Pena slammed her hand onto the table, blaming her petty pride for preventing her from acting one day sooner. She looked at the documents on the table, reminding herself of the goal she had relentlessly prepared for since enrollment, becoming the Sylvania Student Council president. Pena envisioned the power this position offered, allowing her to establish an independent domain within the academy, separate from the royal family. She resolved that she would no longer be a third princess who relied solely on her family, but would seize the presidency through her own abilities. Crushing a piece of paper in her hand, Pena determined to use her own standing to confront the dark secrets within both the Rothsaler and imperial families. In her fury and self-reproach, Pena smashed her desk. She collapsed, sobbing, believing that she was someone who should never possess power. Just then, a voice requested permission to enter, and she allowed Claire to step inside. The royal guard captain appeared, supporting an exhausted and filthy Tanya Rothsaler. Pena's eyes turned cold as she recalled the Academy's investigation results, which suggested the Rothsaler family had assassinated Ed. She deduced that Tanya was the only remaining member of that family on Arkan Island. Through her tears, Tanya desperately insisted that she had not killed her brother. The girl was stunned when Pena unexpectedly approached her, but instead of punishing her, Pena embraced Tanya, acknowledging that the girl had suffered too much. Determined not to repeat past mistakes, Pena invited Tanya inside and asked her to recount everything. After listening, Pena declared her trust in Tanya and promised to help conceal her until the situation stabilized. Sitting beside her for comfort, Pena reassured Tanya that she would be safe here. While contemplating Tanya's gentle nature, a maid announced that a visitor was waiting in the reception room. Pena agreed to meet the guest. Looking at the sleeping Tanya, Pena realized that her true opponent was someone else entirely. As the reception room door opened, a familiar voice offered a greeting. Lortell was waiting, casually stating that while Ed's death was regrettable, the Academy's plans must continue. Lortell questioned Pena, but the princess only responded with a sharp inquiry regarding the purpose of her visit. Lortell merely smiled, the only person who had fully analyzed and understood the Academy's chaotic political situation. Lortell smiled meaningfully, getting straight to the point by asking why Pena was concealing Tanya. In another room, Lucy Mayriel silently bowed her head, her purple eyes filled with boundless despair. Completely broken, she lay motionless on the bed and whispered a single plea: "Kill me." The narrative flashed back 3 hours before the fateful meeting, to a desolate beach. A fierce water spirit in the form of a beast roared and lunged forward. Ed Rothsaler swiftly drew his dagger, blocking the watery jaws poised to tear him apart. He strained against the spirit's attack, enduring the tremendous pressure. With a loud explosion, the attack was neutralized, scattering water everywhere. Ed skillfully spun around, mastering the situation amidst the chaotic currents. He stood firm, the dagger in his hand still dripping with the blue essence of the defeated spirit. The fire spirit mug fluttered nearby, admiring Ed's reflexes and declaring the training session over. The water spirit Lycia, now calm, admitted that Ed's close-quarters combat skills were extraordinary for a mage. Ed gasped but smiled contentedly, acknowledging that Lycia was the perfect opponent for his training. He mused that Mug was too weak, while training with the high-rank spirit, Marilda, was currently beyond his endurance. Lycia suggested that fighting Marilda would be more beneficial, explaining that high-rank spirits could change their forms at will. Although exhausted, Ed felt a strange satisfaction spread through his body after the intense battle. He realized his stats were nearing their limit, and further advancement would require special conditions. With his goal of achieving intermediate-level magic nearly complete, Ed began considering finding a unique ability for himself. Determined not to become complacent, he stood up and suddenly froze, sensing something unusual. Unexpectedly, Lortell Cahelland appeared, blushing awkwardly upon seeing Ed and claiming she was just enjoying the view. She showed concern, advising Ed to rest, but he replied that his current life was quite comfortable. Ed guessed that Lortell had been training with spirits, which she nearly confirmed, all while the water spirit Lycia watched. Lortell winked at Ed meaningfully. She wrapped her arms around Ed and playfully remarked that the spirits must be witnessing this scene. Immediately, Ed's spirits, Lycia and Mug, panicked and flew around erratically, making Lortell laugh. When Ed asked about her purpose, Lortell revealed her plan to meet Princess Pena, to strike a business deal related to the election. She explained that freeing the two imprisoned knights, Kadek and Nox, was entirely possible, but she required a deposit. Ed asked in surprise about the deposit. Lortell looked at Ed suggestively and made an unexpected request: a hug. Ed was completely dumbfounded by her proposal. After a moment of silence, he closed his eyes, seemingly accepting the situation. Lortell was bewildered when Ed suddenly placed a hand on her head and pulled her into his embrace. He pulled her into a tight hug, catching Lortell completely off guard. Lortell's face flushed crimson. She had completely lost her usual composure. Feeling Ed's solid physique, Lortell stammered in confusion. She quickly pushed him away, causing Ed to ask in surprise what she was doing. Lortell buried her face in his chest, muttering that in situations like this, offense and defense were often two different things. Still flustered, Lortell admitted that the experience was completely different from what she had imagined, and finally questioned why Ed wasn't wearing a shirt. Lortell, red-faced with embarrassment, stammered that her heart was racing and Ed needed to show some basic decency. Ed replied awkwardly that he was simply doing what she asked. She mumbled that he should have performed the action more slowly. Ed suddenly grew serious, stating that he came to receive an answer first and asked if she remembered. A flashback appeared, showing Lortell with a stranger who had silver hair and red eyes. In that memory, the strange man had once asked Lortell to stand by his side just once. Returning to the present, Ed tightened his embrace, deducing that Lortell must be harboring some kind of plan. He explained that he anticipated having many enemies soon, perhaps even the entire academy. Standing by the seashore, Ed expressed his hope that Lortell would at least remain his ally. At the royal dormitory, a voice rang out, asking why someone was looking for her. Lortell, wearing a smug smile in a luxurious room, cut straight to the chase, asking why Princess Pena was hiding Tanya. A fleeting memory showed that Tanya had been instructed to seek help from the royal family or noble houses if she ever faced danger. Lortell secretly reasoned that the Academy's inability to locate Tanya proved she was currently within the residential buildings. Pena questioned Lortell about her reason for seeking Tanya, but Lortell was confident that she had seen right through the princess. Telling herself that Pena was already in the palm of her hand, Lortell replied that she had some matters to settle with Tanya. Lortell began explaining her life philosophy, admitting that she was opportunistic and petty, only showing weakness before those stronger than herself. She casually declared that she was utterly ruthless toward those weaker than her. Pena warned that the Rothstaler family held immense power, and Lortell should reconsider whether Tanya was truly the weaker party. Lortell asserted that while she couldn't confront the entire family, with the economic power she wielded, she considered Tanya the weaker party, and warned Pena not to interfere. Princess Pena tensely admitted that she had anticipated this situation, and was prepared. Lortell, with fierce eyes, announced her candidacy for student council president, believing that once she held both powers, Tanya would have no choice but to seek her out. Stunned by the audacious plan, Pena could only watch as Lortell asserted her position as a superior power. As Lortell turned and left, Pena mused that with the Rothstaler vassals already captured, and every route controlled by Lortell, Tanya couldn't hide forever. In another room, Tanya explained to Pena that Lortell must suspect her of being the culprit, based on the special affection Lortell held for Ed. Pena sat beside the distraught Tanya, thanking her for her trust. Tanya desperately clung to Pena, pleading to know who had planned Ed's murder if it wasn't Lortell. A voice rang out, confessing, "It was me." Pena turned, utterly shocked. The confessor was Tanya herself, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked straight at Pena. Tanya recalled the moment Kadek and Nox arrived at Sylvania, claiming they were there to assist her. She revealed that the person behind the order was the family head, Kreppen Rothstaler. Tanya explained that her father, who had never cared about Ed, made this cruel decision, perhaps simply because she had mentioned his name in a letter. With tears welling up, Tanya blamed herself for pushing Ed toward his tragic end, but Pena insisted that it was not a crime. Pena sternly stated that Tanya couldn't remain distraught forever, causing Tanya to look up and ask if she had a plan. Pena recalled the image of the resilient Ed, who had shown her just how much a person could change while they were alive. She told Tanya that there was only one path to survive, and uncover the truth behind Ed's death. Inspired, Tanya clenched her fists, her eyes burning with resolve, declaring that she must participate in the student council election. Pena calmly reminded her that this wouldn't be easy, as Tanya was currently a suspect in the murder of her own family member. But Tanya, for the sake of those who had helped her and for Ed, refused to back down, prompting Pena to make a major decision. She would publicly endorse Tanya. Tanya was stunned, asking Pena why she was helping her so much, and the princess simply replied that she wasn't sure herself. Pena squeezed Tanya's hand, her gaze filled with determination. With a sad smile, Pena confessed that she, too, owed an unpayable debt to Ed Rothstaler. Elsewhere in the academy, new plans were being set in motion. Lortell Cahelland was finalizing her candidacy documents, while her secretary, Liena, confirmed her decision. Liena reported that although there were rumors Tanya was also running with Pena's backing, the murder suspicion would prevent her from gaining much support. The secretary expressed concern that Lortell was taking on too much, from association leader to running for student council president. Chided coldly by Lortell, Liena apologized in a panic and rushed off to submit the documents. Alone in her office, Lortell continued her work as the student council election was about to begin. Lortell told herself that everything would soon become clear, as the distorted scenario she had orchestrated unfolded moment by moment. Meanwhile, in her private room, Lucy Mayriel struggled awkwardly to stand up. She finally succeeded, and cried out joyfully, celebrating her small victory. Lucy knelt on the bed, raising her hands to the sky like a child. After a moment of silence, the childish joy vanished. She returned to reality, seriously asking how many days were left. A maid entered, smiling as she announced that 27 days remained. The maid cheerfully added that Lucy's disciplinary plan had finally been approved after a period of delay. Hearing the news, Lucy seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing onto her pillow while the maid continued explaining the administrative procedures. Lucy desperately buried her face in the bed, as the maid innocently announced that the actual probation period had been recalculated and extended to 29 days. Inside a dark, cold dungeon, dim light flickered onto the grim iron bars. An armored figure sat outside, bitterly admitting that Duke Kreppen's judgment was entirely accurate. Inside, a heavily wounded vassal leaned against the wall, brooding over the potential threat Ed Rothstaler posed to the family if he remained alive. His comrade lay motionless on the floor, covered in injuries, while he asserted that it wasn't just Ed's abilities that were superior. He recalled the female elementalist who was determined to burn through all her mana, and the female mage who swore vengeance without hesitation, proving that Ed's ability to forge deep relationships was also a danger. Although they knew the Rothstaler heir was a cruel individual, they still didn't understand why the Patriarch had ordered the assassination. Now, they could vaguely guess, recalling the moment Ed, with his terrifying power, had overwhelmed them. They hypothesized that Ed had feigned madness to escape to Sylvania after being chosen as the heir, intending to oppose the Patriarch. Perhaps he had secretly built up his forces here, but the vassal dismissed the thought, believing it was useless to discuss such things now. Suddenly, the armored figure stood up, declaring that the most important thing now was to leave and report everything to the Patriarch. That person stepped inside the iron bars, signaled for silence, and revealed that there were those who would benefit from the two vassals escaping. Removing the helmet, the person smiled smugly, introducing himself as Dune, the decoy of the Elta Trading Company. In a moment of contemplation, the floating image of Ed Rothstaler appeared, signifying a scene change. Lucy Mayriel lay sprawled on her bed, languidly calling out for Belmaya. The head maid coldly announced the exact remaining time of her confinement, 24 days and 3 hours. Desperate, Lucy begged to just be put out of her misery. Maya replied with a strangely calm and radiant expression that she could not do that. Elsewhere, a woman with striking silver-blue hair walked through a crowd in front of a construction site. Her glossy hair and captivating aura drew every eye, causing someone to suddenly recall that they, too, once had silver hair. Clarice, in disguise, realized the silver-blue-haired woman had vanished and mused about her mysterious identity. She told herself that there was still so much she didn't know about this world. Clenching the scroll in her hand, Clarice encouraged herself to live each day fully, as there would be no second chance. She fell silent for a moment, lost in her own thoughts. With a sigh, Clarice unrolled the scroll, beginning to review the information she had gathered. She recalled intending to meet Tanya immediately after Ophelis Hall was liberated, but couldn't find her, and was then surprised to see Lortell Yahello running for student council president. But the most shocking news was that Ed Rothstaler, a third-year student, had died, with vassals from the Rothstaler family itself named as the culprits. Memories of the tent during the winter blizzard flooded back, where Ed's image first made her contemplate the meaning of freedom. That feeling remained vivid in Clarice's mind, as if it had only happened yesterday. Yet now, Tanya, her first friend at the academy, was named as one of those who had murdered her own brother. Clarice trusted Tanya, but as news of the vassals escaping prison spread, public opinion within the academy worsened. The atmosphere at the academy following Ed's demise became incredibly dark and gloomy. The gloom permeated everywhere, even reflected in the sinister smiles of a group of advancing students. In the administration office, a high-ranking official with a scarred face complained about the massive workload related to Ed's death, demanding that a professor take responsibility. Professor Flubin replied that there was a suitable assistant professor, one who knew Ed and had interacted with both Clevius and Lucy. In her office, Assistant Professor Cleo tiredly looked at the stack of papers, thinking that whenever the workload was this heavy, Ed was always the one who helped her. A female student in a red uniform entered, lamenting the unpredictability of life, causing Cleo to startle and respond. Cleo silently bowed her head, immersed in sadness and exhaustion over the immense loss. Elsewhere, an ash-blonde female student sadly looked at a document, realizing that even Anise had stopped talking. After the brief and fruitless meeting, the overwhelming pain in her heart made her unable to hold back her tears. The ash-blonde female student reassured herself that she would be fine, even though the image of Ed Rothstaler still haunted her mind. In a flashback, under the pouring rain, Yenkar was the one who stepped forward to testify about the true culprit in Ed's murder. The ash-blonde female student sighed wearily, thinking that although she was suffering greatly, Yenkar must be enduring even more. Meanwhile, Yenkar tried to lift her spirits, cheerfully announcing that she would try cooking curry today. She asked her friend, Anise, for cooking advice, but Anise confessed she was only used to prepping ingredients and was hesitant to try a new dish. Anise suddenly realized they had only been eating spicy food lately. Just as she suggested making a salad to add vegetables, Yenkar suddenly turned back with a look of terror, horrifying Anise. In a painful memory, Anise was sobbing, trying to shake Yenkar out of her delusion, forcing her to accept that Ed was dead. Yenkar looked at her friend with a stunned expression, unable to believe the harsh truth. She quickly hugged Anise, signaling for silence while the wind spirit dries flew around anxiously. Elsewhere, Ed Rothstaler was contemplating. He knew that Tanya had returned to the academy on her own. According to reports, Tanya was actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence after a period of hiding in the royal dormitory. While Yenkar quietly washed his shirt, Ed thought that Princess Pena's public support had helped Tanya regain some of her reputation. However, the number of Lortell's supporters in the academy far outnumbered hers. They cheered passionately for the commoner's president. Ed recalled the moment Lortell came to the cave and wondered what had happened, as the momentum for the election had completely shifted in her favor. He remained silent, still bewildered by Yenkar's presence and her act of care. Yenkar cheerfully held up the clean shirt, saying that although this wasn't her business, if the situation continued like this, Lortell would certainly become the student council president. Just then, Ziggs unexpectedly appeared, declaring that he came because of his promise to Ed, but also because Yenkar was here. Ziggs sternly warned that Lortell's election was less important than the news that Kadek and Nox had escaped prison, which further fueled the rumors that Tanya had murdered Ed. Ziggs explained to Princess Pena and Tanya that he could not testify on Tanya's behalf, because he also had to respect Pena's sacrifice. He emphasized that the critical issue right now was Tanya's truly terrible condition. In the past, Tanya was a prominent figure, always beloved by the top students. But now, falsely accused of murdering a relative, she is suspected by the entire academy and seems unable to endure any further. After hearing the report, Ed Rothstaler interrupted Ziggs, asserting that he already understood the situation clearly. Ed began analyzing the game's original scenario, where the election was meant to showcase the relationships that the protagonist, Taylor, had built. Normally, Taylor would actively support Princess Pena, who had saved him after driving away the original Ed Rothstaler. Taylor's strategy was to focus on persuading the influential valedictorian students. Ed listed those who could not be persuaded: the lazy Lucy, the neutral Yenkar, Wade, who had already sided with the princess, and Dorothy, who supported Tanya. The real targets were the remaining 8 valedictorians from various academic years, who could still change their votes. Securing the support of just 5 out of these 8 individuals would guarantee victory in the election. In the original scenario, Princess Pena won and became the student council president, providing Taylor with invaluable royal backing. That power was especially crucial in Act 4 for fighting Kreppen Rothstaler, and also in the battle against the final boss. For Ed, maintaining this plot flow was a matter of survival, as it was the weapon that guaranteed his existence. It was the surest path to overcome the great challenges ahead, symbolized by the legendary dragon. Ed told himself that even if the minor details had changed, he had to ensure the overall flow remained intact. Princess Pena must become the president. He calculated that if he remained silent, Tanya's situation would worsen, which might force Pena to run for election to prevent Lortell from winning. Another option was to secretly inform Pena that he was alive, persuade her to run, and use his connections to stir up the election. Ed was confident that there were still many ways to position Princess Pena as a candidate before the registration deadline expired. However, a final question suddenly arose in his mind, causing him to hesitate. What about Tanya? Ed was tormented, realizing that his own actions had pushed Tanya onto a tragic path, turning her into a murderer, facing a cruel, off-script fate. He faced the painful choice between saving Tanya and adhering to the original plot progression, and his confusion was noticed by someone else. Ziggs Eifelstein, who had arranged to meet Ed on the beach, noticed his worried expression and suggested canceling the sparring session. But Ed dismissed the idea and decided to proceed. With a confident smile, Ziggs declared that the sparring match had officially begun. Ed placed his hand on his weapon, telling himself that he needed to verify the results of his training and confirm one specific thing. He figured that physical exertion was the best way to clear his troubled mind. Ziggs also drew his greatsword, admitting that he was eager for a serious fight, and Ed agreed. Both men were resolute, their eyes locked, and the tension in the air was palpable. Meanwhile, Tanya's old, faded memories flooded back, starting with the image of a sun-drenched field of flowers. She tried to recall every detail of that day, when the 3 siblings walked hand in hand on a hill covered in blooming flowers. The memory showed her eldest sister, Arwen, Tanya, and their brother. That was likely the last happy memory, because ever since then, Tanya's life had only been the burden of responsibility and pressure. She reminisced about the beautiful days gone by, but the memory was quickly drowned out by shouts demanding her resignation. The crowd of furious students screamed, calling her a murderer, leaving Tanya desperately wondering why everything had gone so wrong. Returning to Ed, he hesitated, realizing that helping Tanya would cause an immeasurable impact on the entire scenario. His hesitation grew stronger, since the plot was already disrupted by too many unknown factors. Pushing aside his thoughts, Ed focused on the opponent before him and called out Ziggs Eifelstein's name. He recalled Ziggs' role in the game, a powerful warrior who, according to the original plot, should have been defeated by Wade Callermore. Ziggs roared and charged forward, unleashing the single strike technique with a surging wave of black energy. A small detail about Ziggs' strength bothered Ed, and he decided he had to verify it himself right now. Facing Ziggs' opening attack, Ed Rothstaler took a defensive stance with the dagger in his hand. Ed thought to himself that this was his chance to see how much stronger he had become, having changed the most compared to the original scenario. He quickly erected a basic defensive magic shield to block the incoming surge of black energy. However, Ed was astonished when the attack was blocked with unusual ease. Ziggs had vanished and reappeared right behind him with unbelievable speed. Swinging his greatsword down, Ed was stunned, wondering how Ziggs could move so quickly. He hurriedly twisted his body to dodge, but Ziggs was already closing in, making evasion incredibly difficult. With a confident look, Ziggs believed Ed would not be able to escape the next attack. He plunged the greatsword forcefully into the ground, unleashing a fierce surge of fire energy. Ed immediately called upon his spirit, Mug, to counter the attack. A violent explosion of fire erupted, surprising even Ed with its sheer power. He stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It was Ziggs' turn to be astonished, wondering about Ed's unnatural movements as he moved at high speed. Ed used his fire-enhanced dagger to parry the attack. Ziggs was shocked when he realized what Ed was doing. Ed was using psychokinetic magic to control his own body, generating unpredictable movements during the fight. Ziggs determined that these movements were impossible to imitate, regardless of one's mastery of magic or physical prowess. To achieve this, one needed a combat sense far beyond conventional theory, and Ziggs decided to unleash a serious attack. He channeled his mana, casting the intermediate magic Frost Lance. Ed realized that Ziggs was not holding back, fully confident that Ed could dodge the attack, but in reality, Ed was barely managing to cope. Ziggs realized Ed's previous attack was merely a tactical maneuver, designed to buy time for a larger spell. Ed was astonished that the initially light sparring match had escalated so fiercely, and Ziggs admitted that he had changed his mind. Ziggs declared that he had originally intended to use only a single sword, but now things were different. He unleashed his full magical power, activating the high-level spell, Advanced Mana Armament. With a challenging smile, Ziggs asserted that even practice must be treated like a real battle. A terrifying explosion erupted after he cast the spell. From a distance, Yenkar flinched and anxiously called out Ed's name. She was simultaneously keeping an eye on the match and hastily cooking a large pot of curry for their post-battle meal. The ground cracked open under the force of Ziggs's magic. Ed braced himself, gritting his teeth as he defended against a powerful attack. Ziggs hovered in the air, using a mana bow and arrow to strike down Ed's shield. In response, Ed also condensed his magical power, forming an arrow made of water. He fired a barrage of water projectiles at blinding speed toward Ziggs. Ziggs was surrounded but calmly prepared his defense. He effortlessly created an elaborate mana shield, which was the essence of mana armament magic, the creation of weapons from energy. Most mages do not require this complex type of magic, as they do not need to utilize a diverse array of weapons. But for Ziggs, the only person capable of wielding every type of weapon, without limitation, it was a different story. This was Ziggs's unique magic, and he used it to forge an energy saber, lunging straight toward Ed. However, Ziggs was stunned to realize that Ed was once again utilizing telekinetic power. He was frustrated that Ed's movements were completely untraceable and unpredictable. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy enveloped Ed as he faced the attack. Thanks to the blessing of the wind ability, a powerful vortex was triggered upon the surprise attack, blowing the enemy away. A fierce, jade-colored gust of wind erupted, mercilessly pushing Ziggs back. Ziggs gnashed his teeth and roared, trying to resist the invisible force that was tearing apart his offensive stance. He was thrown backward, sliding across the ground amidst the streams of water he had created. Ziggs landed firmly, the blue mana current still swirling around his feet. He wondered in astonishment when that last attack had appeared. Ziggs cast Spirit Magic, summoning a vast sea of water right onto the training ground. Gigantic pillars of water began to rise from the surface of the artificial lake. From the flowing water, a massive beast formed, roaring fiercely. The water spirit Licia charged straight toward Ed with razor-sharp fangs. Ed was stunned by Ziggs's sudden and powerful attack. Without hesitation, Ed launched a counterattack, his hand erupting in magical flames. A mid-level magic particle explosion was unleashed, forming a brilliant fireball. Ed gasped after the collision, admitting internally that Ziggs was indeed very strong, just as he knew from the original storyline. He suddenly realized one thing. With this level of power from Ziggs, Taylor's group wouldn't have any trouble facing their enemies, but then another thought cut him off. From the other side, Ziggs coughed, acknowledging Ed's astonishing power. He landed on the ground, dust billowing up after the impact. Ziggs declared that he could no longer afford to be careless, as a darker and more powerful aura began to emanate from his body. With glowing eyes filled with fervor, Ziggs announced that from now on, he would fight seriously. Ziggs activated his ultimate skill, Advanced Mana Armament, Convergence. Ed was astonished as Ziggs summoned the water spirit Licia, which charged straight toward him. The spectral beast roared, fiercely attacking Ed's defensive shield with its fangs and claws. Through the clash of energy, Ed realized that the power Ziggs displayed had reached the limit he had anticipated for this scenario. Nevertheless, Ed was still shocked. He had never expected to witness this form of Ziggs so soon. He recalled that, in the original storyline, this was Ziggs's final combat form, only appearing during the battle at Gregol Cathedral. Ziggs unleashed his full power, transforming into the Spear of Nature, surrounded by countless hovering energy swords. He declared that he would stop relying on strategy and use absolute power to crush Ed. A destructive storm of green sword energy hurtled toward Ed. With no other choice, Ed poured all his remaining strength into creating a fireball in his hand to fight back. A terrifying explosion erupted, shattering Ziggs's initial assault. Thrown backward, Ed groaned from exhaustion, admitting that he had depleted his mana after using that ineffective move. He knew the real problem still lay ahead. As expected, Ziggs remained standing amidst the chaotic energy, ready for a second attack. Cornered, Ed slammed his fist into the ground. A blue shockwave erupted from the ground, forming a protective dome. He panted heavily, holding a magical tool that amplified the shockwave. Realizing Ed had resorted to using a tool, Ziggs roared that this was the end. He soared into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow upon the helpless Ed. However, just before delivering the strike, Ziggs's confident expression suddenly twisted into one of extreme astonishment. Ziggs was stunned to see Ed unleash a wind spell, wondering how his opponent could manage it when completely depleted of mana. Facing the overwhelming power, Ed declared that he too would have to go all out. He activated the legendary grade magical artifact, the Golden Phoenix Ring of Glass. Determined not to let the ring drain his mana completely like last time, Ed gritted his teeth, using only a minimal amount of energy to activate it. With a defiant smile on his bruised face, he prepared for the final counterattack. Ed sighed in relief when a familiar voice echoed, calling his name. Before him, a spirit in the form of an ice-blue-haired woman appeared, declaring that Ed had successfully summoned her without any external assistance. The spirit Marilda smiled, acknowledging this as a significant breakthrough for Ed. Meanwhile, on the academy grounds, an announcement over the loudspeaker had just concluded. The crowd of students erupted in excited cheers. A male student confidently remarked that the outcome of the student council president election was already obvious. Lortell stood on the podium, waving to the crowd who chanted her name in admiration. Her radiant smile exuded irresistible charm, solidifying her status as a born leader. The other student's friend worried that if Lortell were elected, there would be no one left in the academy capable of stopping her power. Elsewhere, Lortell, now wearing an eye patch, looked down coldly. She used an invisible force to restrain Tanya, offering an ambiguous compliment about the girl's fingernails. Lortell noticed Tanya's tension and inquired about the reason. Tanya trembled, lifted her head, and began to speak. With all her resentment and despair, she loudly declared that she was not the one who murdered Ed's older brother. In the shadows, Lortell smirked, anticipating the drama about to unfold. On the high podium, Tanya Rothstaler faced the sea of people, the entire student body waiting in silence. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure before the magical microphone. With a trembling yet resolute voice, Tanya introduced herself and announced her candidacy for student council president. The massive crowd remained in absolute silence. Not a single sound was heard. Amidst the indifferent students, a slicked-back blonde male student and a gray-haired female student clearly showed contempt. From afar, Lortell mused that Tanya was performing well, trying to appear normal until the very last moment. She wondered if this was a desperate attempt to prove her innocence or a hidden political talent, but realized 10 minutes had already passed. Tanya's speech was met only by the deadly silence of thousands of students. With teary eyes, Tanya desperately concluded her speech. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, calling her a murderer. Hard objects began to be thrown onto the stage, clattering at the feet of the stunned Tanya. The entire plaza exploded in fury, the crowd screaming, demanding Tanya explain the murder accusations published in the newspapers. A thrown rock struck Tanya, causing her to stumble into the podium, her words of thanks caught in her throat. A boot stomped on a bottle of ink thrown onto the stage, staining the wooden floor. Tanya collapsed onto the floor amidst the rain of objects and insults. The crowd burst into savage laughter, panicking Tanya so much that she told herself she was about to laugh along with them. Slumped on the stage, Tanya blamed herself for being so reckless and foolish to step up there. Seeing the aggressive crowd approaching, she realized she should have run away from the start. In her extreme panic, Tanya had only one thought. She must escape immediately. Tanya screamed in despair, clutching her head as the furious crowd was about to engulf her. Suddenly, a surge of jade-colored energy erupted, throwing back the charging aggressors. From a distance, a pair of sharp blue eyes, gleaming with determination, observed the situation. An ancient magical crest flared brightly on the forehead of a newly manifested entity. A giant spectral wolf roared fiercely, materializing from thin air to shield the collapsing Tanya. Enveloped in the protective light, Tanya looked up, and faint memories began to surface in her mind. She remembered a boy, her older brother, whose face had been blurred by time, someone she couldn't distinguish as a memory or just a dream. The boy's warm hand grasped hers, a familiar feeling she had long tried to forget. But now, that memory became more vivid than ever, and her brother's hand once again took hers in the present. With tears welling up, Tanya realized that from this moment on, no one would be able to forget. Ed Rothstaler, wearing a hooded cloak, stood before his sister, reassuring her that although there were many things to explain, resolving the current situation was the top priority. A few days before this event took place, an important conversation had begun. In another space, Marilda appeared in her human form, smiling and praising Ed's remarkable progress. She commented that his mana efficiency was much better, and although still limited, it was sufficient for their plan. Memories of the grueling training surfaced. When Ed screamed in pain, his body enveloped by chaotic energy, Ed calmly analyzed the situation, noting that something about the entire affair was strange. He had calculated that Ziggs's power at this point in the scenario had reached its limit. Although summoning Merilda did not require excessive mana, it had completely drained his reserves. Merilda admitted the human form was highly efficient, but she disliked it, while Ed secretly prepared to use every magical technique available. Merilda complained about the inconveniences of the human form, from the difficulty of speaking and feeling cold without fur, to the trouble balancing without a tail, completely unaware that this was part of Ed's secret technique. In the middle of the battle, Merilda suddenly realized something and froze. Overwhelmed by Ziggs' magical flow, Merilda remained certain that victory should be hers. She asked Ziggs in astonishment when he had struck, while complaining that the human body was too cumbersome, preventing her from reacting in time. A massive explosion of green energy completely engulfed Merilda. However, at that exact moment, Ed decided to intervene. He rushed forward to shield Merilda, taking the full force of Ziggs's destructive attack. After the smoke cleared, Ed stood up, his clothes tattered, raised both hands, and calmly admitted defeat. Ziggs, the victor, clenched his injured hand and realized he had learned a valuable lesson. Exhausted on the ground, Ziggs was astonished by Ed's rapid progress in just 1 year, while Ed secretly thought that Ziggs had also become much stronger than in the original scenario. Ed admitted his calculations were wrong, and Ziggs explained that Ed himself had also grown significantly stronger. Ziggs continued, saying that witnessing Ed constantly growing stronger every day was the motivation that pushed him to surpass his own limits. After the match, the two sat down on the ground, and Ed began reflecting on how he had always tried to keep the storyline on track. He admitted that maintaining his future knowledge was part of the plan, but for the protagonist Taylor to win the final act, a prerequisite condition needed to be met. Ed recalled his previous belief that sticking strictly to the plot was the only path to victory. But in reality, even when the plot had been shattered, countless dangers continued to arise. Nevertheless, he had always managed to keep everything moving along the intended trajectory. Ed admitted that this very fact made him fear variables beyond his control, to the point where he hesitated about whether to save Tanya after hearing that Kadak and Leisha had escaped. He bitterly realized that the final fragments of the original storyline had completely slipped through his grasp. Returning to the present, Ed decided to put those worries aside and focus on what he could do now, starting with preparing a meal. In his thoughts, Ed smiled when thinking of Ziggs, who had grown stronger after their match. He was also pleased to see Yenkar and her spirits, the reliable allies he had gained. Ed accepted that even if this thought seemed naive, it was all right to be a little optimistic sometimes. His train of thought was interrupted by reality. Merilda roared in her giant wolf form, protecting the collapsing Tanya, proof that deviating from the plot was not necessarily an ominous sign. The sudden appearance of the powerful spirit caused the students, including Joseph Whitefelts, to panic, scream, and flee. Amidst the chaos, Joseph tried to shout to reassure everyone. He recognized the high-ranking spirit and smugly boasted to Wade Calermore that he had seen it before. From within the crowd, Lortell Cahelland, hidden beneath a cloak, also whispered that she knew who was controlling the spirit. And then, the entire academy was stunned to realize that the person was Ed Rothstaler, standing beside his sister, Tanya. Ed took the sound amplification device and loudly introduced himself to everyone present. Standing on the platform with Merilda, he declared that he had not been murdered by Tanya, and, on the contrary, he fully supported her. Ed began listing Tanya's powerful allies, from third-year valedictorian Yenkar to Lucy and Princess Pena. He continued naming combat faculty valedictorian Clevius and alchemy faculty valedictorian Elvira. Finally, there were Ziggs, magic faculty valedictorian Joseph, and overall valedictorian Wade, asserting that securing their votes was not difficult. However, setting aside all calculations, Ed made a sincere plea from the bottom of his heart. He placed his hand on the shoulder of the tearful Tanya, asking everyone to listen to her vision as her family member. Seeing the crowd begin to listen, Ed could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After the event, an academy official began the interrogation, recounting how Ed had survived the stabbing thanks to the Delheim hourglass. The official continued summarizing Ed's journey, surviving in the cave, being rescued by Yenkar, and then rushing to protect Tanya. Ed, with dark circles under his eyes from exhaustion, confirmed the story, and secretly thought that he had been interrogated an uncountable number of times. Ed Rothstaler secretly thought that he was utterly exhausted and couldn't believe the string of interrogations was finally over. A powerful voice rang out, calling the name of third-year magic faculty student Ed Rothstaler. Ed stood in a luxurious office, facing the man seated behind a large desk. That man was Principal Obel Forsyth, who ordered Ed to step forward. Looking out the window, Principal Obel said that he had read all the investigation data and acknowledged that Ed had suffered greatly. Sitting across from Ed, Obel apologized on behalf of the academy for the lax security, but Ed secretly thought that the conspiracy had been too meticulously planned to be stopped. Obel took a sip of tea, thanking Ed for saying so. However, he abruptly set his teacup down and stated that he was unsure if the entire story was true. Ed calmly drank his tea as he listened to Obel remark that everything seemed too perfectly orchestrated. Principal Obel speculated that the timing of Ed's appearance seemed intentional, having waited until Kadek and Nox had escaped. He continued his deduction, suggesting that Ed wanted the news of his death reported back to the mastermind before he comfortably revealed himself. Obel affirmed that he had no intention of interfering in the internal conflicts of the Rothstaler family, but as the academy administrator, he had his own responsibilities. He explained that he needed to report what happened at the academy to the royal family, and if he reported that Ed was alive, the Rothstaler family would also learn the truth in a way Ed did not desire. Ed immediately suggested whether the principal could postpone the report, but Obel coldly asked why he should accept that risk. Ed revealed that the mastermind behind the assassination was his father, the patriarch Krepin Rothstaler. But Obel replied that he did not care about matters outside the academy. With an urgent expression, Ed explained that the Rothstaler family would want everything kept quiet, so reporting later would pose no risk. Principal Obel interrupted, calling Ed Rothstaler by his full name. He began listing Ed's astonishing changes: skyrocketing grades, improved reputation, the promising nature of his sister Tanya, and good relationships with top students. Obel concluded that all these factors made Ed look as if he had become an entirely different person. Principal Obel tapped the stack of documents, asserting that, as he had always maintained, Sylvania Academy always stood by its students, especially talented ones like Ed. He smiled and promised to remember Ed's name before dismissing him. Ed inwardly breathed a sigh of relief while facing the principal, realizing that Obel had grasped the entire situation and would keep the fact of his survival confidential. Meanwhile, outside the academy grounds, Clara firmly intercepted a male student holding a gift box, declaring that Tanya's schedule was finished, and she would not accept inappropriate gifts. From a distance, Tanya watched silently, reminding herself that she had waited for this moment. Ed finally appeared, much to Tanya's surprise. He smiled and congratulated her, stating that her election was practically confirmed and her day to shine had finally arrived. Tanya happily replied that she couldn't afford to let her guard down yet. Ed recalled that Tanya's integrity had been proven, and she had secured the support of 8 out of the 12 most outstanding students. The most decisive reason why Tanya, who had once been ostracized, managed to receive such an overwhelming vote count was Lortell's downfall. Lortell had cleverly engineered the election into a two-way confrontation between herself and Tanya, effectively sidelining the other minor candidates. The two-sided battle between them grew intense, and at the perfect moment when both had reached equivalent levels of support, a sudden exposé was released. The article exposed Lortell's trading company for embezzling public funds and threatening clients, forcing her to withdraw in disgrace. In the end, only Tanya's supporters remained. Ed mused that, due to the election and the investigation, the two siblings had barely had time to speak. Tanya offered a gentle smile, saying they would have plenty of opportunities to talk, but she truly wanted to thank him. Ed brushed it off, feeling she had thanked him sufficiently, but the memory of Election Day resurfaced, Tanya sobbing and embracing him. She quickly and awkwardly protested, claiming that moment was an exception. Tanya sighed, her expression growing more serious. She hesitantly admitted that the question might be slightly inappropriate and that she had tried to suppress it, but she couldn't hold it back any longer. In a flashback to the day the results were announced, Tanya asked her brother, "Why did you feel the need to stand up and defend me so openly?" Tanya reasoned that if he truly wanted to remain hidden, he wouldn't have revealed himself. His actions led her to mistakenly believe he simply couldn't tolerate the injustice she was suffering. At least, that was what she had assumed. Ed frankly admitted that was exactly the reason, catching Tanya off guard. He smiled and affirmed that since they were family, he naturally had to stand by her side. Hearing those words, Tanya smiled, feeling both content and happy. Tanya, now the student council president, told herself she should act professionally, but allowed herself a small measure of bias, as she was only human. She turned, instructing Ed to let her know if he ever faced danger, promising she would do her utmost to help. Ed sat quietly on the chair, watching his sister's retreating figure. He offered a gentle smile as she departed. Ed murmured his own words again. That family must stand by each other. Lortell Cahellan suddenly appeared, quipping that it must be nice to be family, and revealed she had been eavesdropping since Ed started saying those awkward things to Tanya. Lortell asked Ed about the recent wild rumors and whether he was truly all right. Ed remained silent, and Lortell smiled radiantly, confirming that everything had proceeded exactly according to her plan. Ed recalled that the decisive event for Tanya's victory was the embezzlement scandal of a trading company, which Lortell herself had intentionally made public. Lortell had deliberately manufactured a two-way race with Tanya to eliminate the viability of all other candidates. She even went so far as to meet Princess Pena and display hostility, specifically to provoke Tanya into running for the position. Lortell knew that Pena and Tanya, who felt heavily responsible for her supposed death, would side with her to repay that debt of gratitude once she reappeared. In a distant memory, a younger Lortell was comforted by an ash-blonde man, telling him she would soon have many enemies. She leaned against him and expressed her desire that he, at least, would remain her ally. Ed recalled that from the moment Lortell informed him of her plan, he had decided to save Tanya, and the battle with Ziggs had eliminated any lingering hesitation in his mind. Ed silently admitted that saving Tanya because she was family was not a lie, but it would also be dishonest to claim he hadn't factored in her utility. He knew clearly that the approaching Act 4 meant war against the Rothstaler family. Since he was already an enemy of the family, Tanya, as an insider, was the best connection for gathering intelligence and executing diversionary campaigns. However, Ed understood that the nuances of human relationships were something only those involved could truly grasp. He thought of Lortell, the girl who had lived since childhood by calculating every gain and loss as she stretched comfortably beside him. Lortell admitted that her reputation around the academy had recently become quite scandalous, and since Tanya disliked her, she had no choice but to temporarily hand everything over to Ed. Ed commented on Lortell's habit of seizing control and stirring up everything around her, but she merely laughed and called it an occupational hazard, confessing that even she sometimes felt shaken. Seeing her subtly sway, Ed asked with genuine concern if she was truly all right. Lortell brushed him off, asserting that rumors didn't cost her money and that the villain role suited her perfectly. She looked straight at Ed, gently stating that she would be fine as long as he didn't become her enemy, a candid remark that highlighted the complexity underlying their relationship. Ed's thoughts then shifted to Pena, imagining the princess standing alone on a balcony, wondering what she would do now that she was no longer the student council president. He also couldn't be certain about what would unfold in the impending conflict between the royal family and the Rothstaler family. Recognizing that the remainder of Act 3 was entirely unpredictable, Ed decided he could only stand back and observe. He returned to the log cabin hidden deep in the forest, realizing that nearly a month had passed since his last visit. To restore order to the campsite, he began meticulously cleaning up the fire pit area. Next, he moved inside the cabin, recalling that he hadn't cleaned the interior before his departure. But the moment the door swung open, Ed froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he heard the steady sound of snoring emanating from within. His gaze immediately fixed on the familiar witch's hat, resting on his bed. Ed was dumbfounded, realizing that Lucy May Reel was sound asleep on his own bed. He could only stand there, watching the world's strongest mage, sleeping peacefully in his private sanctuary. Ed smiled contentedly after resolving everything. He held the Chronicles of Magic Discovery by Archmage Glocht in his hands. Sitting on the rocking chair, he flipped through the pages under the dim light. Feeling tired, Ed decided to put everything aside, placing the book over his face to rest. After returning to his campsite, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, the news of Tanya's official appointment as student council president was announced. In a luxurious office, Yenkar was surprised when a professor asked her to participate in grading. Melina, the senior professor of spirit studies, explained that she would give Yenkar bonus points for her excellent ability to control high-level spirits. Yenkar was confused, still not understanding why she had been assigned this task. Melina reminded her about the upcoming joint combat training session, demanding that Yenkar display the dignity befitting a second-year student. The professor commented that, despite being the top student of her year, Yenkar always smiled, as if she were the happiest person alive. Melina suddenly cut straight to the chase, saying that Yenkar seemed to be deeply in love with Ed, leaving the young woman stunned in shock. Yenkar screamed in panic, stammering as she asked why the professor would suddenly say such a thing. Melina casually listed the evidence, pointing out that the two of them were always together in classes and across the school grounds. She even recounted the sight of Yenkar constantly giggling to herself while running errands with Ed at the campsite. The professor concluded that Yenkar looked exactly like a child experiencing first love, to the point where she had to sigh in exasperation. Yenkar blushed, hastily begging the professor not to mention this matter to the other students. Melina yawned, replying that she didn't care about the dating rumors of young students, but she coldly added that everyone in the school already thought so, making Yenkar even more embarrassed as she felt the surrounding gazes. Cornered by the assertion that she and Ed were dating, Yenkar could only blush in confusion, her mind drifting back to the past. The story began in the distant eastern Sparte region, a fertile agricultural land named Pulan. Hidden deep within was Torin, a small village of only about 300 inhabitants, where Yenkar, then known as Janica Failover, grew up. Since childhood, Janica had displayed innate talent by being able to see spirits, becoming the hope of the entire village. Occasionally, outsiders would visit, and one day, a stranger greeted her. It was a young messenger, the only person who spoke to Janica using formal honorifics. Because all the young people had left the village, Janica grew up pampered and was completely unfamiliar with this distant style of speech. Gradually, the messenger told her about the vast world outside, about the magnificent cities. Their relationship grew closer, and the little girl, the pride of the village, grew up surrounded by boundless affection. She was loved by everyone, her smile, always radiant. Inevitably, the messenger also fell for her, and gathered all his courage to confess his feelings with a vibrant bouquet of flowers. As a girl who had never learned how to refuse, Janica could only awkwardly accept the bouquet. But because she understood nothing about romance, she clumsily rejected his sincere affection. The young man hastily left and did not return to the village for a very long time. When he finally returned, he brought a surprise: the letter of admission from Sylvania Academy. Along with that letter came a cold farewell. The messenger departed, leaving Janica with the letter in hand and an obsession with formal speech. 3 years had passed since her enrollment, and the face of the young man from that year had faded from memory. Nevertheless, the current Janica Failover still carried within her the fear of rejection and the unfamiliarity with formal speech from that time. Yenkar flinched when a formal voice rang out, calling her by the name Janica and offering assistance. At the Trix Hall administrative office, an employee reviewed Yenkar's documents and offered to quickly process the procedures. However, Yenkar stammered, blushed, and couldn't clearly state her request. In her hands was the dormitory withdrawal application form, while the employee advised her to seek counsel from those around her if she felt stuck. The employee continued to encourage her, saying that many people were willing to listen and help her. Those words recalled images of the past, when Janica was always surrounded by people but felt burdened and found it difficult to speak up. Later, during a conversation with Anise, her close friend expressed annoyance that Yenkar hadn't told her Ed was still alive. Anise quickly calmed down, accepting the explanation that Yenkar had her own reasons and no other choice. When asked about her current worries, Yenkar could only slump her head onto the table in despair. Anise lost patience upon hearing Yenkar lament her inability to refuse requests, pointing out that this was precisely why she had practically become Ed's maid. Anise listed a series of chores Yenkar had done for Ed, wondering what outrageous thing he had requested this time. Yenkar frantically denied it, insisting that she did everything voluntarily and that this time, she was the one who needed to ask him for a favor. She explained that their overly close and comfortable relationship made it harder than ever to open up and ask Ed for a favor. Hearing this, Anise immediately suggested a solution. "Why don't you try creating a little distance between the two of you?" Anise thought that being less intimate would make it easier for Yenkar to make and refuse requests, and also calm her racing heart. But immediately afterward, Anise contradicted herself in thought, realizing this was impossible and worrying that Ed would become lonely again. Suddenly, Yenkar slammed the table, stood up, and thanked her profusely, cutting off Anise's unfinished sentence. With eyes shining brightly as if she had found the truth, Yenkar declared that she had a brilliant idea and would go execute it immediately. She hastily said goodbye and rushed off, leaving Anise still bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Anise dropped her hands, reluctantly accepting the situation. Immediately afterward, she clutched her head in panic, blaming herself for giving disastrous advice. Meanwhile, in a northern forest, Ed Rothstaler was contemplating the formula for crafting a rare magic staff. He knew that the core ingredient was a 1,000-year-old branch struck by lightning. Although this was a bonus item in the game, finding it in the real world was nearly impossible. Ed calculated that finding a 1,000-year-old ancient tree in this forest was not impossible. The real and most difficult problem was the lightning element. He gazed thoughtfully at the fire, while Lucy Mayriel was still sound asleep in a nearby hammock. Ed decided to wake the strongest mage, gently calling her name. Lucy slowly opened her purple eyes, still groggy. Ed froze for a moment, his face showing extreme astonishment. He looked up and saw Lucy, startled, had instantly teleported onto a high branch. He confusedly asked why she reacted so excessively when this wasn't the first time he had woken her. Lucy blushed, awkwardly clinging to the tree trunk and stammering an apology, while Ed reassured her that they could talk later. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Yenkar Palover cheerfully poked her head out, her hair covered in leaves, excitedly calling Ed's name. Ed calmly greeted her using her alias Janica and commented that she was late. Yenkar puffed out her chest proudly, awkwardly explaining that she had intentionally maintained her distance. Ed didn't seem bothered. He thanked her for coming to the training session, and then unexpectedly invited her for tea, leaving Yenkar completely stunned. Yenkar blushed, awkwardly accepting the invitation but wondering how she could possibly maintain distance from Ed. Against the backdrop of the sunset, Ed praised Yenkar's remarkable progress in spirit control. As they walked together, Yenkar explained that Mug consuming little mana was due to the high compatibility between the spirit and Ed. Mug fluttered excitedly at the compliment, while Ed greeted a newcomer. Headmaid Belle Maya appeared, carrying a sleepy Lucy in her arms, and Ed confirmed that the vice principal needed to see the year's top student. Belle expressed relief that Ed was safe following rumors of his death, and Ed politely apologized for causing her worry. Yenkar stood between the two, sensing a strange tension and starting to feel flustered. Belle reminded Ed of a maid's virtue of humility, but Ed firmly refused to change his formal manner of address. Despite Belle's annoyance, Ed calmly maintained his stance, forcing her to reiterate the rules of conduct. Yenkar was astonished to see Belle angry, realizing she was witnessing a subtle battle of wits between the two. A flash of realization sparked in Yenkar's eyes. She suddenly connected the concepts of distance, mental combat, and formal speech with a past memory. Yenkar cheerfully greeted Belle, expressing concern, while Lucy dreamily thought that life with friends was good. Ignoring Yenkar's words, Belle turned and announced that she had to leave to prepare for the inspection. She added that she needed to tidy up Lucy before departing. As Belle and Lucy walked away, she gave them a final instruction, and Yenkar enthusiastically waved goodbye. Ed silently watched them leave until Yenkar called his name. With a flushed face, Yenkar timidly suggested that they should both use honorifics when speaking, leaving Ed completely bewildered. She awkwardly tried to explain that maintaining respect and politeness was necessary, but Ed still didn't grasp her meaning. Flustered, Yenkar clutched her clothes, stammering her explanation. She confessed that she just wanted to try it once, causing Ed to silently accept his fate. With a bead of sweat rolling down his face, Ed reluctantly agreed. On the way, he told himself he would only talk for a few minutes, and then send her back before curfew. However, Yenkar's formal and blushing greeting, "Hello, Sir Ed," left Ed speechless. He realized in panic that this was not a dialogue from the game. This awkwardness was real. As Yenkar tightly gripped her staff, Ed felt infected by her confusion and was unable to utter a word. He didn't understand why she was so embarrassed, but her anxiety was slowly eroding his composure. 3 minutes later, the two sat in silence beside a campfire. Yenkar attempted to break the silence with a hesitant remark. Ed also intended to say something but stopped, feeling helpless against the tense atmosphere. He suddenly realized that even though they had shared suffocatingly silent moments before, this time made him exponentially more stressed, shattering their close, almost familial relationship. Ed clearly saw that even Yenkar hadn't anticipated the consequences. She was hanging her head in regret. He desperately sought a way to break the atmosphere, but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Yenkar jumped up, citing the approaching curfew as an excuse. She quickly thanked him, turned, and ran off, promising to see him tomorrow. Ed sat alone by the dying fire, lost in thought, before a brutal memory of his former self flooded his mind, the image of the original Ed Rothstaler, panting fiercely after a battle. Ed sat alone beneath the ancient tree by the riverbank, seeking tranquility. A sudden voice rang out. Marilda teased him about the awkward formal conversation he had with Janica. Ed sighed, irritably asking why she bothered to ask when she had witnessed the entire exchange. Marilda manifested in her human form, sitting on a branch, and clarified that she was merely curious about what happened in the classroom. In Ed's mind, the image of his awkward parting with Yenkar resurfaced, making him feel profoundly uncomfortable. He brushed aside his discomfort, beginning to wonder if Yenkar was having some kind of trouble, genuinely worrying about her. Hearing that, Marilda gently descended to the ground. She playfully leaned close to Ed, confirming that he was worried about Yenkar, a fact he did not deny. Faced with Marilda's smug smile, Ed awkwardly tried to change the subject. He asked for a few branches to make a 1,000-year-old wooden staff, which surprised Marilda, noting he was as busy as ever. Marilda casually granted permission, saying he didn't need to ask her opinion. Ed wondered why the tree was called Marilda's guardian tree, but she explained that the matter was quite complicated. She revealed that she protected the forest because an old friend had arbitrarily named the tree after her. Ed mused over her long life, while Marilda abruptly brought up the first issue. He then asked why spirits took animal forms, and Marilda reiterated that she naturally possessed a human form. She explained that spirits imitate animal forms because they are familiar and easy, then posed a rhetorical question about whom she had imitated to gain her current form. Marilda suddenly leaned in close, whispering that their contract allowed her to read his thoughts. With a smile that was both smug and slightly embarrassed, she revealed that she had chosen the form closest to his ideal type. Ed was utterly stunned, his face flushing red with shock and embarrassment at the sudden revelation of his own preferences. Marilda looked him straight in the eye, her confident gaze affirming that it was the truth. Marilda cheerfully admitted that she was only joking, leaving Ed completely speechless. Ed angrily asked if she was kidding, but Marilda explained that she couldn't read minds or arbitrarily copy others' appearances. Marilda revealed that she had lived for a very long time, long enough to consider the history of Sylvania Academy a minor detail. She recounted meeting a special person on the desolate Arkan Island, long before the academy was built. Ed was stunned, as Marilda described that person as simple and amiable, and that her current appearance was a replica of theirs. It turned out that this person had infused mana into the guardian tree, founded the academy, and tasked Marilda with protecting the forest. Ed was astonished, realizing this profound connection was a detail never revealed in the game. The person Marilda modeled herself after was none other than the great mage and scholar, Sylvania the Great Sage. That night, while Ed was at his campsite, sudden footsteps echoed nearby. Startled, he turned around while halfway through peeling an apple, calling out to the newcomer. The person who appeared was Yenkar, who hesitantly greeted Ed in the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ed awkwardly offered her some apple, and Yenkar timidly accepted the invitation. The two sat in silence by the fire, Ed focusing on peeling the apple, while Yenkar waited patiently. He told her to hold out her plate, and Yenkar shyly complied. After receiving a slice of apple, Yenkar ate it with a flushed face, her inner turmoil surging with confusion. Noticing her embarrassment, Ed suggested they standardize their way of addressing each other, but Yenkar suddenly grabbed his sleeve. She hastily asked if he was injured, then stammered that she had a strange question, but couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. Yenkar kept her head bowed, pleading with Ed to listen until the end, before giving his answer. Ed took a deep breath, reassuring himself that he needed to remain calm like an adult and listen to her. Finally, with a crimson face, Yenkar gathered her courage and asked what Ed would think if she left Dex Hall to live with him here. Too stunned by Yennekar's proposal, Ed accidentally cut his finger while peeling the apple. Yenkar cried out in panic, anxiously asking about his injury. The campfire continued to flicker, illuminating the tense silence between them. Ed sighed, looking at his bandaged finger, telling himself that despite having lived through all sorts of situations over the past year, he still couldn't have predicted this. He mused that this small injury bought him some time to organize his thoughts, and decided to speak plainly about what Yenkar had likely already anticipated. Ed began by admitting that he considered her an incredibly kind and sincere person, and he was certainly not the only one who thought so. He then frankly confessed that he was very fond of her, leaving Yenkar stunned. Ed emphasized that he was a man, and complimented Yenkar on being very beautiful and possessing an adorable charm. He warned that while he could maintain restraint now, he wasn't sure what would happen if they lived under the same roof, causing Yenkar to become breathless with confusion. Ed explained that men generally shared similar traits, and while he appreciated her trust, he still had concerns. He firmly reiterated his hesitation. Yenkar looked up, resolutely stating that if it was Ed, she would completely accept everything. Yennekar's bold declaration left Ed utterly speechless, his face burning red. Immediately afterward, Yenkar also realized the implication of her words and was struck with extreme horror. An awkward silence descended, and Ed felt as if they were both walking a strange and fragile line. Ed stood up, stepped closer, and looked down at Yenkar. He pondered her manner of speaking, which was both formal and absurd, making everything feel both familiar and alien. Ed thought about the past few days. After the exhausting student council election, he had just felt relieved to return to his camp. Then Yennekar's sudden cohabitation proposal crashed down like a storm. This situation seemed to challenge Ed's sanity, and he spoke her name aloud. However, Ed Rothstaler clenched his fists, trying to remain calm to analyze the situation. By the flickering firelight, he gently asked Yenkar Palover if she was facing any difficulties. Deep down, Ed reasoned that every unexpected action had a cause, and there was certainly a hidden factor behind Yennekar's sudden request. Yenkar looked up at the night sky, admitting that there seemed to be nothing Ed didn't know. She confessed that she just wanted to run away, that she missed the days of being alone in the Ophelis Hall, and wondered if she looked like a fool. Ed recalled Yennekar's past, a person who had once collapsed under the pressure of the surrounding gazes. Throughout her year at Dex Hall Dormitory, She had endured the constant scrutiny of the other students. Nevertheless, Yenkar always tried to force a kind smile in response. She explained that the campsite felt like a sanctuary, and she just wanted to hide here, apologizing for being a burden to Ed. With a strained smile, Yenkar admitted that even though she knew running away wouldn't solve the problem, she still wanted to try asking just once. Ed bluntly replied that it was indeed a burden, causing Yenkar's smile to fade as she mumbled her agreement. But then he asked what difference it made whether it was a burden or not, leaving Yenkar bewildered. Ed explained his philosophy. Life involves being a burden to others, while simultaneously shouldering their burdens, and if necessary, he would repay her with a similarly troublesome request. He asserted that their relationship would last a long time, so everything could be settled through give and take, causing Yenkar to blush in confusion. Ed made his final offer. Although sharing one shelter was too much, how about building one more tent, which brought tears to Yenkar's eyes. He had expected her to jump up in joy, but Yenkar's reaction was completely different from what he had anticipated. In a sudden moment, Yenkar rushed forward and hugged Ed tightly, only managing a choked-up thank you. As her arms tightened around him, Ed smiled, realizing she was no longer speaking formally, and Yenkar could only sob. Ed noticed that Yenkar had tried to maintain distance but failed, and he wondered if that truly changed anything. He knew she was someone who would always help others in need, and her kindness would likely never be fully repaid. Ed mused that when someone like Yenkar breaks down and cries, no one can help but reach out to comfort them, regardless of how distant their previous relationship was. Dawn broke, signaling the start of a new day. In his tent, Ed woke up and stretched, thinking that building another shelter was not simple, especially since he also needed to prepare lessons and quickly craft the magic staff. He recalled losing sleep all night, trying to reorganize his packed schedule. Suddenly, a voice called his name from outside, making Ed jump and turn toward the entrance. Outside, the colossal fire spirit Takon, along with an army of spirits carrying construction materials, offered that he needed Ed's advice since he lacked experience setting up a tent. Takon noticed Ed's exhaustion and confessed he felt the same, having partied all night in the spirit world to celebrate. But now it was time to focus on construction. Ed was astonished to see that the spirits had already chosen the location and were working at breakneck speed. While Takon explained that building the tents facing each other would be very romantic, Takon continued muttering, considering different placement options to ensure privacy while remaining close enough. Suddenly, the tiny fire spirit Mug landed on Ed's shoulder. Mug confidently declared to Takon that the overall plan would be completed in 10 days, and as the field commander, it would ensure the work was as efficient as possible. Ed was stunned by the 10-day timeline, while Mug explained that it was a reasonable time frame based on the shifts of the lower-rank spirits. Takon roared, launching into a lecture about the old days, recounting how hard the spirits of his era had to work, and criticizing the current generation of spirits for being too weak. Frightened by Takon's fury, Mug hastily adjusted the plan, promising to complete the work within 1 week. Takon declared he had business to attend to and flew off, while Mug, still trembling, shouted a final promise that everything would be finished in 5 days. Ed was dumbfounded, thinking that this construction would only take 5 days, whereas it would have taken him several months. Feeling guilty for unintentionally causing pressure, Ed turned to apologize to Mug, but the tiny spirit was already psyching itself up, determined to succeed. Ed sighed in relief and picked up his tool bag. His busy schedule had been unexpectedly cleared, and now he had time to craft the 1,000-year lightning-struck wood staff. He recalled the times Yenkar quietly did laundry and cooked, realizing he owed her a great deal, and that merely giving her a place to stay was not enough repayment. Edroth Staler carefully carved a piece of oak wood, wondering if Yenkar would like this gift. Although uncertain, he smiled and continued his work, hoping she would accept his sincerity. Under the bright sunlight, he sat outside the newly built wooden house, completely focused on crafting the staff. Meanwhile, Lucy Mayriel was extremely annoyed because she couldn't sleep due to the noise. She went straight to the source of the sound, a bustling construction site managed by Yenkar's spirits. Lucy stood watching with a frown, clenching her fists. But the noise was not the real cause of her irritation. The main culprit was Yenkar Palover, who was perched happily on a pile of lumber. Yenkar cheerfully waved, calling Lucy by her familiar name. Her eyes shone with uncompromising determination. An image flashed in her mind, recalling the previous subtle confrontation between the two over Ed. With a confident smile, Yenkar knew she couldn't lose this time. She puffed out her chest and boldly declared to Lucy that she would be living here from now on. Lucy could only grind her teeth, pulling her witch hat low to hide her furious expression. Elsewhere, Ed chewed on a piece of wood, his mind already focused on other matters. He was at the East Plaza of the faculty building, clutching a massive stack of elemental magic books, determined to learn new spells. In his mind, the image of the particle burst spell appeared, a useful technique, but one with weak firepower. Clevius's challenge to crush him with absolute power echoed again, urging Ed to become stronger. Firepower, Ed muttered, as an idea began to spark in his mind. Suddenly, a melodious tune caught his attention, emanating from the clock tower. It was Adele Saris, the keeper of the holy flame and the prophet, playing a lute. Ed recognized her, a companion of the game's original protagonist, whom he rarely interacted with. Adele Saris suddenly greeted Ed, commenting that he looked as busy as ever. Ed turned back, startled, secretly wondering why such an important figure would initiate a conversation with him. Adele explained that she had heard about him through Taylor and Ela, who seemed to have complicated feelings toward him, while Ed merely thought it was none of his business. Ed suddenly pondered Taylor, recalling Ziggs' words that the boy was visibly growing stronger and would easily pass the upcoming joint combat training. Adele, in her capacity as a bard, offered to play a tune for Ed, but he politely declined, citing the heavy stack of books he was carrying. Just as Ed was about to leave, Adele called him back sharply. She delivered an ominous prophecy, illustrated by the image of a blood-stained throne. Adele warned that if Ed were ever to become the family head, he would have to personally kill the person he respected the most, and if he hesitated, he would be the one to die. Ed was stunned. Realizing this was a genuine prophecy, he watched Adela's retreating figure, reassuring himself that prophecies weren't always absolute, knowing full well her ability to foresee the future. Nevertheless, Ed felt uneasy, for he knew of a future even more certain than Adela's prophecy. As Adele turned back and smiled, Ed recalled a cruel truth from the game scenario. In the third act, she would die. The scene abruptly shifted to a flashback, beginning with Ed firmly refusing something. He explained that he wanted to craft 2 magic staffs from 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, one for Janica and one for himself. In the flashback, Ed asked Lucy Mayriel to generate the lightning, but she grumpily agreed to only make one. Lucy irritably asked why he couldn't use a single spell for both staffs. Ed then decided he would only make one staff and give it to Janica, causing Lucy to immediately grab his sleeve in a fit of rage. He explained that because the item was so powerful, it needed to be given to the person who could use it most effectively, which only infuriated Lucy further. Seeing her fierce reaction, Ed had no choice but to concede and agree to make both. Lucy instantly calmed down, but stated that she had a small condition. Ed took Lucy's hand, firmly demanding that she accompany him somewhere. The story began to reveal Archmage Glocht, a great scholar with profound knowledge in all fields of magic. He was the only person to simultaneously possess the 2 highest-rank spirits, the fire spirit Teorphus and the water spirit Fried. After retiring, he dedicated his entire fortune to the development of the younger generation and the Academy's research fund, living an extremely simple life. It was thanks to Archmage Glocht that Sylvania Academy was able to rise and become the world's leading educational institution. As Ed dragged Lucy across the campus grounds amidst the astonishment of the other students, the flashback continued, recounting how Glocht had devoted all his assets to the academy. He retreated to seclusion in the Ramelin Mountains, while one student recognized Ed as the person dating Janica. At a secluded monastery, Glocht encountered an abandoned child, and that child was Lucy. Surprisingly, Lucy's magical talent far exceeded even the Archmage's imagination. Recognizing her talent as a gem of humanity, Glocht spent his final years honing and nurturing her. Although his life was a great heroic saga, Glocht's final years were tinged with sadness. His wife had sacrificed herself while conquering Teorphus, and all his colleagues had also passed away before him. In the end, only sycophants, or those seeking to exploit his reputation, remained around him, which was why he chose a life of seclusion. But the only consolation in that solitude was the existence of someone who could inherit his will. With just that, in a shabby hut on a rainy day, Glocht was able to smile peacefully and pass away. Returning to the present, Lucy stated that that was when Glocht's journey ended and hers began, even though hers had now also concluded, leaving Ed puzzled. Ed asked Lucy about Glocht's hometown, mentioning the lawless land of Kohelton that he had learned about in history books. Lucy denied it, saying that the history books were wrong and that it was merely where he spent his youth, leaving Ed completely dumbfounded. She revealed that his true hometown was somewhere else. Lucy pointed toward the island, glowing brilliantly in the sunset, and told Ed that it was Arkan Island. She recalled Glocht's enthusiasm whenever he spoke of life on Arkan Island, and his worry for the Academy right up until his death, secretly calling him a foolish old man. Ed realized that Arkan Island was Glocht's true home in his heart, and Lucy told him about a journey she was compelled to undertake. In the flashback, young Lucy was left alone beside her teacher's cold body, and she used ice magic to preserve his remains. With her extraordinary talent, The girl could easily maintain this complex ice magic, something most mages could not achieve. From Glock's hut in the Ramelin Mountains in the northwest of the continent, the girl began a chillingly solitary journey. She traveled south, crossing the Eurekla forest, the Great Lake Ica, and the alchemical lands of Crete. Her journey continued through the Milan Plains, the Holy Land of Carpia, and the Denkan wetlands, finally reaching the border of the Cloel Empire. The world map traced an almost straight path, cutting through countless territories from the Viscounty of Teldanil, the Rothstaler domain, all the way to the Kronful forest. Finally, the girl reached the Mexis Bridge, the gateway connecting to Arkan Island. Throughout the entire journey, she not only used magic to preserve her teacher's body, but also relied on it to move her own small frame. Lucy casually revealed that the journey lasted 3 months because she got lost, and it took her another week to find this place, leaving Ed utterly speechless. Inside a cave, Ed realized this was the very place where the Archmage and the Great Sage had once taught and trained each other, according to Glock's records. Before them was a simple grave, with Glock's staff plunged into a pile of books and flowers, and Lucy declared this to be the endpoint of her journey. Ed stared in astonishment at one of the books on the grave, the work Introduction to Physiognomy Magic, personally authored by Glock Eldervane. He recalled that another of Glock's works, Glock's Southern Chronicle, had sold for 7,000 gold coins. Ed was stunned, realizing that if a mere chronicle held such value, this posthumous book analyzing physiognomy magic must surely be a priceless treasure. Lucy suggested Ed take the book, as she no longer needed it, having memorized all the teachings her master had left behind. She stated that she hadn't even lived half of the life she was granted, and perhaps it was time to begin a new journey. Lucy mused that even if she might live a half-hearted life, she still had a goal. With resolute eyes, she declared that she would keep her promise to her master, protecting Sylvania Academy, at least once should danger arrive. She admitted that her story was not a happy one, and that coming here was quite troublesome. However, Lucy smiled and explained that she simply wanted to show Ed this place. Although the journey to bring her master to his final resting place was over, Lucy still could not escape the Archmage's shadow. For that reason, she was always waiting for danger to strike, an anticipation mixed with both excitement and fear. Ed understood her idleness, knowing that only after the promised challenge was complete could Lucy begin her own journey. Realizing that time was not far off, Ed decided to enjoy today's idleness with her. Amidst the sound of lapping waves and the cool late spring breeze, the two shared a moment of peace. Ed gently reached out and touched Lucy's witch hat, a silent gesture of comfort. That moment felt like a farewell to the past and a welcome to a new future awaiting them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yenkar was astonished by the newly completed wooden house. She couldn't believe it had been finished so quickly. Yenkar panicked when she saw that her spirits, especially Mug, had been overworked. Mug was exhausted but content, saying that they could now be released. Before Yenkar's eyes, the spirits dissolved into specks of light and flew into the sky, leaving behind wishes for a happy camping life. Yenkar used her staff, carefully drawing characters onto the ground in front of the porch. She gazed intently at her work, the inscription meaning, "Living Together." Immediately, Yenkar's face flushed bright red with joy and excitement at the prospect. Yenkar's silent scream echoed as she realized a harsh truth. A figure stepped out of the wooden house, and Yenkar exclaimed Ed's name in surprise. But the person who appeared was Lucy Mayriel, languidly yawning after a nap. Lucy's purple eyes suddenly widened, quickly grasping the situation. Yenkar froze, still holding her staff, facing Lucy right in front of the doorway. Beneath her feet, the inscription "Living Together" stood as an undeniable accusation. Understanding everything, Lucy flashed a meaningful and mischievous smile. She triumphantly cleared her throat, having already interpreted the situation in a far bolder way in her mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ed Rothstaler was concentrating on manipulating a complex purple magical sphere. Marilda looked skeptically at Ed practicing while Lucy slept soundly on his lap, but he remained firm that he had to keep trying. Even in her sleep, Lucy mumbled explanations about shaping magic, clarifying that it required a combination of theory and intuition gained through practice. A series of tools made of purple magic materialized, demonstrating Ed's relentless efforts. Marilda exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Ed had also undergone intense training. Ed replied that he had only tried 2 or 3 times, then gently stroked Lucy's head, causing the sleeping girl to blush and startle slightly. He continued by saying that such a thing was normal for a genius, while secretly marveling at the existence of the magic book written by Glock. Ed recalled that the book contained knowledge of shaping magic, the ultimate form of magic capable of manipulating both space and time. This was the most elusive and dangerous type of magic, because it defied the natural order. He thought that Lucy had learned it intuitively, and thus couldn't teach it, and briefly regretted that Professor Glast wasn't here. The image of the talented professor slumped in a pool of blood flashed back, a painful truth about the person who could have guided him. Ed Rothstaler sighed tiredly after reflecting on the arduous training process. Suddenly, Ziggs Eifelstein appeared and squinted suspiciously upon seeing another female figure beside Ed. He dropped his luggage in shock, muttering that no matter how great a man's ambition was, no one knew what kind of hell awaited them with such a lifestyle. The spirit, Raina snapped angrily, complaining that she was happily reading when she was disturbed. Realizing his mistake, Ziggs awkwardly apologized for jumping to conclusions, while Ed calmly asked the reason for his visit. Ziggs explained that he brought the old magic books Ed needed, adding that Elka had helped gather them. Feeling grateful, Ed offered to do something in return, and Ziggs immediately seized the opportunity. With a sly smile, Ziggs invited Ed to join him in the student council's work. Ed pondered the offer, recalling the previous incident and believing that the student council president had placed great trust in him. He explained that the president wanted to gather trustworthy individuals, but Ziggs remained skeptical about this method of formation. Ziggs revealed that the president's ambition was to build the strongest cabinet in history and had already recruited many talented individuals. He continued listing other promising candidates the president wanted, including the top students Joseph, Dorothy, and Ed himself. When asked if he would refuse, Ed merely hummed, prompting Ziggs to list his busy schedule and admit that his hesitation was understandable. Ziggs sighed, saying he had anticipated the answer but that the president would be very disappointed, which surprised Ed. Ed mused that ever since saving Tanya, the scenario had changed too much, rendering minor predictions meaningless. He shifted his thoughts to the upcoming major event, the second joint combat training, a crucial milestone before the arc of conquering Lucy. Memories of a tragic incident during that event flooded back. The top alchemy student, Claude, drank the vicious blood god potion after losing the match. Ed shuddered, recalling that the event had ended in a bloody and utterly disastrous scene. Ed Rothstaler gazed ahead thoughtfully, realizing that the future scenario was now completely out of control and unpredictable. Meanwhile, on a dirt road, the wheels of a magnificent golden royal carriage were rolling along. Pulled by white steeds and escorted by armored knights, this massive carriage could only move thanks to weight reduction magic. The escort force was so formidable that the people of the Holy City called the carriage the Palace on Wheels. Atop this extravagant mobile palace, two powerful figures sat observing. Archbishop Verdio smiled, remarking that despite the long journey, they were fortunate to still be able to monitor the Saintess's situation. Holy Pope Eldine, the head of the Holy City of Carpia, responded that the itinerary to visit neighboring territories had been flawlessly prepared. With a look of self-satisfaction, Holy Pope Eldine announced that they would soon reach Sylvania Academy. At the academy, all preparations for the Holy Pope's visit had to be ensured without a single flaw. In her office, Pena Prague felt the immense burden of countless tasks requiring her attention. She worried about the sudden visit from both the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, questioning their true intentions. Lortell Cahelland entered, carrying documents, and revealed that the official reasons were merely a facade, presenting Pena with an urgent meeting request. Pena was bewildered as Lortell explained that their primary concern was the Saintess Clarice, the very heart of the church. She reviewed the meeting requests, surprised that besides the Saintess, the Holy Pope also wished to meet a second-year student named Adele. Simultaneously, Clarice decided that today, she had to set aside her student identity as Kylie to prepare for the impending visit. She sat before the mirror, while Belle Maya meticulously brushed her white hair, preparing her to appear in her true role as the Saintess. Clarice sadly inquired about the joint combat training session, and Belle confirmed it coincided with the Holy Pope's visit, much to her disappointment. Clarice mused that she did not want to return to the Holy City. Her academy life felt like a dream, and she still hadn't found the person she was searching for. The person the Holy Pope wished to meet, Adele, was a wandering bard who served as the keeper of the sacred flame. While searching for Adele, Clarice thought that despite deliberately walking through the second-year students' paths, she still couldn't find her elusive friend. She was eager to reunite with Adele and recount her experiences, from the exam with Elka to crossing the blizzard alone to find the log cabin. Now, no longer just a listener, as she was in her memories of Adele and the bard from years past, Clarice had her own stories to tell. However, she was adamant that she would never recount these events to the Archbishop. Clarice shuddered, recalling the shocking events. The top-ranked mage Lucy Mayriel destroying the dormitory, and a fallen noble like Ed Rothstaler being implicated in a murder case. She feared that if Archbishop Verdio, who always championed a pure life, learned of these matters, he would immediately force her to leave the academy. Clarice admitted that she always found it difficult to refuse Verdio's commands, a terrifying influence that did not originate from his mind-reading ability. That ability was a form of holy magic and held no sway over her. The true reason was that Verdio had been her mentor since childhood. Returning to the present, Belle Maya noticed Clarice's tension and advised her to eat freely, startling the saintess who realized she had betrayed her anxiety. Clarice reassured herself that everything was fine, provided she maintained the condition. If any other student discovered her true identity, her academy life would be over. But then a horrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She recalled Ed Rothstaler and was certain he would never reveal her secret. But utter dread struck when Clarice imagined Verdio meeting Ed and using his mind-reading ability to uncover everything, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Clarice's panic, Belle offered to make tea, but she hastily refused. Suddenly standing up, Clarice urgently asked Belle to help her prepare to leave, confusing the maid since they were running out of time. In a whisper, Clarice revealed her destination, Ed. Her face flushed. She confessed that she believed she would regain her composure simply by seeing Ed Rothstaler. Clarice desperately insisted that she needed to see him immediately, leaving Belle Maya utterly dumbfounded. Belle couldn't comprehend. Images of other girls who had worn similar expressions flashed through her mind, and she could only confusedly wonder about the reason behind the saintess's bizarre reaction. Students gathered excitedly before the match list for the joint combat training session. Meanwhile, Yenkar lamented to Ed that no one had challenged her, and she hesitated at his suggestion that she should take the initiative. Ed calmly explained that this examination, where students face off against each other, would directly impact their academic scores. The competition format remained the same. Lower grades would challenge higher grades. However, a new rule allowing direct challenge letters had been added, promising unexpected developments. Ed calculated that, given the current circumstances, there were no first-year students in Class A. This made the matches between the first and second years more highly anticipated than ever, as they featured many outstanding individuals. Conversely, the matches for the third and fourth years garnered little interest, to the point where Ed and Yenkar had already moved on to discussing dinner. Ed recalled that last year, apart from Yenkar defeating Lortell, no third-year student managed to defeat their juniors. He mused that the lack of challenges proved he was recognized as a powerhouse, while Yenkar chuckled internally because he was still reading the book Lucy had given him. Yenkar sank back into contemplation, finding the idea of initiating a challenge difficult, given her personality. Ed looked into the distance, determined to remain discreet and avoid drawing attention during this event. Suddenly, a fully armored guard appeared, shouting loudly for everyone to clear the path. A magnificent carriage procession entered the academy grounds, the guard announcing the arrival of the saintess. Ed was utterly stunned. This appearance was a variable that fell outside all his scenario predictions. As the procession passed, Yenkar marveled at the saintess's majesty, while Ed was aghast to realize it was Clarice herself. He knew clearly that Clarice should have been absent, occupied with receiving the Holy Pope. Both Ed and Yenkar were shaken, wondering what major variable could have delayed the Holy Pope's visit and altered the saintess's schedule. Ed turned to look at Yenkar with an expression of extreme bewilderment, startling her with his reaction. Clarice explained that instead of sending a letter, she decided to come in person because she wanted to see Ed quickly. With a warm smile, she gently offered her greeting to Ed. The saintess suggested a brief conversation, an honor that caused Yenkar to respond awkwardly. Completely overwhelmed, Yenkar hastily introduced herself as Janica Failover, expressing her profound honor at meeting the saintess. In her confusion, Yenkar clutched Ed's sleeve for help, while he internally noted that this reaction was perfectly normal for a devout believer. Ed quietly observed, silently acknowledging that Clarice's elegant demeanor was worlds apart from Kylie Eckner's appearance, a testament to her rigorous training. When Ed asked if she was all right, considering the Holy Pope's impending visit, Clarice calmly replied that their destination coincided with her current location. She added that she guessed Ed would be here to check the match list, making him even more curious about her true intentions. Taking a sip of tea, Clarice began by remarking that Archbishop Verdio was just as wise as the Holy Pope. She smiled serenely, noting that the Archbishop's sharp intellect made one wonder if he possessed the ability to read minds. Clarissa's expression briefly shifted as she revealed rumors that the Archbishop could genuinely see into people's minds. Her every word echoed in Ed's mind, and he immediately connected the dots. Verdio, mind reading, the ability to see thoughts. In a moment of realization, Ed finally understood the true reason behind this awkward conversation. He realized Clarice feared Archbishop Verdio would discover the secret that Ed knew her true identity. To reassure her, Ed let out a breath and commented that Archbishop Verdio was indeed an extraordinary figure. He went on to assert that given his lowly status, he would never have the chance to meet someone of such high standing. Ed stressed that he would be entirely focused on the joint combat training session, ensuring he would never cross paths with the Archbishop. Hearing Ed's firm commitment, a relieved and grateful smile briefly appeared on Clarice's lips. When Yenkar timidly spoke up, Clarice turned, her gaze having returned to its usual composure. With a sharp glare, Yenkar questioned Clarice whether she had come here solely to meet Ed, and the Saintess could only hesitantly admit it. Yenkar's killing intent flared, as she emphasized that Clarice had mobilized an entire carriage just to see Ed, while feigning concern about the Pope, leaving the Saintess to offer only a weak denial. Before the crowd of students, Clarice forced a smile, stammering that her anxiety was a normal human reaction. As she continued speaking about wanting to meet someone, the surrounding space suddenly grew dark, reflecting the heavy pressure weighing on the Saintess's mind. Clarice clenched her fists, questioning the true reason behind her actions. Her face flushed. She secretly admitted to herself that she simply wanted to see him. Snapping back to reality, Clarice quickly used the excuse of the Pope's imminent arrival to flee, ignoring the astonished calls of her guards. From their table, Ed and Yenkar only managed to catch sight of the Saintess's magnificent carriage in the distance. The carriage abruptly vanished in a plume of black smoke. Immediately afterward, a brilliant aura flashed, signaling that a magical teleportation had been completed. Ed sighed exasperatedly, running a hand through his hair, and lamented that, regardless of her identity, Clarice was always difficult to deal with. In a magnificent hall, students were cheering loudly for the joint combat training session. An arrogant silver-haired male student mentioned Ed, acknowledging the rumors of his strength but scoffing that he was only strong compared to the weak third-year students. Suddenly, the silver-haired student's eyes widened, revealing extreme astonishment. A voice explained that the combat rules for the upper blocks were far more severe, just as a sturdy hand pulled back a curtain, revealing a massive battle axe. A hulking, bald, and scarred warrior roared, introducing himself as Kordek Valadirk, the second-ranked fourth-year student from the combat faculty. The audience paled with fear, and one student sighed in relief that they didn't have to face such a terrifying opponent. Hovering in the air, a female announcer declared the match officially started. Third-year student Ed Rothstaler versus fourth-year student Kordek Valadirk. The moment the command "Start" rang out, the stone arena floor shattered from a terrifying impact. Kordek Valadirk roared wildly, declaring that his body was boiling with excitement. He warned that he wouldn't hold back in a practice match, and this was Ed's last chance to feel fear. Faced with the threat, Ed responded only with a contemptuous sneer. Instantly, he raised his hand, and magical flames erupted fiercely in his palm. The mid-level spell, Molecular Explosion, was unleashed, sending a fireball hurtling straight toward Kordek. The explosion engulfed the giant in a painful scream, witnessed by the stunned crowd. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing the devastated arena floor after the destructive attack. Kordek staggered to his feet, his body bruised and battered, astonished by the mage's unbelievable reaction speed. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe that the strength of the third-year students had surged to such a degree. He recalled that just last year, Ed's spirits were nothing noteworthy. Now, facing Ed, he wondered where this monster had come from. Ed stood calmly amidst the magical vortex, completely in control of the situation. The other students watched breathlessly, swallowing hard at the astonishing sight. In just 5 seconds, Kordek collapsed, and Ed inwardly thought that he had been careful not to seriously injure him. Accompanied by his 2 spirits, Ed coldly declared the match over. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Ed sighed, admitting that his mind had been distracted by other matters. He recalled that after the Saintess's explosive visit, he had to guide the lost Yenkar. Then, on his way to the other stadium to fight Kordek, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Suddenly, Ed ran into Adele Saris, who was sitting by a window playing a lute and cheerfully greeted him. Ed wondered why a second-year student was in the Glocked building, but Adele merely smiled and suggested their meeting was fate. He noticed her smile was somewhat strained and sensed the discomfort hidden beneath her facade. As Adele stood up, preparing to leave, Ed inwardly thought of a terrible truth. He knew she would die immediately after the joint combat training session. He realized that promoting Tanya to student council president had altered the scenario, making the future more unpredictable. Recalling those he had been forced to leave behind, Ed decided he could not stand idly by again. He clenched his fist and called out to Adele with iron resolve. She turned back in surprise, and Ed hesitated for a long moment. Then he delivered a shocking statement. "You are going to die soon." Ed braced himself for the task of convincing someone who would not believe his warning, but Adele simply replied calmly, "I know." Ed was completely stunned by her serene smile. He took a step back in shock, unable to comprehend how she could know his destiny. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. Could Adele also be a transmigrator like him? Dismissing the hypothesis, Ed rushed away, determined to find Taylor to assess the extent of the plot's changes. As he sprinted through the corridor, a sudden, violent tremor struck. The entire building shook, causing Ed to stagger and the other students to cry out in panic about an earthquake. Ed told himself he was prepared for any contingency, but when he looked out the window, he knew this was beyond anything he expected. From another perspective, Taylor McClure watched in horror as a gigantic spectral tiger roared, an event beyond imagination. Ed was aghast, wondering why that entity had appeared right now. A creature believed to be extinct even in legends, a great calamity that human power could not stop. The colossal thunder dragon manifested amidst the storm. That was the final boss in the story of Sylvania's failed swordsman. Ed recalled his game knowledge. It was the boss of Act 5, the one who should only appear at the very end of the main storyline. He couldn't understand what was happening, as the flow of destiny had completely changed. Merely by lifting its foot, the monster generated terrifying pressure. It wasn't magic. It was barely even a noticeable movement, but with just one step forward, it created a devastating shockwave. Ed and the other students were thrown back in utter chaos. He struggled to brace himself, his entire body throbbing with pain. Half of the dormitory had been crushed into dust. Ed realized he was only lucky to have survived because he was inside the faculty building. Since this was the case, he decided he had to act, even if the price was steep. He might not be able to use magic for years, perhaps even permanently. Ed gathered all his strength, deciding to unleash maximum output even if it cost him his life. He summoned Marilda in her giant wolf form, refusing to let her stop. Ed roared, urging Marilda to run, knowing he would die whether he acted or not. He shouted loudly, his command echoing toward Trix Hall, demanding that the Saintess flee immediately. Amidst the rubble, the Saintess Clarice weakly urged the remaining people to gather and quickly escape. A guard attempted to approach, pleading with her to take his hand so he could escort her to the waiting carriage. However, before he could finish his words, the guard's body was instantly pierced by countless sharp, blue objects. From another location, Ed Rothstaler screamed as he frantically swung his sword, blocking the incoming rain of deadly dragon scales. A fierce shockwave swept through, scattering dust and debris everywhere. Clarice gasped in horror, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before her eyes. She was stunned to realize that the objects that killed her guard were razor-sharp scales. Fear surged as she understood that a simple shedding of scales was enough to cause this massacre, and she wondered who had created that terrifying monster. A heavily wounded commander embraced her, shouting for Marv to prepare the carriage immediately. Marv, the groom, frantically reported that the carriage had been destroyed, bringing instead a well-trained horse. The commander placed Clarice's hand on the reins, assuring her the horse would carry her safely across the Mexus Bridge. With tears welling up, Clarice desperately confessed that she did not know how to ride a horse. Her eyes were filled with utter terror at the precarious situation. Despite his fatal wound, the commander urgently instructed her to just grip the reins tightly and hold onto the horse's neck. He decisively slapped the animal's flank, ordering it to carry the Saintess away from the castle at all costs. Clarice screamed in fear as the horse reared up, galloping across the corpse-strewn battlefield. In her extreme panic, she sobbed, recalling how she once thought the mythological tales were mere exaggerations. Now, looking back at the scene of destruction, the Archbishop's stories from years ago came back vividly. And then, the legendary monster loomed large in the stormy sky. Wellbrock, the sacred lance dragon. Legend said that whenever it unleashed its magical breath, everything beneath it was annihilated. The colossal dragon unleashed a devastating torrent of blue energy toward the ground. A piercing scream echoed amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a large-scale magic nullification barrier appeared, halting the destructive attack. A female mage with cyan hair and pointed ears looked up in astonishment. From afar, a green-haired rider was also stunned by the sight of another mage floating, maintaining the barrier. Principal Obel gasped, admitting that even his high-level magic could only deflect the attack. He glared angrily at the monster, growling that the sacred lance dragon had awakened too early. In response, the dragon charged forward with terrifying speed. Obel stood firm, summoning a brilliant golden magic circle to prepare for a direct confrontation. He gritted his teeth, realizing he didn't have enough time to cast the confinement magic. Just then, gigantic purple magic chains descended from the sky, binding the dragon tightly. In a moment of recollection, Lucy Mayriel remembered the principal's plea, asking for her help when the academy was in danger. Back in the present, Lucy was casting magic, thinking that the situation was even worse than she had imagined. Bound tightly, the dragon roared a furious sound that shook the heavens and the earth. With unimaginable power, it shattered the magical chains. Lucy was repelled by the shockwave from the energy explosion. A mysterious figure with blue hair and purple eyes watched the scene in horror. Freed from its shackles, the dragon fired a destructive purple energy beam, tearing up the ground. The terrifying explosion from the dragon's attack swept across the ground. Thrown from her horse, Clarice screamed in despair. Suddenly, a purple magical sphere enveloped Lucy, blocking the residual shockwave. Inside the sphere, Lucy was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Principal Obel appeared behind her, thanking Lucy for buying him time. He deployed the highest-level defensive magic. A colossal shield named the Creator's Shield manifested, halting the dragon's attack. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the impact still compelled both Lucy and Principal Obel to strain themselves to hold the defense. Knocked down by the shockwave, Clarice staggered to her feet, covered in blood. She desperately thought of fleeing to Mexis Bridge to escape the island. Fear and helplessness overwhelmed Clarice as she didn't know what to do next. Just then, a voice rang out, relieved to find the Saintess safe. Ed Rothstaler, bearing wounds and a dark-stained arm, sighed in relief upon finding her. He anxiously asked if Clarice was injured. Still dazed, Clarice asked how he knew she was there, and Ed explained that he had guessed she would be at Trix Hall. When Clarice started talking about trying to reach Mexis Bridge, Ed grabbed her hand and said it was useless because she couldn't escape the dragon's attack range. He helped Clarice onto the back of Marilda, the giant spirit wolf, urging her to hold on tight. Looking back at the fierce battle, Ed realized that mere human strength could not stand against the Calamity Dragon. Even with the combined efforts of Lucy and Principal Obel, all they could do was stall the monster. Ed recalled that, according to the original scenario, Taylor McClure had to reach the ultimate swordsman form to confront this danger. But facing the harsh reality, Ed wondered if he should give up when confronted with a catastrophe beyond imagination. Shaking off his weakness, he roared, urging Marilda forward, his mind resolute that the original storyline had completely collapsed. While Lucy and Principal Obel stalled the dragon, Ed realized he had to find the biggest variable that caused this deviation, the only key to putting the monster back to sleep. Carrying Clarice on his back, Ed initially blamed himself, as every change in the plot until now had been caused by him. But this apocalyptic disaster went far beyond the butterfly effect. He couldn't understand why the final boss of Act 5 appeared at the end of Act 3. To find the one who summoned the dragon, Ed began reviewing the key characters, from Adele, Clarice, Taylor, to Lucy. He confirmed Lucy was busy fighting the dragon. Clarice was exhausted on his back and completely unaware. As for Taylor, the hero of the story, he was certainly risking his life saving people amidst the inferno. After eliminating everyone, Ed realized there was only one possibility left. Someone other than himself was changing the scenario. A name suddenly flashed in his mind, leaving him utterly shocked and incredulous. At the same time, a terrifying explosion ripped through Nail Hall. Amidst the ruins, desperate screams echoed. Yet, a figure calmly walked away, humming a thoughtful, It was Adele, holding two notices, one about the combat training session with Clarice, and one about the session being cancelled due to the Saintess's sudden change of plans. Carrying her loot on her back, Adele turned away from the devastation, expressing regret. What a pity. We could have met already. She paused, her eyes gleaming with strange confidence. But I am certain, Adele turned back with a mysterious smile, that fate will bring us together someday. It always does. In Ed's mind, a terrifying truth emerged. The game's final boss, the Calamity Dragon Wellbrock, had awakened right in the middle of Act 3. He knew that a direct confrontation was futile. Instead, he had to find the cause of its awakening so he could seal it away. In his thoughts, Ed ruled out key characters like Lucy or Taylor as the cause of the incident. He also dismissed the possibility that the Saintess Clarice was responsible for this catastrophe. Finally, Ed concluded that Adele was the key, recalling her strangely calm demeanor even when facing death. Believing the truth would be revealed if Adele was found, Ed decided he must first bring Clarice to safety. However, a source of dark energy was eroding his arm, signaling a dangerous limit. Ed gritted his teeth in endurance, keenly aware that his time was running out. Marilda landed, and Ed informed Clarice that they had arrived. Seeing that the Ophelis Hall's magic barrier was still active, Ed told Clarice to wait inside while she weakly called his name. Suddenly, a horrifying realization flashed through Ed's mind. He looked at the intact barrier and recognized a terrible truth. The Sacred Lance Dragon, Wellbrock's first phase attack, was a deadly rain of scales, and the barrier should not have been able to stop it. Clarice burst into tears in horror, believing that everyone inside Ophelis Hall had perished. Ed groaned softly in pain but still tried to reassure her that not everyone was dead. He explained that the active barrier proved someone was still maintaining it from the maintenance room on the top floor. That meant there must definitely be survivors up there. Upon arrival, both were stunned by the horrific scene laid out before them. Ed was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. He screamed the name of Bel Maya, who was impaled by ice spikes while maintaining the magic circle. Amidst the ruins, Ed resolved to use holy magic to save Bel Maya. But then he quickly realized in despair that it was all in vain. Ed understood that she had been injured during the first attack, and had crawled up here solely to protect the remaining survivors. In his arms, Bel Maya coughed up a final mouthful of blood. Her blood-soaked hand placed a magic ring into Ed's hand. Clarice was stunned, desperately calling the headmaid's name. Ed imagined the words Bel Maya might have spoken, that she was simply doing what she had to do, like a soldier on the battlefield. Then Bel Maya's body went limp. She drew her last breath in Ed's arms. Clarice burst into wrenching sobs, unable to comprehend the tragedy that had just occurred. Ed gently used his hand to close Bel Maya's lifeless eyes. Life had completely left the loyal maid. Clarice continued to mumble unconsciously, clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. Ed clenched his jaw, the pain transforming into iron resolve. He promised Bel Maya's spirit that they would finish what needed to be done. Ed led Clarice into a room, used the ring to activate protective magic, and assured her that the place was safe. Afterward, he instructed Clarice to keep her composure while he went out to assess the situation. Clarice frantically pleaded, warning him that it was extremely dangerous outside. Ed firmly demanded that she look out the window to see the consequences of inaction. Clarice's eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. From inside the ruined room, Ed stared in astonishment at the sky, where an anomalous magical phenomenon was taking place. He recognized it as transmutation magic, but the magic circle was being cast using a completely unfamiliar method. Ignoring the irrelevant books scattered across the floor, Ed began a frantic search. Clarice confusedly asked what he was doing, but Ed only muttered a denial, his mind fully focused on the task. He suddenly realized that since this was the Saintess's room, there must surely be books on holy magic. And then he found what he needed. It was Glock's Introduction to Transmutation Magic, and Ed forced his reeling brain to connect all the facts. He pondered the chaotic sequence of events: the Sacred Lance Dragon's resurrection, Adela's disappearance, Clarice's ignorance, and the mysterious magic circle in the sky. Meanwhile, the Sacred Lance Dragon accumulated a massive sphere of lightning energy. It roared and fired a destructive beam of energy down toward the academy. Principal Abel strained to defend, shouting that he couldn't block the entire attack. A portion of the energy beam slipped past the shield, causing Abel to realize its target in horror. In that moment, Ed sighed in relief. He finally understood everything, realizing the story had likely been distorted from the start. When Clarice anxiously asked if he had found anything, Ed remained silent with the newly discovered truth. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted from behind, engulfing Ed. He was lifted into the air by the irresistible energy source, causing Clarice to scream in terror. She covered her eyes, screaming in despair as the light consumed everything. Her entire body was also submerged in the sea of pure light. The energy exploded, destroying the structure of the room. The light spread out, crushing everything in its path. When the light faded, only a desolate, ruined landscape remained, shrouded in silence. Amidst the desolate scene following the explosion, shattered earth and rock lay beneath an ominous, crimson sky. Clarice, drenched in blood, slowly regained consciousness amidst the ruins. She struggled to open her eyes, groaning in unbearable agony. Lying on the cold ground, Clarice realized her dire predicament with horror. Ed Rothstaler stood shielding her, his body blazing with a surge of green magical power despite his severe, critical wounds. With a resolute expression, Ed instructed Clarice that no matter what transpired, if she could not endure it, she must call for his help immediately. Clarice burst into desperate sobs, calling Ed's name and vehemently protesting his intentions. Despite Clarice's pleas, Ed continued to channel his power, causing his body to radiate with light. Ed whispered a final sequence of numbers. 1, 6, 0. Immediately, a destructive flash of light erupted from Ed's chest, causing him to cough up blood while Clarice frantically begged him to stop speaking. The wound on Ed's chest exploded in a blinding flash, and his life force vanished before Clarice's eyes. Overwhelmed by agony, Clarice rushed to catch Ed's collapsing body. She held him close, calling his name in shocked despair as he lay motionless on her shoulder. A blue crystalline object symbolizing his life force shattered into fragments. The purple-blue magical energy released by Ed's sacrifice violently erupted, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Witnessing it all, Clarice screamed in despair, unable to comprehend why everything had come to this. Images of the escorts who had sacrificed themselves for her flooded her mind, making her question why so many had to die. Clarice clung tightly to Ed, sobbing and pleading with him not to die for her. She desperately shook his body, unable to accept the cruel reality unfolding before her. Tears of regret streamed down her cheeks as Clarice whispered a belated apology. Clarice's eyes trembled wide open, stunned by the sight before her. She stood frozen, completely disoriented amidst the crowded academy grounds. The scene had shifted. She was now sitting at a table with Ed Rothstaler and Elka Islan, a sight that left Ed equally bewildered. Nearby, male students began whispering, wondering why the Saintess had come here specifically to meet Ed. Ed confusedly wondered what was happening, while Elka blushed intensely at Clarice's presence. He politely asked Clarice if she had something to say, utterly oblivious to the impending chaos. Without a word of warning, Clarice lunged across the table. She seized Ed's collar, her eyes wide with panic and urgency. Ed shouted in astonishment, unable to understand why he was being assaulted. Clarice ripped open his shirt, desperately searching for the fatal wounds she had witnessed, only to find them non-existent. All the surrounding students were struck dumb by the Saintess's shocking behavior. Elka was utterly panicked, screaming that Clarice could not possibly do such a thing in broad daylight. Having confirmed her fears, Clarice released Ed and collapsed onto the table, utterly exhausted. She gasped for breath, wondering if the tragedy she had just endured was merely a dream. Horrifying images flooded back. The massacre, the dragon Wellbrock, and Clara drenched in blood, leading her to suspect it was a premonition. The memory of Ed dying in her arms was crystal clear, making her question if it had been a hallucination. But upon seeing Ed's completely unharmed arm, Clarice knew that her memories could not be false. Another image flashed the scene of Ed's sacrifice and Adele collapsing, confirming that everything she had experienced was real, the undeniable proof being the faint scars etched onto her own wrist. Tears streamed down her face as Clarice gripped her wrist tightly, utter horror consuming her as she faced the grim reality. In a flashback, Clarice recalled that morning when she deliberately struck up a conversation with Ed Rothstaler to prevent him from meeting a mind reader. Afterward, she proceeded to Trix Hall, waiting for the Holy Pope under the protection of her escorts. But in that very moment of waiting, a terrifying memory suddenly struck, and her eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. The image of the colossal dragon Wellbrock roaring amidst a sea of fire and lightning appeared, signaling a great calamity. Clarice relived the moment of utter despair when she realized her imminent death. Tragic deaths were replayed. The escorts were massacred, Clara fell, and even Yenkar could not escape her fate. The final memory was the image of Taylor McClure dying in a pool of blood, confirming a terrifying truth. Everyone would perish. Returning to the present, Clarice stared intently at the faint scars on her wrist, the undeniable proof of that nightmare. Horror consumed her. She gasped, clutching her wrist as she realized the tragedy was about to repeat itself. Clarice's sudden reaction stunned Ed and Elka nearby, and Ed confusedly called her name. In a panic, Clarice snatched Ed's arm, her gaze filled with desperate urgency. Without any explanation, she forcefully pulled Ed from his seat, shouting that they had to flee immediately. Ed struggled in vain as he was dragged away, while another student attempted to intervene, reminding her of her important appointment. Tears streaming, Clarice screamed that she would take full responsibility, insisting they must quickly reach Mexis Bridge. She dragged Ed in a frantic sprint across the school grounds, heading straight for a waiting carriage, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. Elka and the other students stood frozen, astonished that the Saintess had just kidnapped Ed Rothstaler in broad daylight. With a wild deduction, Elka fearfully wondered if the two of them were eloping. Meanwhile, the carriage sped rapidly away, the coachman worriedly hearing the Saintess's incessant crying from within. Sitting opposite Ed, Clarice tearfully revealed the terrifying prophecy. A great dragon would descend, and almost everyone would perish. With tear-filled eyes, she looked straight at Ed and confessed the earth-shattering truth. She had already died once and had just returned from the past. Clarice tearfully recounted that Ed had saved her once in the past, but before she could say anything, he was crushed to death by the rubble right before her eyes. She admitted that Ed certainly didn't understand what she was saying, but she still squeezed his hand and repeated his dying wish from that time. According to her, he had instructed her that no matter what happened, she must come find him for help and tell him everything. Ed was completely stunned, unsure how to react to the tragic story and the strange instruction he had no memory of. Meanwhile, their carriage was forced to stop before a crowded street, as the coachman announced that inspection officers were blocking the Mexis Bridge. Ed tried to advise Clarice that taking this route was a mistake and they should turn back to meet the Holy Pope, but she only began muttering a meaningless sequence of numbers. With vacant eyes, Clarice continued reciting the disjointed numbers. 1, 5, 5, 0, 0, 1, 6, 0. The memory of his painful death in a previous life flooded back with the final numbers. Ed's eyes widened in horror as he realized the terrifying meaning behind the seemingly meaningless sequence of numbers. The coachman sighed wearily, commenting on the congestion in the streets. He explained that due to the Holy Pope's visit, the Elte Trading Company's goods were causing a bottleneck, meaning they might have to wait a very long time. Suddenly, Ed climbed out of the carriage window, roaring a demand for the coachman to break through at all costs. He yelled that the Saintess no, everyone was in danger, and nothing was more important than immediately breaking through the blockade. Hearing the urgency in Ed's voice, the coachman resolutely told everyone to hold on tight. Confident in his 22 years of experience, he spurred the horses forward, skillfully maneuvering the carriage through the chaotic crowd. Holding the unconscious Clarice in his arms, Ed silently decided to completely trust her words, no matter how absurd they seemed. He realized that the numbers Clarice had just recited were a sequence of characters that no one else in this world could possibly understand. The sequence 15 to 500160 appeared in his mind, along with the image of a blood-stained military dog tag. Ed bitterly acknowledged that this was his military identification number from before he came to this world. On the rapidly moving carriage, Ed deduced that since the Ophelis Hall had fallen, Clarice had no safe place left on Arkan Island, and was forced to flee. He continued his train of thought, asserting that if time had truly been reversed, only symbolic magic would have the power to interfere with its flow. Meanwhile, Clarice leaned against the slightly confused Ed, whispering a request to stay put for a moment, and confirming the existence of symbolic magic. Ed confirmed it, but remained skeptical that reversing time on such a massive scale should be beyond human capability. Suddenly, a terrifying memory struck Clarice, the image of the colossal dragon Wellbrock roaring amidst a sea of fire and lightning. Haunted by the vision, Clarice let out a desperate scream while still in Ed's arms. Tears streaming down her face, she recalled the fleeting hope that this time they had successfully escaped. She had once believed that once they left Arkan Island, they would truly be safe. But the nightmare recurred, the memory showing their carriage shattered amidst a desolate wasteland. Startled back to reality, Ed anxiously checked on the Saintess, causing Clarice to gasp his name in shock. Her eyes widened in horror as the tragic memories continued to surface. She saw Ed in the previous timeline, his body pierced by countless shards of blue crystal, bleeding profusely. In his final moments, he pleaded with the sobbing Clarice not to give up, even as she desperately screamed that she would save him. Clarice recalled the overwhelming guilt when she could only cry and apologize for being unable to help him once again. Her mind was flooded with images of her other friends, like Taili and Yenkar, who had also fallen because of her. Sobbing next to the dying Ed, she blamed herself for doing nothing but relying on his sacrifice. Yet, Ed gently told her she didn't need to apologize, nor did she have any reason to cry. With his last ounce of strength, his bloody hand touched her cheek, promising that he would definitely help her again. He begged her not to cry, not to despair. The memory ended with the tragic image of Clarice embracing Ed's corpse amidst the ruins, her cries of his name lost in the deadly silence. In her extreme agony, Clarice trembled, clawing at her own arm. She hated the damned blessing that granted her power but failed to save the person she cherished. Clarice sobbed, wishing that the blessing should have belonged to Ed, who sacrificed himself, instead of someone like her. Desperate tears streamed down her face as she drowned in endless sorrow. Amidst the desolate landscape, the dragon Wellbrock roared, and Clarice silently prayed to return to the past just one more time. A blinding light enveloped everything, and time seemed to reverse. Clarice's red eyes snapped open, filled with determination and obsession. Reality returned. She was standing before a completely healthy Ed. Confused, Ed asked the Saintess if there was something she wanted to tell him. The moment she saw him, the painful memories rushed back, causing Clarice to burst into tears uncontrollably. Without a word of explanation, she suddenly rushed forward and embraced Ed, much to his and Elka Islan's astonishment. Clarice held Ed tightly, swearing that at all costs, she would definitely save him this time. She pulled the bewildered Ed away, leaving a stunned, armored student behind. Clarice yelled, deciding that this time they would run toward the east. After briefly explaining the situation in the carriage, the two agreed upon a hiding place. But the memory of the third regression surfaced. The dragon Wellbrock still found them. Even though they had run to the other side of the island, she helplessly watched Ed collapse with a crystal shard lodged in his chest. They didn't have enough time, and the dragon's destructive power once again engulfed everything. In the fourth regression, she repeated the desperate act, pulling Ed to flee. That time, they hid in a coastal cave following Ed's instructions, but the cave collapsed, burying all hope. In the 12th loop, Clarice once again grabbed Ed, who was stunned, much to the surprise of the bodyguard. She recalled them reaching Glast's laboratory, where Ed struggled to shield her from the magical attack of the Sacred Lance Dragon. By the 15th loop, that desperate scene repeated itself, and she could only utter a mournful cry. In the 22nd loop, she forcefully shoved Ed into a carriage, ignoring the terrified bodyguard who shouted, "The Saintess?" Clarisse slammed the door shut, telling herself that everything was starting over again. Her memories shattered into countless shards of glass, each reflecting an endless scene of death and failure. The peak of her agony was the image of herself sitting alone amidst a sea of blood and corpses, gasping in despair. Back in the present, inside the carriage, Clarisse gasped for breath due to the horrific memories, causing the coachman to call her name anxiously. She told herself she didn't understand why time kept reversing, only knowing that neither the Archbishop nor the Pope were present to help. Clarisse gritted her teeth, because, above all else, no matter how far she ran, this man, Ed Rothstahler, who was looking at her in confusion, would always find a way to sacrifice himself. Over dozens of repetitions, he always saved her and died in her place, leaving devastating images etched into Clarisse's mind. The coachman called out again, but Clarisse's mind was filled only with the lifeless numbers she was muttering to herself. Her trembling hand gripped her dress, as she desperately wondered what she should do now. The coachman announced that they had to stop because Academy staff were conducting inspections at Mexis Bridge, causing a traffic jam. A tear rolled down Clarisse's cheek. She realized they had arrived at the familiar location in the loop. She looked at Ed, guessing that he would once again shout for them to push through at all costs, just like always. But this time, with tear-filled eyes full of resolve, Clarisse commanded, "Please stop here." Immediately, Ed opened the door and stepped out of the carriage, an action that was not in her script. He stood firmly on the ground, turned back, and said to the stunned Clarisse, "Please step out." "Saintess." Ed calmly told Clarisse that he did not know how many times she had been through this. But then, he gently draped his jacket over her shoulders. With teary eyes, Clarisse was bewildered to hear him say she needed rest. She couldn't understand why he would stop the carriage in this critical situation. Ed firmly asserted that this was his first time experiencing this, and he knew people who could help them. Clarisse frantically begged him to run, saying she didn't want to see him die again, and warned that Mexis Bridge would soon be blockaded. Painful memories of countless failures flooded back, times when she tried in vain to save Ed and her fallen friends. The final image in her mind was herself sitting amidst a sea of blood, surrounded by the corpses of her comrades, all efforts having been for naught. Returning to reality, Ed reassured her that everything would be fine, even though she was drowning in despair. He opened a small jar of ointment and affirmed that her efforts were not in vain. Ed gently took Clarisse's scarred arm, explaining that these unhealed wounds were a risk factor, and questioned why they remained despite the time reversal. He began his analysis, stating that her divine magic would protect her body by targeting those who intended to attack her. Furthermore, it granted her complete immunity to divine magic, which was why Archbishop Verdio could not read her thoughts. So why were only her memories and wounds intact? The answer stunned Clarisse. The time reversal phenomenon itself was being executed through divine magic. A tear streamed down Clarisse's cheek as she grasped the truth. Ed explained that it was likely a form of dimensional magic being utilized. In a previous timeline, Ed had realized that only divine magic, based on the power of the gods, could create such a large-scale spell. He smiled gently, asking her if she could now see a new glimmer of hope. Overwhelmed, Clarisse threw herself into Ed's arms, holding him tightly while sobbing uncontrollably. With tears welling up, she confessed that she no longer knew how many times she had repeated this. She had stopped counting after the 10th loop. Ed gently placed his hand on her head, comforting her that she had done well to make it this far, and advised her to calm down. Ed mused on the human desire for a new glimmer of hope whenever they faced an insurmountable wall, the image of the tearful Clarisse appearing in his mind. He decisively took her hand, asserting that he would handle everything now, as running away was no longer the solution since they had found the cause. In his mind, Ed recalled the strange events from the game. Clarisse's rapid change after Adela's death, symbolized by the blood-stained lute. She suddenly turned against the entire church, becoming the faithless saintess, a personality shift so illogical that it broke the narrative. But now, Ed realized that it wasn't a change, but the result of her enduring so much suffering, that her personality had been broken and reformed. He understood that the game could never fully convey the silent hell Clarisse had endured through countless time reversals. The image of her kneeling amidst a sea of blood and the corpses of her comrades resurfaced, a tragedy she experienced even before knowing the church was behind everything. Therefore, her transformation from a devout saintess into a vengeful figure was entirely understandable. Ed concluded that the original plot had not changed when they entered the Nail building. He analyzed that they could not destroy the sacred lance dragon, and running away only caused time to reverse, so there must be another way. Ed urgently told Clarice that they would prevent the dragon's resurrection. He suggested they must find the Pope and the Archbishop, the only ones capable of performing such high-level divine magic. But Clarice replied that she had searched for them countless times without success. Ed immediately pulled her along, realizing that the disappearance of two such crucial figures was the greatest anomaly. As the two rushed through the main hall, a student gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the Saintess and Ed Rothstaler. Their commotion interrupted the joint combat training match between Taylor McClure and Wade Collarmore. Ed suddenly recalled the scene from the game. This was supposed to be the moment Taylor awakened and won easily, but in reality, he was being overwhelmed. Distracted by the sight before him, Taylor let down his guard and was scolded by Wade, making Ed realize that the story had definitely changed. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Ed pulled the hood of his cloak up to conceal Clarice's face. The two continued to sprint through the crowd, as the moment of the sacred lance dragon's resurrection was rapidly approaching. The most urgent objective now was to find the whereabouts of the Pope and the Archbishop, who had vanished near Mexis Bridge. Ed knew that the only person who could possibly know their whereabouts right now was the island's information broker. He sought out Lortell Kehelund, who was operating from a temporary base, and immediately offered to purchase information. Lortell offered a professional smile, welcomed Ed, and asked if he had stumbled upon a lucrative deal. Ed mused that all information on Arkan Island passed through Lortell's hands, and she agreed to hear his proposal. However, Lortell's composure immediately shattered when she saw the Saintess Clarice clinging desperately to Ed's arm. Lortell squinted suspiciously, demanding to know if Ed had learned a hypnosis technique, as targeting the Saintess was far beyond the acceptable limits. Ed brushed her off, stating that he needed to find several people immediately, at the very latest before the joint combat training concluded. With a resolute expression, Ed declared he would pay whatever price Lortell demanded. The sheer magnitude of the offer made Lortell realize the gravity of the situation, and she coldly insisted that Ed explain what was happening first. At the carriage depot near Mexis Bridge, one of Lortell's subordinates rushed over with a report. The man presented a file containing witness information from the bridge area, while Lortell turned to Ed and began calculating a special premium price. Standing beside the luxurious carriage, Lortell explained that she had to abandon her own match because of this urgent request. Furthermore, she couldn't fathom the sudden change in the Saintess, who was desperately calling Ed's name from behind the carriage window. Ed reminded her that the combat training was about to conclude, implying that time was running out. But Lortell merely questioned his true intentions. He began praising Lortell's ability to maintain composure and make rational judgments, leaving her flustered by the sudden praise. Ed stressed that it was precisely in moments of peril like this that her true qualities shone brightest, and pleaded with her to stay calm and trust what he was about to reveal. Lortell cut him off, reiterating that Ed himself had stated they were out of time. Ed confirmed with a serious expression, asserting that this was precisely why he needed to speak these words. Lortell fell silent, her pupils dilating in shock at the terrifying implication. Her eyes were deeply shaken, signaling that a horrifying truth was about to be unveiled. Ed's words opened a terrifying vision, a carriage being torn apart into fragments. Amidst the chaotic scene, the horse neighed miserably as both the carriage and its occupants were violently tossed into the air. A nearby building exploded in a blue magical flash, sending debris scattering in all directions. Countless people screamed in despair as they were shredded by deadly energy currents and sharp crystals. In the chaos, Ed seemed to attempt to shield Lortell as a stream of blue light pierced through both of them. Lortell's eyes widened in horror, reflecting her own final moment before plunging into darkness. In the stormy sky, a pair of colossal dragon wings, radiating cyan lightning, gradually materialized. The magnificent creature, Wellbrock, descended upon the ground, its power shaking the entire region. The Thunder Dragon stood towering amidst the desolate landscape, an embodiment of absolute destruction. The vision ended, snapping Lortell back to reality, where she and Ed lay on the desolate ground beneath a torrential downpour. Utterly stunned, Lortell lay there, trembling and questioning what had just transpired. Her eyes still bore the deep imprint of the extreme horror she had just witnessed. Nearby, Ed coughed up a mouthful of blood, prompting Lortell to call his name in sheer panic. With tear-filled eyes, Lortell looked at Ed, trying to gather her wits to speak. But Ed raised his head, his resolute gaze cutting through the rain and blood, and asked directly, "How much?" Immediately afterward, he collapsed onto Lortell, utterly exhausted. She gasped, struggling to calm the frantic pounding of her heart. Lortell closed her eyes, having seemingly made a momentous decision. She handed Ed a piece of paper and stated that, compared to the value of her life, she was the one indebted to him. Ed took it, softly replying that he needed nothing, and Lortell bitterly conceded that it was quite a bargain. Amidst the desolate scene, Ed helped Lortell up, while the information on the paper revealed that the Pope and the Archbishop had used ancient concealment runes to proceed to a secret location. Ed's gaze sharpened when he read their destination: the academic chapel inside the faculty building. His strength completely spent, he collapsed amidst the rubble under the torrential rain. Suddenly, a nearby chest flashed with a dazzling golden light, causing Lortell to scream his name in terror. Seeing Ed collapse, Lortell rushed forward to support him and the unconscious Clarice, frantically shouting that he was forbidden to give up. She was utterly bewildered by Ed's constantly bleeding wounds, anxiously asking if he was all right. Suppressing her panic, Lortell let out a sharp breath, struggling to regain her composure. Ed stood up, one arm still holding the sobbing Clarice tightly, decisively telling Lortell to stop stammering and move quickly. They were fortunate to spot a severely injured horse that still had strength, and Ed determined it could carry them to the faculty building. Without a moment's hesitation, he asserted that they needed to be extremely urgent. Ed extended his blood-soaked hand toward Lortell, demanding the reins. Lortell hesitated, pointing out that the horse could only carry 2 more people, meaning one of them had to stay behind. Ed decisively declared that he and the Saintess must leave, forcing Lortell to accept in silence. He intended to explain the reason for his decision, admitting that it was a long story. But instead of words, Ed suddenly acted with a look of fierce determination. Quick as lightning, he lifted Clarice onto the horse's back, leaving Lortell stunned as he urged the Saintess forward. Lortell watched them go, silently understanding that Ed surely had a valid reason for this action. With a smile that held absolute trust, she looked up at him and affirmed that she would believe in him. Ed took the reins, sincerely thanked Lortell, and promised to repay this debt later. However, Lortell suddenly gripped his hand tightly, decisively saying, "No," indicating that she did not consider this a debt at all. Lortell Cahalan stepped forward resolutely through the pouring rain. She grabbed Ed's collar and abruptly declared, "Now, you will repay your debt to me." Clarice, still clinging to Ed, was utterly stunned by her audacious move. She could only manage a choked gasp amidst her extreme confusion. Lortell's eyes reflected a painful resolve as she shouldered the burden of a momentous decision. In a flash, she recalled her rationale. This was a necessary insurance policy for the future she couldn't afford to lose. Ed, still reeling from shock, called out her name while Clarice desperately held on to him. Without hesitation, Lortell forcefully yanked Clarice away from Ed. She warned the Saintess that everything in the world has its order, cautioning her not to cling to a claimed asset, or things would only get complicated. Then, standing alone in the rain, Lortell raised her hand in a farewell gesture. She silently lowered her hand, embracing her solitude. In her mind, Lortell walked through a desolate landscape, littered with corpses and pools of blood. She reassured herself that she was not mistaken, that the calamitous reign of the sacred lance dragon should have ended 3 centuries prior. Lortell commanded herself to smile in the face of this brutal reality. Forcing a smile through her tears, she recalled a maxim: "He who laughs in the face of danger will be the final victor," she finished, her mind confronting the colossal dragon Wellbrock. A horrific battle vision flashed. The sacred lance dragon roared destruction while a lone knight charged into the eye of the storm. Back in reality, Ed urged Clarice to remember his instructions, and she weakly mumbled her agreement. Clarice looked at him, silently wondering how someone who must surely be terrified and want to flee could remain so resolute. Amidst the chaotic night, the carriage horse let out a final, desperate neigh as the vehicle was utterly destroyed. The coachman was violently flung out as the carriage overturned. Ed braced himself, shielding Clarice as they both tumbled to the ground amidst the wreckage. Held tightly in Ed's arms, Clarice squeezed her eyes shut, enduring the impact. She opened her eyes in stunned realization, noticing their catastrophic state. Clarice cried out anxiously upon seeing Ed bleeding, wondering how he could possibly withstand such injuries. Despite his numerous injuries, Ed insisted he was fine, claiming he had endured worse, which only deepened Clarice's astonishment at his resilience. More importantly, Ed fixed his unwavering gaze straight ahead. They had arrived, the towering academy chapel loomed before them. In the holy capital reside the greatest holy mages. They are loyal warriors, ready to sacrifice for Telos, and their power is so immense that even Lucy struggles to contend with them. It is a noble title reserved for only 8 individuals. They are the Apostles of Telos. Facing an apostle, blocking the entrance, Clarice tremblingly demanded that the person step aside. The apostle apologized to the Saintess, asserting that he was following the orders of Holy Pope Eldine and would allow no one to pass. He declared it was all for Clarice's own benefit, but a sudden surge of green energy abruptly cut him off. Ed had charged forward, using his own body to directly confront the apostle. He yelled, urging Clarice to hurry and get past him. The apostle furiously blocked Ed's attack, roaring once more that the saintess would not be permitted entry. The apostle was stunned when Ed unexpectedly deployed a technical magic device, the impact amplification sphere. The sphere detonated, unleashing a fierce shockwave that hurled both combatants backward. Reeling from the blast, the apostle cried out in pain. Seizing the brief opening, Ed's eyes flashed with resolve. He swiftly chanted the basic wind magic. Wind blade. The apostle contemptuously deflected the wind blade with his spear, which blazed with holy power. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing Clarice had already fled far away. Turning back to face his unexpected obstacle, the apostle demanded his identity. Standing amidst the ruins, Ed, covered in blood, met his opponent's gaze with fierce resilience. The apostle scoffed, suggesting Ed's efforts were futile given his severe blood loss, and advised him to surrender. However, he was suddenly struck with astonishment by the sight before him. A massive surge of blue magical power erupted from Ed's body, causing the surrounding earth to crack. The magical energy converged in his hand, emitting intense bolts of lightning. He asserted that the battle was far from over, summoning a magic arrow forged from pure energy. In response, the apostle activated the high-level spell, Sacred Body Activation, converting all his magical power into raw physical strength. His spear transformed into a brilliant holy sword, and he declared that though he regretted it, he was now forced to strike. Without flinching, Ed drew his bow, condensing magical power into the arrow poised for release. The apostle charged, swinging the holy sword with terrifying force. In the decisive moment, he roared his identity. Apostle of Telos, Lightspeed Tal'Darak. Lightspeed Tal'Darak lunged, declaring he would take Ed Ross-Taylor's life as the two figures collided in an explosion of energy. Severely wounded, blood spilling from his mouth, Ed began transmitting his final message to the saintess. In a chaotic memory, Ed recalled the moment of his mistake, when Clarice was forced to flee on horseback amidst the battle. He told her that he wasn't asking her to give up. Instead, she had to break this loop herself, even though her body and mind were exhausted after countless repetitions. Clarice, in Ed's vision, was gasping desperately. As he urged her to fully grasp the current situation, he demanded that she steel her resolve and pour all her strength into the upcoming battle. Returning to reality, Tal'Darak was astonished when his weapon pierced Ed, who still refused to fall. With a fierce gaze, Ed gripped the lance blade embedded in him, silently telling Clarice that this time, she had to finish everything perfectly. The apostle roared in fury at Ed's impossible defiance. Ed asserted that, of course, he wouldn't surrender without a fight. He gathered his last ounce of strength to summon Merilda in the form of a giant spectral wolf, which lunged forward and tore into Tal'Darak. The apostle of Telos was trapped within the spirit's jaws of energy. He let out a final, agonizing scream as he was crushed. Ed's heavily wounded body plummeted, crashing hard onto the shattered ground. Merilda appeared in her human form, frantically scolding Ed for not summoning her sooner. She knelt beside the dying Ed, desperately saying he couldn't win alone and pleading with him to hold on to life. But her only reply was a weak, dry cough, as Ed's breathing slowly faded. In despair, Merilda begged Ed not to die, just as a massive pillar of light erupted from the distant building. The fatal wound piercing Ed's body continued to bleed profusely. Merilda screamed Ed's name in utter agony as she embraced his rapidly cooling body. Elsewhere, Clarice struggled to open a large sealed door, her voice echoing in the dark corridor. Exhausted and injured, she leaned against the door, knowing that behind it lay a sanctuary she had visited many times. The holy boss relief on the door only heightened the urgency of the situation. Gathering all her remaining strength, Clarice channeled magic into her hand, creating a brilliant yellow orb of energy. The energy exploded, shattering the door into fragments. She stumbled inside, gasping for breath after expending all her power. But the sight inside left her stunned and speechless. A pool of fresh blood stained the stone floor, signaling a tragedy that had just occurred. Clarice trembled as she looked up, recognizing a blood-soaked figure standing before her. It was Adele, her close friend, staggering forward with horrific wounds. Clarice screamed her friend's name in horror. She rushed forward to catch the collapsing Adele, repeatedly calling her friend's name in her arms. Clarice frantically asked what had happened, but Adele could only weakly whisper, calling her the Saintess. A voice echoed from the shadows. Tal'Darak, injured but still alive, remarked that she had arrived sooner than expected. Clarice froze, staring aghast at the unbelievable enemy, while Adele remained motionless. A tear rolled down Clarice's cheek, her red eyes reflecting utter despair. At Tal'Darak's command, Adele stood up and walked away, leaving Clarice reaching out in vain as he declared that she would never need to return again. Tal'Darak was stunned to see a glowing seal on Clarice's chest, wondering if it was a divine seal. Only one person could bear this mark, a seal requiring the combined power of the highest church officials. Holy blue energy erupted from Clarice's body, causing her to double over in pain. Taldarak was dumbfounded, as he realized the true identity of the girl before him was the saintess. Meanwhile, Adele, covered in blood and radiating a brilliant golden aura, whispered that everything would soon be over. Clarice screamed desperately, asking Adele what she was talking about. A blinding flash of light pulled Adele away, despite Clarice screaming her name in vain. The two were separated by an explosion of white light that engulfed the entire scene. The scene shifted, and Ed Rothtaylor recalled the moment the saintess offered to speak with him privately. In the memory, Ed asked what she wanted to discuss. Clarice, with heavy but determined eyes, confirmed that she wished to speak. Her bandaged hands clenched tightly on the wooden table. She looked directly at Ed and declared that she would tell him everything. Her recollection began with the image of seagulls soaring over the harbor sky. In the memory, a brown-haired boy was cheerfully running along the coast, calling for a friend to stop. The boy looked back, anxiously warning the other person not to run if they didn't want to get hurt. He pointed out the dangerous rocks while looking toward a blonde girl sitting nearby. In response to the warning, the girl smiled gently. Clarice recounted that her parents had fled the war to seek refuge in the commercial city of Oldek. Clarice narrated that after arriving in Oldek, her family was deceived and exploited, falling into destitution. Their lives became so desperate that even a single piece of bread daily was a luxury. Amidst that despair, a hearty meal of sandwiches and milk unexpectedly appeared. As young Clarice was about to eat, a voice called out, addressing Adele. A strange man approached, lying that her father was busy and telling her to wait a moment. Having said that, he turned and walked toward his two waiting accomplices. He only glanced back at the little girl one last time before melting into the crowd. Then, he continued walking without a hint of hesitation. The man hastily departed, leaving a brown-haired boy behind with Clarice. The boy, who had been used as bait, secretly felt grateful for the luxurious sandwich he had never tasted before. But upon witnessing Clarice being taken away, the boy collapsed in despair, and the sandwich suddenly tasted bland. At a coastal cliff, Clarice coldly announced it was time to leave, even as the boy frantically ran after her to warn her. The boy stumbled and fell flat, while Clarice merely stood there, watching him indifferently in silence. After that incident, she recounted that she became an orphan at the Deldauros orphanage. In the city of Oldek, where faith was the way of life, even children like her had to work tirelessly. She explained that because the orphanage was sponsored by the Order of Telos, the hours spent praying in the chapel were a rare period of rest. Finding an abandoned lute, Clarice learned to play hymns, which allowed her extra time at the church and temporary escape from hard labor. And then, one fateful day arrived at that very place. She witnessed merchants bribing Archbishop Verdio, begging him to grant them entry into the holy capital. While Archbishop Verdio happily accepted the bribe, he clumsily dropped a lit candle. The flame immediately caught onto the hem of his robe. As the fire flared up violently, Verdio screamed in panic while the merchants could only watch anxiously. Suddenly, a large torrent of water rushed in, extinguishing the fire instantly. Archbishop Verdio was stunned, drenched, and still steaming from the heat. He turned around and saw the young Clarice, asking in astonishment how she had known about the fire beforehand. It turned out the little girl had prepared buckets of water nearby. Clarice innocently explained that she had foreseen the event in a dream, an ability she occasionally possessed. Hearing this, Archbishop Verdio suddenly grasped the girl's hand tightly. With eyes full of reverence, he declared her the Saintess of Telos, the chosen one destined to lead the church. Clarice's life changed overnight. She lived in luxury, attended by dozens of maids and receiving reverence from high-ranking clergymen. However, the new life demanded constant prayer, learning rituals, and sacrificing sleep for training, a trade-off for her previous impoverished life. She received baptism from the Holy Pope himself, the Archbishop, and even the greatest apostle. Clarice bore the Holy Capital's mark of blessing, proof of her divine mission. Her holy power grew stronger after each ritual, until only the final baptism remained to complete it. And then, for the first time, Clarice saw her own future. A terrifying vision of horrific destruction appeared before her eyes. Haunted by the premonition, she decided to abandon the path of becoming the saintess, leading Archbishop Verdio to angrily question her. Clarice knelt, thanked Archbishop Verdio for all his care, and expressed her desire to serve God in a different way than as the saintess. Verdio replied coldly, realizing he could not persuade her after all. He turned and walked away, reminding her that her prophetic ability, a type of magic that could bend time itself, was the very reason she was chosen. With an angry expression, Verdio growled that Clarice's talent was too great, and it seemed she had finally managed to see her own future. Many years passed in the Holy Capital. Clarice recounted that she had given up on becoming the saintess of the Order of Telos. Instead, she remained in the capital as the keeper of the sacred flame. She played the lute throughout the night, because whenever she drifted off to sleep, the future vision of the dragon Wellbrock roaring in fury appeared before her eyes. In the nightmare, a panicked clergyman screamed that the plan had failed, and they must sacrifice the saintess to appease the sacred dragon of creation. Clarice painfully recalled that during her time in the capital, she had overheard many things. The world lived in peace thanks to the wise rule of Holy Emperor Cloel, but in a peaceful world, no one sought the Lord. As a result, the Holy Pope's influence waned, and Verdio, a clergyman who was also a merchant, knew exactly what they needed. That was the fear of destruction and a miracle from God. Their plan was to resurrect the sealed, sacred lance dragon, to sow terror into the hearts of the people, after which the order would perform a miracle by subduing the calamity. From the beginning, Archbishop Verdio had sought a saintess to serve as a sacrifice to seal the sacred lance dragon, and that sacrifice was her. Covered in blood and dark energy, she believed her escape had prevented that future from happening. However, a few years later, while playing her lute, she suddenly heard someone call the name Adele. Clarice recalled Adele, a girl who was not skilled in ordinary magic but possessed extraordinary talent for holy magic. With her demeanor, intelligence, and character, Adele seemed born to be the saintess, making Clarice wonder what she needed to do to live a pure life like her friend. But deep down, Adele had decided to reject that fate. She knew she had to tell Clarice the truth. It was because she had run away that Clarice had to bear the title of saintess. Adele would rather die in the sewers than live a meaningless life. She realized her struggle for survival would lead to Clarice's death, so she had to urge her friend to flee. Through the melodies, Adele sang of distant lands, imploring Clarice to run, whether it be to the Denken Swamp or the golden city of Cloelon. She climbed onto the rooftop, continuing to strum, hoping the lyrics would guide Clarice to the trade city of Oldek or the academic land of Sylvania. Clarice smiled, listening from the window, completely unaware that the song was a desperate warning, a plea for her to run for her life. The present Clarice recalled that every night, Adele sang of freedom and romance, hoping she would run away. Yet, guilt constantly tormented Clarice whenever she saw Adele's smile, knowing that everything was built on lies and hypocrisy. Then, one early morning, Adele departed once more, beginning her life as a wandering bard. The final destination of her journey was Sylvania Academy. However, upon reaching the academy, Adele staggered, utterly exhausted, with fresh blood dripping from her tattered shoes. Covered in blood, she collapsed, stunning the surrounding students into silence. Clarice recounted that initially, she didn't understand why the sacred lance dragon was revived, but now she knew exactly how everything would unfold. In the future vision, Adele will enter the chapel and be blocked by the third apostle, Taldarak. She would then roll up her sleeve, revealing the holy blessing mark of divine magic. Taking advantage of Taldarak's astonishment, Adele will proceed inside, where the apostles of Telos have already set up their battle formation. There, to awaken the sacred lance dragon, they had prepared a chest containing the necklace embedded with Wellbrock's fang. Adele recounted that she had tried to convince Archbishop Verdio and the apostles countless times, but they would never listen. They dismissed the tales of the sacred lance dragon as mere folklore and refused to bring Saintess Clarice, a fatal act of arrogance. That arrogance led directly to tragedy when Wellbrock was summoned, a colossal thunder dragon rising from the ancient fang. In their utter despair, they would rush to find the Saintess, needing her as a sacrifice to provide holy power to appease the dragon's hunger. The sacrificial circle carved into the chapel floor was the tool intended to extinguish Wellbrock using the life of a saintess. And when Clarice was forced to kneel in the magic circle, everything should have ended in tragedy. But Adele chose a different path. She used herself as the sacrifice, allowing Wellbrock's fang to absorb her life force. She screamed in pain as the dark energy from the fang tore through her body, accepting her cruel fate. Even if her life was meaningless, Adele found peace in the thought that it was not entirely in vain. She had seen the light of hope in Clarice's eyes, but what she hadn't anticipated was that the divine blessing protected her body from the necklace's curse. The boundary magic within Adele was activated and pushed to its extreme limit. This type of magic uses holy power as fuel, bending the flow of time for the entire world. She had lived this moment repeatedly, cycling through it in despair. Adele recalled the surprise when Clarice found her in the previous loop, but now her holy power was nearly depleted. Breathing heavily, Adele knew she could only try one or two more times before everything ended permanently. Leaving a long trail of blood on the stone floor, she staggered toward the church, believing this was the end. Just as she was about to collapse, a steady hand caught her exhausted body. Adele raised her bloodshot eyes, staring in shock at the person who had appeared. and asked a foolish question about orange juice or plain water. Ed Rothstaler stared dumbfounded at the blood-soaked girl in his arms, while Adele could only wonder why he was here. In Adele's stream of memories, Archbishop Verdio dismissed her warning, doubting that after all this time, he would believe the prophecy that the sacred lance dragon could not be stopped. He arrogantly declared that the church would create a miracle that very day. Witnessed by the apostles of Telos, Archbishop Verdio passionately asserted that all of humanity would once again bow before Lord Telos. The church's arrogance led to tragedy. The sacred lance dragon Wellbrock was resurrected, bringing with it destructive wrath. Adele recalled that the only way to end this great calamity was to sacrifice the life of a saintess upon the sacrificial altar. The thought of sacrificing a saintess flashed through Adele's mind. She thought of the life of Clarisse, the friend she cherished. The image of Clarisse smiling gently appeared, strengthening Adele's resolve. Adele decided to shoulder the destiny herself, without regret, as this was inherently her duty. However, the blessing of holy magic protected her, summoning the greatest power within her. That power rewound the flow of time for the entire world. Adele's lute fell to the floor, signaling the start of a painful loop. With a body barely clinging to life, she awoke in the combat training room at Glocht Hall. Adele knew that once the holy power was depleted, the blessing would cease, and the sacred lance dragon would be sealed. Thus, she repeated her journey, dragging herself along the familiar corridor. And then, that arrogance repeated itself. The sacred lance dragon was resurrected once more, spreading terror. After everyone had left to search for Clarisse, Adele returned to the sanctuary alone. She collapsed onto the glowing sacrificial altar. Once again, Adele placed herself in the position of the sacrifice. And once more, she repeated the sacrifice in endless agony. Adele accepted her punishment, believing this was the price for having pushed the responsibility onto others. Embracing her fate, she smiled peacefully, as her body was enveloped by holy power, feeling everything become easier. Her blood-stained lute fell, a sign that her power was about to run out. Nevertheless, Adele's bloody hand gripped the instrument tightly, telling herself that all holy power has its limits. After giving up on convincing Verdio, she staggered down a long corridor, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Her exhausted body made her stumble against a pillar, despairing that stopping him was impossible. Yet, her trembling hand clenched into a fist, demonstrating her unyielding will. Standing at the church entrance, Adele resolved to rush straight into the sacrificial magic circle to prevent the sacred lance dragon's resurrection herself. She told herself she was almost there, determined to prevent the catastrophic future at all costs. But just as she was about to collapse, a pair of arms caught her, causing Adele to gasp in surprise. "Who are you?" Ed Rothstaler looked at her with concern, calmly repeating the phrase from their first meeting. "I prefer cold water. You should drink the orange juice." He gently helped the severely injured Adele sit down on an outdoor bench. Ed handed her a cup, while Adele was still preoccupied with her mission. With a serious expression, Ed looked her straight in the eye and delivered the familiar warning. "You are about to die." Those words stunned Adele. Her eyes widened in shock as memories flooded back. A flash of recognition sparked in her eyes as she remembered the name of the person before her. Ed Rothstaler. The memory of their first and only encounter surfaced when he appeared while she was playing her instrument. She recalled his warning that day, even though the world had continued afterward as if nothing had changed. Since that fateful meeting, he had never appeared before her again. The flashback ended with the image of the past Adele smiling peacefully, as she remembered her answer at that time. Adele, covered in blood but still smiling serenely, affirmed that she knew her fate well. Sitting beside Ed on the bench, she felt this conversation was like a distant memory, a return to the starting point. Ed thoughtfully agreed, but inwardly resolved that he had to end the conversation to get to the church. When Ed said he needed to put an end to everything, Adele surprisingly asked if that was all, which confused him. Ed looked her straight in the eye, admitting he didn't know everything, but he sensed something deeper. He questioned Adele, unable to believe she had so little to say when death was imminent, and she awkwardly confirmed it. Adele began to lose her composure, asking why Ed had to press the issue when she needed to act quickly. With a forced smile, she denied having anything left to say, but Ed's question kept repeating in her mind. She recalled countless painful time loops, where she always collapsed within the magic circle, and death was the only confirmed outcome. The memory returned to a peaceful night, when she played her instrument for Clarisse, believing she had nothing left to say to the world. But Ed's voice echoed even in the past, asking if that was all, making Adele question if she truly wanted to say something else. She remembered choosing to sing, and Clarisse's satisfied smile at that moment seemed to be enough. Ed's voice once again interrupted her thoughts, persisting with his single question. Pushed to her limit, Adele screamed in despair, demanding that Ed stop and leave her alone. She clutched the bag on her lap, whispering a plea and wondering if her silence was the right choice. The memory abruptly shifted to the first time she met Ed, when she was a little girl sitting alone on a bench, startled by something. After being helped by a stranger, the young Adele watched the person's retreating back. She smiled and offered a sincere thank you. Just then, a blond young man in a red coat walked past, and that familiar voice rang out. "Is that all?" The young Adele's golden eyes widened in astonishment. That moment was etched into her mind forever. In a distant memory, the young Clarice recalled the sight of her father hesitantly leaving amidst the crowd. With tear-filled eyes, the little girl wondered if thank you was truly what she wanted to say. Watching her father's back recede, she realized that what she wanted to shout was not goodbye. Tears streaming down her face, she knew it wasn't thanks. The truth burst forth in a silent scream. She only wanted to cry out for him to stay with her. Back in the present, Adele's bloodied hands trembled as she held a teacup, confessing that after countless lies, she was truly terrified. Her last defensive wall finally crumbled, and Adele burst into sobs, screaming that she didn't want to die. After the emotional outburst, Adele sat exhausted on the stone bench next to Ed. Ed handed her a bottle of water to regain her composure. After Adele finished drinking, Ed looked dejectedly at the girl who had completely broken down. He stood up, declaring that she had taken far too long to state such an obvious fact. Ed looked directly at Adele, demanding that she recount everything she knew. He clenched his fist, determined to put an end to all of this. In another scene, Clarice, with her white hair and blazing red eyes, began her story. She recounted that Ed had decided to act alone and gone to find Adele. Meanwhile, she herself had proceeded alone straight to the Grand Cathedral, where the apostles of Telos were engaged in battle. Taldarak, a red-haired apostle, was stunned to see the saintess appear, questioning why she was there. Clarice coldly brushed the apostle aside, ordering him to move, as she needed to focus. With eyes burning with resolve, Clarice vowed to herself that this time she would definitely uncover the entire truth. The heavy doors of the cathedral creaked open. Clarice rushed inside, shouting loudly for everyone to stop immediately. Inside, the apostles of Telos were performing a ritual before a magic circle, and Clarice knew she had to stop them all. Archbishop Verdio turned around, surprised by the saintess's appearance. In a flashback, Clarice recalled having once trusted Verdio's piety, and he had affirmed that he lived only for the holy city. Verdio revealed his cynical philosophy, that the ignorant populace needed a spectacle to reinforce their faith. Clarice realized in horror that the spectacle was the killing of the sacred lance dragon to bestow divine grace. She desperately warned that they were all severely underestimating the dragon and should consider the possibility of failure. Suddenly, a terrible truth flashed in Clarice's mind. She realized that from the very beginning, Verdio had intended to use her own life as a contingency plan. Verdio coldly admitted that it was merely an insurance policy. His face transformed into a shadowy specter, stating that her sacrifice would only be necessary if the plan went awry. In a different scene, Ed, carrying the injured Adele, confirmed that the truth behind everything was far from pleasant. He explained that the church was facing financial difficulties, and Adele deduced that this was why they resurrected the sacred lance dragon. Adele reasoned that they planned to stage a spectacle of the dragon's destruction to reinforce the populace's faith and the church's authority. Breathing heavily, Adele stated that Verdio's nature was always to do anything to increase the church's power and wealth. Ed asked if she had tried to persuade him, but Adele admitted she was no longer trusted, and Verdio wouldn't listen to anyone anyway. She asserted that Verdio would only use force to compel obedience, as he had brought an invincible force with him. That force was the apostles of Telos, the most powerful warriors. Returning to the present, Clarice despairingly watched the apostles surround her, realizing this was a force capable of fighting an entire army. Archbishop Verdio coldly apologized to the saintess, asking her to take a nap while the apostles of Telos stood guard. Carried on Ed's back, Adele desperately thought that nothing could be done against the enemy's strength. Suddenly, she gasped in astonishment. Ed asserted that sheer power was not the issue, confusing Adele, who asked what he meant. At that very moment, a surge of high-level electric magic named Divine Punishment struck the cathedral. Destructive purple energy spread, shattering everything inside. The lightning bolt struck directly in front of Archbishop Verdio and the apostles. Amidst the chaos, Verdio screamed in horror, questioning if the attacker dared to disrespect the god Telos. A voice rang out, replying decisively, "No." The purple lightning bolt struck down an apostle flying in the air. Another apostle collapsed in pain, enveloped by the electrical current. A figure dressed in a witch's outfit appeared in the center of the battlefield, declaring, "I am." Purple eyes flashed beneath the brim of the hat, and the person coldly finished the sentence, an atheist. Verdio roared in anger, failing to understand what sin the stranger was referring to. The mysterious mage explained that the sin was inscribed within the very temple and laws of the church. Focusing magical energy, the person pinpointed their sin as arrogance. Archbishop Verdio was utterly enraged, roaring and demanding to know what the person was doing. Two other apostles, Lenos the 8th seat and Reuben the 2nd seat, appeared with brilliant auras, condemning the intruder for turning their back on Telos's grace. The mage remained unfazed, their sharp gaze confronting the divine power of the apostles. Standing firm against the two angelic warriors, the mage prepared for the confrontation as they shouted that this was the will of Telos. The mysterious mage crushed the sphere of dark energy in her hand. A violent surge of purple magic erupted, and the figure roared in fury. With cold, sharp eyes, the figure loudly challenged. "How dare you defile this chapel?" From above, an apostle descended, enveloped in divine light, introducing himself as Taldarak the Lightspeed, the 3rd seat apostle. Taldarak charged down with a sword of light in hand, declaring he would finish off the intruder. He unleashed a brilliant attack, aiming directly at the mage hovering in midair. But just before the blow landed, the mage suddenly vanished, astonishing Taldarak, who realized this was not mere speed. The figure had used the high-level spatial magic, spatial leap, to appear directly behind him. With a mere snap of the fingers, the mage released a wave of destructive magic. The raging purple energy engulfed the entire chapel, throwing back the apostles of Telos. An apostle screamed in agony as he was tortured by the magical current. Witnessing the scene, Archbishop Verdio was stunned, unable to believe that the nation's strongest warriors were being overwhelmed. The mage stood tall amidst the ruins, surrounded by 6 defeated apostles. Verdio broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wondering how the enemy knew this location to attack. He recalled the secret plan: resurrecting the sacred lance dragon on Arkan Island to solidify the church's power. Verdio realized the top-secret plan had been exposed and had failed completely. Facing disaster, he screamed, ordering his subordinates to protect Holy Pope Eldine and find a way to retreat at all costs. Hearing their intention to flee, the hooded mage sneered, and a new magical sphere began to form in their hand. The figure cast time magic, and a massive magic circle inscribed with clock symbols enveloped the entire area. Another apostle, Reuben, was trapped within the time prison, his body slowly crystallizing from the magical energy. A burst of dark energy spread as a voice rang out, declaring that all of this was for the sake of the god Telos. An apostle asserted resolutely while facing the mysterious mage. Archbishop Verdio frantically screamed, urging his comrades to capture the saintess immediately. Another apostle seized Clarice, despite her struggling and shouting in protest. Verdio calculated internally that as long as he had the saintess as a witness, he could use the Holy Pope's authority to coerce the academy. Facing them, the witch-hatted mage smiled, gathering a high-level lightning sphere in their hand. The figure unleashed divine punishment magic, a storm of purple electrical energy sweeping across the chapel. An apostle hastily erected a pure gold holy shield to defend against it, but the shield shattered, and the apostle was submerged, only managing to shout a final warning. Another commanding apostle immediately ordered everyone to retreat to the rendezvous point. Despite the danger, another apostle stubbornly generated a defensive aura. But all efforts were futile. The overwhelmingly powerful attack sent everyone flying, including Clarice and the archbishop. The mysterious mage clicked their tongue, showing annoyance at their troublesome resistance. Amidst the chaos, Verdio and his attendant dragged the severely wounded Clarice away, determined to destroy the evidence and take her with them. With a crazed look, Verdio glanced back and whispered a single word to activate the final trap. Immediately, a massive wall of fire erupted from the fundamental activation magic, blocking the enemy's escape route. The commanding apostle was astonished, unable to believe that a basic spell could possess such destructive power. The flames consumed him, his painful screams echoing through the sea of fire. He desperately tried to swing his staff to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. The staff was sucked into a fiery vortex, activating the spirit formula. Detonation. A terrifying explosion shook the academy, completely destroying the chapel before the stunned eyes of the officials. Amidst the chaotic scene, a figure darted away at breakneck speed. It was Ed Rothstaler, sprinting across the campus grounds where the apostles of Telos had fallen. Ed hurriedly called for the fire spirit mug to follow, and it immediately obeyed. Meanwhile, Archbishop Verdio realized he had been ambushed and wondered if the enemy was allied with the witch-hatted mage. With an angry shout, Verdio unleashed a powerful holy magic attack. The brilliant golden energy struck Mug, causing it to scream in pain. Undeterred, Ed continued to rush forward, determined to pursue them. The chase led into a nearby dense forest. Verdio panted, believing he had successfully shaken off his pursuer and would be safe simply by hiding the necklace. He felt smug, thinking no one could find him in this hiding spot. But instantly, Ed swooped down from above, blocking Verdio's escape route. With eyes burning with rage, Ed coldly ordered him to hand over the necklace. He mercilessly grabbed the Archbishop's hair. Then, he delivered a devastating punch, slamming Verdio to the ground. Ed easily blocked the weak counterattack from Verdio's staff. Pinned down, Verdio grinned maniacally, pressing the tip of his staff against Ed's chest and declaring that everything was over. Holy magic energy began to converge, channeling directly into Ed's body. Ed looked down in shock, realizing the deadly danger. A blinding explosion of holy light erupted at point-blank range, completely engulfing Ed. Archbishop Verdio collapsed, his face contorted in agony as he screamed wretchedly. Despite his grievous wounds, he desperately clung to the wooden box containing the sacred relic. Ed Rothstaler, his face grim amid streaks of blood, growled an order for his foe to surrender the item, secretly acknowledging Archbishop Verdio as a formidable adversary. Carrying the unconscious Adele on his back, Ed realized that subduing Verdio would have been difficult even without the intervention of the apostles. He gazed toward the distant chapel, knowing that time was running out to prevent the sacred lance dragon's resurrection, a plan the enemy had meticulously prepared for ages. Ed gasped, his mind reeling as he considered that even with Lucy's aid, the probability of failure remained high, and he dared not risk another time reversal while Adele was in such a fragile condition. Suddenly, Adele spoke weakly, assuring him that everything was fine, which startled Ed. She smiled, reassuring him that failure was acceptable, as she still had enough strength to reverse time a few more times. Ed gritted his teeth, knowing full well that she was lying. He knew Adele's power was nearly depleted. She could die at any moment, and there was no time left for hesitation. Without a moment's delay, Ed lunged toward Archbishop Verdio, who lay faintly breathing in a pool of his own blood. The moment he reached him, the wooden box clutched in Verdio's hand began to splinter. Ed hastily tore the lid off the box, his face etched with tension. His gaze was intensely focused, sensing a fierce surge of magical energy. Inside the box, a dagger-shaped sacred artifact pulsed with swirling blue energy. Verdio looked up with a maniacal grin, gloatingly declaring that the sacred lance dragon was about to be resurrected and only the saintess could stop it. With his final breath, he laughed maniacally, screaming that all would soon bear witness to the greatness of Lord Telos. Ed decisively seized the sacred artifact, and instantly, a colossal torrent of energy violently erupted. The magical energy from the artifact shot straight into the sky, forming a gigantic pillar of light that signaled the imminent resurrection of the sacred lance dragon. Ed suddenly realized the truth. To prevent the seal from being broken, he needed to subdue the Archbishop and seize the Dragon Fang necklace located off the island. Ed desperately grasped the core problem. If no one retained the memory of this failure, he had to find a way to transmit the crucial information. He knew Adele would have to sacrifice herself once more, but if the message wasn't delivered, they would inevitably fail according to the original timeline. His body, ravaged by wounds, gave out. Ed collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood in utter helplessness. In his mind, the image of Adele appeared, sobbing and confessing that she didn't want to die. Regret consumed Ed as he chastised himself for arriving too late yet again. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking if being slightly late truly mattered. Just as a figure gently descended before him, it was Lucy May Real, the world's strongest mage, appearing amidst the ravaged forest with resolute eyes. Using his last reserves of strength, Ed clung to Lucy, urgently begging her to relay a message to either Adele or Clarice. He stammered that either of them would suffice, as long as the message was successfully delivered. Ed practically pleaded with Lucy to hurry, knowing their time was rapidly running out. However, Lucy looked down coldly and replied with a single word that stunned Ed. No. Seeing Ed's astonished expression, she explained that such an action was no longer necessary. Lucy confidently declared that she would personally deliver the message to the Saintess and Adele. A purple magical banner materialized, containing the entire strategy: seize the Dragon Fang necklace, escape the church, and remain vigilant against Verdio's cover-up conspiracy. A memory flashed back, recalling when Lucy had encouraged a young, exhausted Ed during training, acknowledging his immense magical potential. Returning to reality, Ed looked at his mentor with gratitude and whispered a faint, "Thank you." But the brief moment of relief was shattered by a sudden, agonizing pain that overwhelmed Ed. A pair of gigantic blue dragon wings, crackling with lightning, tore through the sky, signaling that the sacred lance dragon had fully awakened. Lucy calmly watched Wellbrock's full form materialize beneath the crimson sky, murmuring that it had awakened once more. Her magical banner had completed its mission, transmitting all information regarding Verdio's conspiracy and the escape route to Adele, who was on the verge of collapse. In Ed's mind, the image of Lucy casting the time reversal spell surfaced, raising the question of whether she had truly succeeded. The greatest problem was time itself, because once it reset, his memories would inevitably vanish. Ed desperately wondered if he could possibly devise a plan to defeat the apostles and escape the island again. He hadn't even finished formulating his thoughts when a single statement from Lucy left him dumbfounded. Lucy reiterated her promise to her grandfather about saving the academy, and Ed confirmed that he had heard that exact phrase in the previous loop. She explained that if time continued to loop, then she must have faced that dragon in every single iteration. The sacred lance dragon roared, and Ed, too, believed that Lucy had fought it alone countless times. Lucy tiredly confessed that she only came to the academy to fulfill that promise, and perhaps she had always been waiting for this moment to finally end everything. Ed pondered. If time simply resets, wouldn't stopping the dragon right now be utterly meaningless? Suddenly, Lucy leaned her head against his chest, whispering a request. She wanted to die in his arms. Ed was stunned, realizing that regardless of the outcome, they would forget everything once their memories vanished. Seizing the precious remaining moments, Lucy decided to voice something she would normally never dare to say. The final protective barrier surrounding them shattered, exposing them both to the destructive power. This was not a romantic confession, but a raw, naked truth that Lucy might never have admitted otherwise. With tears welling in her eyes, she choked out, "Without you, I am so lonely. Please don't disappear." Her hand gripped his shirt tightly, as if clinging to her last shred of hope. Ed quietly looked down, accepting her plea, for it was not a difficult request to grant. Amidst their quiet sanctuary, the sacred lance dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. A deadly rain of blue energy began pouring down from the crimson sky. Ed closed his eyes and endured the attack. Neither of them resisted, and not a single cry of pain or groan escaped their lips. Amidst the destructive energy barrage, Ed and Lucy silently felt the last warmth of the other. A moment later, the deadly energy barrage finally ceased. In the desolate landscape, the two lay together, motionless among the debris. Blood stained the entire area red, a testament to the fierce battle that had just concluded. A flash of light appeared, signaling the shifting of fate. In another room, a dry cough echoed as a lute fell to the floor. The prophet Adele Saris realized that all her divine power was depleted, leaving her unable to reverse time or foresee the future. Covered in blood, she desperately admitted that she had become mortal and failed to prevent the sacred lance dragon from awakening. Adele recalled her painful yet joyful meeting with Clarice, regretting that she never got to hear the Saintess's song. On the other hand, her encounter with Ed Rostaler was terrible, as even a fleeting thought of wanting to survive was enough to shake her resolve. The extreme physical pain reminded Adele of the most urgent task she needed to complete. She struggled to stand up, determined to stop the dragon's awakening and reverse everything, accepting that her destiny was to die. Adele remembered the moment she discovered Ed's entire plan, but realized that executing it again was impossible. First, it would take Clarice the entire morning to convince Taylor, who retained no memories. Gathering forces to confront the apostles of Telos would also consume a great deal of time. Adele dragged her bloodied feet, gloomily calculating that they would only be able to reach the cathedral when night fell. But by then, Archbishop Verdio's plan would have succeeded, and the sacred lance dragon would be fully awakened. As the sun set and shadows lengthened, Adele advanced down the corridor, knowing the chapel was right before her eyes. She told herself to step inside and offer her body to the ritual circle, but something unexpected made her freeze. The prophet's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and confusion at the unexpected sight at the chapel entrance. A magical orb appeared, containing the silhouette of a flying bird. In the middle of the academy grounds, an anxious shout rang out, calling Ed's name. Ed Rothstaler suddenly collapsed, caught by a panicked Yenkar as the book on symbolic magic fell to the ground. The book revealed that this type of magic does not fully affect those with resistance. The explanation emerged. Adele's time regression magic was a combination of symbolic magic and divine arts, and it was the divine blessing that resisted it. For that reason, Clarice, with her original white hair, was stunned to realize she retained all her memories from previous timelines. Meanwhile, Ed writhed as the magical energy in his body resisted the regression spell, the price for researching forbidden arts. His pupils transformed into a vortex of cosmic energy, signaling a terrifying truth about to descend. Ed's mind shattered into thousands of memory fragments, fully reliving the painful sensations of countless loops. Horrific deaths flashed before him, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure the soul-shattering pain, nearly losing consciousness. Clarice and Yenkar cried out Ed's name in horror, watching his hand emit a brilliant light. Suddenly, Ed reached out and tightly grasped Clarice's wrist, leaving her stunned. He struggled up with a determined gaze, realizing this was a race against time. At the same time, in the chapel, Archbishop Verdio laughed maniacally, declaring that the sacred lance dragon was about to be awakened. He spread his arms, summoning a colossal bird-shaped magical entity amidst shouts of religious revival. The magical entity swooped down, carrying a destructive stream of emerald energy. Ed shot forward like an arrow, determined to reach the Academy's chapel. He quickly opened a box, drawing out a dagger that emitted an eerie blue light. With the dagger in hand, Ed identified his target, seizing the Fang necklace. Archbishop Verdio froze when he saw Ed suddenly burst in, disrupting his sacred ritual. Following orders, Apostle Lenos immediately opened fire, launching brilliant arrows of light. Ed lunged to dodge, his mind recalling countless time loops where the beginning always unfolded similarly. The Saintess Clarice would frantically pull him onto a carriage, explaining the time loop and giving him time to calm down. Archbishop Verdio snarled, mocking the stranger who appeared from nowhere. He issued a challenge, wondering if Ed truly believed he could defeat a divine apostle of Telos. But Ed knew that in previous loops, there was always one person present. A hand gripped a staff, summoning divine power. A colossal holy bird spirit made of jade green energy materialized. It was a force faster than any carriage and vastly stronger than himself. Archbishop Verdio was dumbfounded when another colossal owl spirit appeared alongside the prophet Adele. But this time Clarice was right beside him, urging, "Let's go, Ed." Ed agreed, his hand tightly gripping the glowing Fang necklace, keenly aware that this was a race against time. Energy was already flowing from the necklace, for it was the key to awakening the sacred lance dragon. Once the necklace and the dragon sealed beneath Archon resonated, the great calamity would awaken. Therefore, the only solution was to take the necklace far away before the sacred lance dragon revived. Archbishop Verdio screamed in terror. "What are you doing?" He lunged desperately, trying to snatch the necklace that had fallen to the floor. But it was too late. The necklace erupted in a fiery burst of energy. The explosion shattered the chapel's dome. Amidst the smoke and dust, the holy bird spirit carried Ed and Clarice soaring into the blue sky. Riding a giant avian wind spirit, Ed Rothstaler and Yenkar Pullover soared into the sky. Ed desperately called out Yenkar's name as they sped away, leaving the academy behind. Ed chastised Yenkar for not escaping on her own, but she firmly replied that she couldn't abandon him. Ed anxiously calculated the catastrophic consequences, ranging from expulsion to being hunted by the Holy Church. While Ed was preoccupied searching for a mental refuge, Yenkar noticed something familiar in his demeanor. Yenkar gently took Ed's hand, realizing he was trying to shoulder everything alone again. She asked him directly if he was suffering in silence again, stunning Ed, who couldn't understand how she knew. Yenkar recalled the moment she had seen Ed collapse, asserting that she could understand simply by looking at his face. With a resolute voice, Yenkar declared that whether they were expelled or became fugitives, they would face it together. She swore that she would never let Ed endure the pain alone again. Ed was completely surprised and moved by Yenkar's sincere vow. Nevertheless, the gravity of their perilous situation still caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Ed realized with horror that 6 figures with golden wings were pursuing them from below the apostles of Telos. The powerful angelic warriors surged upward at terrifying speed, their weapons of light ready in hand. Ed hastily urged Yenkar to fly as fast as possible, and she immediately obeyed the command. Meanwhile, at the ruined chapel, the smoke and dust slowly cleared, revealing a figure amidst the rubble. Archbishop Verdio angrily stepped through the wreckage, searching for the perpetrator of the chaos. He was stunned to realize that the person standing there was the Saintess Clarice, injured and covered in blood. Clarice gasped, exhausted after her failed escape, while Verdio could only utter her name in astonishment. A fleeting memory showed a hand grasping Clarice's wrist, along with the message that there was one thing only she could accomplish. In one vision, Clarice told the suffering Taylor that only he remembered the entire history and knew every detail of this event. Clarice explained that while she was doing everything to prevent the awakening of the sacred lance dragon, their immediate task was to stop Archbishop Verdio. Finishing her words, she decisively kicked away an obstruction among the chapel ruins. Clarice warned that the archbishop was a cunning fanatic, willing to use the church to conceal all his sins. She urgently asked Haley how long he intended to stand by as an outsider. Her plan was to convince the Holy Pope, who was standing before her as she collapsed. With her last ounce of strength, Clarice looked up and shouted, demanding that the Holy Pope immediately excommunicate Archbishop Verdio. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ziggs and Elvira looked up at the sky where a battle was unfolding, and Elvira pessimistically suggested that Taylor would lose to Wade. In the sky, Taylor was indeed riding a giant spirit beast, charging into battle. Not far away, Ed and Yenkar were also flying on a windbird spirit, astonishing onlookers since Ed had been sitting stunned just 10 minutes earlier. A sharp wind blade, a basic wind magic spell, suddenly flew toward them. Yenkar realized the attack was too fast, and screamed that she couldn't evade it. The wind blade struck the spirit, throwing both Ed and Yenkar off its back. Ed frantically screamed Janica as the two began to freefall. Both plummeted straight down from a dizzying height. Their bodies grew smaller as they fell through the clouds. They vanished into the blanket of white clouds below. In that desperate moment, one hand managed to grab the other's wrist. Ed's hand gripped Yenkar tightly, and a blue magic cord appeared, suspending both of them in midair. Suspended in the air, Ed asserted that he had saved Yenkar. Meanwhile, the apostles of Telos relentlessly pursued them, roaring the command to capture both, prioritizing the necklace above all else. Yenkar unexpectedly called Ed's name, causing him a moment of confusion. She looked him straight in the eye and asked a loaded question if he could bear the consequences, leaving Ed utterly stunned. Immediately afterward, Yenkar pushed Ed hard on the chest with her hand. She deliberately leaned backward, falling into the void. With a confident smile, Yenkar affirmed her absolute trust in Ed and declared that she would act. In her palm, a magic stone emitted a dazzling golden light. A blinding flash of light erupted in the sky, causing Ziggs and Elvira, standing below on the campus grounds, to look up in astonishment. The flow of air across the entire academy suddenly shifted. A gigantic blue energy vortex formed and swirled violently. From the center of the vortex, countless winged spirits began to pour out, filling the skies above Sylvania. The apostles of Telos were stunned by this sight. But among the hundreds of spirits, one entity stood out above all others. Ziggs and Elvira looked up in panic as a colossal shadow eclipsed the sun. A magnificent creature made of water, taking the form of a whale, slowly materialized. This was the first water spirit among its kind to achieve sentience. It was the highest rank water spirit in the natural world. Its name was Frida. The apostles were overwhelmed by the army of hundreds of spirits that had just appeared. They immediately opened fire, launching streams of holy magic toward Fried, upon whose back Ed and Yenkar now stood safely. Ed Rothstaler confidently sensed the waning magical energy, believing the plan to prevent the Sacred Lance Dragon's resurrection was succeeding. But then, a flicker of anxiety flashed in his eyes as he noticed something amiss. Yenkar Pullover gasped in exhaustion, confessing to Ed that she would be bedridden for a while after expending too much power. She collapsed, slumping onto the back of the giant water spirit, causing Ed to frantically shout her name. He quickly caught Yenkar, realizing with alarm that she had a high fever when he placed his hand on her forehead. Yenkar panicked and pushed his hand away, pleading with him not to touch her, as it would only worsen her fever. In the sky, the apostles of Telos began their move, ordering Taldarak to lead the assault on the main target. They moved in perfect coordination, declaring they would clear the path with their holy light. The angelic warriors easily tore through the flock of obstructing wind spirits with blinding slashes. Every dazzling streak of golden light swept away all obstacles in their path of advance. The third seat apostle, Lightspeed Taldarak, plunged down like an arrow, the spear in his hand ready to deliver the finishing blow. Countless arrows of light rained down, aimed directly at the colossal water spirit. Freed, Taldarak confronted Yenkar, questioning her control over the spirit army, and branding her a danger. He pointed his blazing spear at the exhausted girl, coldly stating that he took no pleasure in killing. With a resolute gaze, he whispered an apology, preparing to strike without mercy. But at that moment, Ed stepped in front of Yenkar, and behind him, the fire dragon spirit Takon roared defiantly. Ed gave a decisive command, his voice echoing through the air. "Catch it, Takon." Taldarak was stunned by the sudden intervention, unable to react to the new threat. Takon's fiery jaws clamped down on the apostle's spearhead, halting the fatal attack. With a powerful flick, Takon hurled Taldarak into the air, causing Ed to lose his balance and fall backward. In a desperate effort, Ed held Taldarak tightly, both of them groaning in pain amid the blazing red aura. Taldarak's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing, and his entire body erupting in golden holy energy. With a triumphant roar, the apostle used his spear of light to pierce through Takon, causing the fire spirit to collapse. Exhausted, Yenkar gathered her remaining strength, weakly commanding Takon to protect Ed at all costs. A terrifying explosion of holy energy swept through the forest, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Thick smoke and dust billowed up from the cracked earth following the clash's aftermath. From within the dust cloud, the winged silhouette of Apostle Taldarak gradually emerged, imposing and completely unharmed. Standing amidst the ruins, Tal'Darak calmly commented on his opponent's abilities. He looked at the dissipating Takon and admitted that summoning a high-rank spirit while controlling others was an astonishing talent. However, Tal'Darak confidently asserted that the apostles of Talos, the executors of God's will, were even stronger. He ordered Ed, who was severely injured on the ground, to surrender the necklace, threatening that otherwise both Ed and the summoner would die. Lying amidst the wreckage, Ed decisively refused the apostles' demand. Ed stared directly at his enemy, asserting that he was wrong and that there would be no more regression. He clenched his fist, his mind flooded with thoughts of the non-existent Delheim hourglass and the memories of countless deaths he had endured. With his body covered in injuries, Ed struggled to his feet, telling himself that he could not gamble his life away again. Ed stood firm before Takon, enveloped in the flame of his own and the spirit's determination. Ed's eyes shone with ultimate resolve. He was determined to survive at all costs. The Apostle of Telos, Tal'Darak, was formally introduced, his entire body radiating a dazzling stream of golden holy energy. His ability was Holy Vessel Awakening, a high-level holy technique that converts all magical power into physical energy. Tal'Darak charged forward at terrifying speed, his power shattering the ground beneath his feet. Ed recalled from previous loops that Tal'Darak's speed far surpassed the speed of sound. A wave of blazing golden energy knocked Ed backward. He realized that dodging the attack with the naked eye was utterly impossible. Facing Tal'Darak's incoming spear, Ed could only watch in horror. If he couldn't see the attack, Ed decided to close his eyes and bet on a different plan. Tal'Darak swung his weapon down with earth-shattering force. The moment of impact, a green energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. The wind spirit Merilda had automatically activated the protection of wind, saving Ed from a fatal blow. Inside the protective vortex, Ed gritted his teeth, enduring the tremendous pressure. He decided to launch the only possible counterattack, aiming for a minuscule opening. Using the intermediate magic-focused burst, Ed fired a stream of fire energy directly at his opponent's spear. The explosion repelled Tal'Darak, forcing him to forcefully break against the ground. Enraged by the resistance, Tal'Darak roared, his murderous expression revealed for the first time. Ed gasped, admitting that his inherent weakness was a lack of firepower. Just then, the fire spirit Takon manifested behind him, and a voice echoed, promising to handle the firepower. Ed explained that Takon was immune to magic and possessed overwhelming destructive power. A massive sea of fire generated by Takon engulfed the entire forest. Amidst the inferno, Takon raised its head and roared at the blue sky. But Tal'Darak, like a golden flash of lightning, plunged straight down from above, piercing through Takon's flames. Ed realized that his opponent was the fastest physical warrior, Lightspeed Tal'Darak. The flames surrounding Takon's sword began to fade as Yenkar's weak voice uttered an apology, her magic clearly having reached its limit. Ed realized the worst-case scenario had occurred when Tal'Darak stood unscathed, his entire body radiating divine radiance amidst the dying flames. From the Apostle's perspective, Ed was merely a solitary figure collapsing amidst the fire, preparing for his next desperate move. Despite his fatal wounds, Ed mustered his remaining strength and pressed his hand into the ground, channeling a powerful surge of water element magic into the parched earth. Tal'Darak was momentarily surprised as streams of water unexpectedly erupted from the ground, forcefully lashing against his body, enveloped in holy light. As the battlefield became a mixture of fire and water, Ed roared a single command: Ignite! The two opposing elements collided violently, instantly creating a massive cloud of steam that enveloped the entire area. Standing amidst the dense vapor, Tal'Darak quickly analyzed the situation, wondering if a simple smokescreen was all Ed had left. The Apostle's expression hardened with contempt, deeming this nothing more than a crude and obvious trick. With an enraged shout, Tal'Darak charged through the steam screen, his weapon leading an attack intended to end the battle once and for all. The attack struck true, sending Ed flying and causing him to cough up blood, forcing him to acknowledge his opponent's overwhelming power. As his consciousness faded, Ed realized that ultimately, there was only one path left for him to claim victory. His mind flashed back to the previous loop, recalling that it was the great spirit Merilda who had ended this battle. But the harsh reality struck. The Golden Phoenix Ring was with Yenkar, and he had never personally summoned Merilda's full power. Clenching his aching chest, Ed desperately told himself that there had to be a way. Before he could find an answer, Tal'Darak charged again, his brilliant golden holy light exploding and shattering Ed's remaining defenses. The tip of the divine weapon slammed into Ed's shield with a blinding flash. The magical barrier shattered like glass, and the horrific impact hurled Ed's battered body into the air. Crying out in agony, Ed wondered if this was the end, if there truly was no escape from this despair. A massive blade of silver light, resembling an angel's wing, descended and utterly annihilated the ground where he had just stood. His body drenched in blood, Ed Rothstaler gasped for breath amidst the hazy steam. Submerged in a torrent of brilliant golden energy, he felt that this was the end. The familiar sensation of impending death once again invaded his mind. In the moment he faced the Grim Reaper, Ed's consciousness plunged into darkness. Memories of countless deaths and resurrections flooded back like a torrent. Amidst the extreme pain, a series of his spirit skills suddenly leveled up. Ed managed a faint smile as he finally grasped a certain truth. Just as Taldarak's spear of light rushed forward, Ed was no longer there. Taldarak was astonished to see Ed vanish right before his eyes. Ed realized that whether it was holy arts or spirit resonance, the essence of learning magic remained unchanged. All of it was built from countless failures, from memories accumulated through perseverance and determination, from the desperate struggle of never giving up. In the middle of the battlefield, the high-rank wind spirit Marilda manifested completely, letting out a sky-shattering roar. Taldarak was stunned by the overwhelming presence of the legendary spirit. Ed, enveloped in blue energy, delivered a heaven-shattering punch to Taldarak's face, for repetition was the path to mastery. Taldarak shrieked in pain and outrage at the sudden attack. Ed continued his assault, mindful that no one could do things perfectly from the start. But what did that matter? Taldarak roared, condensing a brilliant spear of light. The fire spirit mug charged forward with all its courage. Ed confronted the spear of light head-on, for everyone must fight to survive. A blade of blue energy formed in his hand, ready for the fight for his own reasons. With a defiant roar, the Apostle Taldarak used his bare arm to block the attack from the water spirit Lisha. In a bloody moment, Ed Rostalor raised the energy sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Taldarak, who lay collapsed at his feet. Taldarak screamed one final time in despair as Ed's blade slashed down. The cold blue blade pierced Taldarak's chest, causing him to cough up blood while Ed held the weapon firmly. Ed gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his trembling fist. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire forest red. Ed's arm, covered in his own blood, and that of his enemy, tightened its grip. Another spray of blood erupted, marking the end of the life or death struggle. Standing over Taldarak's motionless body, Ed gasped, the sword still deeply embedded in his opponent's chest. He panted heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion and pain. With empty eyes, Ed stared into the distance, the cost of survival etched deeply onto his face. He stood unsteadily, trying to regain his breath after the brutal fight. Leaving Taldarak's corpse behind, Ed immediately turned and ran toward the burning forest, where Clarice watched him go. He clutched his chest, reminding himself that he still had work to do. Ed gripped the vial around his neck, his eyes shining with unshakable resolve. The scene shifted to a grand cathedral, signaling another confrontation about to take place. Inside, Clarice screamed furiously, her red eyes fixed directly on those present. She knelt before Holy Pope Eldine, urgently demanding that he excommunicate Archbishop Verdio. The Holy Pope looked down at Clarice with a stern, unreadable expression. Archbishop Verdio stepped forward with a smug smile, advising the Holy Pope not to trust the Saintess's words and asserting that everything was for the future of the Church. Confronting Archbishop Verdio's arrogance, Clarice coldly challenged him. "You claim to know nothing, yet you speak?" She exposed the dark plan, using Velosper's necklace to resurrect the sacred lance dragon Welbrock, then having the apostles destroy it. Archbishop Verdio and Holy Pope Eldine were stunned, and Verdio stammered, asking how the Saintess could possibly know of this conspiracy. Clarice asserted that Verdio's plan was destined to fail, as the Church had attempted it countless times, but had never managed to defeat the dragon. She declared that her very presence here was to break the cycle of failure they had created. A massive, glowing red, sacrificial magic circle lit up beneath their feet as Clarice revealed the final step of the plan, her own sacrifice. Clarice insisted that she would only accept the sacrifice if it were truly the will of Lord Telos, and not a mundane conspiracy. Painful images of fallen guards and apostles flashed by as she questioned who would still believe in the Church after so many innocent lives had been taken. She looked directly at them, declaring that her existence, knowing all their plans, was their greatest threat. Clarice recalled the image of Ed Rothstaler, covered in blood, who had fought to exhaustion just to bring her here. She asserted that, if she died, the truth of what transpired would be spread across the continent by the person she strove to save. Her warning rang out. Her death would cause the entire world to lose faith and turn its back on the Church. Verdio attempted to threaten the Holy Pope, claiming his authority would be shaken if he listened to the Saintess. Holy Pope Eldine sank into contemplation, chastising himself as a weak old man who always followed those with stronger faith. Finally, he came to a decision, realizing that the future of the church must be entrusted to the one with the most unwavering faith. The Holy Pope looked at Clarice and solemnly declared, "Saintess, I shall follow your will," leaving Verdio speechless. Clarice's eyes shone with iron resolve upon receiving the most crucial support. Facing a silent Verdio behind his mask, Clarice declared that this time, his plan wouldn't even have a chance to begin. Standing before the altar, she began to read the verdict, invoking the authority of both Holy Pope Eldine and herself. Clarice stretched out her hand, loudly declaring the expulsion of Archbishop Verdio, but she was met instead by an echoing, sinister laugh. Clarice's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Archbishop Verdio's savage laughter. With a crazed expression and a blazing red aura, Verdio roared, asking if she truly believed that declaration would change anything. He grabbed Clarice's bloodied wrist, using brute force to restrain her. To the Holy Pope's astonishment, Verdio began dragging Clarice away, proclaiming that simply by stopping her, the sacred lance dragon would surely be resurrected. He frantically explained that even though Ed Rothstaler had stolen the necklace, the apostles were in pursuit, and the boy would not escape. A vision appeared. The corpse of Apostle Taldarak lay sprawled out, while Ed, also severely wounded, was desperately fleeing alongside a cyan-haired mage. Amidst the smoke and fire, Ed affirmed that everything was far from over. With determined eyes, he tightly gripped the sacred lance dragon's necklace in his hand. The magical artifact emitted a blue light, signaling the dragon's imminent resurrection. Returning to the present, Clarice lifted her head and loudly said, "No." She wrenched her arm free from Verdio's grasp, declaring that she would not let things proceed according to his will. Verdio was stunned by this sudden resistance as Clarice began speaking about the person who had helped her. Clarice's entire body erupted in a brilliant yellow divine power, and she asserted that this person was far stronger than him. With eyes blazing with power, she growled that this person was not on the same level as a man like him. Clarice unleashed the divine power release skill, a blast of holy energy that hurled Verdio far away. Verdio's body was sent skidding backward, carving a long furrow across the ruined floor. Collapsing from exhaustion, Clarice heard Verdio's mocking voice, asking why a pure saintess could radiate so many colors. With tears welling up, she gasped her reply, "It is because I am a saintess." In a symbolic image, Clarice, disguised as the student Kylie Eckner, held a prism, stating that she was also a student and had learned many things. A beam of white light passed through the prism, scattering into a rainbow, proving that even the purest light contained countless colors within. In Clarice's thoughts, the red light symbolized Lortell Kehaland and her powerful father. The yellow light was the divine power being released by the prophet Adele. The turquoise light was the raging energy of the water spirit Pello. The blue light was the image of Ed Rothstaler, bloody yet unyielding. And finally, the purple light belonged to the mysterious female mage in the wide-brimmed hat, hovering in the air. The mage returned the sacred lance dragon's necklace into Ed's bloodied hand. She unleashed a massive magical attack for cover, while the water spirit Freed appeared in the distance. Her magical energy transformed into a ferocious shadow monster, charging forward. Clarice told herself that light only becomes pure white when all those colors converge into one. Her thoughts shifted to Ed, who recalled the original scenario. Taylor, now a senior student, was facing fierce resistance from the freshmen. Every first-year student fought desperately to defeat the senior and earn high scores. Ed realized the crucial difference. In this timeline, not a single student from Class A was present at the event. The wolf spirit Marilda vanished into the air, signaling that one phase had ended. And because of that change, the scenario had progressed in a completely different direction. In the original timeline, Taylor had defeated his final opponent, Claude, the top first-year alchemist. But refusing to accept defeat, Claude drank the forbidden evil blood god drug. That is how he transformed into the stage's sub-boss, Claude, the Calamity Alchemist. He borrowed the power of the evil god Mebular and began using all manner of dark magic. Claude, in his transformed state, unleashed a fierce dark magic attack. The endless gauntlet of challenges continued, and yet another opponent collapsed before Taylor. In Ed's memory, this was the climax of the arc, where the protagonist Taylor had confronted countless foes. He could barely remain standing, yet he relentlessly struck down every single opponent. Ed remembered the moment Taylor, exhausted and drenched in blood, refused to yield. He channeled all his remaining power, causing the sword in his grasp to flare with brilliant golden light. Taylor's sacred light violently collided with Claude's dark energy. Claude's face contorted in horror as the wicked power sustaining him was utterly overwhelmed. Taylor delivered his ultimate technique, the elemental decapitation, a finishing strike imbued with the power of the elements. Claude's mutated body crashed to the ground before the other students, signaling the end of the battle. Ed recalled that this was the second joint combat training event. In the original game scenario, this was how the event concluded. Taylor, the swordsman who had once been ridiculed, was now recognized as one of the Academy's strongest. He received acclaim from the students, staff, and his companions alike. The image of the hero raising his victorious sword was deeply etched into everyone's memory. However, that moment of triumph was tragically short-lived. The instant Taylor stepped away from the arena, he was struck dumb by the news of a comrade's death. A shattered lute lay upon the floor, signaling a tragedy. A bard and a prophet, the people he sought, had fallen where they stood. The announced death of Adele Saris stained the hard-won victory with blood. In the original scenario, Adela's death was never described in detail. Her predetermined fate was to collapse upon a bloody magic circle. Her demise was depicted as a brutal and unavoidable conclusion. But in those final moments, her eyes held a different kind of light. In reality, Ed had intervened, using overwhelming force to subdue Adele in a fierce battle. Though defeated and riddled with injuries, Adele was still breathing raggedly. She was alive. Ed stood there, utterly exhausted and covered in blood, realizing that the original narrative had fundamentally changed. Meanwhile, Taylor and his party remained blissfully unaware. They cheerfully walked in the glow of victory, having received no news of any casualties. Ed recalled that while they celebrated, a separate upheaval had erupted at the church. Archbishop Verdio had been struck down by Clarice using her divine power. After defeating the traitor, Clarice stood, exhausted yet dignified, beside her escorts. The Holy Pope decided to handle the incident internally to prevent a public scandal. Thanks to this, Clarice was able to shed the unjust epithet of the faithless saintess. Furthermore, the plan to resurrect the sacred lance dragon ahead of schedule had been completely thwarted. Since there was no condemned saintess, the church lacked the pretext to invade Arkan Island. That also meant the final boss of Act 3, Awakened Lucy, would never manifest. Ed recalled the tragic past scenario, where Taylor was forced to confront a tormented Lucy, realizing just how many things had changed. The current Lucy, however, instead of being consumed by hatred, was blushing and whispering that she wanted beef jerky. The entire academy was bathed in the peaceful sunset, utterly unaware of the calamities that had been narrowly averted. 2 days passed in peace. At a secluded wooden cabin, Ed Rothstaler knocked, inquiring about Janika's condition. From inside, Yenkar frantically told Ed not to enter because she needed to bathe, while Ed muttered to himself that his own eyesight was still very poor. The price for borrowing future magic was steep. Yenkar had temporarily lost her ability to use magic, and her eyesight had yet to recover. Meanwhile, the highest-rank spirit Frida, who had blocked 5 apostles, was rumored to have crashed into the forest outside Arkan Island. Yenkar, after collapsing, had woken up in this wooden cabin. She didn't know how she arrived, but the one who saved her was the mysterious mage in purple robes. Ed seriously instructed Yenkar through the door that if anything were to happen, she must seek him out first. Suddenly, Belmaya appeared, beaming with a basket and bucket in hand, causing Ed to muse that a headmaid usually wouldn't handle chores personally. Observing Belle's cheerful expression, Ed surmised that she genuinely enjoyed performing these tasks. Belle kindly inquired about Ed's health, but he merely replied that he was fine and was only concerned about Yenkar's vision. Belle saw through Ed's evasion, asking if anything else was weighing on his mind. Ed pondered for a moment, then firmly replied, "No." Belle smiled and accepted his answer, stating that caring for Yenkar was the most important task right now. As she stepped inside, she reminded Ed that he would need to help Yenkar change clothes and wipe her sweat. She added that she trusted Ed not to make any mistakes. The door slowly closed. Then it suddenly cracked open, and Belle mischievously peered out, saying that this was Ed's youth, the time to make mistakes and listen to his heart. Stung by her accuracy, Ed awkwardly slapped his hand against the wall. His face flushed bright red, and he stammered, telling Belle to stop saying such strange things and hurry inside to help Yenkar. Ed turned his face away, muttering that it was a shame. From behind the door, Belmaya peeked out with a sly smile, pointing out that young Master Ed had just spoken to her informally. Ed was utterly speechless at the sharp retort. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, he spun around and walked away to end the conversation. Meanwhile, Belle loudly complained about the dusty atmosphere inside, suggesting Yenkar would be better off in the infirmary. She declared she would throw open all the windows to air out the room. Just then, Yenkar screamed in panic, demanding why Belle was doing that while she was changing clothes. As dusk fell, Ed mused that the quick-witted Belle had sensed his inner turmoil. He admitted that thanks to the chaos the maid created, the day had passed swiftly, leaving no time for worry. Sitting by the fire, Ed felt detached from his usual routine and realized he was running low on firewood. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him to look up in surprise. A figure wearing a red hooded cloak, carrying a lute, approached, and Ed called out the name Kylie. The figure lowered the hood, denied the name, and revealed her white hair. She boldly declared herself to be the Saintess Clarice. Clarice announced that Archbishop Verdio had been officially excommunicated, and Ed received the news calmly. She further explained that Verdio was being escorted by the apostles to the Holy City, where the Holy Pope would determine his punishment. Ed asked if she still trusted the church, and Clarice replied that Holy Pope Eldine had admitted his negligence. She believed this was merely the action of a misguided individual, and that this incident could be a turning point for the church to improve. Clarice affirmed she was willing to give them another chance, while Ed listened silently. After a moment of contemplation, Ed changed the subject, asking about Adele's whereabouts. Clarice reported that Adele had vanished. She had used her saintess status to search, but found no trace. Ed asked if she had anything she wanted to say to Adele, and Clarice admitted that initially, she wanted to recount everything she had experienced. Now, sitting by the peaceful campfire with Ed, her thoughts had changed. With a gentle and grateful smile, Clarice said that now she only wished to express her gratitude. She decided to leave her lute behind, hoping Adele might pass by this camp. As they both stood up, Ed asked if Clarice would stay here during the summer break, and she confirmed, having nowhere else to go. Ed spoke up, saying he had a small request for her. Clarice shyly pulled down her hood, suggesting that from now on, Ed should treat her as a junior. Ed was slightly confused, replying that he had always naturally treated Kylie that way. Clarice smiled beneath the hood, explaining that wasn't what she meant. She sincerely offered that if Ed ever needed help, he should feel free to ask, and she would do everything in her power. Ed quietly watched Clarice's silhouette disappear down the path under the setting sun. He stood alone in the silent landscape, deep in contemplation. Ed told himself he should leave immediately to avoid seeing Clarice again. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking if he was all right. Adele Saris stepped out of the cabin, her body wrapped in bandages, stating that although her divine magic had not yet recovered, she could walk again. Ed clarified his meaning, asking if she was truly all right leaving without meeting Clarice. Adele sadly replied that she had no more songs left for Clarice, nor the courage to lie any further. With a pained expression, Adele admitted that everything had been a lie from the very beginning. Memories flooded back, songs praising the god Telos, tales of the outside world, and melodies celebrating freedom. She gripped the lute, bitterly concluding that every song she had ever played was a falsehood, and Ed merely listened in silence. Adele's bandaged hand clenched the neck of the lute, revealing her inner torment. Ed was stunned by Adele's confession. Before he could recover, Adele suddenly hurled her lute into the blazing fire. With resolute eyes, she declared she would embark on a journey to all the places she had lied to Clarice about in her songs. The lute sank into the flames, and Adele explained that this was a long journey, so she had to discard heavy baggage, asserting that this time it was not an escape from fate, but a true pilgrimage. Ed skeptically asked if there was truly a difference, and Adele merely pondered the question. Then she smiled, wondering if perhaps she finally had a place to return to. Adele stood up, asserting that she would return within 3 years, before Clarice graduated, so she could play a new song she composed herself right here. Ed promised to help her choose the best wood for her new lute upon her return, making Adele happily joke that she would try to come back in 2 years instead. Suddenly, Ed spoke seriously, saying there was one last thing. Adele listened silently, wondering if that was all he intended to say. He stood up, faced her, and pointed out a harsh truth. She had lost both her magic and divine power, could no longer see the future, and the future she once knew was over. Ed warned that now, she would have to embark on an entirely new journey, unable to rely on a predetermined script, as images of the altered fates of Yenkar, Taili, and Clarice flashed through his mind. He continued, emphasizing that she might face dangers more terrifying than she could imagine, as chaotic visions of other characters and a dark dragon flashed through his thoughts. Looking straight at Adele, Ed posed the final question. "Aren't you afraid of not knowing what awaits you?" Both stood silently by the fire, with only the crackling of burning wood remaining. After a moment of silence, Adele softly admitted that she was indeed very afraid. But then she clenched her fists, a spark of determination lighting up her eyes. Turning toward the brilliant sunrise, she gave a bright smile, and asked in return, "Isn't that also exciting?" As night fell, Ed pondered the immense change in this world, having just spoken with a girl who was originally supposed to die in the source material. Watching the lute burn to ashes, he realized this was no longer about the script, but a moment of choice forged within a finite period of time. In his stream of consciousness, Ed Rothstaler envisioned a dark path where he had to choose between preventing the revival of the sacred lance dragon and saving Adele's life. He recalled the hypothetical moment when he, covered in blood, decided to prioritize the greater threat. The consequence of that choice was the image of Adele shattering like a mirror, a sacrifice he had accepted. Ed questioned himself, realizing that without unexpected variables like the power of the mysterious mage in the witch hat, he would not have hesitated to make that choice. Looking at the ashes of the loot, he coldly admitted that he would abandon Adele for his own survival. His memory abruptly shifted to a bloody, modern battlefield, where a fully equipped soldier advanced, and Ed recognized that figure as his true nature. The panicked eyes of another soldier flashed behind the gas mask. Amidst the carnage, a female soldier lay collapsed, and Ed pondered the values like compassion and duty that he had discarded. A silent, agonizing scream echoed from a blood-soaked mouth. Under a hail of bullets, the soldier continued to fight, leaving behind both camaraderie and friendship. A single tear rolled down inside the mask, proving the truth that he could easily turn his back on everything. Returning to reality, Ed sat silently by the campfire under the night sky. His face was hidden behind his hair, concealing his heavy emotions. Yenkar Pullover gently approached, her bare, sandaled feet lightly brushing the grass. She quietly sat down next to Ed as he realized that the summer vacation had begun. Yenkar leaned her head on Ed's shoulder, and he reflected on the massive changes. Janica, the final boss of the first act, was now right beside him. He poked the fire, thinking about how Lucy, the final boss of the third act, had completely vanished from the story's flow. They sat together in silence, gazing up at the starry sky, and Ed believed that one core thing remained unchanged. His eyes reflected the flame of determination, even if it meant distorting history or ignoring someone's sacrifice. With Yenkar resting on his shoulder, Ed reaffirmed his ultimate goal: survival, no matter the cost.